Like, subscribe and share for girlfriend you want girlfriend. Chapter 93. Teach is dead. The members of the Whitebeard pirates cheered and shouted, and some even cried with joy. Countless pirates showed cheerful expressions of resolving hatred, feeling that the gloom in their hearts had been vented. A conceited idiot who spoke so loudly, he died without knowing why. Seeing that Blackbeard was killed, Shiryu of the Rain, King Pizarro of the evil government, Katrin Daime, the hunter of Swanyu and others fled back immediately. They had no desire to avenge Blackbeard. The reason why I followed Blackbeard here is because Blackbeard said that he has the means and power to become 4 emperors. Now that Blackbeard is killed, all is lost. Their first thought was to save their own lives. Facing the monster Shinigami Carl, the only thing they can do is run away. Want to go? There was a sneer at the corner of Carl's mouth, and with a thought, the black spears inserted into their bodies suddenly emitted black light. What is this? No, do not want. Forgive me. Stop. Shiryu and the others were terrified, and just about to beg for mercy, they were completely engulfed by the black light. In the next second, their bodies completely collapsed, and like Blackbeard, they turned into countless debris and dissipated with the wind. This is not a dead body, but not even a trace left behind. So far, the Blackbeard pirates are all wiped out. Legendary big pirate, that's all. Carl truly showed the world what absolute power suppression is. Shiryu of the Rain, King of Evil Government, Katrin Daime, all of them are absolutely strong with terrifying strength, not weaker than Shishibukai in the slightest. But in front of Carl, they are as weak as ants and can be killed easily. Ding! It is detected that the host kills Blackbeard, completes the mission of the end of the hero, and obtains rewards, an alien body, capable of holding 2 devil fruits, and a top-level devil fruit. The electronic sound of the system sounded, and a force appeared out of nowhere in Carl's body, and began to transform Carl's body. Carl did not grow 2 hearts like Blackbeard, but after being transformed by this power, Carl naturally had a feeling that he would not die if he ate the second devil fruit. At the same time, a devil fruit appeared in the system space. This is the battlefield, and Carl has no time to be distracted, so he didn't pay attention to this devil fruit immediately. But thinking about what the system gives, it must be good ability. Turning his attention back to reality, Carl frowned, and instantly teleported to 100 meters away. Just as Carl disappeared, a giant slash flew over where he was, leaving a bottomless sword mark on the ground. Little devil, your opponent is me. You still dare to be distracted from fighting this old man, aren't you a bit too arrogant? 5 elders with swords is chasing Carl, and Carl has just finished off the Blackbeard pirates, and his ultimate move is coming. If one knife fails, the second knife will follow. Until Carl is beheaded, 5 elders' attacks with swords will not stop. Well done. Carl smiled indifferently, it's not enough to just kill Blackbeard, I'll send you to hell right away. Carl didn't retreat but advanced, and punched out, smashing several parallel slashes. At the same time, he stepped on his feet, and the whole person shot out, and instantly came to the 5 elders holding the sword. Black nuclear fission tiger. Carl's right arm was covered by high-density emission haki, and at the same time, it was also covered with nuclear radiation black light, and he punched out. The fist wind roared, forming a roaring tiger, biting towards 5 elders holding the sword. Holding the sword, 5 elders looked serious, not daring to be careless. Armament haki was all instilled into the first generation Onitsu, and the Japanese sword slanted down. Clang! The light of the saber flashed, leaving behind a white line that lingered for a long time, and collided head-on with the tiger fist. 07L. The fierce tiger let out a roar, opened its mouth and bit the chop tightly. With a click, the slash burst like glass. What? Holding the sword, 5 elders turned pale with fright, and a look of disbelief flashed in their eyes. He didn't expect that Carl's fist strength could break his moves so easily. After biting and slashing, the tiger's power remained undiminished, and it ran towards 5 elders holding the sword. Holding a sword, 5 elders has no way to hide, and can only block the sword across his chest. For one, the force hit first generation Onitoru. The terrifying impact directly sent the 5 elders holding the sword flying. Holding the sword, 5 elders held the sword in both hands, clenched his teeth tightly, and resisted the terrible impact. The first generation ghost squeaked loudly. Even the supreme sharp knife could not withstand Karl's attack at this moment, as if it was about to collapse. Get out! Holding the sword, 5 elders let out a heart-piercing roar, and raised the knife with both hands, and finally split the fierce tiger's fist. Only then did he realize that he was forced back 100 meters by Karl's punch. Plowing with both feet left 2 deep furrows in the rocky ground. Why, can't this work? Karl's indifferent voice sounded. The second round of killing moves has erupted again. Black nuclear fission raging dragon. The black light on Karl's right arm flashed, forming a huge dragon's head, hitting the sword-wielding 5 elders at lightning speed. Holding a sword, 5 elders reacted quickly, and quickly swung his sword to block. But was beaten by Karl again. 5 elders holding the sword spat out blood, the hands holding the knife were bloody, and his arms were shaking constantly. But in just 2 or 3 moves, 5 elders with the sword has already fallen into a disadvantage. This brat is really not simple, even the old man can't take him down. Holding the sword, 5 elders was secretly startled, and his confidence in killing Karl suddenly dissipated a lot. What? As the controller of the world government, do you only have this little strength? Karl sneered as he stormed. Armament haki gushes out like a tsunami, as if it is endless and can never be used up. 5 elders with a sword was completely at a disadvantage and was beaten by Karl. Not only could he not find a chance to counterattack, but he was also injured continuously. Although Karl's attack did not directly hit the body of 5 elders holding the sword, the nuclear radiation attack was invisible and intangible. As long as it enters a certain range, the time sword 5 elders will be affected. Although he protected most of the nuclear radiation with his whole body armament haki, a small part of the nuclear radiation caused damage to his flesh and blood cells. The accumulation of less becomes more, and quantitative changes will eventually lead to qualitative changes. As long as time goes by, 5 elders with swords will surely lose. The 5 elders with swords apparently also noticed Karl's state. As time passed, the power of the moves not only did not weaken, but became stronger and stronger. On the contrary, his breathing began to become rapid, and beads of sweat were already visible on his forehead, obviously exhausting his physical strength. What kind of freak is this brat? 5 elders holding a sword was punched by Karl, took the opportunity to retreat and distanced himself from Karl, and interrupted Karl's airtight attack. At the same time secretly startled. It stands to reason that Karl's repeated bloody battles should have consumed a lot of history. And he has just joined the battlefield, and he is in good condition, and he should be able to gain the upper hand against Karl. But the fact is quite the opposite. Not only was Karl's physical strength not consumed, but he became more courageous as he fought. On the contrary, he was exhausted by Karl. The fierce battle is only a few minutes, just like Uranus Yoryuki's continuous battle. Karl's suppression on the 5 elders with the sword was too terrifying. Every time he received a move, the 5 elders with the sword had to do their best, otherwise they would be seriously injured or even killed. We can't go on like this, we must find the weakness of this brat. Holding a sword, the eyes of 5 elders are blood red, and the observation haki is opened to the maximum, carefully capturing all of Karl's movements, movement tracks, and breath, trying to find Karl's flaws. 5 elders didn't even realize that he was holding a sword, and he already had a fear of Karl in his heart. While Karl was fighting fiercely with the 5 elders with swords, Marine's men also began to hunt down the members of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates not only did not retreat, but instead fought bloody battles with Marine. The two parties have completely turned their eyes red and lost their minds. Whether it is a marine pirate, the only thing that comes to mind is killing. In other words, they can no longer think at this moment, they are just fighting according to their instincts, and they can't stop at all. The sound of artillery fire came and went, and the sound of shouting and killing was earth-shattering. Gunpowder smoke filled the entire battlefield, and the smell of blood enveloped Fang Yuan. Chapter 94. The endless breath of death filled the entire sky, and the Shinigami ruthlessly harvested the souls of the tragic death. This huge meat grinder called war began to run crazily, continuously devouring the lives of countless marine pirates. On the sea off Marineford, a pirate ship broke through the thick fog and arrived at the battlefield of death. This is Red Force, and the red-hair pirates have finally arrived on the battlefield. The red-haired Shanks stood at the bow, and the observation haki enveloped out, covering the entire Marineford in an instant. All the breaths on the island were captured and locked by him. Sure enough, I came too late. Shanks frowned. His observation haki captures nothing but endless breaths of death and carnage on the battlefield. The terrifying killing intent and the endless breath of death made even him secretly startled. No need to look at the red hair to know that this war has gotten out of control. If there is no accident, it will end with the annihilation of one party's entire army. Shanks, are you really going? Next to it, the Deputy Captain Beckman said with a serious face, in my opinion, the situation of the war has exceeded the limit that we can control, and we may not be able to end it. The war has reached this point, and it is no longer possible for anyone to end it with a few words. Even if the person who persuaded the fight was the redhead of the four emperors, it might not be successful. The rash intrusion of the red-hair pirates will not only fail to end the war, but will probably add fuel to the fire. At that time, it is likely to trigger a three-party bloody battle and intensify the level of the war. The red-haired 080 stared solemnly at the battlefield ahead, and said in a deep voice, I have to go, this war can no longer be fought. Whitebeard is dead, there's no point in fighting anymore. The redhead is very familiar with Whitebeard's aura. As soon as observation haki swept away, he knew that Whitebeard had died in battle. With Whitebeard killed in battle, the Whitebeard pirates still insist on a bloody battle with naval headquarters, so the odds of winning are naturally slim. The end result could also end with the complete annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates. But it would also inflict unparalleled casualties on naval headquarters. It has no substantive meaning at all except for the death of tens of thousands of people. And if the sea loses the Whitebeard pirates and Marine at the same time, the situation will definitely get out of control. The redhead took a step forward, and slowly pulled out the long knife griffin from his waist. Staring directly at the battlefield ahead with blood-red eyes, he locked every human breath with observation haki. Suddenly, the red-haired pupil shrank, and the waving griffin suddenly fell. Boom! A blood-red flying slash shot out through the air, shattered the ice continent, split the surrounding wall, flew into Marineford Square, passed through the square, flew to the other end of Marineford Island, and finally flew into the sea. Rumble! The sky is collapsing and the earth is shaking. The shattered Marineford was hit by this blow, and the speed of sinking suddenly accelerated. Several fragments of the island at the edge capsized and sank, bringing, thousands of people into the sea. The Red Hair's attack interrupted the bloody battle on the battlefield, and the murderous aura on the battlefield dissipated. Everyone stopped fighting at this moment and looked towards the edge of the island. Only then did they realize that the Red Hair pirates had already docked at the port. The cotters of Red Hair and Red Hair pirates stood in a row, looking directly at the two sides, bursting out with an extremely terrifying momentum, instantly suppressing the audience. Redhead, it's four emperors Redhead. Why? The four emperors of the New World appear here. Will the Redhead come to the war too? The Marines turned pale with fright, and kept backing away because they were too frightened. Vice Admiral Garp looked at the Red Hair and gritted his teeth angrily, Red Hair. The man who brought Luffy into the pirate road, damn BD. Admiral Kizaru, does the redhead have to get involved? It's kind of scary. Admiral Aokiji, if the redheads have to deal with Marine, we really have no chance of winning. Saying that, Aokiji couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of black blood again. Aokiji's injuries have continued to worsen since he was wounded by Carl. He could feel an invisible force in his body destroying his body, and he also knew that he must be treated in time, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Unfortunately, the war is not over yet. As Marine Admiral, he cannot withdraw from the battlefield. Admiral Akainu has died in battle, Marshal Sengoku is also seriously injured and unable to fight again, Rear Admiral is even more casualties. At this time, every combat power is full of precious. As Marine Admiral, he must not leave. Damn it, it's at this time. Marshal Sengoku tried to support his seriously injured body to stand up, but the wound was pulled by the slightest movement, and he vomited blood continuously. The medical soldiers next to him hurried forward to stop them. Marshal Sengoku, your body has reached its limit, you must stop moving. That's right, if the wound opens again, revolving heaven is really useless. The wound on Sengoku's chest has been urgently stitched up by the medical soldiers, the blood hole on his shoulder has also been treated urgently, and all kinds of needles have been inserted into his body. Finally, Sengoku was out of danger. But that's all. Carl's injury to Sengoku was too serious, and the residual nuclear radiation continued to destroy Sengoku's cells. For a long time to come, Sengoku will have to recover from his injuries. It is impossible to participate in the battle. Damn BD! Sengoku gritted his teeth, his face full of resignation. Now that the war is at a critical juncture, he, the Marine Marshal, is really remiss. The red hair scanned the entire battlefield and said loudly, I am not interested in participating in the war, I am here to end this war. The red-haired man walked slowly into the battlefield, and Haki said utterly, continuing the fight will only increase the losses of the two armies without limit, which is meaningless at all. If there's another guy who hasn't had enough trouble, we'll be his opponents. Please also sell me a face here. The red hair pulled out the long knife griffin, and the cotters of the red hair pirates stood side by side behind him. The terrifying momentum erupted, which immediately made a group of Marines cringe. Red Hair Pirates is the most balanced pirate group among the four emperors. Although demon fruit power is very little, but individual strength is the strongest. Inside the pirate group are all Grandmaster Haki, physical and swordsman. Especially the redhead himself, Conqueror's Haki is ridiculously strong, ranking first among the four emperors today. According to Carl's estimation, the red-haired Conqueror's Haki is already comparable to Roger and Whitebeard in their prime. It is also because of this that he can rival monsters such as Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard without the fruit ability. The intrusion of the red hair greatly calmed down the dispute between the two armies. Some red-eyed Marines and pirates also came to their senses. Although many pirates' Marines were unwilling, they also had the idea of a truce. After all, neither side wants to go to war with the red hair pirates in this situation. It's just that the face of red hair is useful to everyone, but it's useless only for Carl and 5 elders with swords. Clang! Just as Hungfa finished speaking, a gigantic slash pierced through the square and flew towards Hungfa with the power of breaking mountains and seas. The red-haired face changed, and he quickly swung the knife to slash the sword into the air. He found that the slash was not aimed at him intentionally, but the aftermath of the fight between 5 elders and Carl with swords. The arrival of the red hair makes all the marine pirates stop fighting, only Carl and 5 elders with swords are still fighting bloody. The red hair stepped forward, slashed and flew towards the middle of the battle between the two, stopping the fight between the two. Shinigami, please do me a favor and end this war. The redhead said in a low voice. Carl smiled playfully, it's not that I don't give you face, but this old guy doesn't give you face. Why don't you ask his opinion first? He's right, red-haired, your face is nothing. Holding a sword, 5 elders looked at the redhead and roared in a deep voice. What did Shinigami do? You should already know. So this war cannot be stopped, and only Marine's absolute victory can draw the end of this war. Carl released the video of celestial dragons being tortured and killed, discrediting celestial dragons and the world government, and letting the world see the weakness of celestial dragons. To save face and frighten the world, only Marine and the world government can win absolute victory. Is it really not negotiable? The red-haired stared at the special sword 5 elders coldly. A series of red lightning bolts shot out from the red-haired body, scurrying around him, waving each other. Chapter 95. Holding the sword, 5 elders gasped for breath and felt a palpitation. Being targeted by redheads is no joke. Holding the sword, 5 elders looked at the battlefield, and then at the red-hair pirates who had arrived. Their hearts gradually sank. He is not an idiot, so he naturally knows that if the current Marine goes to war with the Whitebeard pirates and the red-hair pirates at the same time, there must be no chance of winning. Okay, the old man can give you a face. Holding a sword, 5 elders said coldly, the Whitebeard pirates can go, but Shinigami Carl can't. Only him, only this damn guy, must be buried here today. Sword-wielding 5 elders is the next best thing. Since the Whitebeard pirates cannot be eliminated, then the chief culprit, Shinigami Carl. Anyway, Whitebeard is dead, the target of execution, Fire Fist Ace, is also dead, and the Whitebeard pirates have suffered heavy casualties. A group of remnants, even if they let it go, it won't make any waves, so it doesn't matter. As long as Shinigami Carl can be successfully beheaded, the world government can be regarded as a complete victory. Keep the Shinigami. The redhead was a little moved. After all, Shinigami Carl is not a member of the Whitebeard pirates. As long as the Whitebeard pirates and Marines cease fighting, the war is also over. Besides, the redhead knew that Shinigami Carl didn't need him to save him. Although redhead has never fought Carl head-on, looking at Shinigami's record shows how strong he is. If Shinigami is determined to go, redhead doesn't think Naval Headquarters can keep him. At that moment, the redhead wanted to agree to the condition of 5 elders holding the sword, but Marco spoke first. No. Let's go together. Marco roared fiercely, although we are pirates, we also have benevolence and righteousness. The Whitebeard pirates owe Shinigami Carl a favor and will never leave him alone. Well said. Shinigami killed Blackbeard and avenged Papa, we won't leave him behind. If Shinigami doesn't leave, neither will we. At worst, fight to the death. Captains such as Diamond Kiazi and Foil Vista also roared. Carl killed Blackbeard to avenge Whitebeard, which made all members of the Whitebeard pirates feel grateful. Although Shinigami Carl and the Whitebeard pirates are using each other. But they're not going to throw Carl under the circumstances. Regarding the attitude of the Whitebeard pirates, Carl did not comment or say a word. Although he didn't care that he was left behind, the Whitebeard pirates' reaction did surprise him. Carl also didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would advance and retreat with him. Members of the Whitebeard pirates are really trademark loyal. Arrogant guy, push your limits, do you really think we can't deal with you? That's right, you don't have to eat a toast, you have to drink as a penalty. Since you want to fight to the death, then fight to the end. Marine's anger was aroused by the pirates' behavior, and the murderous intent that had just been suppressed surged into his heart again. All of a sudden, the war that was finally quelled by the red hair will resume again. Looks like they don't take your fancy, redhead. Holding a sword, 5 elders looked at the red hair and said coldly, I still advise you to leave here quickly, and don't get involved in this muddy water. Otherwise, even if you have red hair, you will have to pay a heavy price. Holding the sword 5 elders erupted with a murderous intent, and this murderous intent was obviously aimed at the redhead. Immediately, the 5 elders with their swords shot directly at Carl. Either way, Carl was always his first target. And the move of 5 elders with the sword also means the reopening of the war. Tens of thousands of Marines roared and killed the pirates, and the pirates, not to be outdone, roared and killed the Marines. Black nuclear fission evil soul slash. Carl's combat power was fully activated, a dazzling black light erupted on his body, and the black light transformed into a black long sword and appeared in his hand. Carl held the sword and slashed horizontally. The sword's aura was startling. A huge sword energy with a length of 100 meters burst out of the air, and flew towards the sword-wielding 5 elders at lightning speed. Slash not only contains sword energy, but also incorporates high-density armament haki and nuclear radiation. Wherever it went, the ground sunk inch by inch and melted, leaving a magma gully behind. The 5 elders holding swords were firmly locked by Carl's killing intent, and had nowhere to escape, but could only face the enemy head-on. With a roar, he held the knife in both hands and rotated his body, and the Japanese knife slashed out a huge tornado. The dragon curly hair is composed of countless sharp slashes, destroying everything it passes through. Even if it is a big mountain, it will be split into pieces in an instant. Black sword energy and slashing tornado face to face. I thought it was a contest with almost the same difference, but the outcome was clear in an instant. Black's slash flew by, and the slashing tornado was instantly split into 2, and then dissipated in a gust of wind. What? This is impossible. Holding the sword, 5 elders' eyes widened, filled with disbelief and deep fear. After Black slashed and shattered the tornado, the power remained undiminished, and he rushed to the sword-wielding 5 elders with the power to destroy everything. Clang! The slash hit 5 elders. Although 5 elders blocked with a sword, they also used armament haki to form an invisible barrier as a defense. But it still couldn't stop the impact of the sword slash. The powerful impact engulfed the sword-holding 5 elders and kept moving forward, like a runaway train, rampaging. Click! Click! The invisible armament haki barrier was torn apart by the slash and shattered. In the end, the slash hit the surrounding wall of the harbor, detonating the audience with a bang. A huge mushroom cloud appeared on the battlefield, and an endless sea of flames exploded, roaring away in all directions. Holding a sword, 5 elders are completely swallowed by the sea of flames. Life and death are unknown. 0, asking for flowers. Hurry up and save people. Seeing this, Marshal Sengoku's expression changed drastically. This is the 5 elders, if they die here, God knows what the consequences will be. Admiral Aokiji endured the pain, jumped into the air, and shot 2 icicles towards the sea of flames. Icage! The cold air broke out and came together with the flame magnet child. Even if Admiral Aokiji shot with all his strength, he couldn't extinguish the mushroom cloud in a short time. When all the aftermath dissipated, a huge pothole appeared in front of everyone. The pothole was scorched black and exuded a disgusting burnt smell. But there is no one at the bottom of the pit, and the 5 elders with swords have disappeared, as if there are no bones left. No. Impossible. Marshal Sengoku looked dull and muttered to himself. Vice Admiral Garp also had an unbelievable expression on his face, and a few drops of cold sweat trickled down from his forehead. Hey, no way. Aokiji looked at the empty huge pothole, couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of black blood, feeling that his injury was getting worse. 0. Admiral Kizaru was silent, and a group of Marine executives were also silent. They all knew it was a big deal. 5 elders died here. What will the government of the world do? Where does Marine go from here? The red-haired 4 emperors looked at the huge pothole solemnly, and their hearts sank. The 5 elders of the world government were beheaded. This kind of thing has never happened. Even in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods more than 30 years ago, no 5 elders were killed. Boom! Suddenly, a dull sound came from the bottom of the pit. Many Marine executives looked at the source of the sound for the first time, and saw that the ground at the bottom of the pit bulged, and a sword energy broke through the ground and flew into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a dark figure jumped out from the ground and landed in front of everyone. That person was obviously holding the sword Five Elders, but the supreme sharp knife first generation Onitsu in his hand had been broken in two, only half remained. Holding the sword, Five Elders was wrapped in high-density armament haki all over his body. When he landed, the haki slowly faded away, revealing his bruised body. A mouthful of black blood spat out from his mouth, and the aura of the special sword Five Elders suddenly weakened. After seeing clearly the injuries on Five Elders holding the sword, everyone gasped. Countless Marine soldiers felt chills physically and mentally, and their scalps were numb. Now the sword-wielding Five Elders couldn't be considered a person at all, because his skin had been scorched all over his body, as if he had been skinned. The exposed flesh and blood have been scorched by the high-temperature flames, and the blood and scorched flesh are entangled together, bloody and bloody. There is also a huge gap in the chest of Five Elders holding the sword, and there are faintly visible bones and broken internal organs. An ordinary person with such an injury would have died thousands of times. It's hard to imagine how Five Elders survived the pill with a sword. Chapter 96. Oh? Didn't die? Twice. Carl smiled playfully, his eyes overflowed with coldness, and his murderous intentions resumed. Although the Five Elders with their swords had only their last breath left, Carl was worried if he didn't kill the grass. Not good. Stop him. Garp and Sengoku sensed Carl's killing intent at the first time, and roared again and again. Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Kizaru rushed towards Carl immediately. They couldn't have watched Five Elders die at Naval Headquarters with swords, they couldn't afford it. Isage. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Aokiji and Kizaru acted at the same time, the absolute zero air conditioning and countless flash bombs blocked all of Carl's way forward. Aokiji was very direct, creating an iceberg in front of Carl. Meanwhile, Garp rushed to the sword-wielding Five Elders, trying to save him. Get out of here! Carl roared angrily, an evil soul slash was born again. The black sword light traversed the sky, smashing the iceberg made by Aokiji and the flash bombs of Kizaru, and also sent them flying. 043 repelled the two, and Carl swung his sword and took the head of Five Elders who was holding the sword. Holding the sword, Five Elders was seriously injured and dying. Although he still maintained the last trace of consciousness, he was powerless to fight back and could only watch helplessly as the ultimate move came. Garp was too far away to save people in time, so he could only scream helplessly. Die! Carl swung his sword down and took the head straight. Clang! A sound of gold and iron clanging resounded in all directions. Carl's ultimate move was blocked by a black long knife, and the red-haired four emperors appeared in front of Carl. At the critical moment, it was Hungfa who saved the special sword Five Elders. Stop it, Shinigami! This war is won by you. Kill this person, the world will be turned upside down, the consequences are too serious. Even you can't afford it. The red hair blocked Carl's radiant long sword, and said in a low voice. Carl grinned ferociously, exerted force in his hands, and pressed down the long sword, quickly gaining the upper hand. The redhead has only one hand, and the instant explosive power may be very strong. But this kind of persistent competition of strength, Carl's two hands are definitely stronger than his one hand. I killed the Five Elders. You can't save him, redhead, he must die today. If you dare to stop me, you will die from this medicine. Carl roared, and Black's long sword burst into black light. The red-haired was shocked in his heart, and all the hairs on his body stood on end at this moment. His observation haki told him that this black light is a deadly move, and he cannot touch even a little bit. Clang! With a flash of the knife, the red hair was directly forced back 100 meters, and his feet plowed the ground and slid backwards for a long distance before getting off. And without the red hair, no one can save the sword-wielding Five Elders. He has become the prey in Carl's hands and can only be slaughtered by Carl. Stop it, Shinigami! You can't kill him. Stop! Otherwise the whole world will not let you go. Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and many Vice Admirals roared. Marshal Sengoku even touched the sutured wound because of his loud roar, and his mouth and nose continued to bleed. But Carl turned a deaf ear to these roars, and his movement of swinging the sword did not stop at all. Clang! Black's sword lights up and disappears in a flash. Under the watchful eyes of Whitebeard pirates, Red-Hair pirates, countless Marines, and the whole world, Carl swung that deadly sword. After a sword strike, a bloody human head soared into the sky, and a jet-black column of blood gushed out. Holding a sword, 5 elders' blurred eyes were full of unwillingness and fear. He was unwilling to die like this. He is one of the most expensive beings among the celestial dragons. He holds endless power and controls the lives and deaths of countless people. He should have been sitting upright in the sky, but now he died at the hands of lowly human beings whom he despised. When death came, the sword-wielding 5 elders finally got a taste of fear. At this moment, he still regrets it. He regretted losing his mind in anger and had come from Marie Joyce to Marineford to join the war. If he could have kept Marie Joyce, he would still be alive and well. He is still a god sitting in the sky. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. When 5 elders with the sword understands everything, that is the moment he dies. Plop! The head fell to the ground and rolled on the ground like a ball. Even to the point of death, 5 elders didn't close their eyes even holding the sword. Ding! It's detected that host kills 5 elders with swords, completes the Yuzan task of power, and gets rewards, the peak swordsmanship of the great swordsman, Bart, the general of the Ghost Shadow Corps, Night Bat Group, Fei Ying. The electronic sound system sounded, and Carl received the subversive great swordsmanship instilled by the system. In just the blink of an eye, Carl has completely mastered this force. At this moment, he became a subversive great swordsman. Carl is no weaker than Hawkeye and 5 elders holding swords without using fruit abilities and only fighting swordsmanship. At the same time, Carl also feels that a new demon resides in his shadow. As long as he moves his mind, he can summon it. The moment the 5 elders were killed, Marineford fell into an endless silence, completely silent. The whole world fell into dead silence at this moment, and time seemed to be stopped. Boom! After the dead silence, there was endless uproar. Marineford boiled, the world boiled. Countless Marine soldiers fell into panic and anger, while the Whitebeard pirates and Red-Hair pirates were a little at a loss. They killed 5 elders, the highest authority in a world government, and they couldn't accept this fact for a while. Kill, really kill. It's really a big deal now. It's too late, and the subversion of the world cannot be stopped. We can no longer stop this war, no. It should be said that another war that will hit the whole world is about to break out. Vice Captain Ben Beckman stared at Carl with a serious expression. Looking at the young Shinigami, he panicked for the first time in his life. Shinigami, do you know the consequences of doing this? The redhead put the knife back into its sheath, looked at Carl and asked. Carl smiled indifferently, and said lightly, "Of course I know, isn't it just killing an old dog? What's there to be afraid of? Since you insist on going your own way, then I have nothing to say." The redhead turned and left. The red-hair pirates also left with the red hair. Redhead knew that he couldn't do anything to stop this war. The development of the matter has been completely out of control, even if he has a big face, there is nothing he can do. The red hair walked up to Marco, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Marco, please do what you want." "Ah, we're ready," Marco said calmly. "That's the end of the matter, and whatever is about to happen, they'll take it in stride. The worst outcome is nothing more than death. Being able to die with Papa and Ace, they have no regrets." "Marco, you go with the redhead," Carl spoke. "Shinigami, you. It doesn't matter, just relying on a few pieces of wood like Marine, they still can't kill me." Carl smiled and said, "Based on your current state, Keeping here is nothing but a burden. Let's go, don't stay and die. Marco gave Carl a deep look and nodded slightly. Okay, let's go then. This time I owe you a favor, we Whitebeard pirates will never forget. After speaking, Marco began to evacuate with the Whitebeard pirates. 7 warlords of the sea also quietly left the battlefield. The war has escalated to this level, and they don't want to participate anymore. 0.2. Marine did not stop, allowing the Red Hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates to evacuate Marine Ford. All their attention is now on Shinigami Carl. Carl can be said to be the most evil criminal in the world now. Even if the Whitebeard pirates are wiped out, it is not as important as killing Carl. Soon, the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates were withdrawn overseas. Shinigami Carl, have you made up your mind? Marshal Sengoku screamed, spouting blood. Of course, I've made up my mind a long time ago. Carl grinned and said, it's you who haven't made up your mind. Carl looked around, he was already surrounded by countless Marines. But Carl showed no signs of fear. Carl releases the observation haki to cover the entire Marine Ford, captures and locks all the Marine breaths, and immediately knows the number of remaining Marines. There are still more than 50,000 people alive, this number is too many. Carl said slowly, you still have so many people alive, it seems that I am a little incompetent. So, let's harvest a wave first. Chapter 97. Everyone beware. Seeing Carl's malicious sneer, Sengoku Garp roared at the same time. Garp rushed to Carl at the first time, and instantly activated the whole body armed color and the armament haki field. Against Shinigami Carl, you have to go all out. Carl did not dodge or dodge, endless black light erupted all over his body. The black light spewed out like a tsunami, and the scale far exceeded any previous one. Carl's black light marine has seen it before, it can be said that it is death when touched, and death when touched. The moment they saw the black light, the marine soldiers surrounding Carl immediately retreated. But they were still a step too slow, and hundreds of marine soldiers were instantly engulfed by the black light. Accompanied by the miserable and terrified wailing, the bodies of those hundreds of marine soldiers decayed and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally vanished into ashes. The rushing Garp was also forced back by a huge black light. The strength Carl showed at this moment was too terrifying, even he had to avoid the edge temporarily. The terrifying black light gradually closed, solidified, and then slowly turned into a human shape, and it continued to expand and grow. What kind of monster is this? A Marine Vice Admiral stared blankly at the huge monster that was still expanding and getting bigger in front of him, sweating unconsciously. Shinigami, what is he going to do? Fire, everyone 04 fire. One by one the Marine Vice Admiral roared and ordered, and countless bullets and shells flew towards Carl at the same time. It's just that all the bullets and shells were shot into the black light, and they were all swallowed and corroded, and no movement came out. No, shells are useless. Gritting his teeth angrily, a Marine Vice Admiral flew at Carl with a knife. A huge flying slash split the black light into a crack, but the crack healed quickly, and nothing happened. This is really terrible. Admiral Kizaru also flew into the sky and released his ultimate move. Countless flash bombs poured down, punching out countless holes in the three-headed and six-armed monster. But it was still useless, the hole healed quickly. Moreover, the flash bomb did not explode, and the fruit ability seemed to be invalid. The black light monster continued to expand and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its size soon exceeded 100 meters, and finally turned into a tall titan with 3 heads and 6 arms. Black nuclear fission different dimension ghosts. Turning into a ghost, Carl let out a roar, and raised his 6 arms at the same time, aiming at the 6 directions around him. The black light in his palm was condensed, ready to go. Seeing this scene, Sengoku and Garp's eyes widened and they roared at the same time, "Quick retreat!" However, it was too late. At the same time as the roar sounded, Carl's killing move had already been released. 6 paths black rays shot out from the 6 palms of ghosts and gods, sweeping through the 6 surrounding directions in an instant. The black light swept across, the sea of flames filled the sky, and there were explosions again and again. All the Marines along the way turned into nothingness in an instant. Many people have turned into gas before they even reacted. In just one attack, Carl killed at least tens of thousands of people. Roar! The ferocious faces of ghosts and gods from different dimensions distorted and roared. The 6 black light rays continued to emit, turning around with the movements of the ghosts and gods, sweeping other areas of Marineford. At this moment, there is no safe place in the whole of Marineford. It's a complete hell here. No, this place is more terrifying than hell. Damn BD, get out of here. No, the speed of the black light is too fast, hateful. Many high-level Marines can barely avoid the laser, but more than 50,000 low-level Marines can only be slaughtered by Carl. Carl's ray is like a laser sweeping through a group of ants, crushing all the ants to death. Damn BD, I can't spare you. Don't be impulsive, Ross, come back quickly. A Marine Vice Admiral named Ross rushed towards the ghost Carl with scarlet eyes, wanting to fight Carl desperately. The companion behind hurriedly roared to stop it, but it was a step too late. The black light swept across, engulfing the rushing Ross Vice Admiral. When the black light moved away, Rhodes Vice Admiral had disappeared. Like countless Marine soldiers who died tragically, they completely turned into air. Killing a Vice Admiral is no different from killing a low-level soldier in Carl's view. They all crush an ant to death. Hateful. Behind him, Marine Vice Admiral burst into tears and trembled with anger. He had never been so hopeless and powerless as at this moment. At the same time, the follow-up power of Carl's nuclear radiation also exploded. The invisible nuclear radiation spread to every corner of Marineford, enveloping everyone. One by one the fleeing Marine soldiers noticed their strangeness one after another. Their skin festers at a speed visible to the naked eye, their hair falls out quickly, their teeth fall out, their skin ages rapidly, and their bones are as fragile as tofu. One after another, the Marines vomited black blood, and then the whole body exploded, leaving no whole body dead. Terrified screams continued to sound, one after another, appearing in every corner of Marineford. The atmosphere of panic weighed on the hearts of all Marines, causing them to collapse. Help me! A Marine fell to the ground and kept coughing up blood, stretched out his rotten arm and begged for help from his companion. But when his companion saw his miserable appearance, he was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, not daring to take a step closer to him. With a cry of despair, Marine fell to the ground and died tragically on the spot. And another Marine soon followed in his footsteps. Death is like an infection, constantly falling on the tens of thousands of Marines on the island. At this moment, the Hell Shinigami has really descended, and is ruthlessly harvesting everyone's lives. Retreat, everyone retreat! Vice Admiral and below Marine, all evacuate Mado. Marshal Sengoku noticed the abnormality on the battlefield and ordered to retreat immediately. He looked at Carl, the ghost and god who slaughtered Marine like Kamui like a prison, and felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. At the same time, there is a deep fear. Carl's method of killing people is simply too cruel, and too terrible. Let you die without knowing it. Isage. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Admiral Aokiji and Kizaru shot with all their strength, killing the ghost Carl desperately. But in the end, only the superficial layer of ghosts and gods in another dimension was hurt. They know that Carl's body is hidden inside the ghosts and gods, but there is nothing they can do about him. Fistbone Meteorite. Vice Admiral Garp's combat power is fully activated, and the 100-meter area around him is covered by the invisible armament Haki field. A punch blasted out, and Armament Haki's terrifying fist strength merged to distort the atmospheric space. With a loud bang, a huge fist print appeared on the chest of the different dimensional ghost and god, and the huge body also took a step back. But it's just one step. Garp's full attack can only shake the ghosts and gods of different dimensions. Is that all? 893. The ghost Carl roared, the 6 huge arms raised again, and the black light instantly swept every corner of Marineford. Howls of fear came and went, mixed with the sound of explosions. An atmosphere of despair and desolation permeated Marineford, filling every corner of this area. On the distant sea, the red-hair pirates and the white-beard pirates are docking here. They looked at the tall ghosts and gods on the Marineford battlefield with scorching eyes, and looked at each other in shock. No wonder he dared to stay alone. I never imagined that he still hides such terrifying strength. This is Shinigami Carl's true strength. No, maybe not yet. Shinigami Carl, how strong is this man? Marine is in danger. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the danger now is not Shinigami Carl surrounded by Marines, but Marines. Carl is hitting Marine alone. Although Marine has an army of 50,000, there are still many high-level Marines. But if the fight continues like this, the loser will definitely be Marine. Is it only to this extent? In the center of the battlefield, the ghost god Carl roared again. The head on the front looked at Marshal Sengoku, who commanded the battle behind the army, and burst out with extremely cold killing intent. As soon as the summit war started, Carl had severely injured Sengoku. But every time he wanted to kill him, someone would stand up and stop him, and then rescue him. So let Sengoku linger until now. At this moment, Carl's killing intent has been decided. Sengoku, die! The ghost Carl raised 6 arms and aimed at Sengoku behind the army. The 6 arms released nuclear radiation black light at the same time, and the 6 paths black light shot out, fused together in mid-air, and shot towards Sengoku. Chapter 98. The speed of the black light was as fast as ultimate, and the moment it appeared, it had already reached Sengoku's eyes. Sengoku stared wide-eyed at the black light rays coming from the lasing, dazzling golden light erupted all over his body, and his whole body quickly turned into the form of a giant Buddha. Sengoku has been seriously injured and has no power to use the fruit. But now that he is in a desperate situation, Sengoku can't control that much anymore. Desperate is death, not desperate is also dead. Sengoku will not stand still. Buddha shock Senju Tathagata. Thousands of palms on the golden Buddha incarnation slammed towards the black light at the same time. A terrifying shock wave roared out, colliding with the black light rays. Sengoku's golden Buddha's body was bloody all over, and dense cracks spread all over his body in an instant. This is Sengoku's final blow, and even if he is not killed by Carl's attack, he may die from his injuries after using it. Boom! At the moment when the extreme moves collided, the stalemate did not appear. The black light blaster knocked out Sengoku's Buddha blaster with unstoppable momentum. Then, with undiminished power, it hit Sengoku's golden Buddha body directly, engulfing him completely. Eventually, the black light shot out to the ocean behind Marineford, hitting the sea. Rumble! A huge mushroom cloud exploded overseas, and the mushroom cloud soared into the sky, with a height of more than 3,000 meters. A huge sea eye appeared in the sea, and the terrifying sea of flames spread in all directions, as if to evaporate the sea. There was a dead silence on the battlefield. Countless Marines looked at the place swept by the black light rays, and the Marshal Sengoku who was standing there had disappeared. Like countless Marine soldiers, they were turned into gas by Carl's black light rays, leaving no trace. Marshal Sengoku, utterly fallen. Ding! It's detected that the host killed Marshal Sengoku, completed the 4th stage of the King's Road mission, and got the reward, Conqueror's Haki Field. The electronic system sounded, and an incomparably huge force poured into Carl's body. In the blink of an eye, Carl's Conqueror's Haki evolved and reached the realm of Conqueror's Haki. As long as Carl moves his mind, he can open the Conqueror's Field. In the field, Conqueror's Haki is everywhere, attacking and defending together. With the new power, Karl's strength suddenly increased a lot. But countless Marine soldiers fell into endless despair. Your Excellency the Marshal! Marshal Sengoku! Hateful! Countless Marines roared angrily and burst into tears. And I don't know how many Marines are kneeling on the ground, beating the ground, hating their own weakness and incompetence. Damn Shinigami, how many more people do you want to kill? Sinister BD, don't open. Why not die? Why not die? Why? Countless Marine soldiers let out heart-piercing roars, but behind the anger was endless unwillingness. Sengoku. Vice Admiral Garp looked at the place where Sengoku died, muttered to himself, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Garp is very sad, he lost too much in this war. First it was the beloved grandson Ace, and now it is the comrade-in-arms brother for decades. All of a sudden, Garp's body appeared a wave of depression. Don't stay sad, Garp. What we have to do now is to take the rest of the people out of here. Crane Vice Admiral came behind Garp and said. Sengoku would do the same if he was still alive. No one can die anymore, Marines' loss is already too great, too big for us to bear. The only one who can lead Marine to evacuate now is you. Are you going to let Shinigami Karl go? Vice Admiral Doberman had a bad temper and exploded on the spot. The enemy of Sakazuki Admiral, the enemy of tens of thousands of Marines who died tragically, and the 5 elders, and now Marshal Sengoku is also added. Killing so many people, Shinigami Karl must pay. That's right, kill Shinigami Karl at all costs, even if it means dying together. The Hawk faction Marine executives disagreed with the Vice Admiral's suggestion to retreat, and still wanted to continue fighting. In order to eliminate Shinigami Karl, they are not afraid of death. It's no longer possible. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head calmly and said, with our current power alone, it is impossible to destroy the Shinigami. If the fight continues, we must be the ones who will be wiped out. Retreat. All the high-level Hawks Marine lowered their heads, their faces full of unwillingness. They all knew what Crane Vice Admiral said was right, but they just couldn't be reconciled. Damn, damn! Why? Why is Shinigami Karl so strong? He's just a brat. Several Marine Vice Admirals burst into tears and roared to the sky, but no one could answer them. Subsequently, many high-ranking Marines began to lead their Marines to retreat. Do you want to leave now? Not enough people died. The Ghost and God Karl roared to the sky, radiating black light to reproduce the dust. There was an explosion, and the sea of flames engulfed Marines' life continuously. The ubiquitous nuclear radiation also caused countless Marine soldiers to die miserably. Rumble. A large fragment of Marineford's collapsed island completely sank to the bottom of the sea in the sound of the explosion, and even the thousands of Marine soldiers on the fragments also sank to the bottom of the sea. Shinigami Karl, are you really going to kill them all? Garp roared angrily, and hit the ghost god Karl's chest with more than a dozen consecutive punches, directly piercing the ghost god's huge body through a big hole. Unfortunately, Karl's body is not there. With Karl's thought, the damaged body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you kill everything, you can avoid future troubles forever. Isn't this the consistent style of Marine? Garp, you can't be so naive until now. I told you, no Marine can get out of here alive today. The ghost Karl roared to the sky, his back fluttered and 2 wings grew out. The wings whipped up a strong wind, and flew into the sky with the huge body of ghosts and gods. At the same time, the ghosts and gods raised their 6 arms at the same time. Terrifying radiant black light bloomed and condensed in the centers of the 6 palms, forming a black ball. The black ball became larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the diameter of the black ball exceeded 100 meters. This black ball is composed of the purest nuclear radiation, and the moment it appeared, it has already exploded with extremely terrifying nuclear radiation. The invisible shock wave of nuclear radiation swept past, Countless Marine soldiers screamed in pain and despair. Then the body exploded, leaving no bones left. T number F. Looking at the huge black ball in the hands of ghosts and gods, Garp's pupils constricted, and a strong fear surged into his heart instantly. Karl's previous black light ray was already terrifying, and now he still uses this kind of move. How terrible will the power be? Retreat quickly! All the top Marines on the battlefield were roaring. Admiral Kizaru fired flash bombs at Karl, trying to interrupt Karl's moves, but it didn't work. Aokiji directly created a mountain-like iceberg to defend against Karl's attack. Each iceberg is hundreds of meters high, and when connected together, it looks like a new island. Karl didn't care about this, he just turned on the nuclear radiation to the maximum. It's over. Super black nuclear fission mysterious universe. Karl threw down the black ball in his palm. Zhao does. The black ball turned into a stream of light and instantly hit the ice mountain below. The terrifying explosion resounded in an instant, making the world silent and the sun and the moon pale. Unprecedented mushroom clouds bloomed in the icy mountains, and the flames soared into the sky with a height of 5 kilometers. Terrifying shock waves and raging flames roared past, tearing and melting the iceberg inch by inch. Marine, who was hiding under the ice mountain and had no time to retreat, was instantly wiped out, leaving only a shadow. Then the shadow disappeared. Where the explosion wave and flames go, the ice mountain collapses and sags. Shock waves visible to the naked eye caused spatial shocks, and even Naval Headquarters elite vice admirals couldn't resist them. The Marine elite vice admirals broke their tendons and fractured their bones, sprayed blood from their mouths, and then their bodies exploded. Flesh vaporizes and dissipates. The terrifying sea of fire almost completely engulfed the entire Marine fort and the surrounding waters, and there was no safe place within tens of kilometers of Fang Yuan. Admiral Kizaru was terrified and fled overseas in the form of golden light. He drove his speed to the highest in his life, breaking through the limit again and again. Maybe even Kizaru himself didn't think that his speed could be so fast. Chapter 99. Admiral Aokiji didn't escape, he braced his seriously injured body to release the air conditioning with all his strength. The temperature on his body and around him has reached absolute zero, even the space is frozen. But at the moment when the shock wave of the nuclear explosion descended, the frozen space was instantly torn apart. The cold air and the flame collided with each other, and the mountain-like iceberg was instantly melted, but was rebuilt by Aokiji. It's a pity that Aokiji's cold air couldn't stop this ultimate nuclear explosion, and he was finally defeated. Hateful. Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, and the surviving Marine Vice Admiral stared in horror at the terrifying shock wave and sea of flames, all waiting to die in despair. In front of this force, even Garp is extremely weak and powerless to resist. Hiss! Just when the shock wave of the nuclear explosion and the flames were about to engulf Garp and the others, a huge gap suddenly opened in the space behind them. The space rift releases super strong gravity, swallowing Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, and several Marine Vice Admirals into it. The sudden rescue made Garp overjoyed, and quickly called Aokiji, who was struggling to resist the sea of flames, to retreat. Aokiji, come here. Aokiji glanced behind him from the corner of his eye, showing a reassuring smile, and then waved his hand to create an iceberg to block the space crack. Don't want. Aokiji Admiral. Kyuzan. Seeing this, Garp and others understood Aokiji's plan. You go, I can't go. Aokiji sprayed blood from his mouth and nose, and the blood that flowed out was all blacks. His arms have long since disappeared, and now he uses arms made of ice. 820 Aokiji is very aware of his injuries, and knows that even if he escapes from this battlefield, he will not be able to survive. Instead of this, it is better to stay behind and fight for a chance for Garp and others. The space crack slowly healed and finally disappeared completely. Aokiji showed a calm smile, finally couldn't hold it anymore, and stopped instilling cold air. Without Aokiji's cold infusion, the huge iceberg in front of him was instantly destroyed. Terrifying shock waves and sea of flames roared in, completely engulfing Aokiji. In the sky, Carl in the ghost body of another dimension frowned. His observation haki has been covering the entire marine fort, and he is very sensitive to the atmosphere inside. At the moment when the space crack appeared, you clearly caught the new strange breath. Then the auras of Garp, Crane Vice Admiral and 3 Marine Vice Admirals disappeared at the same time. Carl knew that the 5 of them were rescued. Is it the hidden power of the world government? Carl originally thought that the only one who could survive this move was Kizaru, who escaped the fastest. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, a mysterious space-type user would appear and rescue Garp and others. Those with space abilities are unpredictable, coming and going without a trace. As long as they hide in a different space, they cannot be harmed without the power to shatter the space. No matter how powerful Carl's nuclear explosion is, it can't shatter the space, so he has nothing to do with that mysterious space-type ability user. The world government has been established for 800 years, and its heritage is really profound. However, the loss of Marine this time is enough to make the world's government feel heartbroken. Carl dissipated the body of ghosts and gods in another dimension, and looked at the raging nuclear explosion below. The terrifying nuclear explosion raged for more than half an hour before slowly stopping. When the flames dispersed, a huge sea eye with a diameter of several kilometers appeared on the sea. Marine Fort has completely disappeared, leaving no trace of existence. Carl made a move to the universe and killed tens of thousands of Marines in Marine Fort. Together with Admiral Aokiji, Marine senior management also suffered heavy casualties. Except for Kizaru who escaped by himself, and the 5 Garp who were rescued by the mysterious space-type abilities, no other Marine survived. In this summit war, almost all of the 100,000 elite gathered by Marine were wiped out. Marine Marshal Sengoku died in battle. Admiral Akainu died in battle. Admiral Aokiji died in battle. Vice Admiral Bastiu died in battle. Vice Admiral died in Hwashaishan. All Titan Vice Admirals were killed. Marine's death list is long enough to write a book. Never since Marine's inception has there been a loss of this magnitude. Even the Battle of the Valley of the Gods more than 30 years ago could not compare to this battle. Ding! It's detected that host kills Marine Admiral Aokiji, completes the second stage of the King's Road mission, and gets rewards, Conqueror's Haki Entangling, Mountain Demon Bogong, and Monkey Charm. The system's electronic beep sounded, and Carl's reward had arrived. The new power appeared in Carl's body out of nowhere, and Carl naturally learned Conqueror's Haki Winding. The Conqueror's Haki can be used in much the same way as the Armament Haki. When Carl opened the Conqueror's Haki field, he already had a deeper understanding of how to use Conqueror's Haki. Even without system rewards, Carl is confident that he can learn Conqueror's Haki in a short time. Besides, Carl got a new demon. Bogong, the mountain demon, possesses the ability to overeat, eat, swallow and spit out. She can spit out what she swallows in the form of energy. The larger the volume, the higher the damage. Simply put, the demon Bogong can devour everything in the world. In addition, she can also crush mountains and move mountains. Dashin is just a plaything in her hands. In addition to being extremely powerful, Bogong also has rough skin and thick flesh, and super defensive power. Her size can be gigantic, and even gigantic. In this state, Bogong's digestion power doubles, and the Chuanzhong Rice King is super big. The more you eat, the bigger and more destructive Bogong will be. Theoretically, Bogong can even swallow everything in the world for a long time. In a sense, Bogong is a lot like the gluttonous Big Mom. They are all women who like to overeat, and they are all monsters with rough skin, thick flesh, and strong defense. It's just that Demon Bogong is much scarier than Big Mom. In addition to the Demon Bogong, Carl also got a monkey charm this time. The monkey charm is one of the 12 magical powers of the Fire Demon Lord, which can turn everything into an animal appearance. It sounds ordinary, but in fact the ability of the monkey charm is terrifying. If one of the 4 emperors is turned into a mouse by the monkey charm, that 4 emperors is useless. Theoretically, the monkey charm can instantly kill 4 emperors, or even any strong man in this world. There are 5 stages in the King's Road, and Karl only completed 3 stages this time. Although it is not perfect, the harvest is already very rich. Coupled with the rewards for beheading Blackbeard and holding the sword 5 elders, Karl felt very satisfied. It's time to go back. Karl Eugen broke through the air, flew more than 10 kilometers away, and saw the red hair pirates and whitebeard pirates parked on the sea. Haven't you left yet? A smile curled up on the corner of Karl's mouth, and he flew towards the pirate ship below. On the bow of the pirate ship, the red-haired Shanks, Beckman, Marco, Jotzi, and others stood side by side. They did not go far after leaving Marineford, but have been stopping overseas to watch the game. Seeing the aftermath of the battle caused by Karl's release of the Xian universe was too terrifying, and the regiment withdrew to a distance of more than 10 kilometers. The mushroom cloud soaring into the sky can be clearly seen even if it is more than 10 kilometers away. Even though it was so far apart, many strong men of the 2 pirate groups felt fear in their hearts. Naval headquarters is over. Redhead Shanks said with a long sigh. I don't know how many people died in Marine. In this battle, Marine really suffered heavy casualties. It may not be possible to recover in the next few years or even 10 years. Shinigami is really too ruthless, and the methods are too ruthless, it's scary. It's hard to believe that a single Shinigami destroyed the entire Marine. I don't know what kind of future the world will go to. The future is created by people. Without Marine, we have a chance. Karl's voice echoed across the sky. The redhead looked up, and saw a flash of lightning shooting towards them. With a flash of lightning, Karl had already appeared at the bow of the ship. Shinigami. Seeing Shinigami's arrival, all members of Red Hair Pirates entered into a fighting state, their faces full of vigilance. All the cotters looked dignified, with their hands on their weapons, ready to strike at any time. Karl glanced at the crowd with a playful smile, and said lightly, "Don't be nervous, I'm not here to fight." The redhead took a step forward and asked, "Do you have anything to do with us?" Shinigami. Chapter 100. The redhead stepped forward and asked, "Do you have anything to do with us?" Shinigami. Karl said with a smile, "It's nothing serious, just going through a big battle and exhausted too much energy. I want to find a place to rest and replenish my energy. Red Hair Pirates are so generous, they shouldn't mind treating me to a meal." The redhead smiled boldly, "Of course, as long as it's not an enemy, I don't mind. Little ones, move all the food out." Red Hair gave an order, and the pirates under him immediately moved out a large amount of food from the cabin. Under the operation of the chef, the fragrance was soon smelt in the air. "Please use it, you can eat as much as you want, just treat it as my treat." As he spoke, the redhead poured a glass of rum for Karl himself. Karl picked up the wine glass and drank it down, taking a long and carefree breath. While Karl was having dinner with the redhead, Marco brought several captains of the Whitebeard pirates to Redfirth. "Oh, it's Marco, let's have some food together." Karl looked at Marco, holding a piece of bone meat and said, "No, I have no appetite." Marco shook his head slightly. Afterwards, Marco brought Jaws, Vista, and others to Karl, and everyone bowed to Karl at the same time. "Thank you this time, Shinigami, the Whitebeard pirates owe you a favor. Whenever, as long as you need it, we will pay it back. Even if we sacrifice our lives, we will not hesitate. No need, just forget about favors." Karl waved his hand and said, "The Whitebeard pirates and I are just a short-term cooperative relationship, or a relationship of mutual use. Now that the war is over, the partnership is naturally over. Besides, I got what I wanted too. Naval headquarters is gone, and the 100,000 Marine elite army has been wiped out. If you try to block my way in the future, Marine will not be able to send troops. As soon as these words came out, both the red-haired group and Marco's group fell into shock. Marine is really wiped out. A pirate from the red-hair pirates couldn't help asking. Of course, none of the 100,000 Marines survived. Carl said calmly. Even Sengoku, Garp and Admirals are dead. The redhead couldn't help but ask. Garp isn't dead, but Sengoku is. Carl said calmly, in addition to Sengoku, Aokiji is also dead. Kizaru ran so fast that he managed to save his life. Carl's tone was flat. Speaking of beheading Marine Admiral, it was as common as eating and drinking. But the countless pirates who heard this were all shocked and their heads buzzed. That's Marine Admiral, Marine Admiral. All of them are strong men standing on the subversion of the world, and all of them are monsters with destructive power. But now, they all died at the hands of Shinigami Carl. Looking at Carl who was devouring his food, the people of Red Hair Pirates took a few steps back without any trace. No way, they are afraid. Such a monster is something that everyone will be afraid of. Shinigami, what exactly are you trying to do? What is your purpose? The redhead looked at Carl quietly for a while, and couldn't help asking. Ah? Don't you know? Carl smiled slightly and said, I want to rebel. For his purpose, Carl never hides it. Even in the face of Marine, facing the four emperors, he can speak out confidently. However, these words are too sensational for pirates. As soon as this remark came out, all the members of Red Hair Pirates posted emoticons. One by one, they widened their mouths, stretched out their tongues, their eyes popped out of their sockets, and their hands stretched out in a gesture of surrender. Everyone's movements are uniform and exactly the same, and I don't know if they have been rehearsed in advance. Are you going to be king of the world? The redhead asked in a low voice. What? Can't you? Carl looked at the redhead and smiled playfully. The redhead said with a serious expression, if you do this, the world will be in chaos. Do you know how many people will die? A lot of people are dying now, right? Carl sneered and said, I don't need to say more about how evil and violent the world government's rule is. I don't need to say more about how sinful the celestial dragons are. Everyone in the world thinks that pirates are evil and kill countless people. I don't know that the government of the world has killed more people. Pirates kill people on the surface, while the government of the world kills them secretly. Pirate killings are killing one by one, killing small towns one by one, but the government of the world is killing countries one by one. Every year, there are as many countries that go bankrupt and perish because they can't pay the money from the sky. When each country dies, millions of people will die. Compared with the government of the world, how many people have been killed by pirates? My kingdom of Romanov is the best example, just because of a few words of instigation by a greedy official. With the whim of the celestial dragons, the entire Romanov kingdom was almost wiped out, and millions of people were caught in the fire. What qualifications does such a regime have to rule the world? Since they have no way, don't blame me for rebellion. The world government has ruled the world for 800 years, and it's time for a change of master. Carl's voice was as cold as ice, full of killing intent. Everyone present could hear the firmness in Carl's tone. Carl is not joking, he really wants to rebel, to overthrow the rule of the world's government, and establish himself as king. The redhead finished drinking a glass of wine with his head up, sighed and said, You remind me of someone like this. Rocks, right? Yeah, Rocks. The redhead nodded and said, back then he also wanted to be the king of the world. Not only was his own strength terrifying, but he also gathered many top-notch fighters, even Whitebeard was a member of his ship back then. 0. Ask for flowers. The original Rocks pirate group was a veritable world overlord, and no pirate group can compare with Rocks. But the Rocks lost in the end. The redhead said in a low tone. So you think I'll fail too? I have no idea. The red hair shook his head and said, I can't see your future, I can't predict it. I only know that there must be a reason why the government of the world has not fallen for 800 years. To overthrow it is not something that can be done overnight. I know, so do you want to help me? Carl suddenly said with a smile. What? Redhead froze for a moment. Carl smiled and said, You heard me right, I'm inviting you. Do you want to join forces with me? As soon as these words came out, the pirate ship fell into a dead silence instantly, and a needle could be heard. All the pirates looked at Carl and the redhead, waiting for the redhead's answer. 0. If the redhead really agreed to Carl's invitation, the world would be shaken and turned upside down once the news came out. The redhead took a deep look at Carl, shook his head slightly and said, I'm not interested in ruling, I just want to live freely with my partners, you should find someone else. Free? Carl laughed mockingly, the world is big, but it's also small. As long as the government of the world exists, no place will be free. You know that very well. But if you're not interested, I won't force you. I hope that in the future, you will not become my enemy. I hope so. Carl and the redhead toasted to each other, and they both drank a glass of fine wine at the same time. After drinking, Carl looked at Marco and the others again, and asked, What are your plans for the future? Marco stopped drinking, shook his head and said, I don't know, send Dad and Ace to the ground for peace, and we'll talk about it later. Not only Marco was confused, but other members of the Whitebeard pirates were also confused. They are all people who have followed Whitebeard for decades, and they have long been accustomed to following Whitebeard's orders and galloping on the sea. Now that Whitebeard is dead, they have lost their direction in life. Many people are still immersed in the grief of Whitebeard's death, and there is no time to think about the future. Then do you want to help me? Carl said with a smile, anyway, Whitebeard has already agreed to give me all his land before he died. If you come to help me, I won't have to work hard to take over the land. Take refuge in you. Marco frowned slightly. When he received Carl's invitation, his first reaction was of course to decline. Marco is loyal to Whitebeard. Even though Whitebeard is dead, he still regards himself as a member of the Whitebeard pirates, and never thought of joining others. But this person is Shinigami, it's another matter. Chapter 101. For Carl's invitation, Marco hesitated. But he thought about it carefully, and suddenly felt a little moved. With Whitebeard dead, the Whitebeard pirates are doomed to fall apart. The people on the main ship of the Moby Dick are fine and probably won't leave. But those affiliated pirates will definitely leave. They turn to Whitebeard, and only Whitebeard can suppress them and protect them. Now that Whitebeard is dead, it is impossible for everyone to bow their heads and bow down with Marco and others alone. The best way to keep the family left behind by Whitebeard is to turn to a strong man. The other 4 emperors are not desirable, only Shinigami is the most suitable. The Whitebeard pirates and Shinigami Carl have fought side by side in the Summit War, and all members believe that Carl is trustworthy. In addition, the Whitebeard pirates owed Carl a favor, and it was repaying the favor to join him. Marco, Jaws, Vista, and the others looked at each other, nodded without a trace, knowing what the other was thinking. Marco looked at Carl and said, I haven't thought about it yet, and I'll give you an answer of 823 when I think about it. Well, I'll wait for you for a week, and I hope that when the time comes, you will bring me good news. With that said, Carl threw a life card of his own to Marco. Marco took the life card and said, the Whitebeard pirate group is too big, and all the 43 affiliated pirate groups that participated in the war suffered heavy casualties. I will obey their will. If someone wants to leave, I will not stop. Okay, it's their loss not to take refuge in me. Carl said confidently. Okay, I'm full too, let's go here. Carl stood up and said, I won't go to Whitebeard's funeral, I'm waiting for your good news in Romanov Kingdom. With a thought, Countless small fragments flew out of Karl's clothes and combined into a long sword. Karl Eugen pierced through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at Karl's disappearing back, the redhead took a long time to look away. "Marco, are you really going to join Shinigami?" "Maybe." After finishing a glass of wine, Marco said, "After all, Shinigami is our best choice at the moment. You know how ambitious he is, so you still want to rely on him." Marco did not answer, leaving only wordless silence. The red hair took a deep look at Marco and the others, and sighed, "Since you have already made up your mind, I won't say more. If a man chooses his own path, he can only bear the consequences." Of course the redhead could tell that Marco and the others were very interested in Karl's invitation. The reason why it is said to consider a week is to leave time to discuss with the affiliated pirate group. In short, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates defected to Shinigami Karl, and this matter has been irreversible. Thinking that Karl's power will be expanded again, Redhead's heart becomes even heavier. Holy Land Marie Joy's, Pangu City. In the resplendent palace, the area is very large, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. The empty palace was unguarded, and the space suddenly trembled slightly, and ripples appeared. With a hiss, a huge crack opened in the space, and 5 figures fell out of the crack in a panic. These 5 people are Vice Admiral Garp, Chief Staff Officer Vice Admiral, and the 3 elite naval headquarters Vice Admirals of Flying Squirrel, Doberman, and Stolo Berry. The 5 of them, plus Admiral Kizaru who fled alone, were the last 6 survivors of the Summit War. All Marines are wiped out except them. Thinking of this, Garp's heart was filled with grief and anger. He gritted his teeth tightly, clenched his fists and beat the ground continuously, tears rolling down. Damn it, did Marine lose just like that? Aokiji Admiral died too. Why is this happening? The 3 naval headquarters Vice Admiral also beat their chests and burst into tears. Shinigami, it's all Shinigami. We wouldn't have failed miserably without him. It's all because of him, it's unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. The 3 Vice Admirals gritted their teeth, their scarlet eyes almost devouring. The hatred for Shinigami Karl has reached the point where the water of the world's oceans cannot be washed away. Must kill Shinigami, must kill him, kill, poof. Vice Admiral Doberman roared in a low voice, and suddenly opened his mouth to spurt out a mouthful of black blood. The whole person fell face down powerlessly. "Hello, Doberman, what's the matter with you?" Stolo Berry next to him was shocked when he saw this, and hurried forward to help Doberman. But in the next second, he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of black blood. At the same time, endless severe pain came from all over the body, causing Stolo Berry to roll all over the floor. With a bang, Stolo Berry's back suddenly exploded, and a piece of flesh exploded directly. "You!" Just as the flying squirrel was about to speak, his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. Only then did he realize that the wound on his body had completely rotted away. Moreover, the rotten area is spreading to the whole body at a speed visible to the naked eye. He felt himself getting weaker and weaker, more and more tired. His eyelids were as heavy as a mountain, and he couldn't help but want to fall asleep. The fatigue emanating from the cellular level made the flying squirrel irresistible. It's a side effect of Shinigami Karl's ability. Garp looked at the 3 of them and said solemnly. Karl's ability is too terrifying. He has the ability to erode flesh and make cells upgrade. This ability is persistent, and it will be affected as long as it is recruited. Garp had already collected some information about Karl's ability during the previous battle with Karl, and made corresponding speculations based on this. Garp shook his fists indiscriminately, the skin and flesh on his fists had already festered, and it was obvious that he had been tricked zero. It's just that his armament haki is powerful and has resisted most of the nuclear radiation, so he is less affected. The injuries of these beards had little effect on him. Doctors from the Holy Land came in a hurry and sent the 5 Garp people to the hospital for emergency treatment. At the same time, 5 elders already knew the final result of the war. Among the powers in Pangu City, the air was dead silent, and a needle could be heard falling. The 5 elders were sitting on the sofa, their faces were as cold as frost, and their bodies exuded a murderous aura. One has already died, and there are 4 of you left. I hope that next time I see you, you are still alive and well. A gap was opened in the space in front of 5 elders, and an indifferent voice without any emotional fluctuations came out of the space gap and echoed in 5 elders' ears. For the owner of this voice, the 5 elders were very respectful, even a little scared. All 4 of them lowered their proud heads. We understand, and we are deeply sorry for disturbing Lord Julius's deep sleep. You should be sorry not for disturbing me, but for your incompetence. A voice came out again from the crack. Master Yumua gave the world to you 5, and asked you to guard his garden. But your performance disappointed him too much. You should think about it carefully, how to explain to Lord Im. After speaking, the space crack slowly closed, and Julius left quietly. The 5 elders looked at each other and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Facing this man named Julius, they were all very nervous and frightened. Julius gave them such a sense of oppression that they couldn't think of resisting at all. The highest official position in the world is 5 elders, but in fact there is only one real master of 5.5, and that is Im, the king of celestial dragons. There are also 3 personal guards under Im's command, and they are the most trusted subordinates of Im. In terms of status, the 3 day guards are also ranked above the 5 elders. To put it cruelly, 5 elders is a fart in front of the 3 guards. Julius just now is one of the 3 personal guards under Im's command, and he is a paramecia space fruit capable person. The 3 personal guards followed Im all year round and were responsible for protecting Im's body when he was asleep. If there was no crisis of the destruction of the Holy Land, they would not come out. This time, the 5 elders in the Holy Land had no choice but to ask Julius to help because they were too afraid of Karl's strength, and they were worried about the 5 elders holding the sword alone. It's just that Julius was one step too late, and the sword 5 elders were killed before he reached Marine Ford. In the end, Julius only rescued 5 people. Marine's casualties this time were too heavy. Not only did the 100,000 elite die, but Sengoku, Sakazuki, and Kyuzan all died. Marine is almost dead in name only. The blonde 5 elders couldn't help shaking his head, feeling very powerless. Chapter 102. Marine's casualties this time were too heavy. Not only the 100,000 elite were killed, but Sengoku, Sakazuki, and Kyuzan were all killed. Marine is almost dead in name only. The blonde 5 elders couldn't help shaking his head, feeling very powerless. Curly-haired 5 elders said, Marine is very important, it is the gateway to the world government, it cannot be left to weaken like this, it must be rebuilt. The immediate priority is to rebuild the force and find someone who is good enough to take Admiral's place. Open the world conscription, only this method can recruit enough troops in a short time. Okay, let's do it, let Kong do it. But Sengoku died in battle, who will be the next Marine Marshal? The best candidate was Sakazuki. His aggressive personality and iron-blooded methods are in line with the expectations of our world government. It's a pity that he is a waste and died in the hands of that brat. Kyuzan is dead too, so we can't let Kizaru be the marshal. 2 of Marine 3 admirals died, and Kizaru, a salted fish, became the only survivor. It seemed that Admiral's position was about to fall on his head inexplicably. However, the 5 elders all felt a chill at the thought of Kizaru being the marshal. Kizaru is not good, his character is not suitable. The bald-headed 5 elders said in a deep voice, let's wait for the candidate for the marshal first, let Kong lead the work of Marine first. He is the last marshal of Marine, if it doesn't work, let him reset. Okay, let's do it like this. 04. Seconded. In a few words, the 5 elders decided the future of Marine. Suddenly, the air became quiet again, and the power fell into a dead silence. The 4-5 elders looked at the place where the 5 elders with their swords often sat, with a trace of sadness and anger in their eyes, and at the same time, a sense of sorrow for the death of a rabbit. None of them expected that the 5 elders with swords would be gone forever. At the same time, 5 elders also had a great fear of Shinigami Karl, for fear that they would follow in the footsteps of 5 elders with swords. Shinigami Karl, this man must be eliminated, at all costs. The power circle returned to calm, only endless murderous aura reverberated in the room. The Summit War ended with the death of Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace, the collapse of the Whitebeard pirate group, and the annihilation of the naval headquarters. This news cannot be concealed, even if the government of the world wants to conceal it, it cannot be concealed. The whole of Marineford has been wiped from the sea by Karl, and anyone with a discerning eye can see it at a glance. Not to mention the fact that the war was being publicly broadcast live until the destruction of Marineford. Before the second day of the end of the war, the news had already spread throughout the world. Morgans, the bald bird, was very excited, and ordered his newspaper office to print newspapers at the fastest speed, and sent the newspaper delivery bird to the whole world. This time he didn't charge any money, and all the newspapers were given away for free. The only winner of the Summit War, Shinigami Karl Huster, the new world's strongest. Marshal Sengoku has fallen. The murderer is Shinigami Karl. Shock. Shinigami Karl fights alone against Marine Admiral, kills Akainu first, then Aokiji, Kizaru escapes. Horror. Shinigami Karl bloodbath naval headquarters, wipe out 100,000 Marines. Single-handedly destroy Marineford, Marine is completely terminated. Who else is Shinigami Karl's opponent? Karl will be the new One Piece. Karl declares rebellion to the world and will challenge the government of the world. How big is Shinigami Karl's ambition? Even One Piece doesn't care. King of the world. Karl is the future master of the world. The sensational headlines attracted the attention of countless people and spread the influence of the war to the world. In the Summit War, the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses, and the naval headquarters was wiped out. It seems that both sides are hurting and there is no winner. But after reading the newspapers, everyone knows that there is a winner in this war, and that is Shinigami Karl. During the war, Shinigami Karl successively killed Admiral Akainu, Marshal Sengoku, a mysterious high-ranking official, the identity of the 5 elders is unknown to the world, plus killed Admiral Aokiji and bloodbathed naval headquarters. A series of victories let the world see the terrifying strength of Shinigami Karl. After the news spread, the whole world recognized that Shinigami Karl is the strongest in the world after Whitebeard. It's lost, naval headquarters is actually defeated, even the marshal is dead, and 2 admirals are dead. What will it be like? What will the future of this world be like? Is the world going to end? I thought that after Whitebeard's death, the sea would return to calm, but I didn't expect Shinigami to be more terrifying. God, please bless your people. The moment they saw the newspaper, countless civilians fell to the ground in fright. There are also many God believers kneeling down to pray. Shock is justified, and so is fear. After all, Marine has never been let go since its establishment 800 years ago. Under the guidance of the public opinion of the world's official government, Marine will always be the strongest, and Marshal Marine and Admiral will always be invincible. There is no one in this world who can stand against Marine, everything about Marine is justice. This concept has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In the history of more than 800 years, no one has ever been able to shake naval headquarters. Even the One Piece King Roger more than 20 years ago, the only One Piece who dominated the Grand Line and was recognized by everyone, was chased and run around the world by the hero Garp. The Golden Lion who broke into naval headquarters single-handedly was also beaten into Impel Down in the end. Before the war broke out, everyone believed that the Whitebeard pirates would be defeated. Even though the Whitebeard pirates are the #1 pirate group in the world, Whitebeard himself is the strongest man in the world. They also have no chance of winning. The final result was guessed by everyone. Whitebeard was indeed killed in battle, and Roger's bloodline Fire Fist Ace was also killed. The Whitebeard pirate group fell apart and almost collapsed. If the war only goes so far, it's a big win for Naval Headquarters. However, the appearance of Shinigami Carl made the ending of this war very different. This man beheaded the Marine Marshal and 2 Marine Admirals by himself, killing 100,000 Marine elites. The cruelty of the means and the ruthlessness of the attack are simply outrageous and make the world tremble with fear. Yeah, ha ha ha. Naval Headquarters is nothing more than that, it was destroyed by one person. Marine is wiped out. From then on, no one can stop us. The future will be the era of my Lord Plague God. In every corner of the sea, people who were afraid to go out to sea because of the fear of the Marine all rushed to the sea at this moment. Carl destroyed the Naval Headquarters, 403, by removing the mountain that weighed on them. The ambition in their hearts was finally completely released. Naval Headquarters has been defeated? Ha ha ha, the era of freedom has finally come. Laozi will definitely become the next One Piece. What 4 emperors, what Shinigami, will be defeated by Laozi? Boom! An island was burning ragingly, and the flames filled the sky. The sound of fighting, howling, and crying came and went, filling every corner of the island. Pirates attack towns, such things happen every day, and it has long been a common occurrence. But after the news of Naval Headquarters defeat spread, the number of pirate attacks on towns suddenly increased by more than 100 times. Pirates all over the world rioted, and even some brave pirates gave up plundering towns and plundered countries instead. They no longer value the property of a mere town. The arrogance of pirates has reached an unprecedented peak, far surpassing the era of great pirates opened by Roger. Ha 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 ha. Weakness is the original sin. It is the honor of your life to die under the hands of my Lord Bluebeard. You should be grateful. A pirate with a blue beard laughed wildly and beheaded a woman with a knife. A group of vicious pirates rushed up behind him and bloodbathed the whole town. The Naval Headquarters who defend justice have been defeated. Even the Marshal and Admiral were tortured and killed. The so-called justice and order are so vulnerable. This world belongs to freedom, to heroes. It belongs to me, Bluebeard. Chapter 103. Countless pirates in the name of freedom and self-proclaimed heroes sailed out to sea and caused countless tragic massacres all over the world. Blood and flames, death and despair began to spread in this world. In this era where all heroes rise together and go berserk. No one can stay out of it, and no place can be called absolutely safe. Come on Kira, Whitebeard is dead, and it's time for us to enter the new world. On a pirate ship, a man with a red hedgehog head laughed loudly, bursting out with a powerful aura. He is Kid, the supernova pirate with the highest bounty in the evil generation. He has nothing to fear from rushing into the new world. Kira, who was wearing a mask behind him, followed closely behind Kid without saying a word. Whitebeard is dead, and the throne has been vacated. In a split second, the island of Whitebeard will be the target of public criticism, for the sea will soon be buzzing. While Shinigami Carl is most likely to be crowned emperor, we have a chance. Let's go, march into the new world. Hawkins, Uraj, Caponebeeg, Drake, the supernova pirates of the extremely evil generation rushed into New World one after another. They are the seedlings of the new generation of pirates, each with unlimited potential. 1. Peace is real. Whitebeard, is this your answer to the world? Sabayati Archipelago, Pluton Rayleigh sitting on a big tree, a few tears streaming from the eye sockets under the glasses. Roger, Shiki, Whitebeard, Sengoku. There are fewer and fewer heroes in the sea. Rayleigh took a deep breath, poured the wine in his hand on the ground, and let the dead friend too die. Although I really want to see you again, but it's not the time for me to leave. Let me, a retired old man, see the new era of rampage. Rayleigh looked at the endless sea in the distance with burning eyes, his eyes were deep, and his thoughts drifted to the distance. Hey, Lao Lei, are you going to the casino? Suddenly a voice interrupted Rayleigh's emotional life. Rayleigh turned to see a man waving at him. Old Lei, do you want to go to the casino? Go, of course. Rayleigh quickly jumped from the tree. The man asked, are you rich? No, but I'll have it when I get to the casino. Even if not, as long as you sell yourself, you will have money. A handsome old man like me should attract a few rich women. Rayleigh stroked his beard and said confidently. Although Pluton is old, his confidence remains the same. Back then, Pluton Rayleigh was also a handsome man who was popular among thousands of girls. Okay, stop talking nonsense, it's just you? Still being spotted by a rich woman. The man gave Rayleigh a blank look. If you can be spotted by a rich woman, I'll take off all your clothes and do a handstand around the Sabayati archipelago. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh laughed, taking one last complicated look behind him. As he said, Rayleigh is just a retired old man now. He just wants to witness the coming era of rampage with his eyes, and doesn't want to interfere in person. Now that you are retired, you should retire honestly, and leave the new era to the young people. Shinigami Karl Schuster, the king of the Romanov kingdom, a powerful new world country, has defeated Admiral Akainu and 4 emperors Kaido successively since his debut. In the summit war between the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, he single-handedly killed the 3 top players, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Aokiji, and Marshal Sengoku. In the end, he showed the power enough to destroy the world, massacred the 100,000 Marine elites in naval headquarters, and destroyed the entire Marine fort. Today, when Kaido is defeated, the Whitebeard pirates are falling apart, and naval headquarters is completely collapsed. Can we think that Shinigami Karl is invincible and the closest person to One Piece? One Piece? I'm not a pirate, what kind of pirate king am I? Among the high-altitude clouds, Karl looked at the report written by the bald bird Morgans, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. That bald bird, I will make him into a roast chicken one day. Karl dropped the newspaper casually. Yujian's speed increased suddenly. What 4 emperors, One Piece, and Karl are all not interested. From the beginning to the end, Karl has only one goal, and that is to rebel. How can being the king of the world be more exciting than being the king of the pirates? Hey? This looks like Punk Hazard. Karl flew in the sky overlooking the sea, and suddenly an island appeared in his sight. On the island, a purple smog rose into the sky, filling the entire island and surrounding sky. A flock of seagulls flew over the island and soon died of poisoning and fell from the sky. Karl was very impressed with this island. It is Punk Hazard. There used to be a marine science base here, but it became a dead island because of an accidental experiment that caused a poisonous gas leak. After the Marines sealed it off, it should have been no man's land. However, the arrival of the scientist Caesar transformed the island into a scientific experiment base. It turns out that this island was originally like this. Karl descended from the sky and hovered over the island overlooking the island below. The purple gas visible to the naked eye is all over the entire island, and almost no life can survive here. If there is no accident, Admiral Akainu and Admiral Aokiji will choose this place to fight for the position of Marine Marshal, and then turn this place into Ice and Fire Island. It's a pity that both Akainu and Aokiji are dead now, and the island is destined not to be transformed. Mad scientist Caesar, there is some use value. A sneer appeared on the corner of Karl's mouth. Yujian flew towards the center of the island. The entire island was covered in poisonous gas, but there was no poisonous gas around the experimental base in the center of the island. After all, there are still humans living here. Karl's observation Haki has already sensed the presence of humans in the base. With a flash of sword light, Karl had already appeared at the gate of the experimental base. Who? At the gate of the experimental base, a few miscellaneous soldiers in protective clothing saw Karl and rushed towards Karl immediately. The 2 miscellaneous soldiers were very decisive and shot directly. Bang! 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 Intensive gunshots rang out, and the bullets shot at Karl's vitals at high speed. Karl's figure flickered, and after dodging bullets, he teleported directly behind many miscellaneous soldiers. With a bang, Karl didn't see any movement, and all the miscellaneous soldiers who rushed up exploded, leaving no bones left. With a loud bang, Karl kicked the gate of the experimental base away. More miscellaneous soldiers rushed out of it. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There is an intruder, go and notify the owner. A miscellaneous soldier roared loudly, and the rest of the miscellaneous soldiers rushed towards Karl and surrounded him instantly. Who are you? Whoever he is, kill him. He must not be allowed to leave alive. The things here can't be leaked. Since I've been discovered, I have no choice but to die. Punk Hazard's experimental base is top secret and must not be known to any outsiders. Caesar had long since given the order to remove all intruders. Kill. All the miscellaneous soldiers swarmed towards Karl St. Lai. Some use knives, some use guns, and the weapons are different. Karl's face was expressionless, and he swept everyone with cold eyes, with a trace of scarlet, good king's, red covering his pupils. Boom! Eyes widened, Conqueror's haki exploded. All the miscellaneous soldiers who rushed up were all shocked, their eyes turned white and they lost consciousness. Karl walked all the way to the core of the experimental base, and all the miscellaneous soldiers along the way fainted at Karl's feet. Weird, monster. Shinigami, he's a Shinigami. Finally, some soldiers recognized Karl's identity, and they were scared out of their wits, paralyzed on the ground and dared not move. Tears, snot, and wetness. Then his head hurt, and his consciousness fell into darkness. In the core laboratory of the base, a cloud of purple smoke is constantly hovering in the air. This group of purple smoke has the consciousness of a human being, constantly changing its shape, and finally turned into a human with horns and a wretched laugh. Caesar Courant, Logia gas fruit ability user. Ha 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 ha, the experiment went well, don't worry, Joker. Caesar smiled at a pink phone bug. After my experiments, the success rate of man-made devil fruit has reached 1/10. Chapter 104. Caesar said, after my experiments, the success rate of man-made devil fruit has reached 1 in 10. In the near future, the success rate will be greatly improved. Zixashixixi, then I will wait for your good news, Caesar. It's really reliable, as expected of my most satisfied subordinate. Doflamingo's voice came out of the phone bug, still exaggerated and unrecognizable laughter. After Caesar defected to Marine, he first defected to Big Mom, and then defected to Doflamingo from the Big Mom pirates. Caesar worked with Doflamingo to create man-made devil fruit, which led to a partnership with the Four Emperors Kaido. Joker is Doflamingo's code name in the Dark World, and Joker is also one of the kings of the Dark World. Doflamingo is the Marine's 7 warlords of the sea on the surface, secretly the Joker of the Dark World King, and was once one of the celestial dragons. Multiple identities allow Doflamingo to have connections all over the world, which can be called black and white. Doflamingo continued, after the Summit War, the world pattern is about to undergo drastic changes. If you want to restrain the group of monsters in New World, you must have a bigger bargaining chip in your hand. Caesar, everything depends on you, don't let me down. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, Joker, I am the strongest scientist in the world. Caesar grinned, in addition to man-made devil fruit, I'm still developing the ultimate killing weapon, which will definitely satisfy those monsters. Hey 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 hey, good. Chhhhhhhhhhh. Caesar elementalized into a ball of gas, while making a sharp laugh, while 773 circled back and forth in the air and flew. At this moment, the door of the laboratory was pushed open, and a miscellaneous soldier rushed in a panic. It's not good, Master, the big thing is not good. The miscellaneous soldiers shouted with fear, there is an intruder breaking in. What? Caesar's expression changed, and he quickly asked, who is the intruder? Where are you now? What about the guard outside? Why not eliminate him? The intruder is. The miscellaneous soldiers stared wide-eyed and sweated profusely. Because of too much fear, he has already slurred his speech. It takes a lot of courage to say that name normally. Waste. Seeing the faltering subordinates, Caesar impatiently slapped him flying, and turned on the monitoring screen to observe the situation. Time-quality monitoring phone bugs have been installed in every corner of the entire de Rice Rosa. Caesar can understand everything outside the experimental base. It's him. How could it be him? Why? Why is this man here? When Caesar saw the intruder's face from the surveillance screen, he broke out in a cold sweat. He took a few steps back tremblingly, and finally sat down on the ground. How could he not recognize this face? Shinigami Carl, the scariest monster in the world today, the new strongest person in the world. And seeing where Carl appeared, he has already invaded the inside of the laboratory. It is only one, step away from the room where he is. Why? Why is this man here? Caesar's eyes widened, his limbs trembled uncontrollably, and his clothes were wet with sweat. Hey, what's up? Caesar, what's going on? Doflamingo's low growl came from the phone bug. Obviously, Doflamingo on the other side of the phone also felt something was wrong. Shinigami is Shinigami and the one who came is Shinigami Carl. Joker, did you hear? It's Shinigami. He. Caesar grabbed the phone bug and hissed, as if grasping at the last straw. However, before he could finish speaking, there was a loud noise. The door to the lab was smashed open with a huge force, slamming into Caesar's face. Fortunately, he is a Logia-capable user and can be elementalized. Otherwise, just this one blow may seriously injure him. Caesar was startled, and the phone bug in his hand dropped to the ground. Hi, Caesar, how are you doing? Hello, hello. The phone bug kept ringing Doflamingo's voice, but Caesar was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground and dared not speak. Seeing Shinigami Carl walking towards him, Caesar crawled backwards involuntarily, until he leaned against the corner of the wall and couldn't retreat before stopping. Only leaning against the wall can give him a sense of security. Don't come here, don't come here, don't come here. Caesar crossed his arms for protection, yelling wildly. He is a Logia-capable user, with a bounty of hundreds of millions, and his combat power is not weak. Even in the new world where there are so many strong players, Caesar's strength can still have a place. But facing Shinigami Carl, Caesar didn't even have the courage to make a move. Carl glanced at the scared Caesar, smiled contemptuously, and picked up the phone bug on the ground. Doflamingo's roar continued to ring out. Hey, Caesar, Caesar, call back. Caesar has no time to answer right now. Carl said lightly. It's you, Shinigami Carl. It's me. I didn't expect that we would get in touch again so soon, Doflamingo, you impressed me very much, Summit War. Carl said playfully, I really didn't expect that you still hide such a big secret on this dead island. There are two tricks, you are indeed a joker who can take both black and white. What do you want to do? If you want to know what I want to do, come and see for yourself. Carl said calmly, talking to me through the phone bug, you're a little too arrogant, Doflamingo. After speaking, Carl directly hung up the phone bug. From now on, there will only be the two of us left here. How do you think I should deal with you? Carl looked at Caesar who was huddled in the corner, and smiled ferociously. Caesar was so frightened that tears burst into tears, he shook his head frantically, no, don't come here. New World, de Rice Rosa. Seeing that Carl cut off the call, Doflamingo was so angry that he crushed the phone bug. Damn it, that damned BD. Doflamingo's heart surged with anger, the veins on his forehead bulged, and the blood surging in his veins could be seen faintly. Dover, what shall we do? Next to him, the cotter Torrible had a runny nose and an anxious expression on his face. If you look carefully, you can find deep fear hidden in the depths of Torrible's eyes. The person opposite is Shinigami Carl, we are not his opponents. If ordinary people dared to provoke Doflamingo like this, the family cotters like Torrible would have already set off to kill people. Unfortunately, this time the enemy is Shinigami Carl, a monster who personally defeated the 4 emperors Kaido and beheaded Marine Admiral and the Marshal. The family cotters like Torrible don't even have the courage to face Carl. I'll go there myself. Doflamingo raised his head and said in a deep voice. No, young master, you must not go. Pika, one of the cotters, stopped immediately with a very sharp voice, like a sissy. This time the enemy is Shinigami Carl, even the young master is no match for him, so don't throw yourself into a trap. Pika is right, Buddha. Diamandi, one of the cotters, also stopped. If it's not possible, let's abandon Caesar, at least the family can be preserved. Facing the threat of Shinigami, we can only back down. Although they were unwilling, the Donquixote family really had no other choice. If the enemy is too strong, retreat as soon as it is time to retreat. This is the way of wise people. No, artificial devil fruit wouldn't be possible without Caesar. Doflamingo shook his head and said, without man-made devil fruit, we can't explain to Kaido. Once you provoke that monster, we. Doflamingo didn't say what happened next, but all the cotters present knew it. Anger Kaido, their end will only die. Ever since Kaido was defeated by Shinigami, his temper has become more irritable, and his holy spirit has also increased day by day. The current Kaido will kill if there is a disagreement. In previous transactions, Doflamingo would not have dared to provoke Kaido, let alone now. Okay, it's decided. Doflamingo stood up abruptly, and a few feathers fell from Pink Red's coat. I can feel that Shinigami didn't come here to kill someone this time. If he wants to kill someone, there's no need to beat around the bush like this, we can't hide either. I feel that there may be a surprise this time. XI. Doflamingo grinned his trademark strange grin, and jumped out of the window. He flew in the sky with a thin thread, and soon disappeared. Chapter 105 New World, Punk Hazard, in the experimental base. Carl sat on the chair, and Monet, the Birdman cotter under Doflamingo, respectfully presented a glass of red wine and grilled steak. Caesar was still sitting in the corner, trembling, not daring to look at Carl. Carl smiled and said, "Do you want to eat together?" "No. No need, you can enjoy it slowly." Caesar laughed dryly and shook his head hastily. All he wanted now was for Doflamingo to come quickly. He faced Shinigami Carl alone, and the pressure was too much. "Don't be so nervous, I didn't intend to kill you." Carl cut the steak with a knife and said, "Anyway, you are also a scientist, and to me, useful. How? Do you want to, come and do something for me?" "Ah." Caesar was stunned, with a dry smile on his face, not knowing what to say. If he could join Shinigami Carl, Caesar would certainly be willing. After all, there is no stronger backer than Shinigami in the sea right now. If there is a Shinigami covering him, Caesar will be fearless. But he was afraid that Carl was joking with him, sowing the relationship between him and Doflamingo. After all, Snow Maiden Monet is still here. He is Doflamingo's eyeliner in Punk Hazard, responsible for monitoring Caesar and delivering information. If he knew that Caesar intended to betray, Doflamingo would never let him go. When Carl backtracked and said that he was only invited as a joke, then he really wanted to cry. "I'm not kidding you." As if hearing Caesar's voice, Carl continued, "The technological power you possess is very useful to me, so you can live now. Otherwise, you would already be a corpse." Carl's eyes widened, exuding a murderous intent, causing Caesar's neck to tighten and his scalp to go numb. How? Think about it. No. No need, I promise, I promise. How could Caesar dare to refuse Shinigami's request, and nodded quickly. Although Monet, the snow girl next to her, felt angry, she didn't dare to talk nonsense. Caesar is useful, so he can stay alive. But she is useless, Carl can kill her at any time. When Carl finished the last piece of steak, he suddenly frowned. Caesar and Monet didn't understand what they meant, but Carl showed a playful sneer. You came so fast, Caesar, it seems that Doflamingo values you very much. Carl's observation hacky enveloped the entire punk hazard. As soon as Doflamingo entered the sky above the island, Carl found him. Caesar grinned dryly twice, shed a few drops of cold sweat, and dared not speak. About 2 minutes later, a black shadow broke into the base laboratory at lightning speed. A few pink feathers fell slowly, and Doflamingo revealed his real body. Hey, we meet again, Shinigami Carl. Doflamingo smiled strangely at Carl. What do you want from me? You don't come to kill me, do you? Carl sneered. If I came to kill you, what would you do? Will you fight me to the death? Or kneel down and beg for mercy? Doflamingo's face changed, and then he continued to give a strange smile. Ha, it's really dangerous, I'm really scared. Just tell me, what exactly do you want from me? But before that, can you release Caesar first? After all, he is my loyal and reliable subordinate. Doflamingo looked at Caesar who was standing behind Carl. Caesar lowered his head guiltily, not daring to look at Doflamingo. Doflamingo also said that Caesar was his loyal subordinate, but he didn't know that Caesar had defected to the enemy just a few minutes ago. Carl said lightly, to be honest, I discovered this island by accident. However, I have also heard of Caesar Courant, and his ability is very useful to me. So, starting today, Caesar is my subordinate. What? It's impossible. Of course Doflamingo would not agree. Without Caesar, he couldn't make artificial devil fruit, and he couldn't cross like Kaido. The enraged Kaido will definitely crush him to death. Carl taking Caesar away is tantamount to letting Doflamingo die. Shinigami, I will not agree, Caesar is my subordinate, I will not let you take him away. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged, and a cold killing intent erupted from him, covering the entire laboratory in an instant. You don't need to agree, Doflamingo. Do you think you alone can stop me? Carl smiled playfully. Also, Caesar is now my subordinate. Ask him if he wants to go with you. If he wants to, then I don't care. As soon as this remark came out, Doflamingo immediately burst into anger, and instantly rushed towards Caesar behind Carl with murderous intent. Caesar ducked his head and hid further back. Carl took a sip of red wine from his glass, and said calmly, Tell him, Caesar, who are you now? Caesar was afraid of Doflamingo's murderous intent, but he was even more afraid of Shinigami Carl, so he could only bite the bullet and say, Sorry, Joker, I have taken refuge with Shinigami now. Boom! The terrifying murderous aura was almost condensed into substance, creating a violent storm in the laboratory. Doflamingo's expression was contorted, and the veins on his forehead were bulging, almost bursting his blood vessels. Although murderous intent cannot cause substantial harm, it can cause a major blow to people's will and soul. Caesar cried in fright, and hurriedly shrank behind Carl, trembling. Don't be impulsive, Flamingo. If you act rashly, you will die. Carl's eyes swept away, and the murderous aura in the laboratory was instantly swept away. Carl and Doflamingo looked at each other, sparks seemed to shoot out in the air. Suddenly, Doflamingo let out a muffled snort, and stepped back a few steps in a row spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face paled in an instant, and his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Shinigami, you! Doflamingo looked at Carl, startled. He knew that Carl was very strong and surpassed him, but he didn't expect to be so strong. Carl obviously didn't make any movements, just a look, which actually hurt him. The attack is invisible and qualityless, even observation haki is difficult to capture. He had no idea how he was hurt. This is the Conqueror's haki realm, and attacks are everywhere. Although he only played a little bit, it was enough to injure a mere Doflamingo. What do you want? Are you really going to die? Doflamingo's face finally changed, and he growled with a ferocious and distorted expression. Carl said indifferently, "The fish is dead and the net is broken? You don't have the qualifications yet. I know, you have cooperation with Kaido. Without Caesar, you can't make artificial devil fruit, Kaido will take his anger out on you. Since you know, if you still want to take Caesar away, you are forcing me to a dead end. So I pointed out a clear way for you, give up Kaido and cooperate with me." Carl said lightly, "Kaido is not my opponent. You give up cooperating with him and cooperate with me instead. Even if you anger him, I will face him." XIXIXIXI. Doflamingo wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, grinned and said, "I can't believe what you said. Why? If you turn back on your promises when things come to an end, I will be the one to die. Besides, de Rice Rosa is thousands of miles away from the kingdom of Romanov, how can you block Kaido for me? Could it be, do you want to put your monster in my country?" Doflamingo knew that Carl had a demon under his command to stop Kaido. As long as there is a demon Dikui, there is nothing to do with him. But he won't allow that to happen. Putting Dikui in de Rice Rosa is to lure wolves into the house. At that time, it will not be certain who de Rice Rosa will listen to. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your kingdom, it's too small." Carl looked at Doflamingo and smiled mockingly. "Besides, if I really want your country, you can't stop it." "Wait, Kaido won't live long," Carl said calmly, with no expression on his face. "What?" As soon as this remark came out, Doflamingo's eyes widened immediately, and Caesar and Snow Maiden Monet beside them were also shocked. Of course they understood Carl. Doflamingo asked in a deep voice, "Are you going to attack Kaido?" Carl said, "I've waited a long time, let him live for such a long time, he's worth it. It's time to send him on his way." After speaking, Carl drank the red wine in the glass directly. Doflamingo fell silent, his expression kept changing, and finally he relaxed. "I know, I will stop working with Kaido immediately." Chapter 106. As long as you know. Carl smiled slightly, "Doflamingo, you are a smart man. Some wise people live longer than others. I hope you are the former." Carl patted Doflamingo on the shoulder and walked out of the laboratory. Caesar was left in Punk Hazard by Carl. It has to be said that this island is very suitable for experiments. Sad, the raw material for man-made devil fruit, is also here, and the experimental base cannot be relocated for a while. After Carl left, the laboratory fell into a dead silence. Caesar and Doflamingo looked at each other, sweating profusely, and finally showed a wretched dry smile. Hey, Joker, it's not my fault, he's a Shinigami. You know, I can't resist. So, don't blame me, I have to." Boom! Before Caesar could finish speaking, Doflamingo punched him in the face. The whole person shot backwards, smashing a big hole in the wall behind. Although he didn't dare to kill Caesar, it was still possible for Doflamingo to beat Caesar to vent his anger. 840 hum. Doflamingo glanced at Caesar, who was buried by the wreckage of the wall, snorted coldly, turned and left. The iconic hands in pockets, stepping on a pace that no relatives recognize, the way of walking of the flamingo cannot be imitated by others. Once you dare to learn, you will definitely be beaten on the road. Wait, Shinigami, today's me won't just let it go. No one can guarantee an absolute victory until the end. One day, you will pay for your arrogance. Hey, 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 hey. Doflamingo's sharp wild laughter echoed in the corridors of the laboratory, extremely penetrating. Wherever he walked, countless small cracks were cut out on the walls, floors, and ceilings. When Doflamingo walked out of the experimental base, a mountain facing the gate of the base was cut off in half. Karl's contempt and disdain towards him made Doflamingo furious. A day later, Karl returned to the New World Romanov Kingdom. The residents of the whole kingdom cheered and held a big banquet to celebrate the triumphant return of King Karl. Karl fell from the sky and landed in the palace hall, and 2 rows of beautiful maids came out to greet him immediately. 50 on the left and 50 on the right. All of them are tall, fair-skinned, and have a face value of over 90 points. Join His Majesty the King, and welcome His Majesty back. All the maids saluted Karl at the same time, and their movements were in unison. The maids looked at Karl with hot eyes, like a tiger seeing meat, eager to pounce on it and take a bite. How is this going? Karl asked with a smile. When Karl left, there were not so many maids in the palace. How come there are so many people in the blink of an eye? This is all arranged by His Majesty Flanders. Maid Alice came up and said with some taste. Father. That's right, they are the top 100 in the kingdom's beauty pageant. Alice pointed to the maids and explained, His Majesty Flanders disliked that His Majesty Karl's harem was too small, so he took all the top 100 contestants into the palace. Oh! Father Wang is quite wise. Karl frowned and chuckled. Don't get me wrong, Karl despises this wicked and corrupt life. But as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Only by experiencing the corrupt life firsthand, can Karl sharpen his will and become stronger. Karl thought so, so he reluctantly brought 100 maids into the palace. Besides, after the old King Flanders retired, he had nothing to do every day, and his only wish was to hold his grandson in his arms before he died. Karl naturally won't let him down. Afterwards, Karl took the maid into the palace banquet hall. Food and wine have already been prepared, waiting for Karl to return. Okay, let's get down to business. After the meal, Karl looked at Alice and asked, Where are Enel and Badgers? Return to your Majesty, they have dispatched their own troops. When did you leave? Yesterday, but they have just received news that they are already on their way to the kingdom. As soon as Alice finished speaking, Karl received a system prompt. Ding! It is detected that host has captured 5 neighboring countries around Romanov, completed the second stage of the task of expanding the territory, and received rewards, a top-level devil fruit, General Nagia of the Ghost Shadow Corps, the original ninja army, Ghost Shadow. There is another devil fruit in Karl's system space, and at the same time, there is a devil's breath in Karl's shadow. Nagia, the general of the Ghost Shadow Corps, is the original ninja army, and his appearance is the ghost soldier who is closest to human beings. Completion of the second task means that both Enel and Badgers have conquered a country. Today, the 5 countries surrounding the kingdom of Romanov have all been annexed by Karl. Go down first. Karl looked around at the crowd and ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. All the maids bent down to salute, and exited the banquet hall with reddish faces. After everyone left, Karl called softly, Come on. With an order, Karl's shadow instantly split into 3 parts. The ghost generals ika Bart and Nagia appeared one after another. See Master. The 3 ghost generals knelt down on one knee to salute at the same time. Get up. Thank you Master. In addition to the newly obtained Nagia, Karl has already obtained 3 of the 9 ghost generals. In addition, Karl, the 8 great demons, has also gotten 2. Today, Karl is not only powerful, but also has a huge army under his command. With the help of the Ghost Shadow Corps, it will be easier to expand the territory. Immediately, Karl issued orders to the 3 ghost generals. Ika, Bart and Nagia, the 3 of you are going to the 3 kingdoms of Transit, Shariputra and Amir. All the royal families and nobles will not stay. Yes, master. The three of IKA saluted respectfully, turned into black shadows and sank to the ground, disappearing. After the three left, Carl took out 2 devil fruits from the system space. One is obtained by beheading Blackbeard, and the other is obtained by destroying the country. This is dark fruit. Carl has seen the devil fruit illustrated book, and the appearance of the dark fruit is exactly the same as the fruit in Carl's hand. The system also responded, "Return to host, this is dark fruit. Kill Blackbeard, not only get his double fruit constitution, but also get his ability." When Carl thought about it, he suddenly realized that it made sense. What about the other one? Back to host, the other one is the mechanical fruit of Paramecia. Mechanical fruit? I haven't seen it before. There is no record of mechanical fruit in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, apparently it has never appeared before. But you can tell from the name that the mechanical fruit must be related to the mechanical aspect, that is, to the technological aspect. Although I don't know its specific ability, but I think it is comparable to Carl's guess. If used well, it can play a big role. Dark fruit, mechanical fruit. Carl looked at the 2 devil fruits in his hands, and didn't intend to eat them himself. Although he has now obtained the double fruit constitution, he can eat the second devil fruit, but the ability of the second fruit must be cautious. Neither dark fruit nor mechanical fruit is suitable for Carl. The attack power and destructive power of radiation fruit are very strong, which can be called natural disaster level, so there is no need for devil fruit Carl in terms of attack. What Carl wants most is the ability of the space system. The mysterious space-type abilities that appeared in Summit War made Carl see his own shortcomings. The 5.0 radiation fruit is very strong, and its destructive power can be called the number 1 in the world. But no matter how strong it is, it can't break the space and hurt the people hiding in the different space. In other words, the person who appeared in the Summit War this time is an existence that Carl cannot kill anyway. Sooner or later, Carl will go to war with the government of the world, and sooner or later, he will confront the space ability user. If you want to win the final victory, you must gain the power to fight against space-type abilities. It's just that there are too few space-type devil fruits. Devil fruit is a rare item, let alone a space system. So far, Carl only knows 2 space system devil fruits. One is the door fruit of CP9 Bluno, the other 10 are the mysterious strong man. In addition, shock fruit can also shatter space, which is barely connected with the space system. However, after Whitebeard's death, shock fruit has disappeared. Space Department devil fruit is extremely rare, and there is no 1 in a million. Even for Carl, it is more difficult to get one. Chapter 107. The night engulfed the earth, and the kingdom of Romanov was also shrouded in darkness. In the dead of night, the capital city is still brightly lit and bustling with hustle and bustle. Under Carl's rule, the kingdom of Romanov became the most powerful country in the world. Residents live and work in peace and contentment, and have no worries about food and clothing, so they naturally start to look for spiritual entertainment. So the nightlife is getting richer and richer. In the evening, the liveliness of the king is not inferior to that in the daytime. Call. A gust of wind blew by, and a figure quietly appeared on the top of a bell tower. The whole body of this person was wrapped under the cloak, and his face could not be seen clearly. The fleeting eyes contained an incomparably sharp coldness and brilliance. Is this the kingdom of Romanov? It's really unexpected that the country of Shinigami Carl can be so peaceful inside. The man was condescending, looking down at the entire capital. His observation haki covers the entire kingdom, exploring all the breaths inside the kingdom. He can perceive joy, peace of mind, excitement, and other emotions from these breaths. These emotions are all produced by human beings living in a peaceful environment. Negative emotions such as despair, sadness, and anger, he perceives very little. Unlike those countries he had been to before, the kingdom of Romanov was almost a kingdom of heaven. All civilians live and work in peace and contentment, and live a happy life, which is simply an ideal country. 04 The leader of the famous revolutionary army came to my country all the way, what's the matter? Just as the man was carefully observing the capital, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. The man turned around, revealing a serious and ferocious face. The man has red square tattoo on his left cheek, and the strangest thing is that he has no eyebrows. This person is the most ferocious criminal in the world, the leader of the revolutionary army, Monkey D. Dragon, who is wanted by the government of the world. When the dragon entered the kingdom of Romanov, Karl had sensed his breath. The strength of the dragon is very strong, comparable to the 4 grass pirates. His breath is as conspicuous in Karl's perception as the sun in the dark night. And when he saw the dragon's dress, Karl had already recognized his identity. At the same time, the system also released new tasks. Ding! Host triggers a new mission, Double Dragon Club. It is detected that the leader of the revolutionary army, Long, appears in the country of the host, and the purpose is unknown. Ask the host to find out the real purpose of the dragons coming here, and defeat or kill it. Mission reward, Armament Hacky Field. Karl listened to the system prompt in his head, his gaze and observation Hacky kept on keeping a firm focus on the dragon. The dragon took off the hood covering his head and smiled calmly at Karl. To disturb His Majesty Karl's sleep in the middle of the night, it is my disrespect, craftsman courtesy round monster. Karl walked to the edge of the top of the tower, looked at the capital below, and calmly said, "Don't talk nonsense, just talk about your purpose. As the leader of the revolutionary army, you have traveled thousands of miles to my country, and you will never come for tourism." 17. What do you want to do? Karl smiled playfully, and said coldly, "Isn't it planning to start a revolution in my country?" Her Majesty Karl was joking. Long also walked to the edge of the top of the clock tower, stood side by side with Karl, and said slowly, "I just want to see His Majesty Karl's kingdom, and confirm one more thing by the way." "What's up?" "I want to confirm, what kind of person is the famous Shinigami Karl?" Karl smiled and said, "I want to know about this too." "How? Do you have an answer?" "No." Long shook his head and said, "Your Majesty Karl's mind is deep and unfathomable, I can't see it. However, I can see that His Majesty Karl is a qualified king. Under your rule, the people of the Kingdom of Romanov live happily." Long looked at the royal capital below, and said sincerely, "I have been to many countries in the world, the first half of the Grand Line, the New World, and the Four Seas. Almost every place in this world has left my footprints. I rarely see any country whose people can live so happily, and the Kingdom of Romanov is the first." Karl chuckled, "I'll just take it as you are complimenting me. So, I want to reach a cooperation with His Majesty Karl." Long continued. "Cooperate?" "Yes, cooperate." A sharp cold light and murderous intent erupted in the dragon's eyes. "Please join hands with His Majesty Karl and the revolutionary army to defeat the world's government together. The people of this world have been oppressed for too long, and someone must free them. The corrupt world government is not worthy to be the master of this world, they are the source of all evil." Karl glanced at Long and smiled, "I really want to overthrow the world government, but my reason is very simple, that is rebellion. I want more territory, more power, higher status, more subjects. Only those who are loyal to me will I protect them. I don't care whether other people live or die. Dragon, your ideals are lofty, but too illusory. Only by attaining a certain status can one be qualified to protect civilians. But before that, all ideals are just empty talk, like the moon in the water, the flower in the mirror, visible but intangible. I know it's a little too far-fetched, but I don't agree with you." Long calmly said, "I believe that as long as enough people stand up and resist, one day the corrupt world government will be overthrown. By then, people all over the world will be able to live a carefree life. Hee hee, I hope." But why did you convince me to let me cooperate with you? Long looked at Carl and said seriously, it's because we both want to overthrow the world government. Although we have different opinions, we have the same purpose. Based on this alone, we have the possibility of cooperation. What about after overthrowing the world government? Who will be the new master of this world? Carl said with a playful smile, I will not give up the throne empty-handed. The position of the king of the world has been my goal from the beginning to the end. Long looked at the royal capital below, and said in a low voice, that is in the future, it is too far away from now. Wait until the day when the government of the world is destroyed, there will naturally be results. Carl smiled and said lightly, not everyone is qualified to cooperate with me. If you want to cooperate, you must at least show the capital of cooperation. Long said in a low voice, then I will ask His Majesty Carl for advice. Carl and Long met each other's eyes, and looked at the middle of the eyes, as if there were electric sparks blooming. With a whoosh, at the same moment, the two disappeared at the top of the clock tower at the same time. The wind howled, rattling Carl's hair and cloak. Carl Eugen flew rapidly, turned into a streamer and shot towards the Romanov kingdom overseas. The speed of the dragon is not weak at all, and the whole body is surrounded by a strong storm, keeping pace with Carl. Both of them were faster than lightning, and they had already arrived overseas in the blink of an eye. Although it was a duel, Carl and Long are both the world's top powerhouses, and the aftermath of the battle will definitely be terrifying. So it is impossible for Carl to place the battlefield in his own country. Radiation of light 8-foot Kyanguyu. During the flight, Carl waved his hand, his arm glowed with dazzling golden light, and shot countless flash bombs at the dragon. The speed of the flash bomb was extremely fast, and it completely enveloped the dragon as soon as it appeared. The impenetrable offensive blocked all the dragon's escape routes. Well done! I saw that the dragon didn't make any movements, just a look, and a strong storm broke out around him. The storm roared, forming a huge storm wall in front of him, blocking all the incoming flash bombs. The flash bomb exploded in the storm, blasting out large holes in the storm wall. But the hole quickly returned to its original shape. After a series of bombings, flash bombs and storms blasted the walls and both wiped away. Storm dance! The dragon shouted angrily, and a strong wind rose out of thin air, forming huge tornadoes and roaring towards Carl. There were 9 tornadoes in total, and tons of seawater were rolled up as they swept across the sea, completely tearing the calm sea surface apart. The underwater sea kings had no time to escape, and were involved in a tornado. The huge body was directly torn by the strong wind, turning into countless pieces of flesh. Blood stained the water, turning the waterspout into red. The strong wind even caused a tsunami, which unbalanced the sea and turned the world upside down. The most terrifying stormy weather in the New World can't match the tricks of dragons. Chapter 108. Well done, flashing flying sword. Carl grabbed it with his big hand, the golden light automatically condensed in his hand, and a gold long sword took shape instantly. Carl slashed forward with the sword in his hand, and a huge gold slash roared out, cutting off the 9 tornadoes rushing at the waist. Carl is now a peak swordsman, and he doesn't need to transform into a titan form, and he can strike at will at the swordsman level. After chopping and splitting the waterspout, it continued to move forward, carrying the power of breaking mountains and breaking seas, and flew towards the dragon in the distance. The dragon stepped on the void and was wrapped in a storm. With a flick of his figure, he teleported 100 meters away, dodging Carl's slash. Afterwards, the dragon flew high into the sky, and the black shadow flashed, shooting toward Carl like a meteorite. When Carl's observation haki captured the dragon's figure, he was already in front of Carl, his fist only half a step away from Carl's chest. Dragon Claw Fist. The dragon's fist was pitch black, and the surrounding space was distorted, wrapped in extremely dense armament haki and conqueror's haki. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the most vicious criminal in the world, Long is naturally a conqueror's haki awakener. Moreover, the Dragon's Conqueror's level has also reached a high level, and the winding skills are very proficient, and it has reached the point where it is easy to handle. Facing the attack of the ultimate move, Carl did not retreat but advanced, surrounded by thunder and lightning, faintly making the sound of thunder. The lightsaber wraps around Thunderbolt, covers armament Haki, wraps around Conqueror's Haki, slashes down with a sword, and collides with the dragon's iron fist. Lightning sword. Rumble. A loud noise spread, and a shock wave erupted from the place where the two moves collided, instantly tearing the sea under their feet. The sea water rolled and boiled, forming two huge waves with a height of tens of meters, rolling away behind the two of them. Carl's lightning sword and the dragon's iron fist did not touch each other, and the space between the fist and sword was distorted, triggering countless black and red lightning bolts. Lightning scurry around, shooting in all directions like a thunder snake. The two strands of conquerors bit each other at the same time as they collided, like two raging wild beasts. There was a faint roar. Rumble. The sky was full of dark clouds, thunder, and lightning. Carl and the dragon roared at the same time, their pupils were bloodshot. A terrifying momentum erupted from the two of them, hitting the sky. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, the clouds in the sky slowly opened a huge gap. The gigantic rift runs across the sky, stretching across the sky for several kilometers, as if splitting the sky in half. Boom! 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 Carl and the dragon collided with each other with fists and swords, fighting tens of hundreds of times in an instant. The terrible aftermath of the battle formed a huge black hole that appeared between the two of them, swallowing them instantly. The terrible shock wave squeezed the sea to form the sea eye, and the black-red light emitted by the black hole illuminated the entire sky, like the sun in the dark night. The first person to notice the movement of the battle was naturally the strong man of the Kingdom of Romanov. Enel and Badgers rushed to the overseas game one after another. "It's His Majesty the King." Enel's observation Haki instantly recognized Carl's breath. Badgers also saw Carl clearly. In fact, there is no need to guess, the two also know that one of the strong men who are fighting fiercely is Carl. The aftermath of the battle can be so terrible, and there are few in the whole world. Who is that other person? To be able to fight evenly with His Majesty the King, what a terrifying shixie! Badgers sighed secretly. Humph, what's the difference? His Majesty the King isn't serious yet. Enel snorted coldly and said, "Your Majesty the King probably won't even use 30% of his strength. Even so, that mysterious strong man is not easy. Also, I'm afraid he didn't resort to refuge." Badger's vision is also there, and he can vaguely see the strength of the dragon. No matter what, he can't be His Majesty's opponent. Dare to invade the Kingdom of Romanov, and the end result is death. A violent murderous look erupted from Enel. If the enemy wasn't too strong, he wouldn't be able to resist. Boom! 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 With the fierce battle between Carl and the dragon, with the two of them as the center, the area several kilometers away from Fang Yuan became a death jeopardy. Any aftermath of the battle can easily kill pirates with a reward of over 100 million. Thunderstorm. In the center of the battle, the dragon was forced back by Carl's sword, and after using his strength to flee far away, the dragon let out a roar. As if in response to his roar, the clouds in the sky suddenly sounded like thunder. A huge bolt of lightning broke through the clouds and fell from the sky towards Carl. Lightning again. Is the power of thunder and lightning also bad in the street these days? Carl was speechless looking at the thunder and lightning that hit his forehead. Lightning is a very powerful ability, comparable to natural disasters, so people who can drive lightning are generally master monsters. But Carl knows too many monsters that control the power of lightning. Not to mention Enel, he can also control lightning himself. In addition, Kaido and Big Mom in Four Emperors can also control lightning. Now even dragons can. I originally thought that only flame power is the most common, and it can be used by individuals, so Logia Maramara fruit seems a bit tasteless, and even dogs are disgusted by people. But now it seems that even thunder fruit may be rejected. Lightning sword. Carl swung his sword and slashed, a huge lightning slash pierced through the air, splitting the huge lightning pillar in two. Countless sword chi erupted, and the wreckage of the thunder pillar was completely torn apart. Such tricks are useless to me. If you only have this ability, you are not qualified to cooperate with me, dragon. Carl watched the dragon from afar, his voice rumbling. If that's the case, then I'm not going to be polite. Long stretched out his hand to catch a falling lightning, and his whole body was instantly engulfed by lightning. With a flash of lightning, the dragon rushed into the sea of high-altitude thunder and lightning. Immediately, a riot broke out in the thunder ocean. Countless scattered thunder and lightning were condensed together, as if they had spiritual wisdom. The high-density lightning gradually merged, giving birth to sharp claws, scales, heads, dragon horns, and dragon tails. Roar! A sound of dragon chant and roar came from the sea of thunder and lightning, shaking in all directions. Then, a huge dragon claw protruded from the sea of thunder and lightning, followed by the dragon head, dragon body, hind limbs, and dragon tail. When all the Brontosaurus were displayed in front of the world, the terrifying might of the dragon engulfed the conqueror's haki and threatened Fang Yuan for more than 10 kilometers. The thunder dragon is thousands of meters long, ferocious, and terrifying, and its whole body is made of high-density lightning. Some parts of the lightning have even liquefied. The clouds in the sky were torn apart, the wind howled, and the sea capsized. Lightning poured down like a torrential rain, completely changing the climate of this sea area. What is this thing? Badgers, who was watching the battle from a distance, was already stunned, muttering to himself, speechless, unable to describe the shock in his heart in words. Enel next to him also froze, and at the same time his strong heart was shaken. He claims to be a god who controls thunder and lightning, and he thinks that no one is stronger than him in the power of thunder and lightning. But since coming to Qinghai, monsters have appeared one after another. People who are stronger than him in commanding thunder and lightning also appear one after another. Kaido and Carl will not talk about it, and now there is another mysterious person. It actually used lightning fusion to form a kilometer-long thunder dragon. Whether it is the density of lightning, the control over lightning, and the amount of control of lightning, they are far above him. This is no longer something that can be described by a few kings, billions of volts. Even Enel's ultimate move, Lei Ying, in the form of Thor, cannot be compared with the thunder dragon in front of him at all. Compared with dragons, Enel is really far behind. At this moment, Enel's mentality collapsed. Badgers also gave Enel a sympathetic look, and couldn't help shaking his head. He really felt sorry for Enel. This sad god, since he entered Qinghai, has gained nothing, but has gotten the most blows. Although the battlefield is outside the sea area of Romanov Kingdom, it is some distance away from the kingdom. But the terrifying fluctuations in the battle, as well as the hissing and roaring thunder and lightning dragon still attracted the attention of the people of the kingdom. What is that? Is it the thunder dragon? Could Kaido come again? Seeing the thunder and lightning dragon hovering in the sky, many people immediately thought of Four Emperors Kaido. After all, there are lessons learned from the past. Whether it's Kaido or not, as long as His Majesty is around, we'll be fine. That's right, don't worry at all. His Majesty will protect us. Four Emperors Kaido are nothing more than the defeat of His Majesty the King. Chapter 109. Four Emperors Kaido, but His Majesty Karl's defeat. None of the residents in the kingdom felt panic, not even children. Many people even moved out their chairs to the rooftop for a banquet. Come on, let's keep playing and drinking. Go on the music, go on the dance. While watching the final battle of the summit of the world, while drinking fine wine and eating barbecue. Is there anything more enjoyable in this world than this? You know, the only people in the world who can receive this kind of treatment are those from the kingdom of Romanov. In the center of the war, Karl looked at the lightning dragon hovering in the sky with burning eyes, and his fighting spirit instantly became high. Well done! That's the way it should be. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, if he didn't have this ability, he wouldn't be worthy of being the world's most vicious criminal. Light radiation sword of judgment. Karl roared furiously, his body glowed with golden light, and he instantly turned into a huge golden man over 100 meters in size. The thunder light sword in his hand also deformed, and the blade continued to extend, exceeding 100 meters in an instant. Karl slashed furiously with his sword, schemed over the body of the thunder dragon, and instantly cut off one of its claws. The broken claw turned into lightning and exploded, but lightning surged from the severed limb of the thunder dragon, and a new dragon claw soon grew out. Unlike the dragon that Kaido transforms into, this Brontosaurus is made purely of lightning. Broken arms and severed heads can't kill it at all, you must attack the dragon itself at its core. Roar! Thunder Dragon let out a roar, and while opening its mouth, it condensed light to form a huge spherical lightning. The diameter of the spherical lightning is more than 100 meters, which is comparable to Enel's ultimate move, Thunder Greeting. But in terms of the quality and density of lightning, this move is much stronger than Lei 977 Ying. Boom, thunder, and lightning. The ball lightning pierced the sky like a falling meteor, and fell straight towards Karl. Karl didn't retreat but advanced, facing the lightning soaring into the sky. Dazzling light erupted from the great thunder sword in his hand, and the length of the sword light instantly became longer than a kilometer. Evil Soul Slash! The giant thunder sword tore through the night, and in a flash, split the falling spherical lightning into two halves. It's not over yet! Karl hissed and roared, and the lotus moved a 1,000-meter giant sword to form afterimages. In just 1 second, Karl has attacked hundreds of times. The giant sword energy pierced through the air and hit the lightning dragon in the sky. The giant dragon was swept away by the sword energy, and the kilometer-long dragon body was repelled and howled. Not to be outdone, the dragon-controlled thunder dragon to spit out lightning lasers, and collided head-on with Karl's sword energy. Rumble! The collision of sword energy and thunder and lightning caused a violent explosion, and the sky was thunderous, and the sound of the sky collapsing swept across Fang Yuan for dozens of miles. The endless sea of flames spread across the sky, instantly illuminating the sky above the sea area like daylight. From a distance, it looks like the sun is rising from the sea. 03L. The roar of the dragon roared, and a huge lightning dragon head emerged from the sea of flames, followed by the kilometer-long body of the giant dragon. The thunder and lightning dragon is covered with weapons, any part can be used to launch an attack, and it also has the speed of lightning. In a flash of lightning, the Brontosaurus appeared in front of Karl, and the dragon's claws flashed past. Karl's 100-meter-high body was blown away, and Karl felt a terrifying force pass through the golden light defense and hit his real body, making him feel suffocated. Before Karl came back to his senses, the Thunder Dragon's next attack had already arrived. Dragon claws, dragon head, body, just a simple claw strike, a single impact, the power will be great. Karl's golden light titan was knocked back again and again. Worthy of being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he really has two tricks. Karl was attacked hundreds of times in succession, but he was not seriously injured. The dragon's attack is indeed strong, but it can't break Karl's defenses, let alone hurt his physical body. However, after some fighting, Karl has already judged the specific strength of the dragon. Although I don't know if he is still hiding, but the strength that Long has shown now is enough to be comparable to Kaido, and even slightly stronger. Whether it is armament haki, observation haki, conqueror's haki, or fruit ability, dragons have no shortcomings, and their combat power is very comprehensive. But if you want to defeat me with these alone, it's still too far away. The golden light was shining brightly, and with a flash of golden light, it teleported directly to the top of the Thunder Dragon's head. Carl sat on the back of the Brontosaurus, grabbed it with his big hand, and 2 tridents appeared out of thin air in his hand. With a puff, 2 tridents pierced into the Thunder Dragon's body, one left and one right. "I let you fly." Carl grabbed the trident and threw the dragon's kilometer-long body into the air. Carl frantically swung the 1,000-meter dragon and smashed it into the sea. With a loud bang, the sea was directly smashed out of an abyss and ravines. Countless sea kings were killed tragically. Hey! 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 As the strong wind whizzed past, Carl grabbed the Thunder Dragon and swept, eeked, across the clouds in the sky, directly tore the deep clouds completely, and even scattered the sea of thunder and lightning in the air. Just like that, Carl grabbed the 1,000-meter dragon and swung it back and forth, like playing with a little snake. "Pluton is angry, break it for me!" Carl roared. Ghosts and gods with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared around him, radiating light melted armament haki and conqueror's haki into the body of the Thunder Dragon at the same time. The giant dragon struggled and roared, but couldn't control the explosion of armament haki in its body. Accompanied by a series of loud bangs, the kilometer-long body of the Thunder Dragon was blown to pieces. Pieces of Brontosaurus bodies flew out, forming balls of lightning balls of different sizes. Burst! The moment the dragon shattered, 10 shouts suddenly sounded in the void. As if guided, all the spherical lightning exploded at the same time. All of a sudden, densely packed great fireballs appeared over the sea area. Even the smallest spherical lightning has a diameter of more than 10 meters, and the power of the explosion is enough to blow a hill into rubble. The largest spherical lightning has a diameter of more than 100 meters, and the power of the explosion can blow through the island. Carl was at the center of the countless exploding spherical lightning, and was swallowed by countless exploding fireballs in an instant. Boom! 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 The lightning explosion lasted for a full 3 minutes, and the flames from the explosion lit up the entire sky. Even if the distance is hundreds of miles, they can be seen clearly. The rays of the artificial sun pierced the darkness and brought another kind of light to the world. It's terrible, because it's terrible. Badgers, who had already run far away, couldn't help shaking his head and sighing as he watched the fierce battle in the distance. He involuntarily put himself into the battle situation, knowing that he couldn't last a second in this kind of battle. Enel looked solemn, his fists were clenched tightly, and his teeth bit his lips. He thought that after he learned armament haki, he would be able to catch up with Carl and have the qualifications to rival Carl. But after watching the battle, he knew that he was still 1,000 miles away. The distance of the sea was beyond his imagination, and he could hardly see the end. Hiss! A flash of lightning pierced the sky, revealing its original shape in the dark night. It was indeed a dragon. There were many wounds on the dragon's body, and the blood continued to flow, which was extremely embarrassing. The shock waves generated by the explosion followed one after another, drowning and swallowing it instantly. Long resisted the shock wave head-on, and his whole body was like a mountain, standing still in the storm. At the same time, he stared fixedly at the sea of flames in front of him, with the observation haki fully open, searching for the breath of Carl within. He knew Carl's strength, and he would not think that Carl would die under this move. Call out! Suddenly, a black light tore through the flames and shot at the dragon's head at the same speed as light. The dragon's pupils suddenly constricted, and the moment observation haki caught the black light, his body subconsciously made dodge movements. The black light flashed across the dragon's face, and the dragon's eyes were rounded, staring at the black light that passed less than 2 inches away from his forehead, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. At this moment, time seems to be stopped. The dragon's mind went blank, and he tasted the fear of death. The speed of the black light is extremely fast, and it can fly thousands of meters in less than a second. But Long felt that this 1,000th of a second was very long as a lifetime. Call out! The black light cut through the void and flew out of the sky. About 2 seconds later, a huge small sun appeared above the altitude of 10,000 meters, illuminating the sea area of Fang Yuan hundreds of miles away. It was only at this time that the dragon recovered from his sluggish state. He raised his hand and touched his cheek, where a wound appeared, and blood was slowly dripping. Although the black light didn't hit him just now, Yu Wei still tore the skin on his face. Chapter 110. A trace of pain hit, and the skin and flesh near the dragon's wound began to rot quickly. The rot didn't stop until the dragon dispelled that residual nuclear radiation with armament haki. A flash of lightning shot out from the flames, and Karl appeared in front of the dragon, grinning. Worthy of being the leader of the revolutionary army, the strength is really not weak. Long wiped the blood off his face, and calmly said, "In that case, His Majesty Karl agrees with our cooperation. Of course we can cooperate, but since we're here, we need to have a business relationship. Come again." Karl waved his hand, and countless flashes of lightning appeared around him, hitting the dragon like a torrential rain. There is also a radiant black light shooting from the palm, locking the dragon's chest. The dragon quickly dodged among countless flashes of lightning, dodging all killing moves. Especially the radiating black light, the dragon did not dare to approach at all, and directly dodged 100 meters away. Although Karl's laser, lightning, and other tricks are powerful, Long claims to be able to handle them, and he is not afraid at all. Only the radiating black light is something he absolutely dare not touch. Iceberg. The dragon wandered in the laser rainstorm, letting out a roar. In the next second, the clouds in the sky above his head were torn apart, and the sun-shaped iceberg crashed down. It is said to be an iceberg, but its size is already comparable to an island. Compared with this Iceland, the so-called extraterrestrial meteorite is really insignificant. Karl condensed the lightning laser and pierced the iceberg with one shot. With a loud bang, the iceberg was blown to pieces and then melted away by the flames. What kind of ability is this guy? He can even create icebergs in an instant. Karl only knows Aokiji who can create such a huge iceberg in an instant. Today, the dragon is second. Like Karl, dragons are mysterious. So far, the dragon's fruit ability has not been exposed. Maybe Marine knew about the dragon's abilities internally, but it didn't leak out. Anyway, the outside world knows nothing. Storm, lightning, ice, this guy can't be a climate fruit ability user. Storms, thunder and lightning, icebergs, hail, these are natural disasters. If the dragon is really a weather ability, then his tricks can be explained. Is there really such a thing as climate fruit? Karl felt a little far-fetched. Being able to freely control the weather at the level of natural disasters, it is easy for dragons to destroy a country. This is a force capable of destroying the world. If it's true, it's no wonder that Marine and the government of the world are so afraid of dragons. Icicles. The dragon launched another ultimate move, and countless huge hailstones fell from the sky, each with a diameter of more than 5 meters. These hailstones are all in the shape of ice cones, with extremely sharp front ends. Ice cubes are inherently hard, and the ice cubes made by the dragon are even harder than steel. Every ice pick piercing steel is as easy as piercing tofu. Facing the attack of the ultimate move, Karl did not retreat but advanced, surrounded by scorching flames, and rushed towards the ice cone rainstorm. Boom! 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 The flames rubbed against the air, and there was a rapid breaking wind sound, and the flames condensed into fire snakes, devouring and dissipating all the ice cones that were shot. Black nuclear fission angry dragon kill. Karl teleported to the front of the dragon, clenched his fist with his right hand and grabbed the dragon's chest. This punch combines the power of armament haki, conqueror's haki, and nuclear radiation, and it distorts space as soon as it appears. Wherever the strength of the fist passed, there was a faint sound of the roar of the dragon. Boom! Karl's fist didn't hit the dragon directly in the chest, but the dragon was already under attack. His chest was sunken, and his whole body seemed to be hit by a meteorite, and he shot backwards, flying more than 3,000 meters. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the dragon's face suddenly turned pale. Is this the ultimate move of Shinigami recorded in the information? It really is extraordinary. After several successive trials and contacts, Long finally clearly realized the horror of Carl's ultimate move. This discussion is actually a mutual test between Carl and Long. Although the two currently have the same goal, they can become partners. But this kind of relationship is not trustworthy, so it is necessary to understand the strength of the other party. Cooperation and cooperation, only those with equal strength can be qualified to cooperate. Otherwise, the weak side will be annexed by the strong side. Carl wants to defeat the dragon to obtain system rewards, and the dragon also wants to test out Carl's strength, so that he can make early preparations for future contingencies. Taking a punch from Carl in the front, Long suffered a slight injury. The nuclear radiation that entered his body was blocked by his armament haki and removed in time. With a thought, the dragon's whole body was instantly covered by armament haki. Armament haki forms a thick armor, the surface of which is shimmering with sakura flowers, and also faintly forms a layer of invisible defensive armor. This is a combination of full-body armed color and emission haki, which is used by many top players in the world, and Carl has long been familiar with it. Bring it on! The moment their eyes met, the two disappeared at the same time. Rumble! A thousandth of a second later, the two had already fought together. The two fists collided, but the fists were not in direct contact. Conqueror's Haki's confrontation formed a small black hole between the two fists. Black and Red's lightning bolts scurry around, and a mighty shock wave spreads and explodes. Call out! Black-red lightning flashed away, and the two had disappeared again. Countless after-images appeared in the sky, and the two had fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds in the blink of an eye. The naked eye cannot capture the figures of the two, and it is also difficult for observation haki to catch up with the speed of the two. In the dark night, only two meteors, one black and one red, can be seen continuously across the sky, colliding with each other continuously. Dragon Claw Fist. The 5 fingers of the dragon's right hand are spread out, forming a unique dragon claw posture, and one claw is clawing towards Carl. Long created the unique stunt Dragon Claw Fist in order to smash the powerful rule of the world government and destroy the injustice of the world. 0. Ask for flowers. The knowledge of the dragon can find the enemy's weakness, and use the Dragon Claw Fist to lock the weakness and break through. This is his most commonly used move, and also his favorite move. After fusing the fruit ability, the power of this move is even more terrifying. Black Nuclear Fission Shura Fury. Carl's body was filled with radiant black light, and his whole body instantly turned into a hellish ghost with a hideous expression and fangs. This evil spirit seems to be Shura from hell, and when it appears, it will bring death and despair. Boom! Fist and fist clash. The strength of their fists, armament haki, conqueror's haki, and fruit abilities all exploded in an instant. The equal stalemate did not last long, about 3 seconds or so. The Shura evil ghost covering Carl's body let out a roar, and the terrifying death murderous aura and radiant black light erupted, completely defeating the dragon's Dragon Claw Fist attack immediately. With a click, the dragon's right arm was broken and twisted. A look of pain flashed across his face, and at that moment Carl's fist hit the dragon's chest. Roar! Practicing ferocious roar, ghosts swallowed the dragon instantly. The terrible shock wave engulfed the dragon and fell into the sky, smashing into the sea like a falling meteor. Rumble! A huge sea eye instantly appeared in the center of the sea area, and the terrible shock wave shook the waves away, forming a huge tsunami and rushing in all directions. The roar resounded through the night sky, reverberating within 100 miles of Fang Yuan, and lasted for a long time. Call out! The red light pierced the sky, and Carl came to the sky above the sea area where the dragon fell, and saw a figure floating on his back on the sea. The dragon's mouth kept spitting out black blood, and there was a huge fist mark pit on its chest. At this moment, the dragon's whole body was covered by radiation black light, and the radiation black light was eroding his flesh and blood cells. The dragon uses armament haki to constantly resist, but it can't completely prevent the invasion of radiation. In such a short blink of an eye, radiation has invaded 1/3 of his body. Long has been seriously injured. Even as long as Carl moves his mind, the radiant black light covering the surface of the dragon's body will immediately explode again. In other words, if Carl wants to slay the dragon now, it will be effortless. Carl took a deep look at Long, thought for a while, and slowly faded away the killing intent in his heart. With a big hand grabbing, all the radiant black light covering the dragon's body was sucked away by Carl. Without the erosion of radiating black light, the pressure on the dragon is greatly reduced. Although he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, the color was red. Although his current injuries are serious, they are not fatal. "Thank you, Your Majesty Carl, for your mercy." The dragon flew into the sky, hovered in front of Carl and said. Carl smiled calmly, "We're just exchanging ideas, and it's not a life and death enmity, so there's no need to kill them all." The corner of Long's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't write out a curse word. Chapter 111. The corner of Long's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't say a curse word. Discussion: does this count as a competition? Almost cost him half his life, okay? And just for a moment, he clearly sensed Carl's fleeting killing intent. That was indeed the breath that wanted to kill him completely. Long knew that he had walked around the edge of death just now. "This time I lost." Shinigami Carl really lived up to his reputation. He is indeed the strongest in the world. Since the cooperation agreement has been reached, let's take a step forward. The voice fell to the ground, and before Carl could respond, the dragon had already flown into the distance with the storm. His speed soared to ultimate, flying hundreds of meters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Long does worry about Carl backtracking. The killing intent he perceived just now was not fake. If Carl gets murderous again, he might stay here forever. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. After this encounter, Long secretly decided in his heart that he would never take a step closer to the sea area of the Romanov kingdom unless necessary. Carl watched 953 as the dragon's back disappeared until his breath escaped from the range of observation haki, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For a moment, Carl really wanted to kill the dragon, to kill the grass. After all, the dragon is not weak, and the Revolutionary Army is also very powerful, and it is likely to become an enemy in the future. But after thinking about it for a while, Carl still gave up his intention to kill. At least dragons aren't an enemy right now. And since Carl can beat him once, he can beat him a second time in the future. The threat of the Revolutionary Army is said to be great, but it is said to be small, but it is actually really small. Since the strength of the dragon is not as good as him, naturally it cannot pose a threat to him. At the same time, the electronic sound of the system sounded in Carl's head. Ding! It is detected that host defeated the leader of the Revolutionary Army Dragon, completed the task of the Double Dragon Club, and obtained the reward, Armament Haki Field. When the electronic sound fell, a huge amount of energy poured into Carl's body out of thin air, wandering through every corner of his body in an instant. The original armament haki in Carl's body was aroused and burst out involuntarily, covering his whole body in an instant. Carl's armament haki grows stronger as the energy is absorbed. The density of the armament haki armor covering the body surface has reached an unprecedented level, and its defense power is extremely amazing. Not only that, Carl's armament haki still hasn't stopped enhancing. Armament haki in the body is overflowing. At this moment Carl's body is like a bucket, and armament haki is the water. The water had filled the bucket, but it was still pouring in, so it overflowed. With a thought in Carl's mind, he controlled the armament haki overflowing from his body to cover the surrounding space. In this way, the field of armament haki was naturally formed. In this field, Karl's armament haki is ubiquitous, it can be used both offensively and defensively. As long as he is in this field, Karl can control armament haki to strike the enemy in all directions. Logia espers can't even elementalize. Because once they are elementalized, they will expand their body size, which will increase their vulnerability to attack. This is no different from committing suicide. What a strong force, armament haki domain, although the name is well deserved. Karl felt the inexhaustible armament haki in his body, and felt unprecedented satisfaction. There is a limit to the armament haki in the human body, and once it is overused, it will fall into a weak state. But after opening the armament haki field, the armament haki reserve in the human body is very large, and the recovery speed is also very fast. If a balance is reached between consumption and recovery, in theory, Karl's armament haki will never be exhausted. With this power, Karl's combat power suddenly increased a lot. Karl has successfully opened the Conqueror's haki field before, and now he has opened the armament haki field again. The only thing missing is the observation haki field. It's time to go back. Karl was in a good mood, and with a thought, countless fragments immediately formed flying swords under his feet. Call! There was a sound of breaking wind, and Karl turned into a ray of light and flew back to the kingdom of Romanov. This battle took place in the dark night, and it was in the outer waters of the Romanov kingdom. Only the residents of the Romanov kingdom knew about the outbreak of the war, and the outside world knew nothing about it. No one knows that Shinigami Karl, who announced the rebellion to the world, has had contact with Ryu, the leader of the revolutionary army who has been rebelling. If the world government finds out about this, the people of Five Elders will probably be in trouble all night. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your triumphant return. When Karl returned to the palace, Alice, the secretary, greeted him immediately. Meanwhile, the palace chef has prepared a delicious meal for Karl to enjoy. At the dinner table, Enel couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, who is that intruder? Karl glanced at Enel, understood what he was thinking, and smiled slightly. Why, do you know that your strength is not enough? Badgers laughed from the sidelines, exposing Enel's black spot. I will never forget Enel's expression of gnashing his teeth when he was watching the game. He bit his lip. Karl and Alice looked, and sure enough, they saw that Enel's lip was broken. BD, what stupid things are you talking about? Enel's face turned red with anger, and he directly hit Badgers with a bolt of lightning. Badgers uses the T-Rex fruit ability to create a T-Rex skin that blocks Enel's lightning. Although the hair stood on end, it was not injured. Ha 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 ha, just kidding, you don't have to be so angry, right? Enel pushed away the chair and stood up, his body was full of lightning. Your mouth is too smelly, if you don't want it, I can help you, so that you can't speak in the future. Ha 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 ha, if you can do it, let's try it. Badgers laughed out loud, unafraid of Enel's threat. He was tall and his muscles swelled, and he instantly turned into a humanoid king dragon. The two confronted each other, and sparks flew from where their eyes met. The low roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the jumping thunder and lightning, and the murderous aura emanating from the two of them all made the maids and guards in the banquet hall tremble. These maids and guards have no strength to stop Enel and Badger's fierce murderous intent. Okay, sit down. Karl cut the steak on the plate and said something lightly. Seeing Karl speak, Enel gave Badgers a bitter look, and sat down on the chair. Badgers grinned, retreated the Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit ability, and sat down in place. Karl ate a piece of steak and said, The man who came tonight is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Dragon? It's him. Hearing this name, Enel and Badger's eyes widened at the same time. It turned out to be him, no wonder he is so strong. Enel clenched his fists, obviously knowing the dragon's name too. The Revolutionary Army, like the Four Emperors' pirates, is one of the most terrifying forces in the world. The status of dragons in the world is also comparable to that of the four emperors' pirates. Even in a sense, the threat of dragons ranks above the four emperors' pirates. It's just that the dragon always sees the head but doesn't see the end, and his whereabouts are erratic. In addition, the world government has been covering up and eradicating the news of the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, in the eyes of the world, the dragon's reputation is not as great as the four emperors. Badgers asked, "What is the dragon doing in the kingdom of Romanov? Could it be that he still wants to start a revolution here?" Enel snorted coldly, "Sorry, he doesn't have that strength." Carl chuckled and said, "He's here to seek cooperation. After all, there are only two forces in this world who dare to blatantly rebel. There are only us and the 4.4 Revolutionary Army." "I see." Both Enel and Badgers nodded secretly. "But he lost, right?" Badgers suddenly smiled and said, "Since he lost, then we are the ones who dominate the cooperation. If the rebellion succeeds in the future, the Revolutionary Army will naturally be behind us." "Well said." Carl nodded and said, "Dragon lost, so he's one step behind and has no chance of winning." On the surface, the dragon said that it wanted to overthrow the evil rule of the world government for the sake of countless people all over the world. But Carl knows that dragons have great ambitions. His original intention may really be to liberate the world, but he may not be interested in the throne of the king of the world. There is no conflict between liberating the world and becoming king. Carl and the Revolutionary Army can cooperate now, but they will inevitably go to confrontation in the future. Long lost to Carl today, and will not be Carl's opponent in the future. Chapter 112. After another day, the latest reward order formulated by the world government finally came out. Shinigami Carl Schuster, with a bounty of 8,067,500,000 Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. So far, the highest bounty Carl is aware of is that of Roger of One Piece, with a bounty of 5,564,800,000 Baileys. Carl's bounty is more than 8 billion, which is much higher than that of One Piece Roger. Since the world government was established 800 years ago, there should be no criminal with a higher bounty than Carl, at least not within 100 years. But when the bounty reaches a certain level, the numbers become meaningless. Because no one has the strength to take this bounty. So even if Carl killed Marshal Marine, killed 2 admirals, and even killed 5 elders, the bounty offered would not exceed tens of billions. If Carl's bounty wants to be increased, the only way is to kill the Holy Land Marie-Joys. And it's useless to kill Tongtian dragon people, you have to kill 5 elders. Your Majesty, people outside are saying that His Majesty is the most powerful person in the world. A maid who was massaging Carl said softly. Yes, Your Majesty, as soon as your reward order was issued, it was snatched up by everyone. Another maid agreed. In Romanov Kingdom, Carl's bounty is the most popular collectible. Under the fanatical pursuit of many people, the price of the summer appreciation order is increasing day by day. All residents will be 04 proud to have Carl's bounty in their collection. Carl ate the grapes brought by the maid, smiled slightly, and didn't say much. Carl doesn't think he is the strongest in the world. Although he has a tough record, he still maintains absolute calm and vigilance. Carl was not dazzled by the victory in front of him, and always remembered that there was an absolute king in the world government. I'm the king of celestial dragons, a monster who may have lived for 800 years. His strength must be very terrifying. No. Words such as terror and fear alone cannot describe his strength at all. An old monster who has lived for 800 years, who knows what abilities he has. What kind of realm has Conqueror's Haki reached? Not to mention, the world government still has Uranus, the strongest ancient weapon. I'm plus Uranus, no one is guaranteed to defeat them. We must continue to improve our strength. Carl thought silently in his heart. Carl's strength has not yet reached its peak. In the Conqueror's Haki field, I only opened the Conqueror's and Armament Haki fields. The radiation fruit has not awakened either. The second devil fruit was not eaten either. Karl's strength still has a lot of room for improvement. Ding, it's detected that the host has conquered 8 kingdoms, completed the 3rd stage of the task of expanding the territory, and received the reward, Thunder Demon Zongsu. Suddenly, the electronic sound of the system sounded in Karl's mind. Karl felt that there was a breath connected with him in the dark. Karl can summon it with just a thought. Zongsu, the lightning demon, has the power to control lightning, as if he is the incarnation of lightning. In the world of One Piece, there are many people with the ability to control lightning. 4 Emperor's Big Mom, Kaido, Enel, even Karl himself. It seems that IKA and the others succeeded, and the speed is really fast. In just 1.5 days, the 3 of IKA successfully captured the 3 kingdoms. It can be said that it is worthy of the name to act vigorously and destroy the country in one day. I don't know how strong Daxia and the Soviet Union are. There are also differences in the strength of the 8 demons. The demon Zongsu did not show his strength, and no one knew how strong he was. Go and try his strength. Karl left the palace alone. Yujian flew overseas. A day later, Karl came to a vast ocean. This sea area is a restricted area for New World pirates, because this is the G1 branch of Marine. Originally, Admiral Akainu guarded New World all the year round, and he guarded the G1 branch. With Admiral Akainu and many elite Marines, pirates certainly dare not approach this sea area. However, since the end of the Summit War, Marines' forces have fallen into an unprecedented state of emptiness. The G1 branch lost the guard of Admiral Akainu, and half of the troops in the branch were also transferred back to the first half of the Grand Line. Today's G1 branch is empty of troops and its combat power is greatly weakened. It no longer dares to launch a sweep against New World's pirates casually. I just dare to shrink back and wait for Marine to make a comeback. Pull out this nail today. The G1 branch is the biggest nail that Marine has embedded in New World, and Karl naturally wants to pull it out completely. Just in time, let Daxia and the Soviet Union show their strength. With the thought in Karl's mind, the sky above his head suddenly changed. Severe gusts of wind whizzed back and forth, blowing the deep clouds violently tumbling. In the blink of an eye, the white cloud turned into a dark cloud. The dark clouds covered the sky and blocked all the sunlight. With the Marine G1 branch as the center, the sea area of more than 10 kilometers in Fangyuan was completely plunged into darkness. 43. The climate has suddenly changed. Thick clouds, it feels like the sky is about to collapse. The Marines in the base looked up at the sky. Seeing the scene of lightning and thunder, as if half of the sky had collapsed, all the soldiers couldn't help but feel a little fear. Don't panic, it's just normal climate change. A vice admiral of the G1 branch roared loudly, suppressing the panic of his soldiers. Don't be distracted, everyone stick to their posts. This is the Marine G1 branch, no one dares to invade here. Even if there is, we can completely defeat it. Remember, Marine is always invincible, and justice must prevail. Vice Admiral roared while staring at the deep clouds above his head. Unlike the soldiers under him, he had faintly sensed that a great terror was about to strike. That feeling made him very uncomfortable, the hairs on his back stood on end, and all the cells in his body were trembling in warning. Damn it, which BD dares to attack the G1 branch? Is it Shinigami? When thinking of that Kamui man who is like a prison, like a god and a demon, Marine Vice Admiral can't help but feel fear in his heart. He's thankful he wasn't drafted to the Summit War, so he's still alive. But at the same time, his fear of Shinigami Karl has also been deeply rooted in his bones. As long as I think of him, I can't help but tremble and break out in cold sweat. The way of appearance is quite arrogant. Karl Eugen was suspended in the sky, looking at the deep clouds with lightning and thunder, a little speechless. I saw the clouds slowly rotating, and a big Uzumaki appeared in the center. Incomparably huge lightning condenses in the center of Uzumaki, forming an extremely dazzling sea of lightning. A bolt of lightning flew out from the center of the Thunder Ocean, and it came to Karl in an instant. This is a 367 male demon with blue skin and looks like a hippopotamus and a rhinoceros. The demon has blue protruding spikes on its head and wears armor similar to ancient Rome. During the breath, the thunder and lightning moved and danced on his body, and the flesh and skin all over his body seemed to be made of the purest lightning. Zongsu, the lightning demon, came to this world for the first time. Daxia and the Soviet Union see the master. The demon Zongsu came in front of Karl, half kneeling and saluting. "Get up." "Thank you, master." "What is the master's order?" Karl looked at the Marine G1 branch below and smiled coldly. "Let me see your strength." "Yes, man." Zongsu's voice roared like thunder. With a flash of lightning, Zongsu had teleported to the sky above the G1 branch. He was surrounded by endless thunder and lightning bolts swam around him like lion majesty. As soon as Zongsu held his palm, 2 lightning spears appeared in his hand. Throwing it hard, the lightning lance pierced through the air and hit the base building below. Rumble! 2 loud bangs roared, and 2 huge fireballs exploded inside the base building, engulfing a corner of the building. The sea of flames filled the air, devouring everything around it. Many Marine soldiers were killed or burned to ashes before they could even react. Clang! 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 The urgent sound of sirens spread inside the base, and all Marine soldiers rushed out of the base at the same time. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Come on! The whole army is ready for war. The enemy is in the sky, his identity is unknown, and he has the power to fly and control lightning. I repeat, the enemy has the power to fly and control lightning, everyone be careful. Chapter 113. Marines' shouts are carried throughout the Marine base via the speakerphone bug. Countless Marines looked at the demon Zongsu floating above their heads, and felt a little bit of fear. The constantly wandering lightning, the ferocious and terrifying appearance, and the terrifying evil murderous aura made countless Marine soldiers tremble. Don't be afraid, Marine is invincible, justice will prevail. A Marine Vice Admiral stood high in the building, screaming angrily. That's right, Marine is invincible, and justice must prevail. If you dare to invade the G1 branch, it will be completely wiped out. Another Marine Vice Admiral also roared. Shoot, all together! Bombardment! Blast the invaders to pieces! The Vice Admirals ordered at the same time that all the field soldiers were fired. For a moment, bullets and shells shot towards Zongsu in the sky like a torrential rain. Zongsu did not dodge or dodge, letting bullets and shells hit his body. Although his defensive power is not as good as Dikui and Bogong, it is not something that can be injured by mere bullets and shells. The bullet hit Zongsu's body, and all of them were bounced off. The cannonball exploded on Zongsu's body, without hurting a single hair on him. Bullets and shells won't work on him. Damn, where did this monster come from? Don't stop, keep firing. Marine Vice Admiral gritted his teeth angrily with an ugly face. Although the artillery bombardment was useless, Marines' attack never stopped. The only attacks that the soldiers at the bottom can make at this time are guns. If they don't shoot, is it possible to just sit there and watch? Facing the intensive artillery fire, the devil Zongsu rushed into the Marine base. The lightning on his body erupted and hit every corner of the base. Thunder and lightning swept past, triggering a series of big explosions. Countless Marine soldiers were blown away. Remnants of limbs and broken arms flew in all directions, and the ground was soon covered with corpses. Damn it, I'll deal with you. A Marine Vice Admiral flew up with a knife, and slashed a huge flying slash towards the demon Zongsu. Zongsu raised his hand to grab it, and the palm of his palm flashed with lightning, crushing the vacuum slash into pieces. Weak human beings have a little courage. 11. Unfortunately, the strength is too poor. Thunderbolt. Zongsu clasped his hands together and aimed at the Marine Vice Admiral and shot a thick thunderbolt. The lightning strike was extremely fast, and with a flash of lightning, it had already hit Marine Vice Admiral's chest. Vice Admiral screamed, his whole body bent back into a bow, his whole body twitched, his hair stood on end, and he was instantly scorched black. In the end, the thunder and lightning broke through the flesh and blood of Vice Admiral's chest, pierced through his back, and shot through a tower behind Vice Admiral. Rumble! The tower exploded in a huge fireball. Vice Admiral also completely cut off his breath, and his body fell from the sky feebly. Hateful! A Vice Admiral below saw his comrades killed, his eyes were bloodshot with anger. Shave! Moonwalk! This Vice Admiral disappeared in a teleportation, and then stepped into the void, quickly approaching the demon Zongsu. With a flash of the knife, Vice Admiral teleported to the back of Zongsu, and the slash was completed. How should it have some effect? Vice Admiral turned his head and looked back, but the imaginary scene of bloodshed did not appear. Zongsu patted the armor on his chest lightly, and his voice roared, "A mere human being can hit me with a knife, and he is quite capable. I just want to hurt the great lightning demon Zongsu, you are still too far away." Zongsu raised his arms, palms facing up, and condensed into a huge electric ball. The electric ball is formed by the fusion of the purest thunder and lightning, and contains an incomparably huge energy zone. Go to hell! Zongsu threw the electric ball, which turned into a flash of light and hit Marine Vice Admiral. The moment Zongsu launched the attack, Marine Vice Admiral had already made an evasive action, and his observation haki also captured the flight path of the electric ball. Unfortunately, the flying speed of the electric ball is too fast. Even if Vice Admiral sensed it in advance with observation haki, he couldn't avoid it. Rumble! The electric ball hit the Marine Vice Admiral, exploded instantly, and a huge fireball appeared in the sky. Marine Vice Admiral was blown to pieces by the electric ball, and his body was completely burned by the flames, leaving only fly ash that dissipated with the wind. Dead, Kat Ella Vice Admiral is dead. Even Patrick Vice Admiral is dead. Demon, this guy is a demon. Damn it, why does such a strong enemy appear here? We are no match for him. 2 Marine Vice Admirals were killed in a row, and all the Marine soldiers in the base fell into despair. There was a fault in the dense gunfire and artillery bombardment. The confident soldiers began to panic, and some even started to retreat. Facing an enemy stronger than oneself, it is human nature to fear. Before Vice Admiral suppressed morale, they were able to fight tenaciously. But at this moment, even Vice Admiral was easily slaughtered, and the Marine soldiers at the bottom will naturally collapse. Run, run! This is not an enemy we can deal with. A Marine screamed in terror, dropped his flintlock and ran away. Where there is the first, there is the second. Panic spread instantly in the base, and deserters kept appearing. Come back to me. As a Marine, running away is a capital offense, so bring them all back to me. The remaining Marine Vice Admiral beheaded more than a dozen fleeing sailors in a row, roaring angrily. This bloody suppression method really worked, and the fleeing Marines stopped in their tracks. Vice Admiral roared, "There is only one enemy, as long as we fight side by side, we will surely win. I have asked for help from the Holy Land, General Ji Yuan will be here soon. Justice shall prevail." The words of Marine Vice Admiral re-inspired the courage and fighting spirit of the soldiers, and finally stabilized the situation. However, under the terrorist attacks of Daxia and the Soviet Union, the number of Marine soldiers continued to decrease. Thick lightning fell like a torrential rain, pouring into the Marine base. Explosions one after another, screams filled the entire G1 branch. The Marine Vice Admiral looked palely at the G1 branch engulfed by the sea of flames, with stumps and broken arms all over the place, feeling extremely hopeless. Actually, he lied. He did ask for help from the Holy Land, but the Holy Land has no extra troops to rescue them now. Even if Admiral Kizaru is willing to come to the rescue, they will not last until then. There are only 3 Marine Vice Admirals guarding the G1 branch. 2 had died before. If he is killed again, the G1 branch will really have no leader. Damn, hate. Marine Vice Admiral was in tears, with snot running down her nose and trembling with anger. The demon Zongsu hovered over the G1 branch and let out an incomparably hearty laugh. It's your honor for mere human beings to die at the hands of the demon Zongsu. Zongsu put his hands together in front of his chest, and the palms of his palms shone with lightning, condensing an incomparably huge thunderbolt. Thunderbolt! The lightning flashed, and the thunder and lightning formed an airtight net and covered the marine base below. Wherever the power grid went, violent explosions occurred one after another, destroying everything. The last Marine Vice Admiral leaped into the air in an attempt to destroy the grid. It's a pity that at the moment he shot, a lightning spear fell from the sky and pierced his chest. Vice Admiral vomited blood, his eyes were fixedly waiting for the demon Zongsu in the sky, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Suddenly, Marine Vice Admiral's pupils shrank. His eyes saw a figure in the sky behind Daxia and the Soviet Union. That person will never be forgotten in his life. It is Shinigami Karl who destroyed Naval Headquarters. It turned out to be him. This thunder and lightning demon was brought by him. Before dying, the Marine Vice Admiral finally knew who wanted to destroy the G1 branch. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lightning explodes inside Vice Admiral, shattering him to pieces, leaving no bones left. The last Marine Vice Admiral was killed, and all the Marines in the base fell into despair. Some ran away, others begged for mercy. The shrill screams, desperate wailing, and crying sounded one after another, spreading to every corner of the G1 branch. Fall under the thunder and lightning. Thunderstorm assault. The demon Zongsu let out a roar, moving the high-altitude clouds. I saw the dark cloud spinning rapidly, and within the dark cloud Uzumaki, it shot towards an extremely thick thunderbolt. The diameter of the thunderbolt is more than 100 meters, like a pillar of thunder that connects to the ground. Rumble. The thunder column hit the G1 branch, destroying all buildings and marines, and finally penetrated the ground, going deep into the Earth's crust. Afterwards, the pillar of thunder spread, completely engulfing the entire G1 branch. Chapter 114. The moment those fleeing marines were engulfed by the thunder pillar, they were already wiped out. With a loud bang, the entire G1 branch turned into a huge fireball. A mushroom cloud appeared over the ocean, and a small sun appeared in the center of the explosion, which was clearly visible even tens of kilometers away. The terrifying shock wave spread out in all directions, and the monstrous sea of flames engulfed the surrounding ocean inch by inch. The explosion raged for half an hour before finally stopping. By the time it all dissipated, the GL branch had disappeared. There is only a huge sea eye left on the sea. Endless sea water flooded back, evaporated by the remaining high temperature. Even if the water of the sea is poured out, the sea eye cannot be filled in a short time. Master, it's solved. Zongsu returned to Karl and said respectfully. Well done. Karl nodded slightly, and led Zhong Soli out of the sea area. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. In a huge room, there are several figures sitting. Vice Admiral Garp, Great Staff Crane, Admirals Alternate Momuzagi and T. Dolphin, they are the only remaining Marine executives. The G1 branch has completely lost contact, and it should be certain that the entire army has been wiped out. Kong, who was sitting at the main seat, said in a deep voice. Could it be Shinigami who did it? Crane Vice Admiral asked calmly. It must be him. Garp slammed his fist on the table and roared, no one would be so arrogant except him, and there is no reason to do so. Kong nodded, that's right, only 153 Shinigami would do that. Looking at the situation, he should want to completely wipe out the Marines in New World. In the conference room, Yin Pu, he and Kizaru all had ugly expressions on their faces. Kong sighed softly, and continued, "Unfortunately, we don't have any extra troops to stop Shinigami's actions at the moment. And in order to preserve our strength, we have to take the initiative to withdraw New World's Marine. I have already issued orders to the Marine bases and G5 branches of each franchise country to withdraw to the Paradise." Garp said in a low voice, "Is Marine going to give up New World?" "Yeah, I have to give up." Kong sighed, and said helplessly, "The Shinigami threat is too great. If Marine is left in New World, they will definitely die. Now that all the elite Marines are gone, every seaman is very important, and we can no longer make fearless sacrifices. Everything has to wait until the end of the world conscription. Wait until the Marine rebuild is complete, we have a chance to take back the New World." Garp's heart is heavy, and so is Kong. They are all people from the old days. In the old days when there were many heroes and heroes everywhere, Marine did not give up New World when facing Rock's pirates and Roger pirates. But now, just because of one Shinigami Carl, Marine was forced to evacuate New World completely. It has to be said that such a cruel fact is hard to accept. Crane Vice Admiral took out a photo and said, "This is the photo of the murderer sent back when the G1 branch asked for help, e-byte, dot. Like Dikoi and Enel, he is a strong man who has never been seen before, and there is no information about his past. Not only that, he can also control lightning. Should be one of Shinigami's hidden minions. Damn BD, monster after monster." Garp cursed secretly. Admiral's substitute Momuzagi picked up the photo, squinted his eyes and asked, "Where did Shinigami find so many monsters? Did the Marine Intelligence Department really find no clues?" "Unfortunately, Momuzagi, Marine really can't find anything." Crane Vice Admiral shook his head slightly and said, "Also, our attention should not be on Shinigami's men, but on Shinigami himself. If you want to defeat him or even eliminate him, the most important thing is to find out what his ability is." Kong's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, "You already have a clue?" Crane Vice Admiral nodded, "There are indeed some results, thanks to the Vegapunk of the Marine Technology Department." "Vegapunk? That's right, it's him." Crane Vice Admiral said slowly, "Doberman and the others were seriously injured. When they were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, they were found to have multiple organ failures throughout the body. Their genes were upgraded. This is all caused by the radiation they received from the Great Emperor. When the doctors in the hospital rescued Doberman and the others, they were also affected by the residual radiation, which caused the cells to collapse and died. In the end, they were sent to the Marine Science Corps to barely save their lives. Because of this, the science team finally determined that Shinigami's ability is related to radiation." Garp interjected, "How's Doberman and the three of them? Are you okay? The situation is not optimistic." Crane Vice Admiral shook his head and said, "Although Vegapunk managed to save their lives, their bodies have been destroyed by radiation and are riddled with holes. More than 70% of the cells in the body completely collapsed, and almost all major organs failed. The reason why they are still alive now is because of the instruments that keep them alive. They have become useless people, and it is impossible for them to stand up again in this life." Garp and the others had ugly faces, so gloomy that they could drip water. Doberman, Flying Squirrel, and Stolo Berry are all Marine elite vice admirals, and all of them are powerful Marines. But now, he has become a useless person, and can only lie on the bed for the rest of his life. It hurts them more than killing them. Damn Shinigami, damn it! Admiral's substitute, Momuzagi, roared angrily, and a murderous look erupted from his body. Although she is a woman, her murderous aura is no worse than that of a man. "Is there really no other way?" Kong asked in a deep voice. "Vegapunk has come up with a solution, but it's a little cruel." "Any solution?" "Body modification." Crane Vice Admiral said slowly, "Through body transformation, the three of Doberman and the others were transformed into humanoid weapons. Remove all the exhausted and upgraded organs in the body and replace them with machines. This will not only regenerate them, but also gain stronger power. No, absolutely not. Garp stopped immediately. They are all marine heroes, how can they be transformed into humanoid weapons? Even if you survived that way, can you still be considered a human being? Garp would never allow Vegapunk to insult Doberman and the others like this, nor would he allow them to be drained of their last ounce of value. It's too late, Doberman and the three of them have already agreed. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head and said. What? Garp froze, disbelief on his face. They're all going to take revenge on the Shinigami. Crane Vice Admiral said helplessly, the three of Doberman all have great hatred for Shinigami. For revenge, they will do whatever it takes. Instead of lying on the bed and being a useless person for the rest of their lives, they would rather be transformed into human-shaped weapons. Hateful. Garp clenched his fists tightly, tears streaming from his eyes, never hating his incompetence so much for a moment. Kong sighed, feeling very helpless in his heart. Tsuru, go ahead and talk about Shinigami's abilities. Okay, after our analysis of Shinigami's ability, plus Vegapunk's repeated deduction and argumentation, we guess Shinigami Carl is very likely to be a Paramecia radiation fruit capable person. Radiation fruit. That's right, it's the radiation fruit. Crane Vice Admiral looked around at the crowd and explained, the Paramecia radiation fruit is a fruit that is not recorded in the Devil Fruit illustration book. The naming and abilities of this fruit are all inferred by Vegapunk. Radiation is ubiquitous in nature, such as optical radiation, thermal radiation, electrical radiation, magnetic radiation, and even the strongest nuclear radiation, all of which Carl can use. The flashes, flames, lightning, magnetic fields, and the most terrifying and mysterious black light nuclear radiation that Carl showed before all confirmed Vegapunk's conjecture. So I think, Vegapunk's conjecture is correct, and Shinigami must have the ability to radiate fruit. Even if it's not far behind. Radiation fruit, the ability of this fruit is very dangerous. Just after listening to Crane Vice Admiral's analysis, everyone already had a basic understanding of the fruit's ability. What's more, it fell into the hands of Shinigami Carl. A super devil fruit, coupled with a talented and enchanting ability user. The combination of the two finally created the unprecedented monster Shinigami Carl. Carl's light radiation is as powerful as Kizaru's sparkling fruit. Electric radiation is comparable to thunder fruit. There is also electromagnetic radiation, and the most terrifying nuclear radiation. The more they analyze, the more frustrated and desperate Kong and others become. Chapter 115. The more they analyze, the more frustrated and desperate Kong and others become. Because they couldn't think of a way to deal with Carl. The radiation fruit has almost no weaknesses, and there is no ability to restrain it at all. It's okay to say that optical radiation and electromagnetic radiation can be dealt with, but nuclear radiation is really too dangerous. Crane Vice Admiral looked at the crowd and said, we have all experienced Shinigami Carl's nuclear radiation capability, so I won't say much about its power, everyone knows it. But the most dangerous thing about nuclear radiation is not its explosive power, but its persistence. Nuclear radiation will always exist, similar to the permanent changes to the climate caused by the awakening of Logia ability users. Although this situation will decay over time, this time is very long, and a human lifetime cannot be compared with it. The Marine Science Department has sent people to inspect the sea area of the former Marine Ford site. The sea area has been polluted by high-concentration nuclear radiation. Any living thing that gets close will be affected by the nuclear radiation, resulting in genetic collapse and death. Preliminary estimates show that the sea area will not be able to allow humans to survive for the next 500 years, and it has been completely reduced to a dead zone. 500. Hearing this time, everyone present gasped. What would happen if Shinigami Carl used a nuke ULT that destroyed Marine Ford in the holy land of Marie Joyce? Just thinking about it makes them feel cold physically and mentally, and their scalps are numb. This ability is too dangerous, it is enough to destroy the world. Admiral's alternate, Momuzagi, couldn't help but speak. Shinigami Carl is already destroying the world. Kong said, the era of the fallen gods created by Carl has completely broken out. Without the suppression of Marine, the sea has completely rioted. If this goes on like this, within a few years, this world will be destroyed. Is there any solution? Carl asked in a deep voice. Not yet, but Vegapunk is very interested in the ability to radiate fruit, and is studying the corresponding checks and balances. Crane Vice Admiral said, with his ability, he should be able to solve the threat of nuclear radiation. His ability is indeed worthy of our trust, but what we lack most now is time. Kong sighed and said, Shinigami Carl has already started to act, if you don't hurry up, it will be too late. World conscription must be done immediately. Kong suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, I have been authorized by 5 elders. In order to find a strong enough combat power to rebuild Marine is willing to grant high-level positions directly. As long as the strength meets the standard, both Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral can take the position directly, even the position of Admiral can be promoted exceptionally. Direct Admiral. After hearing Kong's words, everyone was shocked. A person directly served as Marine Admiral, this kind of thing has never happened in the history of Marine. Marine Admiral is a high-level Marine Admiral who can know many taboo-level secrets. Many of these secrets are related to the survival of the world, and there are even secrets that can destroy the world. Therefore, the selection of Admiral is the top priority, and it is not an exaggeration to say that there are thousands of choices. Admiral not only needs to be powerful, but also needs to be clean. Therefore, the previous Marine Admirals all started from the grassroots level, accumulated military merits step by step, and finally took the position of Admiral. Such Admiral is worthy of trust. Now that the world's government does not hesitate to promote Admiral, it is obviously pushed to a dead end. Use an extraordinary method at an extraordinary time. In order to rebuild the Marine as soon as possible, we have to do this. Kong shook his head and said seriously. After the order of the world's conscription was issued, it immediately sparked heated discussions all over the world. As long as there is strength, Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, and even the position of Admiral can be anything you want. Such generous conditions have made countless strong people envious, and in a short time, large-scale incidents of joining the army occurred all over the world. Many Marine branches almost broke the walls of the base because they accepted too many applicants. World conscription? Those old guys really went this way. In the palace of Romanov, Carl looked at the report on the world conscription in his hand, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Humph, no matter how many people they recruit, they will eventually be defeated by our absolute strength. Marine's glory days are over. Enel said from the side. Vhahahaha, that's a good point. Badgers laughed loudly, as long as His Majesty the King is still here, Marine will never be our opponent. By the way, Your Majesty, the intelligence agency has detected that the Marines in New World are being fully evacuated. Do we want to intercept it? Of course it will be intercepted. Before Carl could speak, Enel had already rioted. What do they think New World is? They can come and go whenever they want. Just for this meeting, they will all be defeated. It's just right, let my bounty go up a little more. When Carl participated in the Summit War, Enel was not idle, and caused a lot of trouble in New World, destroying the marine base of several alliance countries. As a result, his bounty rose from 270 million to 420 million. However, Enel is still not satisfied with the amount of his bounty. As a cadre under Shinigami Carl, the strongest man in the world, he was too embarrassed to go out without a 500 million bounty. In that case, let's fight. Carl drank red wine and smiled. Enel, you are fast, so you can move freely, how much you can kill depends on your ability. XER 0, ask for flowers. As for badgers, he will continue to conquer the country and sharpen the Red Dragon army by the way. Yes, Your Majesty. After Karl owns the Shadow Corps, he seldom uses the Red Dragon Legion directly. But Karl didn't abandon them. With badgers leading them to attack the countries, the combat power of the Red Dragon army is also increasing day by day. Even if it can't compare with the Ghost Shadow Corps, the Red Dragon Corps' combat power is still first class, and it has played a huge role in the operation of destroying the country. Just then, Secretary Alice walked into the palace. Your Majesty, the Whitebeard pirates have arrived. Oh? Is it finally here? Karl's eyes lit up. Take them to the banquet hall. Also, order the chef to prepare a banquet. Obey. Alice saluted respectfully and exited the room. The palace banquet hall is comparable in size to the football field in the previous life. Karl hosted a banquet here for Marco and his party. 0. Since you are here, it seems that you have figured it out. Karl raised his glass to Marco and said with a smile. That's right, I have already discussed with everyone, and they are all willing to join your command. Marco raised his glasses and said. Ha 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 ha, very good. Karl laughed loudly. With your help, our kingdom of Romanov will be even more powerful. Come on, have a drink. Karl stood up, looked around the crowd, and raised his wine glass. Thousands of people in the banquet hall also toasted at the same time, clinking glasses with Karl in the distance, and then everyone drank together. After drinking, Marco said, Whitebeard pirates are willing to take refuge in you, but 12 of the 43 pirates under his command have left, and they all want to go out and make a fortune on their own. I didn't stop them and let them go. Others are stationed on the original island, jointly guarding the territory left by the old man. Of course, it is your territory now. After Dad left, New World was in chaos, there were many challengers, and many pirate groups came directly to grab the territory. Having said that, Marco's face is also a little ugly. The same is true for Jaws, Bista, and others sitting next to him. During Whitebeard's lifetime, no one on the sea dared to challenge His Majesty. But as soon as he died, all the mice hiding in the gutter jumped out. But there is no way to do it, the sea is so cruel. It doesn't matter. Karl said lightly, I will not stop those who want to leave, after all, everyone has the right to pursue freedom. As for those challengers, they are just a group of miscellaneous fish. If you replace my flag, they will not dare to mess around again. If there are still people who don't have eyes, they can be used to scare chickens and monkeys. The corner of Karl's mouth sneered, a cold light flashed across his eyes, and the murderous intent flashed away. Chapter 116. By the way, you guys came just in time, I just discussed with Enel and the others about going to sweep up the Marine, do you want to have fun too? Karl looked at Marco and asked with a playful sneer. Chasing Marine? Yes, hunt down Marine and drive Marine out of New World. Karl said indifferently, Summit War, Marine's 100,000 elite army was annihilated, and Marine's top management was almost wiped out by me. Now Marine has fallen into an unprecedented weak state, and there is no extra force to guard New World. I just want to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the Marines in New World and give Marines one last heavy blow. I go. Rockio, captain of the 7th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was the first to stand up and ask for a fight. I am coming too. Count me in. And I. After Lakio, one captain after another stood up to challenge. They all know that this is a good opportunity to beat and fall into the water. Marine obviously has no strength to resist. If Marine is given a head-on blow at this time, they are sure to win. No one would give up such a good opportunity on May 47th. In that case, I'll go for a walk too. Marco said after drinking a glass of red wine. Foil Vista and Diamond Jaws looked at each other and nodded secretly. The Summit War has just ended, and the depression and anger in their hearts have not yet been vented. This is the best chance to vent your anger. In the end, 2/3 of the pirates, including Marco, planned to hunt down Marine. Those who remained were those whose injuries had not healed and needed to be recuperated. In a sea area of New World, 2 warships are retreating to the Red Harbor below the Red Earth Road at the fastest speed. They are Marines from a branch of a franchised country in New World, and they received orders from the Holy Land to withdraw from New World. A Marine branch Vice Admiral stood at the bow, looking at the endless sea behind, with a strong expression of unwillingness on his face. Damn Shinigami! Marine Vice Admiral clenched his fist and slammed it on the side of the ship. At this point, he can only vent his depression in this way. Please rest assured, Master Vice Admiral, we will come back sooner or later. The adjutant next to Vice Admiral said angrily, Shinigami Carl, that BD, will pay for what he did one day sooner or later. We are evacuating now, but to preserve our strength. When the world conscription ends, it's time for us to take revenge. Yes. Vice Admiral gritted his teeth and nodded, as long as the time comes, it will be the end of Shinigami Carl. Unfortunately, you won't see that day. Suddenly a voice sounded, interrupting the conversation between Vice Admiral and the adjutant. What followed was a burst of arrogant laughter. Just hearing that laughter made people feel angry and wanted to hit someone. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and with a flash of lightning, Enel had already appeared above the bow of the warship. Thor Enel. Marine Vice Admiral and the adjutant immediately recognized Enel's identity. At the same time, the Marine soldiers on the ship pointed their guns at Enel in the sky, their faces full of vigilance. As a coder under Shinigami Carl, Enel has already made a name for himself despite his debut. His background, plus his identity as a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user, made Marine extremely fearful. Why is Enel here? Damn it, is it to hunt us down? Too unlucky, why is it us? On the warship, several timid Marines were so frightened that they shed tears and snot, and some even peed their pants in fright. Marine Vice Admiral's face darkened, and he quickly shouted an order, fire and shoot down this evil element. Shoot, let's all shoot. All of a sudden, guns fired, bullets and shells flew all over the sky. Enel hovered motionless in the sky, letting the bullets hit him. After leaving bullet holes, all the bullets and shells passed through Enel's body. It's useless, I'm a Logia-capable user, even if you all go together, you're still no match for me. Enel grinned ferociously, showing a fierce look, and then slowly raised the golden stick, his body flashed with lightning. The Marine Vice Admiral on the warship stared wide-eyed, his eyes full of fear. The adjutant turned pale with fright, I forgot to resist. Careful! Vice Admiral's roar sounded, and a thick lightning instantly drowned it out. With a loud bang, the 2 warships were blown into a huge fireball. The Vice Admiral, the adjutant of the Marine branch, and more than 1,000 soldiers on the 2 warships all died tragically under the terrifying power of thunder and lightning, leaving no bones left. Enel swept it with observation haki, and after confirming that there was no trace of human beings alive, he laughed wildly. Yehahaha, this scene is really addictive, it's simply too wonderful. Yehahaha. Enel turned into lightning and flew away, but the arrogant laughter kept echoing in this sea area. In another sea area, a Marine cruiser was also attacked. Marco, you white-beard pirates dare to come out, aren't you afraid that our Marine will attack you? A Marine branch Vice Admiral was lying on the ship's side, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and the saber in his hand had been cut in 2. On the deck behind him, hundreds of corpses were lying here and there. They are fresh and tragic Marines, and the corpses are still hot. Marco flapped his wings and landed on the mast, looking at the lingering Marine Vice Admiral below, a murderous look flashed in his eyes. When death is imminent, you should worry about yourself first. Phoenix Seal. Marco flies into the sky and shoots a blue flame towards the Marine Vice Admiral. The flames contain scorching heat and powerful shock waves. Marine Vice Admiral was hit by the Phoenix Seal, and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and smashed into the cabin of the warship. Vice Admiral's chest was dented, and his bones and internal organs were nearly exploded. He lay powerlessly in the ruins, his body convulsed, and blood spurted wildly. Then his head tilted and he died completely. Master Vice Admiral. Seeing that Vice Admiral was killed, all Marines were in despair. Seeing this, Marco fanned his wings and soared into the sky, and when he flew to a high altitude, he fell straight from the sky and fell down. A ball of flame was released from his body, and after leaving the body, a flying firebird was formed. The firebird croaked, and under the horrified gazes of hundreds of Marines, it slammed into the deck of the warship. With a loud bang, the firebird exploded, blowing up the middle of the warship. The shock wave and flames drowned and swallowed the Marine on the warship, and no one survived in the end. Marco flew away from this sea area, leaving only the wreckage of a warship burning raging fire slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Carl's hunt for Marine continued. Enel, Badgers, Marco, Foil Vista, Diamond George and others acted alone, or led a team to hunt down and eat up the Marines in New World one after another. However, in just a few days, the New World Marine, which was being evacuated, was severely damaged and suffered heavy casualties. After receiving the news, Kong in the Holy Land ordered the rest of the Marines to abandon all unnecessary supplies and evacuate as quickly as possible. However, as word spread, it wasn't just Shinigami Carl who was out hunting Marine. Even the Beasts pirates, Big Mom pirates and other New World pirates, the King of the Dark World, also joined in the hunt for Marine. At this moment, the 3.9 major forces of New World seemed to have made an agreement, and made the same choice in unison. Obviously, all forces in New World have seen Marine's weakness, and they all want to take this opportunity to completely drive Marine out of New World. Without Marine's restraint, New World would have been reduced to a sinful paradise and completely ruled by them. Damn BD, garbage in the sea, what a deception! In the luxurious office of the Holy Land, Kong went into a rage and smashed his desk into pieces with one punch. Shinigami and 4 emperors chased and killed us, but even small gangsters like Tiger Shark pirates and Blood Knife pirates dared to join in the fun. Do you really think our Marines are vegetarians? Too much deception, really too much deception. Kong had nowhere to vent his anger, he could only roar again and again. Hearing Kong's roar, the 2 guards standing guard outside the door felt their scalps go numb, and they retracted their necks indiscriminately. At this time, it is best to be a turtle. As long as it is not noticed, it will not be subject to indiscriminate disasters. Chapter 117. Call. Kong took a long breath, temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart, turned his head to look at the Vice Admiral who was sitting beside him, and asked, "Little Crane, have the losses of New World Marine been calculated yet?" "Well, it has been roughly counted." Crane Vice Admiral handed a document to Kong and said, "Based on the information received so far, it is roughly estimated that our troops in New World have lost more than 30%. Continue to continue, and when all the troops are withdrawn, the total loss will reach more than 50%. 50%? Kong's eyes widened, and his heart was bleeding. This means that only one of the 2 Marines stationed in New World can survive. Today, when Marine's military strength is limited, this is tantamount to cutting Marine's flesh. Couldn't someone be there to pick him up? Where's Kizaru? What's he doing? Kizaru has gone, but he dare not go too far into the waters of the New World. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head and said, "Once Kizaru goes too deep, he will probably be targeted by Shinigami. At this time, we can no longer afford the loss of Admiral's death." With Carl's ruthless personality, if he finds Admiral Kizaru, he will definitely hunt him down himself, which both Crane 04 and Kong can foresee. Although Kizaru is fast enough to be able to escape from Shinigami. But neither Kong nor he dared to gamble. The same as Marine, the status is not the same. An Admiral Kizaru is obviously more important than the lives of tens of thousands of common Marines. In the past few days, Kizaru, who was in charge of the response, only acted in the waters at the entrance of New World to deal with the pirates who were chasing and killing Marine. The rear of New World is a death zone for Kizaru, he dare not take a step further. Damn Shinigami, it's all because of him, otherwise we wouldn't be so passive. Kong's eyes were red and he was shaking with anger. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are also involved. According to information from New World, Marco has led the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to join Shinigami Carl. Did Shinigami swallow the Whitebeard pirates? Kong looked serious, feeling more and more troublesome. Carl's strength and influence were already terrifying, but now that he has annexed the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, how far will his influence expand? Just thinking about it makes Kong extremely terrified. If this continues, New World will really be reduced to Shinigami's world. Kong looked at the sea outside the window, and the image of the Rocks pirates coming to New World decades ago involuntarily appeared in his mind. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Suddenly, Kong's phone buzzed urgently. After connecting, a panicked voice came, "Marshal Kong, something is wrong. Celestial dragons Saint Valius and Saint Stockholm were captured in New World, and they are asking us for a ransom." "What did you say? Who did it, Shinigami? Also, didn't I give an order that warships in the Holy Land are only allowed to enter and not to exit during this period? Why are celestial dragons in New World?" The first thing that comes to Kong's mind is Shinigami. After all, Shinigami's penchant for slaughtering celestial dragons has spread throughout the world. Whenever celestial dragons are killed, Kong's knee-jerk reaction is that Shinigami did it. Also, how come celestial dragons are in New World? He has clearly issued a blockade order. After Whitebeard's death, the sea completely fell into riots and perils. Especially New World, where murderous intentions are everywhere. The helpless celestial dragons enter the New World, looking for death. In order to be safe, he had already sealed off the entire Holy Land. Sorry, the two celestial dragons adults insist on going to Gulan Tizero to play, and we can't stop it. Londell Rear Admiral stepped forward to block it, and was severely injured by the Stockholm Saint. When Kong heard this, the anger in his heart suddenly rushed to his throat. Damn it, a group of idiots who don't know how to live or die will only add to my troubles. Kong held the phone bug in one hand and covered his forehead with the other, feeling a splitting headache, and subconsciously uttered insults to celestial dragons. With his energy-raising skills and state of mind, he would not have lost his composure in the first place. But it happened at this time. Many Marines in New World were hunted down, Shinigami and the four Emperor's pirates went off in person, and a series of troubles ensued, making him in a hurry. At this time, the celestial dragons are coming to add to the chaos. Kong really can't keep calm. Suddenly, he actually envied the dead Sengoku. When a person dies, everything disappears. As long as you die, you don't have to worry about these troublesome things, and you don't have to wipe Yura for celestial dragons. Is the murderer a Shinigami? Kong asked again. No. It's not Shinigami, it's HUYA pirates, they demand a ransom of 10 billion Baileys. They said that as long as they get the ransom, they will be released immediately. HUYA pirates? Who is that? Kong couldn't even remember where the HUYA pirates were. After all, he has retired for many years. Although he has paid attention to the situation in the sea these years, he only pays attention to the big figures in the sea. The only people he can remember are Shinigami Carl, Four Emperors Kaido, and Revolutionary Army Dragon. HUYA pirates, where are you guys from? He never heard of it. Frontline Marine reported, HUYA Pirates is a small and medium-sized pirate group that broke into New World a year ago. HUYA Morris, the captain, has a maximum gold of 315 million Baileys. How dare 300 million pieces of trash kidnap celestial dragons? Are you kidding me? Kong seemed to have heard a big joke, and almost laughed out of anger. In the eyes of the Marine executives, the pirates offering a reward of 300 million are basically no different from garbage. When did such trash dare to kidnap celestial dragons? Has the world changed so much? Has he been eliminated by the times? A certain brazen brainless thief suddenly shivered, feeling offended. Yes, the murderer is indeed the Huya pirates, we have confirmed it repeatedly. The marine soldiers on the front line said in a panic. Understood, I will arrange for people to rescue. Kong hung up the phone bug, clutching his forehead, the hatred for Shinigami Carl kicked up another notch. After thinking about it for a while, he finally thought of the reason. All because of Shinigami Carl. He knew that the Celestial Dragon's kidnapping incident was essentially because of Shinigami Carl. It is precisely because Shinigami Carl released the images of him torturing and killing Celestial Dragons to the whole world, which made the world lose awe of Celestial Dragons, which led to the occurrence of this incident. Today, the status of Celestial Dragons in the hearts of the world has plummeted, so even the Huya pirates dare to attack Celestial Dragons. Therefore, although the real culprit of kidnapping the Celestial Dragons this time is not Shinigami 537, but he is chasing after the source, this account should still be recorded on the head of Shinigami Carl. Shinigami achieved his goal, he destroyed the reverence for the Celestial Dragons in the hearts of the world. In a way, this is even scarier than simply destroying naval headquarters. Crane Vice Admiral on the side said solemnly. Yeah, this is the scariest thing about that BD, even scarier than his nuclear radiation. After all, once a heart is opened, it can never be closed again. Kong sighed deeply, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness and fear. He has sailed across the sea for more than 50 years, but he has never met such a tough opponent as Carl. It is not terrible to be powerful, nor is it terrible to be powerful. Once the 100 years come, these enemies against Marine and the world government will disappear under time. Whitebeard is the prime example. As long as the world government is still there, this world is theirs. However, Carl publicly tortured and killed Celestial Dragons' images, but erased the world's awe of Celestial Dragons from the spiritual level. This is tantamount to digging the foundation of the world government. The power of the human heart is terrifying, even the government of the world needs to remain in awe. That's why the world government has used public opinion to control the world's perception of the world in the past 800 years. Some taboo secrets, the government of the world is also trying its best to block them, so that the world will not know. O'Hara had a chance to understand the world, so they sent people to erase the whole O'Hara. Obviously, the world government also knows that once the hearts of the whole world are united, their world government will also collapse. Chapter 118. After some deliberation, Kong sent Kizaru to save people. After all, the incident occurred in the sea area at the entrance of New World, which is where Kizaru is active. Of course, paying the ransom is out of the question. As the commander-in-chief of the world's government, Kong will not trade with a garbage pirate. Garbage pirates are not qualified to trade with Marine, and Marine can't afford to lose this person. In order to restore the dignity of the Celestial Dragons, Marine must also execute these garbage pirates to deter the world. Otherwise, if there is one, there will be two. If other pirates are also lawless like this group of garbage pirates, then what is the majesty of Celestial Dragons? The Holy Land can't do anything to Shinigami Carl, but it's not something this group of garbage pirates can provoke. Unfortunately, Kizaru was one step late. When he arrived at the scene of the incident, the Celestial Dragons had been killed, and the Huya pirates were all wiped out. This is a case of black eating black. The murderer was not carried out by Carl's men, but by Quinn from the Beast's Pirates himself. When it comes to hating Celestial Dragons, Quinn can definitely rank in the forefront of the world. After all, he has a genocide with the Celestial Dragons. Quinn's favorite thing is torture and execution. He not only tortured 2 Celestial Dragons severely, but also recorded the entire video process like Carl. Before long, images of Quinn torturing and killing Celestial Dragons spread everywhere. Although it is not as exaggerated as Karl announced to the world, its influence is also very huge. Due to this incident, the noble status of celestial dragons was dealt a major blow again, and the awe of celestial dragons in the hearts of the world was greatly reduced. The hunting and killing of Marines lasted about 2 full weeks, and finally came to an end when the last batch of Marines withdrew from New World. As Kong estimated, nearly half of the Marines guarding New World were lost during the evacuation. Among them, the 2 largest Marine branches in New World, the G1 branch and the G5 branch, suffered particularly heavy losses. The entire G1 branch was wiped out, and half of the G5 branch survived because of Admiral Kizaru's timely support. At the moment when Marine's elite was almost gone, Karl's bloodbath dealt another major blow to Marine and the world government. Fortunately, the world conscription is going on in an orderly manner, and a large number of troops have been added to Marine. This time, Kong, 5 elders and others have some comfort in their hearts. It's just that common soldiers can be replenished, but it's not so easy to replenish high-level combat forces. In Summit War, Admiral is 3-2, and Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral is 10-7 or 8, all over the world. It will take a long time to replenish these high-level combat power. After an operation to kill Marine, the bounty offered by Karl's cadres has also been greatly increased. The bounty offered by Marco and others was already high enough, and this increase is just icing on the cake. The skyrockets are Enel and Badgers. Especially Enel, because of too many kills, the cooking bounty has skyrocketed. Thor Enel, with a bounty of 860 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Shadow Assassin IKA, offering a bounty of 640 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Shadow Assassin Bart, offering a bounty of 625 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Shadow Assassin Najia, offering a bounty of 537 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Giza's Badgers, with a bounty of 588 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. In addition, Thunder Demon Zongsu was also wanted by Marine and offered a bounty, and the bounty was astonishingly high, reaching 1.877 billion Baileys. The reason why the bounty is so high is because of the Sino-Soviet battle with Kizaru. In terms of destructive power, Daxia and the Soviet Union are stronger than Kizaru. But Daxia and the Soviet Union don't know Haki, and they can't hurt Kizaru, so Kizaru remains invincible, and the war ends in nothing. However, Daxia and the Soviet Union received the attention of Marine due to their record of fierce battle against Kizaru and the record of destroying the Marine G1 branch. With just 2 bounties, the bounty has exceeded 1 billion. Of course, Zongsu was not satisfied with this bounty, because his bounty was less than that of Dikui. Because of this reason, the two often fight and fight endlessly. Your Majesty, Doflamingo has sent the man-made devil fruit. In the royal palace, Badgers stood behind Karl, saluted and reported. Karl said, "The man-made devil fruit will be handed over to you, find a group of people to try the effect. Of course, if there are pirates from the Whitebeard team who are willing to eat, you can also give it to them." Clear. Man-made devil fruit has flaws, only 1 out of 10 can get the fruit ability, and even 1 is all sacrificial. Karl will not force his soldiers to eat man-made devil fruit, but he wants as many soldiers as possible who don't care about risks in order to gain strength. There are also a large number of such pirates in the Whitebeard team. Kaido. Karl thought of the azure dragon that fled, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's time to send him on his way. The system seemed to hear Karl's voice, and immediately issued a new task. Ding! The host triggers a new mission, slaying the Emperor and slaying the dragon. Ask the host to slay the Kaido of the beasts and destroy the beasts' pirates completely. Task reward, Radiation Fruit Awakening. Listening to the system prompt echoing in his mind, Karl smiled even more. Badgers, go and call everyone, there is a new mission. Yes, Your Majesty. Badgers saluted respectfully and stepped back quickly. Soon, many cotters of the Romanov kingdom gathered in the palace hall. Karl sits on the throne, while Enel, Badgers, Marco, Vista, and others stand on the left and right sides. Everyone, Marine has been kicked out of New World by us, so there is a new mission. Karl looked around the crowd and said, the next target is the Beast's pirates. Going to deal with Kaido. Marco frowned slightly. But when he thought of Karl's strength, the worries in his heart disappeared in an instant. Enel looked very excited and grinned, it's time to go to war, that BD Kaido has been running away for so long, he should be sent to hell. That's right, with our current strength, it's easy to defeat a beast's pirates. Your Majesty, please give your order. Badgers waved his fist with high fighting spirit. Karl nodded slightly, and said, I don't plan to bring many people for this expedition, I just need to bring the cotters. Marco, Vista, all the captains of your Whitebeard team are going. Clear. Okay, get ready, we're leaving tomorrow. Yes. There was nothing to say all night, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. A group of ghost warriors with wings flew out of the palace, and flew into the sky in formation. These ghost warriors are the night bats flying shadows, now Karl's sky troopers. There is a person standing on the back of every fleeing soldier, and Marco, Vista, and others are impressively in line. The flying shadow warrior will not be tired and does not need to rest. It can fly from the kingdom of Romanov to Wokuni all the time, just as a means of transportation for Karl's expedition. Vihahaha, with this sky troop, we can go wherever we want in the future. Badgers sat on the shadow warrior's back, grinning broadly. More than that, the strategic significance of the air raid department's, Lee's, team is also great. To rule the sky is to take the initiative. For an enemy without the ability to fly, it is almost invincible. Marco looked at the sea below and expressed emotion. He can fly himself, so he knows the great significance of flying. Kaido would never have imagined that we would invade Wokuni in this way. I have long heard that Wokuni's terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there is a danger that one man is in charge and 10,000 men are in danger. Now their terrain advantage is gone. Foil Vista also echoed. Okay, everything is going according to plan. Karl looked at everyone and said, by the way, I have something important to do before going to Wokuni. You take the first step, and I will catch up soon. F#YF+. After speaking, Karl directly flew away with his sword through the air, and disappeared into a stream of light. Enel, Marco, and others didn't say anything. Karl is the king, they just need to obey orders. The night bat soldiers accelerated their flight speed, and soon turned into a group of small black dots in the sky, completely disappearing without a trace. Chapter 119. Is this the Sea of Nations? Just when Marco and others rushed to Wokuni, Karl had already arrived in the sea area of Four Emperors Big Mom alone. Among the high-altitude clouds, a huge fire dragon is tearing through the clouds and flying rapidly. Karl was standing on the dragon's back with his hands behind his back. The rushing wind tore up Karl's cloak, but could not shake him a bit. This fire dragon was created by Karl using a combination of monkey and rat charms. Monkey charms can turn people or things into animals, so Karl turned a boulder into a dragon statue. Then use the mouse charm to give life to the fire dragon statue, and use it as a mount to cross the sea. Although flying on a fire dragon is not as elegant and agile as flying on a sword, it is handsome. Very cool and classy. As a human being, who hasn't dreamed of riding a fire dragon to soar into the sky one day? In fact, the power of the rat charm is far more than that. The strongest part of the rat charm is that it can turn the statue into a real person, and at the same time, the person can still have all the powers in front of him. That is to say, if Karl uses the rat charm to revive Whitebeard and Roger at their peak youth, they can also be revived, and they will have the most peak combat power. Unfortunately, Karl can't do that. The rat charm is indeed very strong, but it also has its disadvantages, that is, the resurrected people have their own consciousness and will not obey Carl's orders. That is to say, Whitebeard or Roger resurrected by Carl cannot become Carl's combat power. Even with the mentality of Roger 993, when he knew that Carl wanted to rebel and be the king of the world, he would instead be an enemy of Carl, just like he stopped rocks back then to stop Carl. So Carl wanted to resurrect those powerful monsters he saw in his previous life, but naturally he couldn't do it. In order to fully utilize the power of the rat charm, the resurrected person or thing must be weaker than him and can be subdued. Arrive. The fire dragon came to the core area of the Sea of Nations, and an island below came into view. The island is full of food, and the golden wheat and rice fields are like a piece of gold, shining in the eyes. Just choose here. With a thought, Carl summoned a sleeping demon, Bogong, the mountain demon. The demon Bo just appeared beside Carl out of thin air, and saluted Carl respectfully. "Sea Master." Carl looked at Bogang and asked lightly, "How did you sleep?" "Not bad, just woke up a little hungry." "Master, is there anything to eat? I want to have a snack." Bo just touched his belly, and his voice boomed. Carl smiled slightly, "It's been prepared for you a long time ago, go eat whatever you want. The island below, and the islands around it, are full of food, sure to fill you up." As soon as the words fell, Bogang, who had been suspended in the sky, suddenly fell towards the wheat island below. Carl dropped the demon Bogong into the Sea of 10,000 Nations, which is equivalent to dropping a human-shaped nuclear bomb, which will surely cause a devastating blow to the entire Sea of 10,000 Nations. Possibly because he didn't eat, Bogang's body is a bit small at the moment, only more than 50 meters tall. But the body shape of more than 50 meters is also a titan-like existence for common humans. Bogang fell on Wheat Island like a meteorite. With a loud bang, Wheat Island shook violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred. A hill was smashed to pieces by Pogon, but Pogon himself was unscathed. The pain caused by falling from a height of thousands of meters is no different to scratching an itch for her. "Hey? Have a snack." As soon as Bo climbed up from the ruins of the mountain, he immediately smelled the fragrance wafting from the air. She licked her tongue, and the saliva kept flowing out. Bogang casually grabbed the gravel next to him and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously, only to find that the stones were all food. "Ha ha ha ha, what a great place!" Bogang confirmed that the island under his feet was a food island, and immediately began to eat and drink. She is so powerful that there is nothing she can't eat. Grabbing it with one palm, she scratched a mountain and stuffed it into her mouth. When his mouth was dry, he lowered his head and swallowed the river water. The river water is made of fruit juice, which has a special flavor when paired with food. At the same time, the residents and guards on Wheat Island also discovered the existence of Bogang. What kind of monster is this?" A pirate looked at the gigantic demon Bogang in front of him, his eyes widened, and cold sweat unconsciously dripped from his forehead. "Is it the Titans?" No, the Titans are not like this. It's a monster through and through." Although Bogang didn't attack the guards, he kept eating. But the incomparably huge body and the terrifying aura emanating from it have already made the guards on the island tremble with fear. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise startled many pirate guards. Many pirate guards looked up, only to see that Bogang forcibly pulled up a small mountain of food, then opened his mouth wide and swallowed it mouthful. Eba! In the blink of an eye, a hill went into Bogang's stomach. Bogang looked very satisfied, and licked his fingers with his tongue. "Monster, don't eat it. If we continue to eat like this, our family will be gone. Damn BD, kill it." The pirate guards roared again and again, and finally launched an attack on Bogang. Intensive gunfire sounded, and waves of flames exploded from Bogang's back. It's just that such an attack is useless to Bogang. When the flame dissipated, Bogang's skin was not broken. "Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? Many guards were so frightened that their legs went weak. At this time, Bo Gang scratched the back of the bombed man, and finally turned around. He saw the pirate guards under his feet, licked his tongue, and the saliva fell like a torrential rain. In addition to the main course, there are dim sum cakes. Saying that, Bo Gang stretched out his hand to grab the pirate guard below. Seeing this, the guard's face changed greatly in fright, and he turned around and ran away. But there were still 4 or 5 pirate guards who were unlucky and were caught by Bo Gang. Bo Gang grabbed the pirate and dipped it on the nearby strawberry jam mountain, then threw it into his mouth. Accompanied by a series of terrified screams, those pirates were swallowed by Bo Gang. The demon Bogong's appetite is hundreds of times more terrifying than Big Mom. Even Big Mom can eat people during phagocytosis, let alone Bo Gang. Go to Katakuri-sama, this monster can only be dealt with by Katakuri-sama. A pirate guard yelled in horror with tears in his eyes. All the pirate guards fled. Bo Gang did not pursue. In her opinion, chasing after a few dim sum cakes is too time-consuming, and eating a big meal is the real thing. Wheat Island is one of the most core islands in the sea area of all nations. Charlotte Katakuri, the leader of desert generals and the second figure of Big Mom pirates, is personally in charge. After receiving the report from his subordinates, Katakuri rushed to the place where Bo Gang was at the first time. This guy. Katakuri's eyes widened at the first sight of Hagong. His observation haki is very powerful, and he can clearly perceive the terrifying power contained in Bo Gang. With just one glance, Katakuri had an incomparable thought in his heart. He looked at the pirate beside him and said, "Tell Mom about the situation here, and ask Mom to come to Wheat Island immediately." "I obey, Katakuri-sama." Hearing Katakuri's order, the pirates under him became even more frightened. They didn't expect that this sudden monster would require Big Mom's own hands to deal with it. "Back off, all of you!" With a roar, Katakuri took out his weapon, the trident, and jumped onto Pogong's back. Armament haki covered the trident, aimed at Bo Gang's back and stabbed hard. With Katakuri's strength, coupled with his advanced armament haki, this blow can easily penetrate a mountain. However, this blow pierced Bo Gang's back, but could not pierce Bo Gang's skin. The hardness and toughness of Hagong's skin is beyond Katakuri's imagination. What a strong defense! Katakuri's eyes widened, and his hands continued to force, piercing a hole in Pogong's skin. But it was impossible to break through that layer of skin defense. Katakuri has only seen one monster with such tough skin, and that is Big Mom, known as the Steel Balloon. At this moment, Katakuri felt that he had met his mother. No, the defense of the monster in front of me is even more convincing than my mother. It's itchy. Bo Gang's voice boomed, and his huge palm slapped Katakuri on the back. Chapter 120. Katakuri saw the future picture ahead of time and avoided the blow in time. But the powerful palm force of the big hand set off a gust of wind, forcing Katakuri back. Damn guy! Chop cut rice cake! Katakuri's killer move came back again, using the Nunuyuo fruit ability to turn the rice cake on the arm into the shape of a mace, and the surface is covered with barbs. After being hardened by armament haki, the Japanese stick hit Pogong's body. There was a loud bang, and a powerful shock wave erupted. But it still had no effect. How can it be? The countless pirate guards around were stunned, their eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. Katakuri's strength ranks second in the Big Mom pirates, but he is so strong. In the past, when Katakuri fought in person, those enemies simply couldn't hold on to a few moves. There are even some well-known pirates who can't even catch Katakuri's move. But now this monster was attacked by Katakuri with all his strength, and it was unscathed. This shocked countless pirate guards, and their minds went blank. Some guys thought they were dreaming and slapped the people around them several times. Sure enough, Bogong's defense is very strong. Over Wheat Island, Carl, who was watching the battle, nodded secretly. When he came to Wangwo this time, Carl just wanted to test the specific strength of the demon Bogang. Although it is only a glimpse now, Bogang has satisfied Carl. Not to mention anything else, just this defense. Bogang just lay there and let Admiral attack. Admiral may not be able to hurt her. 9-head rice cake. Seeing that the common attack was useless, Katakuri directly launched the awakening trick. A large number of rice cakes were produced by him, suspended around the body. Machi squirmed into 9 giant fists while covering armament haki, hitting the wave net. Boom! 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 Katakuri's moves were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he punched Bogang hundreds of times. At a glance, all around Katakuri are the afterimages of Black's fist. The fist hit Bogang's huge body, and powerful shock waves erupted. Thunder-like roars exploded continuously, echoing around the island. Each of Katakuri's punches could easily pierce through a hill, but at this moment, he couldn't break through Bogang's defense. Dim sum cake, you are so annoying. Bogang was enraged by Katakuri's attack. He slapped wildly, and directly scattered all of Katakuri's fist shadows. At the same time, the other palm fell and hit Katakuri on the ground. Bogang's palm covered the sky and the sun, and instantly blocked the sun, leaving Katakuri in the shadows. Katakuri's eyes were red, and he saw Bogang's attack trajectory in advance, and his whole body turned into a donut and rolled quickly, dodging the attack. Oh! Donuts! Seeing Katakuri transformed into a donut, Bogang's appetite suddenly surged and his stomach growled loudly. As she licked her tongue, the saliva flew around. At this moment, Katakuri really thought he saw Big Mom. The amazing appetite, the greedy desire in the eyes after seeing the food, the two are almost exactly the same. Rumble. The ground trembled, and Bogang's huge body stood up. As she swallowed a mountain of cake, Bogang's body surface suddenly released a dazzling green light. Is it finally here? Seeing this, Carl's eyes lit up. In the green light, Bogang's body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instantly grew from 50 meters to 100 meters. Demon Bogang has the ability to grow in size. As long as the food he eats reaches the standard, his size will become bigger. And as her size gets bigger, her power star, defense, and gluttony abilities will all become stronger. Don't run, donut! Bogang ran wildly after Katakuri, and every time she landed, the island would shake, and the ground would leave a huge footprint. Katakuri transforms from a donut back into a human form, and then back into a sphere. The surface of the spherical machi is covered with sharp barbs and covered with high-density armament haki. Chestnut rice cake. Countless barbs shot at Bogang at lightning speed, submerging Bogang like a torrential rain. Bogang ran wildly against the attack, grabbed a nearby house as a weapon, and threw it at Katakuri. With a loud bang, Katakuri's incarnation of sweet chestnut rice cake was hit, turning into fragments of rice cakes scattered all over the sky. Where's the donut? Where did it go? Bogang grabbed the fragments of rice cakes on the ground and stuffed them into his mouth, chewed and swallowed them while looking for Katakuri. At this moment, a ball of rice cakes squirmed on the ground, and Katakuri appeared from it, recovering his entity. Waxy fruit is a special paramecia ability, so Katakuri can also do something similar to elementalization. So Bogang's attack didn't hurt him. It's just that Katakuri consumed a lot of physical strength by using awakening tricks one after another. Moreover, facing the huge sense of oppression brought by Bogang, Kataku's mentality was also under tremendous pressure. Since you can't beat it, I'll drown you. Katakuri's right hand turns into a rice cake and inserts it into the ground, and the awakened ability turns the entire ground under his feet into a rice cake. Mobile glutinous rice balls. With Katakuri's roar, the flowing rice cake land suddenly turned into a tsunami, impacting on Bogang. Katakuri roared crazily, exerting Devil Fruit's ability to the limit. Fang Yuan turned thousands of meters of land into rice cakes. The ground softened, Bo Gang sank into the rice cake, and his huge body sank slowly. Soon, Bo Gang was completely covered and swallowed by rice cakes. A mountain of rice cakes appeared in front of Katakuri. 0, asking for flowers. After hardening the rice cake mountain, Katakuri pulled out his arm and gasped violently. The move just now consumed a lot of Katakuri's physical strength in an instant, causing dense beads of sweat to appear on his forehead. Win, win. A pirate guard muttered to himself. Great, Katakuri-sama won. I just said, Katakuri-sama is the strongest. What kind of monster? What kind of intruder? It is impossible to be Katakuri-sama's opponent. The pirate guards in the distance let out deafening cheers, all celebrating Katakuri's victory. Several chefs are already preparing to deliver the prepared desserts to Katakuri to enjoy, replenishing his sugar and energy. However, only Katakuri's expression remained serious. Sure enough, less than 2 seconds after Dashin sealed bow, the whole mountain began to tremble. The mountain formed by rice cakes kept shaking, as if it was a huge piece of jelly. The cheering pirates were all stunned, the cheering stopped abruptly, and their faces were stiff. Under the incredible eyes of everyone, the rice cake mountain was torn apart, and 2 huge arms stretched out. Then came a huge hideous head. These rice cakes taste pretty good. Snack cake, make more. Bo Gang gave Katakuri a ferocious smile, and then opened his mouth to swallow all the surrounding mountains of rice cakes. But in the blink of an eye, Bo Gang finished eating the rice cakes like Yinshin. At the same time, Bo Gang's body size has become larger, and his height has exceeded 200 meters. Damn monster, I don't believe you have no weaknesses. Katakuri's face was ugly, and he noticed Bo Gang's mouth when he was eating, and his heart was shocked. Speaking of weaknesses, mouth and eyes are one of them. He didn't believe that these parts could also be as defensive as the skin. Katakuri thought he had found the weakness of Hagum, and he turned into an afterimage and flew towards Hagum. With a flash of black shadow, Katakuri was already in front of Bo Gang's head. Die, damned monster! Weird rice cake! Katakuri roared, his right arm swelled and enlarged, forming an oversized fist and smashing into Bo Gang's tongue. The diameter of the fist exceeds 30 meters, and the surface is covered with high-density armament haki. Katakuri is also surrounded by Red's lightning, which is Conqueror's haki. With a loud bang, Katakuri's fist hit Bo Gang's mouth. Visible ripples appeared in the atmosphere, and shock waves poured in all directions. Countless pirates stared at Bo Gang, hoping that Katakuri's attack would work. Unfortunately, they were disappointed, and Katakuri was also disappointed. This punch of his still couldn't shake Bo Gang in the slightest. Chapter 121. Dim sum cakes, delivered to your door. Hagong bit Katakuri's fist and smiled ferociously. As soon as the teeth pressed hard, with a click, the armament haki armor covering the surface of the fist was directly crushed, and at the same time, the arm was bitten off. Click! Click! All rice cakes were chewed by Bo Gang and finally swallowed. What? Katakuri's pupils constricted, his face turned pale with fright, and a trace of fear arose in his heart. If he hadn't pseudo-elementalized in advance to avoid Bo Gang's bite, he would have broken his arm now. What kind of monster is this guy? Is it really human? Katakuri felt that the wave in front of him was not human, and no human would be so terrifying. After some fighting, Katakuri has a general understanding of Bo Gang's power experience. This is a monster with extremely terrifying defensive power, no matter how strong his attack is, it can remain unscathed. Both strength and defense are terrifying, the strongest he has ever seen in his life. It can also become stronger through overeating. The only weakness or flaw is that Bo Gang can't haki. 997 can't hurt his entity. This is why Katakuri has been able to fight until now. If Bo Gang knew haki, the slap just now would have seriously injured or even killed him. But even if Hago doesn't know Haki, Katakuri is no match. Facing Bogong's incomparably terrifying defense, Katakuri knew that even if he exhausted his physical strength, it was impossible to hurt a single hair of Bogong. Okay, it's time to kill him. Carl, who was watching the battle at a high altitude, had a general understanding of Bogong's level of strength, and he felt murderous in his heart. Bogang, don't eat it, get rid of him. Carl's voice sounded in Bogang's mind, and Bogang's expression changed, and he suddenly revealed a fierce look. Yes, master. Murderous intent emerged, and Bogang's aura suddenly changed. She casually grabbed a mountain of cake and swallowed it in one gulp, and a green light burst out of her body. With the absorption of energy, Bogong's size becomes larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the previous battle, Bogang didn't take it seriously at all. Most of her attention is still on eating. To him, Katakuri is just a piece of cake that can run and jump. Those attacks seemed to be tickling him, and Bogang didn't take it to heart at all. So she is willing to play with this food. But now that Carl has given the order, Bogong's attitude is naturally different. Katakuri's observation Haki immediately sensed the change in Bogong's breath, and his expression changed instantly. Katakuri trembled involuntarily from the malice and killing intent emanating from Hagong. All the cells in his body trembled crazily at this moment, every cell was warning. We'll die. If you don't run away, you will die here. Katakuri shouted in his heart, and the whole person suddenly turned into an afterimage, fleeing towards the distance. Unfortunately, it was too late, Bogang had already eaten and digested the cake. All the food was converted into energy by Bogang and spewed out from her mouth. Boom! A huge energy ray with a diameter of more than 100 meters penetrated the entire wheat island in an instant, and finally hit the distant sea after flying for more than 10 kilometers. Katakuri, who was fleeing, saw the coming of the energy ray with the observation Haki, which could predict the future, but he had no time to dodge it. The speed of the energy ray is too fast, it has already leaped more than 10 kilometers in just 1/1000th of a second. So Katakuri got hit directly by the energy ray. The terrifying energy rays directly tore apart Katakuri's flesh and blood, and the scorching high temperature instantly gasified every inch of his flesh and blood. Even elementalized natural energy will be harmed by Bogong's attack, not to mention that Katakuri is only pseudo-elementalized. Katakuri died peacefully, he didn't even feel the pain, the person had already disappeared. Wherever the energy ray passes, everything is completely destroyed, and all pirates vaporize and disappear. Rumble! A huge mushroom cloud exploded on the sea, and the flames soared into the sky, stirring at an altitude of several thousand meters. Shock waves followed one after another, forming a violent gust of wind, and at the same time set off huge waves, roaring towards all directions. Carl looked down from the sky and saw a red gully appearing on the wheat island. That is the magma trail left by the energy rays melting the island. This magma track penetrated tens of meters underground, almost cutting off the entire island. The battle ended very quickly, in the blink of an eye. This is Bogang's strength, as long as he is serious, it only takes one move to kill Katakuri. For Bogang, this is as simple as eating and drinking. After killing Katakuri, Bogang's body shrinks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously that move just now consumed a lot of her energy. Bogang's stomach growled and he was obviously hungry again. The pirate survivors on Wheat Island looked at Katakuri who had disappeared, their faces were all dull, and they fell to their knees in fright. Disappeared, Katakuri-sama disappeared. No. Impossible, how could Katakuri be defeated? He's the crowning masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Fake, I must have read it wrong. It's not real, I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming. Countless pirate guards knelt down and cried bitterly, hissing and roaring, their hearts were cold. There are also many pirates who slap themselves frantically, trying to escape from this terrified demon. Even Katakuri was killed so easily, so what should they do? Boom! 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 The thunderous roar sounded again, and Bogang had already walked in front of many pirates. She opened her mouth wide, and her saliva kept flowing. Delicious side dishes, don't run away. As he said that, he stretched out his big hand to catch the pirate. The pirate was so frightened by Bogang's terrifying appearance that he almost went crazy, and opened his mouth to scream in horror. Some pirates ran away, but most of them were so frightened that they were paralyzed on the ground and could not move. So they got caught by Bogang and all went into Bogang's belly. After completing the task, Bogang started to enjoy the big meal again. Wheat Island is full of food, and Bogang eats it very quickly. Her size has been growing as she eats, and her size soon exceeded 500 meters. At first glance, it looks like a green mountain. But after the body exceeds 500 meters, it is not so easy to get bigger. If you want to continue to become stronger, the food you need is starfish, and it is possible to eat an island. Okay, let's go to Hilly today. Carl descended from the sky, came to the top of Bogang, and ordered, Bogang, you stay here and continue to eat as much as you can. This island is finished, and there is more around. If anyone stops you, you eat him. Yes, master. Bogang is happy as long as there is food. Under Bogang's amazing appetite, Wheat Island changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, an island was eaten up by Bogang. After eating and drinking enough, Bogang lay down directly, and soon fell asleep and let out an earth-shattering grunt. Carl glanced at Bogang, then at the sea area behind Wheat Island, with a sneer on his lips. You Bogang exists, enough for Bigmdim to mention it. As if hearing Carl's voice, the system released a new task. Ding! The host triggers a new task, kill the Emperor 3.2. It is detected that the host is attacking 4 emperors at the same time, and the two-line war begins. Please host kill 4 emperors Big Mom together. Task rewards, Soul Sublimation, General Samo of the Ghost Shadow Corps, Troll Regiment, Giant Shadow, Sky Demon Zimu. The reward is really generous enough. Carl nodded secretly in his heart, and took a last look at the Sea of Nations in the distance, and then flew to the distance on the Fire Dragon. It was Carl's whim to use Bogang to destroy the Big Mom pirates. Defeating the beast's pirates and Carl's current strength is enough. Instead of letting the demon Bogang sleep in the system space, it is better to release her and let her cause trouble for Big Mom. Bogang's strength is beyond Carl's imagination. Even Big Mom may not be the opponent of the demon Bogang. Maybe just one demon Bogang can destroy the entire Sea of Nations and wipe out the Big Mom pirates. When the time comes, Carl himself defeats the beast's pirates, and Bogang destroys the Big Mom pirates. With one expedition, Carl can completely eliminate 4 emperors. Chapter 122. Seas of All Nations, Cake Island. In the palace, 4 emperors Big Mom was lying on her back on the bed, her mouth was wide open, and delicious little cakes jumped into her mouth one by one. The sound of chewing echoed in the palace, vaguely mixed with the screams of the cakes. The sound of food screaming in the mouth is simply chilling. People with soul fruit abilities in the past did not have the hobby of turning food into homies and then eating it. Only a psychologically distorted pervert like Big Mom would do such a thing. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, and Charlotte Owen pushed the door in, with an anxious expression on her face. Mom, something is wrong. Wheat Island has found intruders. Wheat Island, isn't that where Katakuri is in charge? Big Mom said with a smile, with my most satisfied son Katakuri personally sitting in the town, the intruders will be resolved soon. Well. By the way, after the intruders are eliminated, let's hold a tea party. This year's tea party should also start. Thinking of everyone sitting together and enjoying delicious food at the tea party, Big Mom's face showed a happy smile. It's just that this smiling face combined with Big Mom's ferocious witch-like face is really terrifying. Owen said with a solemn expression, this time the situation is different, Mom, it was Katakuri Big Brother who personally ordered for help. He also specially instructed that the enemy is very strong, and only Mother can deal with it. What did you say? 04. Big Mom's expression changed. After hearing these words, she couldn't keep calm anymore. Katakuri really said that? That's right. Could it be that the other 4 emperors came here? Or that brat Shinigami? Big Mom looked fierce, and quickly dialed Katakuri's phone bug. Unfortunately, the phone bug has been in a state of no one answering. What the hell happened? Which BD dares to come to my mother's place to act wild? An extremely terrifying murderous aura erupted from Big Mom, causing the temperature of the palace to drop suddenly. As the big pirate of the 4 emperors, Big Mom sometimes has a childish mentality, a little naive. But in the face of the enemy's provocation, she will not remain indifferent. A furious Big Mom is very scary. But at this moment, panicked footsteps sounded again, and Charlotte Defa broke into the room with a face full of horror. Mom, something is wrong, Katakuri's big brother. His life card burned to ashes. Defa shouted with tears streaming down his face. As soon as these words came out, Charlotte Owen's eyes widened instantly, even Big Mom did the same. What did you say? Say it again. Owen stepped forward, grabbed Defa's collar and shook it vigorously, spattering Defa's face with saliva. Defaku said in a trembling voice, the life card of Katakuri's big brother was burned to ashes. Katakuri, he was killed. Unable to accept this fact, Owen loosened Defa's collar, took several steps back, and finally staggered and sat on the ground. Katakuri is dead. These words kept echoing in Owen's mind, as if a heavy hammer was beating his head hard. No. Impossible, he is Katakuri. Owen muttered to himself with blank eyes. Katakuri is the most perfect undefeated myth, the strongest warrior of Big Mom, how could he be killed? And now it's only a few minutes before the call for help is sent back. Who could kill him in such a short time? Charlotte Owen looked terrified, and involuntarily hugged her arms tightly. He suddenly felt flustered, his whole body was cold, and he couldn't help shivering all over his body. That is fear. Owen tried his best to suppress or dispel the instinctive fear that came from the cellular level. Mom, what should we do now? Defaku looked at Big Mom with tears streaming down his face. Big Mom's face is ferocious and vicious. He roared, what should I do? Of course it's revenge. Dare to kill my mother's son, my mother will not let him go. No matter who he is, I will make him pay the price. I will cut off his limbs, pull out his bones one by one, and torture him to death with the most cruel methods. Boom! The incomparably terrifying murderous aura engulfed Conqueror's haki erupted from Big Mom's body, and it went mad instantly. The tables, chairs, benches, dressers, and dining tables in the room were all overturned by the air waves. Go, call everyone. Big Mom walked out of the palace first, and the Big Mom pirates were already standing outside. All the brothers and sisters of the Charlotte family came, all of them looked sad. Both men and women bit their lips and burst into tears. Mom, Katakuri Big Brother really? Charlotte Bray covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She still couldn't believe that Katakuri died just like that. That was her favorite big brother. That's right, Katakuri is dead. Big Mom said with a gloomy face. So we want to avenge him and make the person who provoked the Big Mom pirates pay the price. Go and prepare the boat right away, my mother is leaving immediately. Big Mom was enveloped in a murderous aura, draped over her body like an invisible coat. None of the Charlotte family members are weak, and Grandmaster Observation Haki is everywhere. They perceive anger, hatred, killing and other emotions from Big Mom, but they do not perceive sadness. A mother who has lost her son will not be sad. Apparently Big Mom is not a good mother. All members of the Charlotte family who knew this felt a pang of sadness. Although they knew this a long time ago, they were really chilling at the moment. In a sense, it's really sad that they have such a mother. Although Big Mom has many children, her love for her children is very distorted, more of possession and use. When the sons and daughters are dead, Big Mom will avenge them, but it is more to maintain the majesty and face of the Big Mom pirates. She does not allow anyone to challenge her status and dignity. The Queen Mother anthem went to sea, and Big Mom personally led the team, bringing almost all the members of the Charlotte family, and the Big Mom pirates almost came out in full force. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and the sea was wrinkled and rough. The climate seems to have been changed by Big Mom's angry Hokage. It takes Big Mom 2 days to rush from Cake Island to Wheat Island. During these 2 days, Bogang has been sleeping soundly. Going to sleep after eating is Bogang's normal state. Sleeping for a year is just a trivial matter for Bogang, let alone 2 days. Damn it, is this the guy? Killed my most perfect son. In the cabin 970, Big Mom saw the impact of the phone bug in front of him, and he was furious. Yes, Mom, that's it. Charlotte Owen respectfully reports, for the past 2 days this monster has been prowling our seas of nations. Its appetite is amazing, it can eat almost anything, even steel and rocks. And as it overeats, it keeps getting bigger. Our people have already roughly understood its ability. It is powerful, its defense is terrifying, and it can also convert the food it eats into energy rays and release it. Katakuri Big Brother died under its energy ray. Having said that, Charlotte Owen clenched her fists tightly. The ability of Reround Fruit was released uncontrollably, turning his fists hot and blood red. Humph, just wait, my mother will kill it soon. Hey, how far is it to get there? Big Mom roared. Please, just a moment, Mom, we'll be there soon. Facing the enraged Big Mom, the pirate on the boat was trembling with fear. Finally, after about half an hour, the big pirate fleet arrived at the outskirts of Wheat Island. Members of the Charlotte family stood up and looked at Wheat Island, and saw Bogang sleeping soundly on the island at a glance. Bogang's snoring, like muffled thunder, kept echoing in everyone's ears. As Bogang breathed, her chest rose and fell. From a distance, it looks like a mountain that fluctuates up and down. Damn it, you killed my mother's son, yet you still dare to sleep here swaggeringly. How much do you look down on my old lady, are you too arrogant? Chapter 123. Damn it, you killed my mother's son, yet you still dare to swagger and sleep here. How much do you look down on my old lady, are you too arrogant? Big Mom's eyes widened, his eyes were about to burst, and he let out a roar immediately. Zeus! Prometheus! Yes, Mom! Leon Zeus and Huayun Prometheus flew to Big Mom at the same time. Zeus swelled and became bigger, carrying Big Mom soaring into the sky, and flew towards Bogang. When it came to the top of Bogang's head, Big Mom grabbed it with a big hand, and the big sword Napoleon flew into his hand automatically. Go to hell, you bloody BD! Waiaguo! Big Mom slashed down with a sword, a giant sword energy burst out, and hit the sleeping Bogang below with lightning speed. Waiaguo's full name is Albaf's Spear, Waiaguo, which is a trick of the Titan family. This trick is known as the power to destroy a country with one sword, and it can exert its greatest power only when it is used with great strength. Big Mom is not a Titan family, but her strength is stronger than the Titan family. So this trick in her hands is more than 10 times more powerful than that used by the Titans. Rumble! The roar sounded, the dazzling sword light burst and bloomed, and gunpowder smoke was everywhere. The shock wave swept over half of the island, and even the sea water around the island vibrated, as if boiling. Dead. On the pirate ship, all members of the Charlotte family stared at Wheat Island, and hundreds of observation haki swept over to perceive the details of the island. It is impossible for it to be alive if it bears mother's prestige head-on. That's right, no one in this world dares to use their body to pick up mom's tricks. That monster must be dead. Good death, go to hell and confess to Katakuri big brother. Many members of the Charlotte family gritted their teeth, and the hatred in their hearts was vented at this moment. But as the smoke dissipated, all of them widened their eyes, and the depths of their eyes were full of disbelief. I saw a huge arm protruding from the smoke and dust rising into the sky. That arm is like a pillar that supports the sky, it is so huge that it looks like a mountain peak when it is waved. Followed by Bo Gang's roar. It hurts, which BD disturbed my sleep. Bo just got up from the ground, and with its movements, the whole wheat island trembled violently. Bo Gang touched the part hit by the sword chi, and there was no injury there. How can it be? The big sword Napoleon was stunned, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Thundercloud Zeus and Flame Prometheus also showed a trace of panic on their humanized faces. They have experienced many battles with Big Mom, and they have never seen such a terrifying monster as Xiang Bogong. To withstand the mighty sword chi head-on without any damage, even the rocks in Whitebeard, Kaido, and even Legendary can't do it. Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? Isn't the defense too pervert? All members of Charlotte's family changed countenance. Although they had known for a long time that Bo Gang's defense was extremely astonishing, but it was so amazing that they were already desperate. Can we really kill it? Everyone who was originally excited felt powerless at this moment. Owen, Daifuku, Cracker, and others who wanted to avenge Katakuri with their own hands were also at a loss. Even Big Mom's tricks don't work on Bo Gang, so what can they do? Even if everyone goes up together, it won't hurt even a single hair of Bo Gang. Is that you? Little fly. Bo Gang on the island noticed Big Mom flying in front of him, and waved his palm towards Big Mom. Bo Gang's palm is extremely huge, with a diameter of dozens of meters. And Big Mom's size is less than 10 meters. Bo Gang's palm was like slapping a mosquito. Before the palm of the hand fell down, a violent storm had already set off. Zeus. Hi, Mom. With Big Mom's order, Zeus flew away with Big Mom dodging Gang's palm. But just as she dodged, the sky above her head suddenly became dark again, and it turned out that Bo Gang's other palm had already photographed it. Hateful. With a roar, Big Mom slashed at Bo Gang's monstrous hand with his sword. The giant sword energy hit Bo Gang's palm, and the powerful impact pushed Bo Gang's palm away. But that's all, because the third palm has already hit Big Mom at this time. With a bang, Big Mom was sent flying by Bo Gang, and his whole body turned into a cannonball and shot out backwards, flying straight for several thousand meters. Thundercloud Zeus and Fire Cloud Prometheus were slapped apart by Bo Gang. Fortunately, they are elemental bodies, physical attacks are useless to them, and they can be restored. But it was too late when they recovered, Big Mom had already been blown away. Mother! Zeus and Prometheus screamed in horror and flew towards Big Mom. There was a loud bang, and Wheat Island shook. A large swath of smoke and dust burst out from the ground, completely covering Big Mom. Mother! When the pirates on the pirate ship saw Big Mom being blown away, they all screamed in terror. How is it possible? Mom was beaten into the air. What is that monster? Obviously he doesn't know Haki, but his strength is so strong, and his defense is unrivaled. Is this monster really human? Many members of the Charlotte family suspect that Bo Gang is not human. No human would have such a large size, not even after eating the special devil fruit. But it can't be the Titan family, the appearance of the Titan family will not be so weird and terrifying. Is it a special race? Big Mom flew into the sky from the bottom of the pit, looked at Bo Gang below, and smiled ferociously. At this moment, the murderous aura in her heart dissipated a bit, followed by endless greed. Big Mom has already guessed that Bo Gang is not any race she knows. That is to say, Bo Gang is likely to be the only life in the world. This is a great temptation for Big Mom who dream of collecting all races. I must add you to my collection. Big Mom stared at Bogang greedily, with saliva and shoulder acid constantly flowing from his mouth. Prometheus, fire from the sky. Big Mom grabbed Prometheus and threw it at Bogang. With a loud bang, Prometheus exploded. An endless sea of flames erupted instantly, devouring everything around. Bogang stood in the sea of flames, which reached her waist and continued to grow. Oh! Want to give me a hot shower? Bogang was warm in the sea of fire, not only did not feel pain, but was very comfortable. She was still lying in the sea of fire and rolling back and forth, trying to wash off the dirt on her body. Damn guy! Prometheus, what are you doing? Don't warm up my old lady. Big Mom got a little angry when he saw Bogang's comfortable face, and quickly shouted orders. The sea of fire exploded, the fire burned blazingly, and the temperature increased rapidly, completely engulfing Bogang. The scorching high-temperature air wave covered the entire wheat island, and the plants on the island dried up instantly and then spontaneously ignited and disappeared. Even rocks are turned into magma by the flames. The heat wave rushed out of the island, making the pirates watching the battle drenched in sweat. Shouldn't it be useful now? The pirates couldn't help thinking as they looked at Bogang, who was completely engulfed by the flames. Big Mom once used this fire from the sky to bake an island into a cake and destroy a country. Good money. No, such tricks won't work against that monster. Desert Star Cracker stared at the sea of fire, and made a low voice. As soon as the words fell, a huge arm protruded from the sea of flames. Bogang waved his arm to tear apart the sea of fire, and then opened his mouth wide, bursting out an astonishing suction force. All the flames were sucked into her mouth by Bogang, and then swallowed into her stomach. There was a terrified scream in the sea of flames, and a ball of flame flew out, fleeing in a panic. It was the flame Prometheus. When Bogang saw the fleeing fire cloud, he instantly increased the suction. Prometheus shot back uncontrollably. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape the force of swallowing. Mom, save me! Prometheus called for help in horror, and Big Mom rushed forward to save him. But it was still a step too late, and he could only watch Prometheus being eaten by Bogang. Prometheus! Big Mom roared angrily, but unfortunately she couldn't get a response. Although Bogang's physical attack cannot cause damage to Prometheus of the elemental body. But as long as it is eaten into the stomach, whether it is an elemental body or not, it will be converted into energy by Bogang in the end. Chapter 124. The swallowing lasted for about 2 minutes, and all the surrounding sea of fire was swallowed by Bogang. After eating the last ball of flames, Bogang patted his stomach contentedly, and couldn't help belching. Not bad, very good, the taste of this flame is really delicious. Is there any more? Bogang licked his tongue, looking a little unsatisfied. After eating Prometheus, Bogang got a lot of energy. The body size has grown from 500 meters to more than 800 meters. Eat it, it actually ate Prometheus. There's mother's soul in there. The pirates watching the battle were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. All members of the Charlotte family, including Cracker, were all pale. Prometheus! Hateful! Big Mom's heart surged with anger, and he flew into the sky on Thundercloud Zeus. Rumble! The color of the sky changed, and dark clouds gathered, instantly forming a dark sky stretching for dozens of kilometers. Thunder and lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and countless bolts of lightning swam through the dark clouds, howling and roaring. Thunder! Big Mom manipulated Thundercloud Zeus, and sent down a huge thunderbolt to Bogang below. The diameter of the lightning is more than 100 meters, and it looks like a huge pillar of lightning connecting the ground from a distance. The giant lightning pillar is terrifyingly powerful, and once it falls, it can completely destroy Wheat Island in an instant. After eating the flames, it would be nice to eat some lightning. Bogang looked at the falling giant thunderbolt, licked his tongue, and opened his bloody mouth to aim at the giant thunderbolt. The powerful force of swallowing burst out, compressing the falling giant lightning and swallowing it all into the mouth. Bogang's mouth seems to have turned into a bottomless black hole. No matter how much lightning is filled in, the black hole cannot be filled. Big Mom distorted his expression with anger, continuously strengthening the power of lightning. But in the end it all came to no avail. In the end, all the falling thunder and lightning were swallowed up by Bogang. Fortunately, the body of Zeus is always in the sky, otherwise even he would be eaten by Bogang just like Prometheus. What? No more. Bogang licked his tongue, and said unfinished. Big Mom felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. The monster in front of her was too terrifying. No matter what tricks she used, she couldn't shake even a single strand of it. Now that you're done, it's my turn. Bogang let out an angry roar, opened his bloody mouth wide open and pointed at the sky's Big Mom. A huge energy ray was ejected from his mouth. The energy ray is extremely fast, comparable to the speed of light. The instant it appeared, it had already hit Big Mom, tearing apart the sky, and shooting straight into the sky. Mother! Seeing that Big Mom was hit by Bogang's move, all members of the Charlotte family were shocked and roared. A few overwhelmed guys even tried to go up to save others, but fortunately they were stopped by their family members in time. This is a terrifying ultimate move that can instantly kill Katakuri. If they go up, as long as they are scratched, they may die. Don't worry, Mom will be fine. She is the strongest female pirate in the world. Cracker stood up to stabilize people's hearts. But it can be seen from his clenched fists that his heart is not, as calm as he looks on the surface. What a terrible move! Everyone stared blankly at the bright light that tore through the sky and shot out of the sky. They were all frightened and trembled physically and mentally. A big hole was punched out in the clouds in the sky, and this energy ray seemed to destroy the sky. Boom! The energy ray lasted for about 1 minute and finally stopped. Bogang closed his mouth and spit out a cloud of white gas visible to the naked eye. Her body shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. It shrank from 800 meters to less than 300 meters in an instant. Obviously, this trick consumed a lot of energy of Bogang. The energy obtained by swallowing the island and swallowing the fire cloud Prometheus is all used up. After the energy ray disappeared, a black shadow fell from the sky. That's Big Mom. I saw that Big Mom's whole body was scorched black, dripping with blood, his eyes were rolled up, and black smoke was still spitting out from his mouth. She could hardly find an inch of intact skin all over her body, and her breath was extremely weak. Big Mom is most proud of the Absolute Defense steel balloon, plus the super armament Haki armor, which is vulnerable to the energy ray of Bogang and is broken from the front. The reason why she is still alive is because she has a strong vitality. But with such serious injuries, Big Mom has no power to fight anymore. Mother! Seeing Big Mom, who had lost consciousness and fell into a coma, Cracker, Owen, and others hurriedly stepped on the moonwalk to save people. As for the others, they stood on the boat without a god and muttered to themselves. Impossible, Mom was defeated. It was defeated with just one move. How can this be? Everyone couldn't believe what they saw before their eyes. But the fact is the fact, seeing with their own eyes, they can't help but believe it. Mother! Cracker moved the fastest, and the whole person turned into an afterimage and quickly approached Big Mom. But at this moment, a boulder suddenly flew from a distance, accurately hitting Cracker and smashing it into the air. Owen, who had no time to react, was also thrown into the air by the boulder. It is said to be a boulder, but in fact it is almost the same as a hill. Coupled with the strange power of the demon Bogang, the power is very terrifying. Therefore, Cracker and Irving, who were hit, had broken bones, vomited blood, and were seriously injured. Bogang on Wheat Island smiled ferociously, and once again threw 2 huge boulders towards Big Mom. Mother! Seeing the helpless Big Mom, the members of the Big Mom pirates roared in fright. Just when the boulder was about to hit Big Mom, two thunderbolts fell from the sky and smashed the boulder into pieces. Thundercloud Zeus fell from the sky, dragging Big Mom to evacuate quickly. Thundercloud Zeus had enlarged his body earlier, although he was hit by an energy ray and destroyed part of his body, he did not completely die after all. "Mom, Mother, how are you doing?" Zeus called Big Mom in a panic, and bolts of lightning fell on Big Mom, resuscitating her with electric shocks. With a bang, Big Mom's chest trembled violently. Then, Big Mom opened his eyes with difficulty. What's wrong with me?" Big Mom's brain is still a little confused, he can't speak clearly, and it's very difficult to speak. Every time you say a word, you have to spit out blood. "Mom, please stop talking, you are seriously injured and need first aid." Zeus flew Big Mom towards the pirate ship below. But the boulder attack strikes again. Under the projection of Bogang, the speed of boulders is several times that of cannonballs, and the power is even more frightening. Zeus is not afraid of such physical attacks, but Big Mom is not. At this moment Big Mom has been seriously injured and can no longer withstand new attacks. So Zeus fled while flying, very embarrassed. Big Mom has never been so embarrassed. I'm defeated." Big Mom's eyes widened and he finally came back to his senses. Feeling the severe pain from all over the body, Big Mom's eyes were red with anger, and the anger in her chest almost made her lose her mind. "I was actually defeated by one move." Big Mom doesn't want to accept this fact, she can't accept it. Damn BD. Big Mom sat up slowly supporting his seriously injured body, staring at Bogang who was throwing boulders, and the killing intent in his heart reached an unprecedented height. At this moment, regardless of whether Bogang is the only rare race in the world, Big Mom doesn't want to keep her anymore. Soul burning. Big Mom made a high-pitched noise. The sound waves almost turned into substance, causing the surrounding void to produce ripples visible to the naked eye. The flying boulder was affected by the sound waves and stopped in the air, and then dense cracks appeared on the surface. With a final bang, all the boulders exploded. A strange black light appeared on Big Mom's body, and a black monster with only 2 eyes and 1 mouth suddenly appeared behind her, making a terrifying and sharp laugh. Under the black light, Big Mom's injuries quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her weak aura also rose rapidly, and she quickly returned to her peak state. With a bang, the black light on Big Mom exploded, and Big Mom reappeared completely unharmed. However, after recovering from the injury, Big Mom's breathing was very short, and there were fine beads of sweat on his face and neck. The plump body became even more scrawny. The most important thing is that there are many wrinkles on her face, and large patches of white hair appear on her pink hair. Originally Big Mom's hair was all pink and red, but now a major part of it has turned white. At first glance, Big Mom seems to have aged over 10 years in an instant. Chapter 125. Soul burning is a unique trick for soul fruit ability users. Big Mom can burn its own soul to enhance its combat power, and at the same time, it can also recover from injuries, and even recover from the dying state to the peak. It's just that the price is very high. Burning the soul is equivalent to burning the lifespan. The injury caused by Bogang to Big Mom this time was too severe, and it took 10 years of life for Big Mom to recover. I actually let my mother burn her soul for 10 years, just use all your lifespan to exchange it. Soul spell. Big Mom flew above Bogang's head, activated the ability of summoning soul, and a terrifying breath erupted from her body, covering Bogang instantly. The sky became dark, and in this field, Big Mom seemed to dominate. As long as there is the slightest fear of Big Mom, the soul will be drained by her instantly. It's just that the demon Bogang never knew what fear was. She looked at the Big Mom in front of her, as if she was eating a piece of fat. Talking barbecue, come here. Bogang stretched out his big hand to grab Big Mom, and the moment he stretched out his hand, the soul domain created by Big Mom was suddenly declared shattered. Hateful. Big Mom's face was ugly and extremely gloomy. At the same time, there was a trace of fear and despair in my heart. Bo Gang's strength was beyond her imagination, so she couldn't think of any way to deal with him. Thundercloud Zeus flew away with Big Mom to avoid Bo Gang's attack. "Mom, let's go first, this monster is immune to death at all," Zeus said in horror. "What are you talking about?" Big Mom suddenly became angry and punched Zeus on the head. "How could my old lady run away? Who do you think I am?" Across the sea for decades, Big Mom has never run away except for the time when they first debuted in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Roar! Bo just roared suddenly. Before Big Mom could react, the whole body was hit by the energy ray again. The scorching heat of the light directly breaks through her armed Haki armor, and destroys her indestructible flesh at the same time. Under the sweep of the energy rays, Big Mom let out a sharp and ear-piercing scream. The energy ray hits the sea, and a huge mushroom cloud erupts. Big Mom escaped from the energy ray, and his body, which had just recovered from burning his soul, was now covered in bruises and drenched in blood. It's just that compared with the first time, the waist injury suffered this time is a little lighter. There is no way, Bo Gang had an energy ray last time, which consumed a lot of energy, and his body size shrank rapidly as a result. So this time the power is naturally weaker. Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. After the energy is generated, Bo Gang's stomach is hungry again. She casually grabbed a rock mountain next to it and stuffed it into her mouth, chewed it into powder and swallowed it. Damn it, it's so unpalatable. Bo Gang spat in disgust, staring at Big Mom in the sky, and his saliva kept flowing. "Don't run, you big piece of meat." Seeing this, Zeus was so frightened that his expression changed, and he ran away even faster. "Come back to me, you cotton candy!" Bo Gang yelled. In her eyes, Leon Zeus is obviously just a cotton candy. It's a pity that Bo Gang can't fly, so he can only watch Zeus fly away. On the back of Leon Zeus, Big Mom vomited blood, his expression decayed. The two eyes were wide open, full of viciousness and unwillingness. "Damn it, my old lady won't let it go like this." Looking at the demon Bo Gang on Wheat Island behind him, Big Mom's heart boiled with murderous intent. However, in the face of Bo Gang who is stronger than her, Big Mom can only temporarily avoid the edge. "Let's go, everyone retreat." Big Mom flew back to the sky above the pirate fleet, and the pirate fleet below issued an order in the sky to turn around and turn around. More than 90% of the pirates have been terrified by the previous battle, and they no longer have the courage to attack Bo Gang. Damn it, are we going back in such a despondent way? On the pirate ship, Charlotte Defa smashed the side of the ship with a fist, gritted her teeth, and her tone was full of unwillingness. Their Big Mom pirates came out in full force, thinking they could kill the demon Bo Gang and avenge Katakuri. As a result, they didn't even fight, and they were about to retreat. "No way, we are not the opponent of that monster," Cracker next to him said in a deep voice, "even Mom can't hurt her, let alone us." While speaking, Cracker kept clutching his chest, and coughed violently after speaking, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was hit by Bo Gang with a big mountain. Although he didn't die, several bones were broken and his internal organs were seriously injured. "Just wait, sooner or later we will avenge Katakuri's big brother." Charlotte Owen turned red all over, spraying hot air, and the direct high temperature directly burned through the deck. The rest of the Charlotte family members also gritted their teeth and trembled, with expressions of unwillingness on their faces. Suddenly, there was a scream of panic. "No! Not good, that monster is catching up." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed immediately. Looking back, he saw the demon Bo just plunged into the sea and was swimming towards them. "Don't run, dim sum cake, come back to me." Bo Gang let out a roar, and when he was swimming, he set off a huge wave and rushed towards the big pirate fleet, causing the pirate ship to shake violently and crumble. Countless pirates screamed in terror, and some courageous pirates shot back. It's a pity that these tricks are useless against Bogang. Bogang opened his mouth to send out a powerful swallowing force, and the sea water formed a waterspout and was sucked into her mouth. The few pirate ships that escaped slowly were engulfed by the waterspout and swallowed into their mouths. With a few chewing sounds and a series of terrified screams, the pirate ship was swallowed by Bogang. Bogang also picked a toothpick between his teeth, and that toothpick was a mainmast of a pirate ship. 0. Asking for flowers. Run! Charlotte Cracker, Owen, Daifuku, and others roared in anger, and the pirates under him didn't need to say much, they all rushed the speed of the ship to the limit. At this time, Bogang's weakness finally appeared. Her huge body gives her invincible strength and defense, but it also makes Pogon's movements very sluggish. On land, Bogang moves very slowly, twisting and twisting when he runs. Now jumping into the sea, the swimming speed is even slower. She swung her huge arms to swim, but her huge body struggled to move forward. With such a speed, Bogang couldn't catch up with the fleeing pirate fleet at all. Come back to me! Bogang got angry and fell asleep in the sea violently. The sea suddenly exploded and boiled, and huge waves hundreds of meters high roared out, rushing towards the large pirate fleet ahead. The Big Mom pirates sat on the deck in fright as they watched the terrifying tsunami coming. 0. Weird, monster! Damn monster, why don't you let us go? Countless pirates are cold and desperate physically and mentally. Don't panic, idiots, we're not dead yet. Cracker let out a roar, jumped up in the air, and split a huge wave with his sword. At the same time, Charlotte Owen, Ross Parrott, Daifuku, and others also took action to intercept the huge waves. There were many strong men who shot, and the terrifying and deadly tsunami was finally intercepted. But this is only the first wave. As long as Bogang survives, the subsequent tsunami will only become stronger, bigger, and more terrifying. Wagyu. At the critical moment, Big Mom in the sky finally made a move. She slashed out a huge sword energy to defeat several waves of tsunamis, temporarily gaining a respite for the big pirate fleet. But that's all, Bogang's follow-up ultimate move soon followed. The monstrous waves with a height of more than 500 meters roared, which can be said to block the sky and the sun. Looking at the doomsday scene that collapsed that day, the Big Mom pirates were all desperate. Rumble! Huge waves roared past, overturning and engulfing the entire pirate fleet. In the blink of an eye, the big pirate fleet of the Big Mom pirates was wiped out. When the huge waves passed, there were countless wreckages of ships and the corpses of pirates floating on the sea surface. Of course, there are still survivors, one by one holding the broken pieces of ship wood, howling in despair. Above the sky, each member of the Charlotte family looked at the miserable scene below, all showing expressions of pain. All members of the Charlotte family are strong, and there are many people who can use moonwalk, so they abandoned the ship in time to avoid the attack of the moonwalk. Although most of the top ranks survived, almost all the elite soldiers of the Big Mom pirates died. Even if the Charlotte family doesn't take the life of the common pirates seriously, they still feel bloody in their hearts after so many deaths at one time. Chapter 126. Go, everyone retreat! Big Mom's sharp voice sounded, and Thundercloud Zeus took the lead to fly into the distance. Although the whole pirate fleet was wiped out, Big Mom didn't take it seriously at all. It's just a group of common pirates, you can find them after you die. Even if her children died, she wouldn't care, let alone a group of common pirates. With the escape of Big Mom and others, the war finally came to an end. Big Mom is almost wiped out except for the top management. The strength shown by Demon Bogong made Big Mom extremely desperate. Just when the Demon Bogong was making trouble with the Big Mom pirates, Carl had already joined Enel Marco and others, and they came to Wokuni together. Is this Wokuni? Sure enough, there is a situation where one man is in charge and one man is in charge. Carl stood on top of the dragon's head, looking down at the huge waterfall below. Every corner of the waterfall is covered with reefs, which have been transformed into war forts by beasts pirates, filled with countless heavy artillery. Anyone who enters Wano Kuni by climbing the 980 waterfall will face countless heavy artillery attacks. It will be blown to pieces in no time. Even if you can break through these battle forts, you must climb the waterfall to reach the big Wano Kuni. And when the pirate ship climbs the waterfall, it will reveal its fatal weakness. As long as someone stands in the way above the waterfall, the pirate ship can be easily knocked down the waterfall, causing the ship to be destroyed and people killed. Diamond Kiyoshi said with emotion, without the ability to fly, trying to enter Wano Kuni through layers of guards is simply harder than reaching the sky. It's a pity that Kaido's opponent is us. Enel grinned and said, for us, such defensive power is nothing more than child's play. Boom! 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 While everyone was talking, the pirates in the war fortress below had discovered the existence of Carl and others. The war fortresses fired at the sky at the same time, and the shells hit everyone like a torrential rain. Small tricks! Enel sneered, and a brontosaurus shot out from his hand, flying towards the shell. Boom! 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 Wherever the thunder dragon went, all the shells exploded in the air. After destroying the shells, the thunder dragon remained unabated and flew towards a war fortress below. With a loud bang, the war fortress exploded suddenly and was completely destroyed by the brontosaurus. Yeah, ha ha ha, that's all. With the rise of Enel, the electric light on his body reappeared. 100 million volts God's punishment. Enel pointed his fingers at the sky and fell suddenly. Lightning bolts fell from the sky, hitting the battle fortresses below. Accompanied by a series of loud roars, dozens of war fortresses were all destroyed by Enel in an instant. There is no need for other people to take action. Enel alone has solved the trouble at the entrance. It's Thor, the invader is Thor. Not only Thor, but also Tyrannosaurus badgers, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jotzi, Foil Vesta, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are all here. And that person is. In the secret monitoring point hidden on the cliff of the waterfall, a pirate holding a telescope fell into a shocked and dazed minister. Through the binoculars he saw a man beyond all horror. Shinigami, is a Shinigami, the invader is a Shinigami Carl. The panicked shouts came from the pirate's sky, and the expressions of the surrounding pirates instantly changed wildly in fright. No, Shinigami Carl invaded Wano Kuni, this is the rhythm of war. Notify Captain Kaido. A pirate quickly took out his phone and dialed Kaido's number on Onijima. The rest of the pirates pointed the video phone snails at the sky, and transmitted the video images here to the headquarters of Onijima in real time. Soon, Kaido, who was on Onishima, learned that Shinigami Carl had invaded Wano Kuni. Damn kid, did you actually come in person? Kaido slammed the wine jug into pieces, stood up abruptly, bursting out with an extremely terrifying murderous aura. Come here, where are all the people dead? Everyone gather, let's go to war. Kaido put the mace on his shoulders and roared in a low voice, this time we must get rid of that brat. Roar! Kaido's roar erupted completely and spread throughout Onijima. Ember of the Three Plagues, Quinn the Plague, and Jack the Drow rushed to the palace of Ghost Island immediately. The three of them looked at the ruins in the image with extremely dignified expressions. At this time, there is no trace of Carl and others in the video screen. All that remains is ruins. Apparently, the defense force at the entrance of Wano Kuni has been wiped out. Arrogant BD, dare to invade Wano Kuni so recklessly, do you think we don't exist? Jack the Drow gritted his teeth angrily. Shinigami personally brought people here, and it looks like he wants to kill us all. Yin's face was wrapped in a mask, and his expression could not be seen. But his voice was deep, and Song knew how vigilant Yen was by listening to his voice. Facing Shinigami Carl, no one can guarantee that they will win. Even Kaido is no exception. Because Kaido has already lost once. Yin still remembers how miserable Kaido was when he fled back. One hand was cut off, the whole body was bloody, and the number of bones were broken, and he was arrested for being dirty. The flesh and blood of the whole body was swallowed by the strange nuclear radiation, and the cells continued to decline. If he hadn't been able to perceive Kaido's breath of life, he would have thought it was a corpse. Moreover, the nuclear radiation that Carl left on Kaido has left Yin with lingering fears. Those pirates who came forward to rescue Kaido would be killed by the terrifying nuclear radiation as soon as they approached. The flesh and blood festered all over the body, and finally the body exploded, leaving no bones left. If the beast's pirates had Quinn, a scientist, Kaido would have died at that time. But even with Quinn, it took a lot of effort to keep Kaido alive. Beside Yin, Plague Quinn's fat cheeks twitched constantly, and there was a deep look of fear in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he also recalled the miserable appearance of Kaido back then. If Shinigami can beat Kaido once, he can beat him a second time. Even if Kaido has the special weapon he made, the odds are not great. In this battle, the odds of the beast's pirates winning are slim. Kaido obviously also sensed the nervousness of Quinn and others, and his face sank immediately. Laozi is not dead yet, what are you afraid of? It's just a brat, Laozi will definitely be able to beat him this time. My ugly words are up front. If anyone dares to run away, I will be the first to tear him apart. Those who want to betray me can stand up now. Kaido's eyes full of killing intent swept across the many pirates present, and he smiled bloodthirstily. Although the pirates are full of betrayal, I will not allow anyone to dare to betray me. No matter who he is, as long as he dares to betray, the end will be death. Many pirates shrank their necks, their scalps felt numb, and their hearts were beating wildly, as if they were about to jump out of their throats. Go meet that arrogant brat. Kaido walked up to the ghost island with a mace in his hand. This place is full of stone forests, almost no grass grows, it is the most perfect battlefield. Kaido found a stone and sat down, took out another wine gourd from nowhere, and poured down the wine. Behind him, the three disasters stand side by side, Black Maria, Runty, Peggy Wan, and others are also impressively on the line. The Volley 6, Flying 6, is already full, except that one of them is not derake 2 years later. I think it was a miscellaneous fish that was defeated and replaced in 2.6 later. All the pirates looked at the distant sky, not daring to make a sound. The surrounding air was dead silent, and a needle could be heard falling. Countless pirates were apprehensive, full of fear of the impending all-out war. Call. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up. The grey and deep clouds over Ghost Island were blown away by the strong wind. Amidst the strong wind, several black spots appeared in the sky. Coming! Yan Zujin's pupils shrank, and he involuntarily grasped the handle of the knife at his waist. Plague Quinn, Jack the Drow, the 6 sons of Ling Kong and many pirates all became nervous at this moment. Shinigami Carl is found in the southeast, and the whole army is ready for war. Jack the Drow let out a roar, and the sound spread over the entire Ghost Island. The muscles of the pirates who have experienced many battles are tense, ready to fight and kill at any time. Hey! 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 The wind howled, and the wind became stronger and stronger. In the gust of wind, the small black spots rapidly grew in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, came to the sky above the Ghost Island. Chapter 127. It's Shinigami! Found the Shinigami Carl location. A pirate yelled in horror. Marco the Phoenix, Enel the Thor, Badgers the Tyrannosaurus, Jotzi the Diamond. All the advanced cotters under Shinigami's command have arrived. Although there were less than 20 intruders, the terrifying sense of oppression made countless pirates suffocate. Boom! Suddenly, there was an air burst in the sky. A powerful hurricane erupted, soaring into the sky and sweeping all directions at the same time. The thick clouds that have shrouded the Ghost Island all year round were instantly pierced by the hurricane, and then completely dissipated. The bright sunshine fell on the earth and fell on countless pirates. More than half of the pirates squinted their eyes subconsciously and covered their eyes with their hands. Ever since the Kaido ruled Wano Kuni and made Onijima the headquarters of the Beast's pirates, the sky has been clouded perennially. The pirates of the Beast's pirates haven't seen sunlight on Ghost Island in years. After a few breaths, many pirates finally got used to the glare of the sun, and looked up at the sky one after another. With just one glance, countless pirates stared wide-eyed. I saw a huge fire dragon descending from the sky and pounced towards them. 03L. The fire dragon roared, and the sound of the dragon's chant shook the sky and the earth, spreading to every corner of Gaideo. The sound of the dragon's roar caused ripples visible to the naked eye to appear in the air, and the invisible sonic attack rushed towards the Beast's pirates in an instant. Countless pirates showed pain on their faces, covered their ears subconsciously, and screamed again and again. Just the roar of the fire dragon has already ruptured and injured thousands of pirates' eardrums. Snort. At the critical moment, Kaido let out a cold snort. Like a thunderclap, it knocked back the roaring sound waves of the fire dragon. Hey! 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 The fire dragon flapped its wings and fell slowly. On top of the fire dragon's head, Carl stood with his arms folded, a black coat inlaid with gold fluttering under the strong wind. Condescending, with indifferent eyes and no emotion, Carl seemed to be looking at a group of dead people. Seeing this, Kaido smashed the gourd in his hand into pieces. He stood up from the stone, took a step forward, and carried the mace on his shoulders. His whole body also burst into a powerful momentum, and he confronted Carl from a distance. Carl smiled indifferently, and his voice boomed, "Long time no see, Kaido, I never thought you were still alive. I thought you were dead a long time ago, but I didn't expect to find a little life back." Being ridiculed by Carl, Kaido was furious and immediately clenched his mace. At the same time, the scar on his chest and the joint of the broken arm began to ache. The scars Carl left on Kaido are permanent and cannot be removed in this lifetime. Just thinking about Carl makes Kaido's scar ache. Today is the most painful time. But this pain not only did not frighten Kaido, but made him more angry and murderous. "Little devil, stop talking nonsense. Today, let's settle the old and new feuds together, let's settle it. Break." Carl smiled playfully, "Do you have that strength? If I'm not mistaken, your current situation is not very good." Carl's eyes were like lightning, as if he could see the internal organs through the artificial skin on Kaido's chest. Kaido's complexion changed, and the aura on his body became more gloomy. Yin, Quinn, and Jack beside them also had ugly faces, so gloomy that they could drip water. This is the biggest secret of the Beast's pirates today, and apart from Kaido, only Yin, Quinn, and Jack know it. Other insiders have already been silenced. When Kaido came back seriously injured, Quinn did save Kaido and saved his life. But Carl's injury to Kaido was too serious, and the residual nuclear radiation was too strong. After Quinn eliminated the nuclear radiation with technological means and drugs, most of the organs in Kaido's body had already been corroded and exhausted by the nuclear radiation. When Kaido was tormented by nuclear radiation, he lived a life that would have been worse than death. In desperation, Quinn can only artificially transform Kaido. Therefore, now Kaido not only has a prosthetic right arm, but also nearly 60% of the organs in his body are all mechanical. Now Kaido is already a mechanical transformation man. This is the greatest shame in Kaido's life. Kaido also became moody because of this incident, and became furious after waking up, killing all the doctors who performed surgery on him. The only remaining insiders are the three disasters. Unexpectedly, Shinigami Carl saw through it at a glance. Carl looked at Plague Quinn and sneered, "You did it, Quinn. I have long heard that Beast's Pirates has an outstanding scientist, and now I see that it really lives up to its reputation." Saving Kaido's life and allowing him to preserve his peak strength in that situation has proved your ability. Why? How is it? Are you interested in coming under my command? Superior scientists? Where? Quinn laughed out of embarrassment. You are right, my uncle is a scientist with extraordinary strength. In this world, no one is stronger than me in terms of technological strength, even Germa, a technological powerhouse, is nothing more than that. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Quinn twisting his chubby body, Yin and Jack's complexions instantly darkened. Although Yin was wearing a mask, he couldn't see his face. Fool! Is this the time to be embarrassed? Don't you see what the occasion is here? Yan Calamity Ember cursed directly. Plague Quinn came back to his senses, his face was stunned, and righteously said, Shinigami, don't talk stupidly, I am a member of the Beast's Pirates, it is impossible for you to take refuge in you should give up your heart. Really? That would be such a pity. Carl shook his head regretfully. Okay, kid, let's talk nonsense. Kaido roared, his voice was earth-shattering, today it's either you die or I live, die. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido swung the mace and slammed it, and the world suddenly changed color. A huge stick burst out of the air and came to Carl in an instant. Carl didn't dodge or dodge, and didn't make any movements, just a look, and he stopped a meter away in front of him. There seemed to be some invisible force in the void, restraining Kaido's attack. As the invisible power wears away, the power of the stick energy rapidly weakens, and then completely dissipates. All that was left was a breeze blowing across Carl's face and ruffling his gold hair. What? How can this be? Seeing that Carl defeated Kaido's attack so easily, Yin, Quinn and Jack's eyes suddenly widened, and the eyeballs were bloodshot. The faces of the 6 Ling Kong sons behind also changed drastically, and a trace of panic appeared in the depths of their eyes. What did Shinigami do? They blocked Captain Kaido's attack so easily. Didn't you see him make a move at all? How is this going? That guy, how did he do it? With just one probing attack, Carl planted fear in the hearts of all members of the 500 Beast Pirates. This kid, his strength has become stronger. Kaido's expression also sank. Yeah ha ha ha, this is the strength of our king. Enel laughed arrogantly. How can the Beast's Pirates know how powerful His Majesty is? Badgers also echoed. Although there are few people, but for some reason, I don't think there is a possibility of defeat. Foil Vista touched his beard and said. Diamond Kios said in a low voice, I think so too. Marco looked at Carl's back and said with emotion, as long as there is this man, victory seems to be taken for granted. Although he followed Carl for a short time, Marco believed in Carl very much, just like he believed in Whitebeard back then. At the peak of Whitebeard's youth, Marco followed Whitebeard behind him, and he also felt invincible and victory was inevitable. Having this kind of thinking proves that Marco, Jaws, and others have been convinced by Kaido's personality charm. This trust is the best evidence. Alright, now that Kaido has declared war, let's fight too. Old rules, harvest a wave first. Carl stared, his pupils turning red instantly. Boom! The extremely terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupted from Carl's body, instantly forming a red tsunami and rushing towards the Beast's Pirates below. This Conqueror's Haki's tyranny is the first time Yin, Quinn, and others have seen it in their lives. Because this Conqueror's Haki has already caused substantial damage to the object. Wherever the Conqueror's tsunami went, the rock formations of Onishima were shattered inch by inch, and the rocks were lifted and crushed, just like the shock wave. Chapter 128. Watch out, the Conquerors are attacking. The 3 disasters roared angrily. Kaido took a step forward, and the powerful Conqueror's Haki also erupted from his body. Rumble. The 2 strands of Haki formed a storm and collided together, changing the color of the sky and the earth in an instant, triggering countless black and red lightning bolts. It's just that Carl's Conqueror's haki is one level stronger than the others. The storm of the two forms a circular space, and Carl's haki space is several times larger than Kaido's. Terrible aura soared into the sky, sweeping to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The deep clouds in the sky were completely torn apart, forming a huge gap across the sky. With a loud bang, Kaido's Conqueror's haki is defeated by Carl. A huge hole was also pierced through the huge gap in the clouds in the sky, and then the clouds exploded completely, and there was no cloud in an instant. Blood Red's Conqueror's tsunami blast sweeps away all pirates in the Beast's pirates. Under this inescapable Conqueror's tsunami, countless pirates are like a group of ants facing the flood, powerless to resist. Pirates were thrown flying by haki one by one, their tendons were broken and their bones were broken, and their mouths vomited blood. There were screams one after another, and the wailing sound resounded all over the field. Bang! 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 A large number of pirates lost consciousness and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with corpses. With one blow, almost 60% of the Beast's pirates were wiped out by Carl. This is also due to Kaido resisting most of the power of the Conqueror's impact. If hit head-on, all pirates below the true hit in the entire Beast's pirates will be instantly killed. This is Shinigami Carl. It's like a Shura ghost. Conqueror's is so strong, it's outrageous. All three calamities broke out in cold sweat, and the shock in their hearts could not be added. Yan Huanjin's right hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably, unable to calm down for a long time. There are still so many people with consciousness, it seems that the Beast's pirates are not all rubbish. Carl glanced ahead and let out a sneer. With a thought, the shadow split into three groups. Ika, Bart, and Najia showed up one after another. "See, Master." The three generals knelt down and saluted at the same time. Carl said coldly, "Summon the Phantom Corps." "Yes, Master." "Ghost Shadow Corps assemble." The three ordered at the same time. With an order, tens of thousands of soldiers of the Ghost Shadow Corps burst out of the surrounding dark shadows instantly. There are samurai groups wearing armor and swords, flying shadow groups flapping their wings, and finally ghost kings in human form. In the blink of an eye, the military superiority of both sides was reversed. "Kill!" Carl gave the order indifferently, and tens of thousands of Ghost Shadow Corps soldiers rushed towards the Beast's pirates. People from the Beast's pirates also rushed out, and the two armies immediately started a bloody battle. The sound of gunfire came one after another, and the sound of gunfire was extremely dense. But in the blink of an eye, the war has completely heated up. Is this where Shinigami Carl's confidence lies? No wonder he dared to invade Wano Kuni with just a few people. Jack the Drow took the lead, swiping his scimitar and killing more than a dozen ghost soldiers in succession. Even without these people, Shinigami's strength is terrifying enough. Plague Quinn roared. "That's right, no amount of miscellaneous soldiers is just icing on the cake." Yan Calamity Quinn slashed out with sword energy, cut off dozens of ghost soldiers, and continued, "The strength of these dark warriors is only at the level of miscellaneous fish, and they cannot determine the outcome of the war. The most important thing is Shinigami. Shinigami and Captain Kaido, whoever wins is the ultimate winner." Quinn's eyes crossed the battlefield, staring at Shinigami Carl in front of him, fear and fear intertwined in his heart. "Little devil, fight!" In the center of the battlefield, Kaido let out a roar, and his whole body instantly turned into a dragon form. A black shadow flashed, and Kaido carried an extremely powerful shock wave across the entire battlefield in an instant. All ghost soldiers and pirates along the way were blown away by the shock wave, clearing a path. Roar Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido came to Carl, held the mace in both hands, and took Carl's Tianling cap at a very fast speed. This is the upgraded trick, the stick is covered with high-density Wushi haki and Conqueror's haki. When the move was made, there were countless bolts of lightning, and even the space couldn't bear the distortion. "Well done! Carl took a step forward, armament haki and conqueror's haki covered his whole body in an instant. The muscles all over his body were tense, his right hand was clenched into a fist, and every inch of his muscles swelled up, becoming like pouring steel. A terrifying aura erupted from Carl's body, causing a huge storm and huge waves in an instant. Black nuclear fission. Carl punched out, and the radiant black light wrapped in the armed color and conqueror's haki formed a powerful punch, which broke through the air and collided with Kaido's mace. Of course the fist and the mace are not in direct contact, and the two strands of conqueror's haki intertwined to form a black hole intertwined with red and black. Rumble. An extremely terrifying shock wave erupted from the black hole, sweeping away Fang Yuan. All the pirates and ghost soldiers around were knocked into the air, forming an open space in an instant. The rock under the two people's feet was shattered and sunken inch by inch, and the shock wave spread and enveloped the entire ghost island. Kaido, is this the only strength you have? Too weak, so cool that I don't even want to deal with you seriously. Carl let out a roar, and his fist power suddenly rose by a level. With a loud bang, the black hole burst. The conquerors surrounding Kaido were instantly broken, and the mace in Kaido's hand was also thrown out. The power of Carl's fist didn't decrease at all, he went straight forward and hit Kaido's chest with a bang. With one punch, Kaido turned into a beam of light and shot out, flying over the entire Ghost Island skeleton in an instant. I don't know how many pirates were smashed to pieces along the way. When flying in midair, Kaido couldn't help opening his mouth to spurt blood wildly. A clear fist mark appeared on his chest, already denting his chest. Captain Kaido. Seeing Kaido being punched flying, Mu, Ling Kong Liuzi and the rest of the pirates all changed their faces. Countless pirates were frightened, and their livers and gallbladders became cold. Who would have thought that Shinigami defeated Kaido with just one punch? Yeah, ha 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 ha, you can't let His Majesty the King show off alone, otherwise it will appear that we are redundant. Enel laughed loudly, and his whole body turned into a flash of lightning and teleported to Jack the Drow. Jack has turned into a mammoth, so huge that Enel is like a child in front of him. But this child possesses incomparably terrifying power. Lightning flashed, and a massive thunderbolt burst from Enel's palm, hitting the mammoth. 300 million volts God's punishment. The mammoth was swallowed by lightning, and immediately let out an angry roar and scream. The crackling thunder and lightning made the mammoth's hair stand upright, and it also emitted a foul smell. However, this did not cause too much injury to Jack. Zoan Devil Fruit, the strongest is defense and toughness. What's more, Jack is an ancient mammoth fruit, covered with armament haki armor, the defense is even more heaven-defying. Damn BD, such an attack is useless to me. The mammoth raised its long trunk and roared to the sky, then swung its long trunk and hit Enel. Although Jack is big, Wong does, but the attack of the elephant trunk is very flexible, and the speed is extremely fast. Enel swung the golden stick to block, and was sent flying more than 10 meters by one blow. Enel plowed the ground with both feet, leaving 2 deep furrows in the ground. 2 times, come again. Enel grinned ferociously, and charged at Jack again. Jack roared, afraid you won't succeed? Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are Logia. In the new world, Logia dies the fastest. Jack didn't fear Enel at all. The huge mammoth body rushed out and fought with Enel. Thunder and lightning roared, and giant elephants trampled on them. Although the battle between the two was not as dynamic as Carl and Kaido, it was still somewhat powerful. Ha 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 ha, it's so exciting, I can't lag behind. Badger swung his fist and smashed several pirates into the air. He jumped up and jumped more than 10 meters high. He himself walked on the moonwalk and landed in front of Plague Quinn. Hey, fat pig, let me deal with you. Badgers laughed. Fat pig. Hearing these 2 words, Quinn couldn't bear it immediately, and his voice suddenly raised an octave. Chapter 129. I'm not a fat pig, don't look at me being chubby, I'm full of muscles. If Grandpa Ben loses weight, I don't know how many people will fall in love with Grandpa Ben. Even you are no exception. Badgers froze for 3 seconds, expressionless. Then, vomit. Badgers turned blue, bent over and vomited wildly, as if he wanted to spit out the overnight meal. Hey, what do you mean you BD? Quinn became angry when he saw Badger's behavior. BD, are you humiliating my uncle? Right, it must be humiliating my uncle. Arrogant guy, who do you think this uncle is? Quinn roared and at the same time urged Devil Fruit's power. I saw Quinn's body growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, the skin on his body turned brownish yellow, his neck lengthened rapidly, and his limbs became extremely thick. In the blink of an eye, Quinn transformed into a giant dinosaur. Zoan ancient species dragon fruit Brachiosaurus form. Although Brachiosaurus is a herbivorous dinosaur, it does not have sharp claws and fangs. But its size is the largest among all dinosaurs, so its strength is very terrifying. Die, arrogant BD. Quinn didn't use any special tricks, just the whole dragon jumped into the air and threw it at Badgers. With just such a smash, it has the power to overwhelm Mount Tai, and can smash a person alive into a pulp. Badgers leaped forward and teleported continuously in mid-air, dodging Quinn's attack. Vhahahaha, your tricks are useless to me. Also, you are not the only one with abilities, I am also an ability person. Badger's 630 landed on the ground, gritted his teeth suddenly, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. As Badger's roared, his mouth full of teeth instantly turned into fangs, and his skin turned tan. The 2 arms turned into sharp claws, the feet became thick and straight, the body grew rapidly, and a tail grew out from behind. In the blink of an eye, Badgers transformed into a giant T-Rex. The whole body of Tyrannosaurus Rex is tense, like gold and iron, and it can be seen that it contains extremely powerful power. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared, and the roar caused ripples visible to the naked eye to resound throughout the battlefield. Although it is not as big as Brachiosaurus, it is more powerful than Quinn's Brachiosaurus. Tyrannosaurus Rex is the absolute overlord among carnivorous dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit, I didn't expect you to get this fruit. Quinn's voice boomed, and there was a flash of surprise. Zoan is the most in Beast's pirates, especially the ancient dragon fruit, each of which is the target of Beast's pirates. So far, Beast's pirates has obtained the fruits of many ancient species such as Ridgeback, Pachycephalosaurus, Pteranodon, Brachiosaurus, etc. The Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit has always been the target of the Beast's pirates, but there has been no clue. Unexpectedly, it was eaten by Badgers. There are so many things you can't think of. Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a roar, rushed forward and bit the side of Brachiosaurus. The sharp fangs pierced deeply into the flesh, causing Quinn to let out a howl. Get out of here! Brachiosaurus swung its huge body suddenly, throwing Tyrannosaurus Rex away. Afterwards, the 2 dinosaurs fought each other head-on, and every move and style erupted with powerful force, shaking the ground to crack countless cracks. On the other side, Marco the Phoenix faced the second character of the Beast's pirates, Figure Ashes. Boom! 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 A phoenix and a pteranodon were fighting back and forth in the sky. Both of them have the ability to fly, so they put the battlefield in the sky. Marco, why would someone like you seek refuge with Shinigami? I thought your allegiance was always to Whitebeard. Double Emperors in the blade. Flame Calamity Ember roared and launched an attack. He flapped his wings and fired fire bullets from the flames behind him, enveloping Marco like a machine gun. Facing Yin's storm-like attack, Marco did not dodge or dodge, letting the flaming bullets hit him. The phoenix's body was punched out with densely packed large holes, like a sieve, but they all healed in the next second. Marco sneered, I'll always be a Whitebeard pirate, but that doesn't stop me from joining the Shinigami. He, like Dad, is a man worth following. Yin snorted coldly, "It's too early to talk big." Marco didn't care, turned into an orc, smiled calmly, "Facts speak louder than words, you will know when the war is over." Phoenix Seal. Marco flew in front of Quinn and hit the pteranodon's head with one kick. A large swath of flames and shock waves erupted, instantly knocking Quinn down into the sky. Halfway through Quinn's fall, the pterosaur's wings flapped rapidly, and the whole pterosaur rose up again. He transformed into an orc, swiped his knife, and immediately chopped out a huge and incomparably huge flame dragon. Fire Dragon Emperor. The fire dragon roared, and the flames carried on its body were so hot that it could instantly melt rocks into magma. Marco did not retreat but advanced. A large amount of green flames erupted from his body, forming a flame shield to defend in front of Ob. Immortal Thistle. The flame dragon collided with the Kinjian shield, and a large sea of flames erupted immediately. The red flame belongs to Yin, and the blue flame belongs to Marco. For a moment, the sky on the battlefield was covered by a sea of flames. The temperature rose rapidly, making countless pirates sweat profusely. At the same time, captains such as Diamond Kiazi and Foil Vesta also faced off against the sixth volley of the beast's pirates. King against king, general against general, the war intensifies. The heart of the war. All the pirates and ghost soldiers stay away from here, leaving the battlefield for the battle between Carl and Kaido. Carl walked slowly, his figure flickering and teleporting. In the blink of an eye, he teleported more than a dozen times, and came to a big pit. At the bottom of the big pit under his feet, Kaido was lying there, bleeding from his mouth and nose, looking very embarrassed. "Kaido, are you going to die?" Carl looked down at Kaido from a high position, and whispered indifferently. Kaido opened his eyes, the cold light flickered in them, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He scratched the rock beneath him, stood up suddenly, and the tail of the azure dragon behind him swept back and forth, setting off gusts of wind. "Shinigami, don't get complacent too soon. If you want to defeat me right now, you're still a few dollars away." With a loud bang, Kaido kicked his feet, and the whole person jumped up, jumped out of the pothole, and came to the sky above Carl's head. Hot interest. Kaido breathed flames, forming a column of flames and charging towards Carl. The speed of the flame was extremely fast, and it hit Carl as soon as it appeared, almost making it too late for him to dodge. It's just that Carl's speed is faster, and he didn't teleport to dodge at the critical moment. Rumble. The ground rock layer was pierced, and a huge hole appeared after burning. The edge of the cave is full of molten magma, exuding high-temperature heat. This speed has become much faster. Carl raised his eyebrows, and he has already judged the changes in multiple moves. Last time he fought against Kaido, he also used the heat breath move. Although the speed is fast, it is several times slower than this time, and the power is completely different. Don't try to run. Hot news. Boom. 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 At this moment, Kaido turned into a humanoid Gatling machine gun, firing heat at Carl crazily. Each heat breath is powerful enough to melt and penetrate the rocky crust of an island. Carl's future foreseeing observation haki will have a strange sequence of interest, lock, body shape teleport quickly, and avoid all tricks. At the same time, Carl finally saw the reason for Kaido's change in tactics. It turned out to be a mechanical transformation, no wonder. Kaido's body has been transformed by Quinn, and has perfectly integrated mechanical weapons and fruit abilities. Kaido's current trick is a combination of fruit ability and technology, which is naturally stronger than before. It's not over yet. You try this too. Railgun. Kaido opened his mouth and roared, and shot out a Jean Blue laser ray from his ferocious mouth. This Jean Blue laser ray is exactly the same as Carl's unique super railgun. The ray penetrated the entire Ghost Island in an instant, extending to the sea more than 10 kilometers away. There was a loud bang, and a huge mushroom cloud erupted from the sea, and flames soared into the sky and soared thousands of meters into the sky. Carl was hit by the electromagnetic gun immediately, and his whole body was instantly swallowed by the laser beam. Chapter 130. That's how powerful the railgun is, and it's as fast as Ultimate. Even Observation Haki, who can predict the future, can't avoid it perfectly. Hit. Very good. Even if it's a Shinigami, it's impossible to get this trick without effect. Seeing that Kaido's moves hit Shinigami, the 3 disasters, the 6 volleys, and countless pirates all showed excitement. Especially Quinn, whose expression was trembling with excitement, couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, you deserve it, you know how powerful you are. This is His Majesty's move. Enel and Badger's eyes widened, their eyes filled with disbelief. Marco, Jaws, and the others also froze in place. They have seen the power of this move in Summit War, so they naturally know how terrible it is. I just didn't expect Kaido to use it. You know how powerful technology is, this is the highest masterpiece of my uncle. The Brachiosaurus that Quinn turned into roared ferociously, and the triumphant look in his tone was clearly visible. It turned out to be UBD. Badgers, who had already turned into a dragon man form, rushed to the side of Brachiosaurus, struck out with both claws, and tore it violently. There was a cry, blood shot out, and screams sounded immediately. Badgers tore out 6 huge bloody wounds on Wang Lung's ribs, almost ripping Quinn open. It hurts, UBD, get out of here. With a roar, Quinn swung his long neck and struck Badger's chest, knocking him into the air. At the same time, the smoke and flames caused by the super electromagnetic gun finally dissipated. I saw a magma gully appearing in front of everyone. This magma ravine stretches from the foot of Kaido to the end of Onijima, nearly splitting the skull in half. After the sea of flames dissipated, a figure slowly appeared. Footsteps sounded, and Carl slowly walked out of the sea of flames, which immediately shocked countless people. How can it be? Quinn's reaction was the biggest, and his 2 eyes stared directly out of their sockets. Because Shinigami Carl was unscathed, not to mention injured, and even his clothes were not damaged or stained. How can this be? That's a super electromagnetic gun, it's terrifying to destroy an island. Even Admiral will be damaged, Shinigami is strong, but it is impossible to be unscathed. Flame Calamity, Jack the Drow, and many pirates all lost their mentality at this moment, and began to doubt life. Shinigami. The Dragon Man Kaido gritted his teeth, and the expression on his face covered with dragon scales became extremely dignified. Carl smiled indifferently, brushed off the dust that didn't exist on his body, and said lightly, "It's really beyond my expectation to be able to use the electromagnetic gun. But that's all. It's impossible to hurt me with your current strength." Carl not only has the armament Haki field body protection, but also the horse charm. Any injury can be healed in an instant, and naturally it is not afraid of the super electromagnetic gun. Kaido's eyes widened, and a sudden murderous intent erupted, "It's just a brat, because he's alive." Boom! Before Kaido finished speaking, a foot kicked him in the face. Kaido's face was deformed by the kick, 2 eyeballs almost popped out, and dragon scales flew in all directions. A mouthful of blood spurted out, Kaido's whole body turned into a streamer and shot out. There was no reaction at all to the blow just now. And by the time he reacted, the attack had already ended. Carl stood where he was, with his hands in his pockets and 1 foot independent, still maintaining a kicking posture. "Call out!" A black shadow flashed, and Carl disappeared in place again. Kaido, who flew upside down, was hit hard again, and his whole body was thrown into the rock formation. Carl appeared above Kaido and kicked Kaido in the chest, kicking him into a bow. Carl's kicks are wrapped in high-density armed colors and Conqueror's Haki, and also integrated with radiant black light. The lethality is indescribable. The terrifying radiant black light pierced Kaido's armed armor and dragon scales, penetrated into his body, instantly eroded his flesh and blood, causing internal damage. Damn! Damn it! At the bottom of the pit, Duo clutched his chest and vomited blood. Just as he was about to make a move, the cold murderous aura appeared beside him again. With a bang, Kaido was sent flying again. The Kaido shot backwards was wrapped in a powerful shock wave, plowing a long ravine out of the skeleton rock formation, and finally hit a huge boulder. The boulder collapsed and shattered, splashing dust all over the sky. Carl raised his finger, and the radiant black light shot out, instantly hitting Kaido in the ruins. There was a loud bang, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared above the cave on Gaideo. The flames soared into the sky and scattered in all directions. Shock waves whizzed away in all directions, and the rock formations on the ground collapsed inch by inch. Wherever they went, whether they were pirates or ghost soldiers, they were all smashed to pieces and wiped out. Carl's attack was fierce. Once he made a move, Kaido had no power to fight back, and was directly beaten into a dead dog. Captain Kaido. Thousands of pirates looked dull, looking at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky in horror. Their whole bodies were cold. Although the temperature of the surrounding air rose rapidly at this moment, they all felt a bone-chilling chill. That is the human body's instinctive fear of death. This fear directly destroys their hearts and completely defeats them. This is Shinigami Carl's strength. Even Captain Kaido is so vulnerable, he can only be beaten. This is the power of God, we can't possibly be his opponent. Hee, I surrender. A pirate laughed dully twice, the long knife in his hand slipped weakly. One after another, the pirates slumped on the ground, completely losing the courage to fight. Even if the Ghost Shadow Corps soldiers beheaded them, they did not resist. Zero, asking for flowers. Anyway, they are going to die, so what's the point of resisting? In the mushroom cloud sea of flames, the flames suddenly rioted. A shrill dragon's roar sounded, instantly spreading to every corner of Ghost Island. Hearing this voice, all members of the Decaying Beasts pirates cheered up. Because they know, Kaido is not dead yet. Captain Kaido is alive. Quinn was overjoyed. But badgers came out immediately to throw cold water on him, and he was about to die. The sea of fire was torn apart, and a huge azure dragon flew out of the sea of fire, circling in the sky. Azure Dragon was covered in blood, the dragon scales were shattered, and the pits were very ugly. Especially on the chest of Azure Dragon, all the flesh and blood have disappeared, only a bunch of machines emitting electric sparks can be seen. It's still alive, it's a bit of a skill. Carl smiled playfully and disappeared in place in an instant. The electric light flew, and Carl appeared above the head of Azure Dragon. 0. The terrifying radiant black light enveloped Carl, forming a ferocious ghost with 3 heads and 6 arms. Black nuclear fission different dimension ghosts. Carl only used this trick once when destroying naval headquarters, but that time the ghosts and gods from another dimension were more than 100 meters in size. But at this moment, Carl's other dimensional ghosts are only about 10 meters away. Compared with Kaido's huge Azure Dragon body, Carl is like an ant. But that alone is enough. To deal with Kaido, Carl doesn't need to use all his strength to kill chickens with a bull's knife. The Sword of Judgment. A great sword of radiating black light appeared in the 6 palms of the different dimensional ghosts and gods at the same time. Puff! 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 Accompanied by 6 flesh-piercing sounds, all 6 radiating black light long swords have pierced into Kaido's body. The radiant black light burst out suddenly, and began to erode Kaido's flesh and blood cells. The first nature to be eroded is Kaido's dragon scale. When the indestructible dragon scale encounters radiant black light, it is like snow encountering magma flames, and it is instantly corroded and melted. After dragon scales comes flesh and blood. Every inch of Kaido's flesh and blood rotted, mutated, and finally exploded. In the blink of an eye, Azure Dragon Kaido has turned into a blood dragon. Large pieces of blood fell from the sky, as if a rain of blood had fallen. Suffering such painful torture, Kaido let out an uncontrollable scream. Its huge longan exudes the color of fear. Kaido felt fear for a long time, and that fear almost swallowed his heart. Of course Kaido is not afraid of death, but in the face of death, fear is instinctive. Not being afraid of death and not being afraid are two different things. The huge azure dragon hovered in the sky, trying to throw Carl away. It's a pity that Carl has locked Kaido firmly at this time. No matter how hard he tries, he can't get rid of Carl. The dragon blood that Kaido bleeds also contains high-density nuclear radiation, which is a deadly move for common pirates. Chapter 131. A drop of dragon's blood dripped on the face of a pirate. Before the pirate could react, the flesh and blood on the face had festered and a bloody hole had formed. The fester is still spreading. The pirate screamed in horror, trying to wipe off the dragon's blood. But it was too late. In less than 3 seconds, festering had already covered the whole body of the pirate. In the end, the pirate's body completely collapsed and turned into a puddle of minced meat. The pirate who died tragically was not the first, nor will it be the last. Kaido's dragon blood poured down like a torrential rain, and countless pirates were drenched by the blood rain. All of a sudden, the terrified screams of the pirates resounded over the entire Ghost Island. Their wailing contained endless despair, and some pirates even chose to commit suicide because they could not bear the extreme pain caused by nuclear radiation. In the blink of an eye, countless puddles of broken flesh and blood appeared on the ground. Every puddle of flesh and blood represents a dead pirate. Hiss! Seeing such a terrifying scene, Yan Huanjin, Quinn, and the others gasped, their eyes full of horror. Nuclear radiation, this is Shinigami's nuclear radiation, 233 must not be contaminated in the slightest. Quinn, who is a scientist, quickly roared in warning. He himself even sprayed hot laser rays from his mouth towards the sky, evaporating the falling blood rain. Like Kaido, Quinn is also a cyborg. Crazier than the mad scientist Caesar, he turned himself into a guinea pig on the spot. However, his transformation was very successful, perfectly combining Devil Fruit's ability and science, and gained more powerful power. Quinn's shot evaporated the rain of blood that fell, but also because Kaido had already flown above the Onishima skull. Suffering incomparably painful torment, Duo uncontrollably let out miserable screams. The huge azure dragon hovered in the sky, trying to throw Carl away. It's a pity that Carl has locked Kaido firmly at this time. No matter how hard he tries, he can't get rid of Carl. Kaido flew overseas from Ghost Island Skeleton, and with Kaido's roar, the surrounding sky quickly gathered a large number of dark clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and thick thunderbolts fell like torrential rain. Get out of here! Kaido controlled the lightning to strike Carl on his back, and he was also attacked by the lightning. Compared with the incomparably severe pain caused by radiation, being struck by lightning is nothing more than a tickle. Thunder and lightning are useless to me. Carl looked up at the falling thunder and lightning, and with a thought, the thunder and lightning were immediately guided and began to deviate from the direction. All the thunder and lightning fell into the sea, blasting Tianhai into hundreds of small sea eyes Uzumaki. Kaido, if you only have this ability, you will die here today. Black nuclear fission Lu Shenmi. Transformed into a different dimensional ghost, Carl used 6 arms at the same time to insert 6 radiant black light swords into the deepest part of Kaido's body. Then, Carl kicked Kaido into the sky. With a thought, the 6 radiant swords inserted into Kaido's body suddenly burst into extremely dazzling black light, and a nuclear explosion was about to occur in Kaido's body. 03L. Azure Dragon Kaido fell into the sky, roaring angrily, howling miserably, and his aura rapidly weakened to the extreme. Kaido's huge dragon body has been wrapped and devoured by the radiant black light, and his flesh and blood are rapidly upgraded and disintegrated. As long as the nuclear explosion successfully explodes in the body, Kaido will surely die. However, the expected nuclear explosion never happened. What happened? Ability lost. Carl's eyes were cold, staring at Kaido, who fell into the sky, trying to see what happened. Shinigami! You can't kill me! Kaido roared, and the huge azure dragon's body suddenly swelled up. Groups of flesh and blood exploded, and blood gushed out like a fountain. No matter how you look at it, Kaido looks like someone who is about to die. But he seemed a little proud instead, without showing any fear. Roar! Just as Kaido's lingering dragon body was about to fall into the sea, it suddenly soared into the sky again. The radiant black light surrounding his dragon body shrank completely, as if being sucked away, and finally condensed on Kaido's chest. As the radiant black light was sucked away, Kaido's inflated body finally retracted, and the blood stopped spraying. This is... Carl's pupils shrank, and he felt a very familiar breath on Kaido's chest. That is nuclear radiation, the highest density nuclear radiation, exactly the same as the radiation ball condensed by Carl. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that. Kaido smiled ferociously at Carl. Do you think I'm not prepared for anything? From now on, your tricks are useless to me. Not only that, but it will become my tool. Try the power of this trick too. Kaido opened his ferocious mouth, roared, and a black laser beam shot at Carl immediately. That familiar breath and terrifying power is the radiating black light of Carl. Kaido not only absorbs Carl's nuclear radiation, but also shoots it out, turning it on Carl. In the same way, give back to him. First the super electromagnetic gun, now it can even radiate black light. Do you really think of yourself as Murongfu? A cold light flashed in Carl's eyes. Facing the incoming radiation black light without dodging or avoiding it, he just raised his hand lightly to grab it. Boom! The radiant black light hit Carl, but was sucked into Carl's palm. The radiant black light with devastating power is as soft and obedient as a breeze under Carl's control at this moment. Soon, the radiant black light was completely absorbed by Carl and merged into a black ball. In terms of the manipulation of nuclear radiation, no one in the world can match Carl. Use my tricks against me? Kaido, are you a little too arrogant? Don't think that you can turn defeat into victory with this little trick. You're still too far away. Carl waved his hand, and the radiant black ball burst out of the palm of his hand. The black ball turned into the sky, leaving a black line, hitting Kaido instantly. But as before, the radiation black ball did not explode, but was absorbed and swallowed by the machine on Kaido's chest. The machine on Kaido's chest fires a grid of red lasers that binds the radiant black balls. I don't know what the red laser grid is, but it can suppress nuclear radiation so that it cannot explode. Isn't that what Quinn did for you? The power of technology is really great. Even Carl has to say at this moment that the power of technology is really terrifying. Human beings have limits. No matter how strong the fruit ability, conqueror's haki, or swordsmanship is, there is a strongest limit after all. Once that limit is reached, the strength can no longer be enhanced. But the power of technology has no limits. As long as there is a heart, technology will develop endlessly, reaching an unimaginable level. Nuclear explosions are just a part of the process of technological evolution. Shinigami Kid, what tricks do you have now? Use them all. Kaido changed from the Azure Dragon form to the Dragon Man form, the muscles all over his body were tense, and black lines were distributed all over Kaido's body like spider webs. Those are the blood vessels on Kaido's body, but it seems that what flows in the blood vessels at this moment is not Red's blood, but Black's radiating black light. After receiving the blessing of radiant black light, Kaido's body was upgraded, like a genetically mutated monster, very hideous and ugly. But his breath is also growing rapidly, surpassing the peak period in an instant, reaching an unprecedented height. Has it transformed my radiant energy? Carl's eyes locked on the mysterious machine on Kaido's chest, and instantly understood why Kaido became stronger. 3.2. This machine can not only suppress and absorb radiation black light, but also convert the energy in it to Kaido, greatly increasing his strength. Call out! With a flash of black light, Kaido instantly crossed hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Carl. He gripped the mace tightly with both hands, and grabbed Carl's spirit cap. The mace is covered with armed color and conqueror's haki, and there is a layer of black light that radiates after transformation. Black and red lightning bolts scurry around, distorting space. Jun De Lai Long Shen Jun! Kaido roared, and the ultimate move suddenly fell. Carl grabbed it with his big hand, and the radiant black light sword took shape instantly, blocking many maces. Rumbling, a terrifying force erupted, instantly forming a shock wave that shook all directions. The sea behind Carl was hit by an invisible shock wave, and instantly sank and collapsed, forming a huge slanted sea eye. Huge waves with a height of hundreds of meters roared out, and a gap seemed to be dug out of the sea. What a strong force! Although the move is the same, the power of Kaido's move is much more than usual, because it is at least several times stronger than the ordinary Shidari Longshen Jun. Chapter 132. It's not over yet. Kaido swung the mace quickly, attacking Carl hundreds of times in 1 second. Countless afterimages of maces appeared in the air, targeting Carl's vitals with every move. With the blessing of radiant energy, the power of Kaido's moves surges, each blow can easily crush an island. Clang! 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 Carl swung the radiation sword and blocked Kaido's killing moves one by one. Suddenly, Carl suddenly forced Kaido back with a sword. At the same time, the three heads of the different dimensional ghosts and gods emit radiant black light at the same time, hitting Kaido. Kaido was sent flying thousands of meters and landed on the sea. The terrifying shock wave directly tore the sea apart, leaving behind a bottomless abyss. Kaido's mouth and nose were bloodshot, he smiled ferociously, and flew towards Carl again. Little ghost, I have already said that your tricks are useless to me. Not only can't kill me, but it will make me stronger and stronger. The black blood vessels on Kaido's body are bursting, and the radiating black light flowing in the blood vessels under the skin can be vaguely seen. The upgrade of Kaido's body due to nuclear radiation is also becoming more and more terrible. If Kaido in dragon form is Haki's monster with both power and beauty, then the current Kaido is just a disgusting and ugly monster. Not only that, Carl also saw that Kaido's tricks are getting more and more frenzied. His eyes were as red as blood, and he was already between madness and sobriety. Obviously, even with the help of a scientific machine, Kaido cannot freely control the powerful energy of nuclear radiation like Carl. While using nuclear radiation to enhance his combat power, his body gradually lost his sanity due to excessive mutations. If this continues, Kaido will eventually become a beast that has lost all sanity and only knows killing and destruction. This is Kaido's final ultimate move. In order to defeat Carl, he has given everything. Even if he becomes a beast, Kaido will not hesitate. It's a pity, even if you try your best, you still won't be my opponent. Carl's eyes turned red, the observation haki was driven to the limit, and the future picture flashed in Carl's mind. Whoosh! 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 After images shot across the sky, Carl moved dozens of times in an instant, and after avoiding Kaido's stormy attack, he came in front of him. Locking on the scientific instrument in Kaido's chest, Carl punched out and hit the dragon. Black nuclear fission Shura Fury. The ghosts and gods of different dimensions with 3 heads and 6 arms roared, and the sound caused ripples visible to the naked eye in the space. The ghost's fist hit Kaido's chest, instantly crushing Kaido's armament haki armor and the conqueror's haki covering his chest. Click! 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 Accompanied by the sound of an object cracking, the scientific instruments in Kaido's chest burst into numerous cracks. Get out of here! Kaido smashed a stick on the head of the ghost of another dimension, forcing Carl back. He himself also retreated quickly. While retreating, he also covered his chest with armed colors to form a defense against Conqueror's haki. Unfortunately, it was too late. Carl's punch had already shattered the scientific instrument in Kaido's chest. Although not completely smashed, it is enough. The ghost of another dimension who stopped in midair raised 6 arms and aimed at Kaido in the distance. The pitch-black radiant light condensed into shape, excited instantly, and traversed the minister. Boom! Kaido was instantly hit by the radiant black light, and his whole body was sent flying several thousand meters away. The terrifying black light engulfed Kaido completely. If the radiation black light explodes, it will definitely blow Kaido to nothing. But Kaido has a scientific machine that absorbs the radiant black light, so it survives for the time being. But only temporarily. Kaido turned into the form of Azure Dragon again in the radiant black light, roaring. The scientific machine on his chest issued a rapid alarm sound, and the cracks on the surface spread rapidly. Obviously, the energy absorbed by this machine has reached its limit. Science has no limits, but human beings have limits. So the scientific machine made by Quinn also has a limit. It obviously couldn't withstand the radiant black light that Carl unleashed at full force. Roar! Kaido, transformed into an Azure Dragon, opens his mouth and shoots radiant black light at Carl to consume the absorbed radiant energy. But it didn't work at all. Compared with the absorbed radiation energy, the energy released by Kaido is obviously much less. Can't you suck? Let me see how much you can suck. Black nuclear fission 6 paths reincarnation. A look of madness flashed in Carl's eyes, and he turned on the radiant black light to the maximum. The 6 radiating black light rays merged into one, forming a black laser beam across the sky. This giant pillar seems to divide the world into 2 halves. Wherever it passes, super powerful energy is released, tearing the sea into a bottomless ravine. Ah! Kaido let out a heart-piercing roar. Its body finally couldn't bear such terrifying radiation energy, and its flesh and blood exploded. Its prosthetic limb exploded first, followed by another dragon claw. Then all over the body. Accompanied by a series of explosions, Azure Dragon Kaido instantly turned into a disabled dragon. In some places, the flesh and blood have all been blown away, and White's fragmented bones can be vaguely seen. Even if you die, Lao Zi will drag you to be buried with you. Azure Dragon Kaido shook its tail and flew towards Carl with a bang. He rolled the dragon body to firmly bind the different dimensional ghosts and gods transformed by Carl, and at the same time let go of his chest and pointed the instrument at Carl. Suffering such severe injuries, coupled with the spread of nuclear radiation, Kaido is sure to die. The only thing he wants to do now is drag Carl to die together. Little devil, go to hell with me. Endless madness flashed in Kaido's dragon eyes, and a trace of human coldness emerged from the ferocious dragon. Then, the scientific instrument on Kaido's chest released intense red light, and the rapid siren sound became faster and faster. The flesh and blood of Kaido's body was pierced by the radiation black light, releasing a large amount of radiation black light. It was the radiant black light flowing in Kaido's veins, all bursting out at this moment. Explode! Carl's eyes widened, never realizing that Kaido had the ability to blow himself up. The mechanical organs that Quinn made for Kaido can not only maintain his life, but also absorb nuclear radiation and convert it into energy. Besides that, it has one last function. That is self-destruct. Previously, Kaido had absorbed an incomparably huge amount of nuclear radiation energy, and now it is all condensed in Kaido's body. Kaido at this moment is equivalent to a human-shaped nuclear bomb. It's not the kind of powerful analog nuclear bomb, but a nuclear bomb that will actually explode. Boom! Before Carl could get away and retreat, Kaido had already launched a self-destruct. Incomparably dazzling rays of light that could burn through the retina burst out in an instant, swallowing Kaido's ferocious and crazy dragon head, and also swallowing ghosts and gods in different dimensions. Rumble! An unprecedented giant great fireball exploded, and flames soared into the sky, rushing to an altitude of 5.93 million meters in an instant. Shock-wave ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions, enveloping high-temperature flames to form multiple rings. Layer upon layer of rings, combined with the soaring flames to form a semicircle, together with the huge great fireball below, just formed a huge mushroom cloud with a height of over 10,000 meters. The world lost all sound at this moment, and even the light of the sun was not comparable to the light produced by a nuclear explosion. The pirates who were fighting on the skull of Onishima saw their retinas burn through the moment they saw the light released by the nuclear explosion, and even their eyeballs were burned into nothingness. Only the advanced cotters of both sides can avoid harm under this wave of light, but they can't help turning their heads away, not daring to look directly at the nuclear explosion. Afterwards, the extremely terrifying shock wave spread out in all directions with the power to destroy everything. The sea was instantly sunken, and hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater were instantly evaporated. A huge sea eye appeared in the sea. With Hyun as the center, the sea collapsed inch by inch and disappeared. The shockwave eventually reaches Onijima. Under the ravages of this nuclear explosion, the land of Onintao Island was like tofu, it shattered and collapsed inch by inch, and then disappeared in ashes. Shock waves and violent wind and air waves have engulfed the entire Ghost Island in a thousandth of a second. Countless pirates above the Ghost Island were blown away by the shock wave and the high-temperature heat wave. Many weak pirates and miscellaneous fish ignited spontaneously in the high-temperature heat wave, and then disappeared without even screaming. Even the top powerhouses such as Yin, Quinn, and Marco couldn't keep their figure in the shock wave and tsunami. One by one, they were blown away by the shock wave, their mouths and noses were bleeding, their tendons were broken and their bones were broken. Just the aftermath has already hurt them. Chapter 133. Enel turned his body into elements and fled at high speed. He didn't dare to recover his human form until he escaped into the clouds at an altitude of several thousand meters. At this moment, the entire Wano Kuni felt the vibration and heard the sound of the nuclear explosion. As long as you look up and look in the direction of the explosion, you can see the huge mushroom cloud rising into the sky. What's wrong? What happened? Did Kaido do it again? That damned BD! The lower classes of Wano Kuni don't know yet that the Beast's pirates and Shinigami Carl are at war. Seeing such a big movement, I thought it was caused by Kaido. After all, Kaido did not make trouble once or twice after drinking. Some of the samurai hiding in Wano Kuni are gnashing their teeth in anger, full of endless hatred for Du. They are all samurai who tried to overthrow Kaido and restore the country. They endured humiliation for many years just to wait for the prophesied day to come. The unprecedented nuclear explosion raged for a long time before it finally stopped. The sea was blasted out of a sea eye the size of a large island, and the deep crust of the sea floor was also torn apart. Countless large sea kings were wiped out in an instant, leaving no traces. The scorching high temperature turned the seabed crust into magma, and the surrounding sea water could not pour in to fill it up. Because once the sea water approaches, it will be instantly evaporated by the hot high temperature. Although Ghost Island is still a long way from the center of the nuclear explosion, more than half of it was still destroyed. Half of the huge Ghost Island has completely disappeared, and the remaining half is also fragmented and crumbling. Only half of Gaideo's huge skull is left, and the surface is covered with cracks, as if it will collapse and shatter at any time. Boom! A voice suddenly sounded from the silent Ghost Island ruins. A large hand stretched out from under the thick rubble of the ruins. The wound was all over the palm of the hand, and the blood continued to drip. After digging up the rubble from the ruins, a figure slowly crawled out. This person is astonishingly a flame calamity ember. At this moment, Yan Huanjin's clothes were torn apart, his body was covered in cuts and bruises, and blood continued to flow. He leaned against a rock and gasped for breath. Yan Zijin's two eyes were wide open, the pupils were bloodshot, and there was still a look of fear and fear. The moment just now was the closest that Yan Calamity Yin was to death. As an iron-blooded tough guy, Yan Huanjin is not afraid of death. But at that moment, at the moment when life was about to disappear, Yan Huanjin's instinctive fear broke out. Cough cough cough. Following Yin's cough, he spit out a few mouthfuls of blood again. After taking a long breath, the group finally came to their senses. Yin glanced around, and found that the surrounding area had been shrouded in thick fog, and the naked eye could not see 3 feet away. Moreover, there is an invisible force in the air that is corroding his skin and flesh, and wants to enter his body from the wound on his body. Yin quickly covered armament haki armor to defend his whole body, and only then did he eliminate the discomfort. This is Shinigami nuclear radiation. Did it spread here? Of course Yin knows that Shinigami Carl can use nuclear radiation, and he also knows the horror of anti-aircraft fire. He didn't expect that the center of the nuclear explosion was so far away from Ghost Island that it would be affected. What Yin didn't know was that the surrounding black mist was the radiation dust left after the nuclear explosion, which contained a large amount of nuclear radiation. Without armament haki armor body protection, it is impossible to survive under such radiation dust, and will soon be destroyed by radiation to destroy all gene cells, and die miserably. Is everyone dead? Yin turns on observation haki covers the Ghost Island, and can no longer perceive much human breath. Apparently, the beast's pirates are almost dead. The soldiers of the Ghost Shadow Corps under Carl's command were also wiped out. Just the aftermath of the battle wiped out all the troops on both sides. How terrifying must the center of the explosion be? Just thinking about it, this roast feels cold and ground. Where's Quinn? Jack? Black Maria? Is anyone still alive? Yin turned into a pterosaur and flew into the sky, looking for the whereabouts of his companions. And at this moment, a cloud of blue flames suddenly fell from the sky, hitting Yin's back wings, and knocking Yin down into the sky. It's you, Marco. You really survived. Yan Calamity looked up, and found that the person who made the shot was the Phoenix Marco. Marco flapped his wings and said with a smile, "If you can survive, I certainly won't die. This is His Majesty's trick, how could it kill us?" "Humph, do you want to continue fighting? The most urgent thing now is to escape this area first, right?" Yan Calamity stared at Marco and said, "I believe you can feel it too, the entire Ghost Island and the surrounding sea area have been covered with nuclear radiation, we will all die if we stay here, and we will die very miserably." "Hee, only you will die miserably, we won't." With a flash of lightning, Enel descended from the sky, hovered over Yin's head, grinned and said, "This is an attack from His Majesty the King, even if we are exposed to radiation, His Majesty the King can clean us up. So, you will be the ones who will die in the end." "You're right, bald bird, and you stupid elephant." Enel raised his hand and shot a brontosaurus, hitting a ruin below. With a loud bang, the ruins exploded, and Jack, a giant elephant covered in bruises, lay at the bottom of the ruins. Jack transformed from a giant elephant into an orc, jumped out from the bottom of the pit, and landed beside Yin. Like Yin, he also uses armament haki armor to defend his whole body. It's just that before the defense, Jack has already suffered a lot of nuclear radiation, so the organs and cells in his body have been upgraded. The blood he spit out and the blood from the wound was blacks, and there was a stench. Rumble. Suddenly a loud noise came from a distance, and the four of Marco looked at the source of the sound at the same time, and observation haki spread out. What appeared were 2 huge groups of black shadows, which were not human beings, but a Brachiosaurus and a Tyrannosaurus rex. 2 dinosaurs tore through the black fog and appeared in front of the 4 of them. They were Quinn and Badgers. However, the 2 are still fighting at this moment. The Brachiosaurus transformed into Quinn and the Tyrannosaurus rex transformed into Badgers are constantly colliding and biting, making the already fragmented Ghost Island skeleton even more crumbling. After that, Diamond Joe's, Foil Vista and Beast's Pirates Volley 6 sons appeared one after another. All of them were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and they looked in a state of distress, obviously all of them were more or less injured. The two parties confronted each other above the skeleton, and sparks sparked at the intersection of their eyes. Only these advanced cotters survived the aftermath of the previous nuclear explosion, and everyone else was dead. Of course, the three ghost generals are not dead, or they are the most relaxed. They had already hid in the Shadow Kingdom when the nuclear explosion happened, and they reappeared at this moment, with no injuries on their bodies. Enel glanced at the mushroom cloud that hadn't dissipated in the distance, and said with a ferocious smile, "It seems that Kaido is dead, and now it's your turn." Jack the Drow snorted coldly, "That's not necessarily the case, maybe the BD Carl died." "That's right, the attack just now was not launched by Shinigami Carl, but by Captain Kaido." Quinn glanced at Enel and the others, and said coldly, "It was Captain Kaido who blew himself up just now, even Shinigami couldn't survive. He has already died with Captain Kaido." The instruments in Kaido's body were built and installed by Quinn himself, and no one knows better than him. That's why he can be so sure that it was Kaido's self-destruct attack just now. Kaido is dead, there is no doubt about it. But Shinigami Carl is also unlikely to be alive. Quinn has great confidence in the instruments he built, and he is also very familiar with Shinigami Carl's nuclear radiation. Nuclear radiation is powerful, that's why Shinigami Carl is so powerful. And to defeat Shinigami, Kaido alone cannot do it, the only way is to borrow strength. Use Shinigami's abilities to kill Shinigami. Quinn collected all the information about Carl's battles since his debut, and found that Shinigami had never detonated nuclear radiation at close range. Every time a nuclear explosion occurs, Shinigami himself is far from the center of the nuclear explosion. This proves that Shinigami Carl cannot ignore the lethality of nuclear explosions. Kaido absorbed an enormous amount of nuclear radiation energy, and blew himself up with it, creating an unprecedented supernuclear explosion. Such a terrifying supernuclear explosion can be called a catastrophe, a doomsday disaster. Quinn doesn't believe the Shinigami can survive a nuclear explosion of this magnitude. Chapter 134. Upon hearing the news that Shinigami Carl died, Marco, Badgers and others didn't take it seriously. They don't know how strong Kaido's self-destruction ult is, they only know that the three generals of the Ghost Shadow Corps are still alive, and that's enough. As long as ONI General is alive, Shinigami Carl can't die. Call. At this moment, a strong hurricane suddenly appeared out of thin air, blowing away the radiation dust covering the Ghost Island. And Marco, Yin, and others finally saw the scene on the sea in the distance. Just a glance left everyone stunned and their brains went blank. The pictures they saw were too amazing to describe in words. In addition to shock, there is endless fear in my heart. At this moment, no matter whether it was Marco, Enel, Yin, or Quinn, all the people on the two sides felt a cold fear that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Every cell in their body is trembling, and they are all exuding fear. The blood in their whole body was almost frozen at this moment, without any temperature. What appeared before them was a veritable purgatory. The sea was torn out a huge gap, exposing the rock wall of the seabed. In the distance from Ghost Island to the center of the nuclear explosion, the sea has all disappeared. The rock wall has turned into lava, and the hot magma is constantly flowing, emitting an orange light. This scene is exactly the same as the hell described in some ancient books and myths. Although the huge mushroom cloud produced by the nuclear explosion is slowly dissipating, part of it still remains. This part of the mushroom cloud is all composed of high-temperature flames, churning and wandering in the sky. Thick radiation dust covered the sea area of tens of kilometers in Fangyuan, blocking even the sun's rays. At a glance, there is a gray area between the sky and the earth, without any ecological atmosphere. Endless breath of death and despair enveloped the earth, presenting a truly doomsday scene. Plop! 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 Among the 6 volleyers, Black Moria, Runty, and Peggy Wan slumped on the ground one after another. They hugged their arms with both hands, their shoulders trembled constantly, unable to suppress the fear surging in their hearts. Tears flowed from the eye sockets, and I couldn't lift my breath. After seeing the hell scene in front of them, they have completely lost all fighting spirit. Even if Jojbista killed them at this moment, they would not have any resistance. The third disaster didn't scold them angrily, but showed a sneer. Yan Calamity looked at Marco, sneered, and said, "You see, Shinigami has died with Captain Kaido. Yes, we beasts pirates lost, but you didn't win either." "Well said, cough cough cough." Jack the Drow laughed ferociously, coughing up black blood from his mouth. Nuclear radiation is destroying the cells and internal organs in his body. Jack is already on the verge of death, but he is very excited. Captain Kaido is always the strongest. Even if he dies, he will not let the enemy live. Quinn said with a serious face, "Marco, stop the war, this war should come to an end. Now we've all, been exposed to this fallout, everybody's got a lot of radiation. If we don't evacuate and treat in time, all of us will die here. Shinigami are dead, no one can save you anymore." "That's not necessarily the case." Suddenly a voice sounded, interrupting the confrontation between the two parties. Hearing this voice, Yin, Quinn, and Jack all stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. The 6 Ling Kong sons were so frightened that they all sat down on the ground, huddled together and trembling. Because the voice is clearly Shinigami Carl's. How can this be? San Calamity looked at the dissipating mushroom cloud in the distance with horrified eyes, and couldn't believe what they saw. After the sea of flames covering the sky and the sun dissipated, a huge black ghost with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared slowly. 4 of the ghost god's 6 arms have been blown off, and 2 of the 3 heads have been shattered. The ghosts and gods were torn apart from top to bottom, and the lower half of their bodies had even disappeared. Although he was in a state of embarrassment, the 3 disasters recognized it at a glance. This is the ultimate move of Shinigami Carl, the form of ghosts and gods in another dimension. Shinigami Carl used this trick to destroy Naval Headquarters Marine Fort and bloodbathed 50,000 Marines. Up to now, this different dimensional ghost still terrifies the whole world. Not dead, Shinigami is not dead, he is alive. Impossible. Plague Quinn was so frightened that his expression was distorted, and he couldn't help but yelled a bird song. Jack the Drow's face was full of shock and anger, and he couldn't help spitting out another mouthful of blood. After a few steps back and forth, Jack the Drow finally couldn't support himself and sat down on the ground. Yan Huan stared at Yishin Carl tightly, holding the sword tightly, with a look of unwillingness on his face. Survive, really survive. Shinigami Carl reappears in the world, proving that only Kaido has fallen. Also proof that the end of the beast's pirates is near. Boom! An extremely dazzling black light erupted from the ghosts and gods of another dimension, and then slowly shrank. The black light constructed by nuclear radiation was swallowed into Carl's body, and Carl finally revealed his body. Looking at the hell scene around him, Carl couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Kaido's self-destruction ult really caught Carl by surprise, and also caused Carl to encounter the biggest crisis in his life. If it wasn't for the critical moment, when Carl turned on the ultimate supernatural form in time, and also used the double defense of the armed color and the Conqueror's Haki field, he might have been killed by Kaido's self-explosion. Even if Carl turned on all defensive means, he was injured by Kaido's self-destruction ult. Both the left arm and the right foot were blown off, an unknown number of bones were broken, and many internal organs were damaged. If it wasn't for the Arima talisman that healed Carl in time, Carl would have become useless even if he didn't die now. The power of a nuclear explosion is truly terrifying. Even the strongest armed color and the Conqueror's Haki field are inferior to this force. However, in the end Carl survived. Kaido, who blew himself up, has no bones or traces left. The final winner is Shinigami Carl. And in the eyes of outsiders, Carl was still unscathed after enduring a devastating nuclear explosion. Looking at Shinigami Carl, who didn't even have any clothes damaged, Yan Calamity, Plague Iquin and Jack the Drow finally despaired. At this moment, like the 6 Ling Kong sons, they lost all fighting spirit. It's pointless to fight any further. They finally understood that the man in front of them was their forever unshakable existence. Carl flew over the skeleton ruins of Ghost Island, grabbed it with his big hand, and a few clouds of black mist flew out of Marco and the others, and Carl grabbed it into his palm. That is the nuclear radiation that invaded into the bodies of Marco and others. Losing the damage of this nuclear radiation, Marco and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces turned rosy. How is it? Do you want to continue fighting? Carl crossed his arms, looked down at Yin, Quinn, and the others, and asked indifferently. You won, Shinigami. If you want to kill or cut, it's up to you. Yan Huangjin kept the saber in his hand on the ground, and caught it without a fight. Quinn also immediately changed back to human form, no longer making fearless resistance. Only Jack the Drow is still unwilling. His impulsive personality is just like his muscles, and he doesn't listen to his brain at all. So he made a move. Colossus Rush. Stop it, Jack. Do not impulse. Yin and Quinn opened their mouths to stop at the same time, but it was too late. Jack has turned into a mammoth and rushed to Carl in front. Carl looked at the mammoth running wildly, his eyes were indifferent, and a cold killing intent suddenly burst out. Boom! It's just a look, and Carl doesn't see any movement. But the galloping mammoth was hit hard. With a bang, the mammoth exploded and turned into blood and flesh, scattered in all directions. Jack the Drow, die! This is an invisible attack from Armament Haki's domain. At the moment Carl stared, Jack the Drow was attacked hundreds of times at the same time. Each attack is the highest density of Armament Haki, enough to destroy Jack's Armament Haki armor as well as his mammoth physical defenses, strangling them to pieces. With Carl's current Armament Haki cultivation base, after opening the domain, killing a mere Jack the Drow in seconds is really like crushing an ant. Jack. Yin and Quinn looked at the tragic death of Jack with dull expressions. Chapter 135. Jack. Yin and Quinn looked at the tragic death of Jack with dull expressions. The two of them clenched their teeth tightly, then turned their heads, unable to bear to look at that miserable scene again. Although Yin and Quinn usually have a bad attitude towards Jack and often scold him. But they are both beasts pirates and 3 disasters, and the friendship between them is still very deep. Seeing Jack's tragic death now, they all feel sorry for each other, and there is a sense of sadness in their hearts. Carl glanced at Yin and the others, and smiled playfully. It seems that there is no second impulsive idiot. With a thought, a few ghost soldiers appeared from the dark shadows. They all held sea stone chains in their hands, and stepped forward to lock Yin, Quinn, and others firmly. So far, the war is over. Shinigami Carl wins across the board, and the beast's pirates are devastated, hit, devastated. At the same time, the system's prompt tone also sounded in Carl's mind. Ding, it is detected that the host killed Kaido of the beasts, completely destroyed the beast's pirates, completed the task of killing the emperor and slaying the dragon, and obtained the reward, the awakening of the radiation fruit, to be collected. System prompt, the awakening of the radiation fruit will cause permanent changes to the surrounding environment, please host to choose a suitable location. 27. Awakening location, isn't this the ready-made one? Carl looked at the splintered ghost island beneath his feet, and there was no better place than here. In any case, Oni Island has been completely destroyed by a nuclear explosion. If Carl does not eliminate the nuclear radiation in the island and the surrounding waters, there will be no place for human survival in the next few hundred years, and it will be completely reduced to a dead zone. However, before awakening the fruit, there is still a little bug to deal with. Carl looked behind the ghost island skull, and without Carl's order, Enel had already rushed forward. Get out! A brontosaurus erupts from Enel's hands, hitting a boulder. The boulder exploded, and a black shadow jumped out from behind the boulder, swinging the mace and crushing the Brontosaurus. Thunder 8 trigrams. The black shadow teleported in front of Enel, and the mace slashed down angrily, with exactly the same moves as Kaido. Enel raised his golden stick to block, but was kicked away by someone who came, and retreated a few times. Who? Are there still any? Can you still use Kaido's moves? Marco, Jaws, and the others were on alert immediately. But Carl has already guessed the identity of the visitor. The only one who can use Kaido's tricks and hasn't participated in the battle is Yamato. Kaido's son, a filial son who dreamed of defeating his father. Yin, Quinn, and the others also noticed Yamato, and couldn't help blurting out titles such as Young Master and Young Master. Little Lord. Master. This guy is actually Kaido's son. Does that guy Kaido have a son? This is the first time I've heard of it. Marco, Jaws, Baista, and others were very surprised. They are also the 4 Emperor's pirates, and their Whitebeard pirates and Beasts pirates have not been in contact once or twice. It can be said that both parties are very familiar with each other. Both sides are clear about the powerful combat power and important figures of the other party. But it was the first time they knew that Kaido had a son. But it's no wonder that Yamato never left Wano Kuni after he was born. She rarely even leaves Ghost Island, so the outside world naturally knows nothing about her. However, it is hard for Marco and others to believe that a man like Kaido who only wants to fight and commit suicide will have a witch. You know, the male pirates of the old days. Like Rocks, Golden Lion, Red Earl, and even Whitebeard, are all alone, without women and children. Even Roger, the One Piece, had a woman at the last moment of his life, leaving offspring for himself. At the same time, Marco and others couldn't believe that Kaido would fall in love with a woman. And this woman also gave birth to a son for Kaido. What kind of woman can bear Kaido's torture? However, the son was right in front of them, and they couldn't allow them not to believe it. It turned out to be Kaido's son. Interesting. Are you trying to avenge Kaido? The fighting spirit in Enel's heart was provoked. He smiled ferociously, and immediately turned into a flash of lightning and flew forward. Yamato's speed was not slow at all, and he disappeared as an afterimage. The moves of the two are approaching ultimate, and they have fought dozens of rounds in the blink of an eye. Don't get excited, I'm not your enemy. I want to beat Kaido too. Yamato shouted while fighting with Enel. Enel turned a deaf ear, and the thunder and lightning offensive became more and more fierce. Stop lying, you are Kaido's son, how could you want to defeat him? If you want to lie, you have to find a good excuse. Do you think I'm a fool? 300 million volts Brontosaurus. With a roar, Enel sent out a giant Brontosaurus and flew towards Yamato. Yamato's face was covered by a mask, so he couldn't see his expression, but the low growl also came from behind the mask. I've said it all, I'm not your enemy. Can't you just listen to what people say? Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato swung the mace with both hands, covered armament haki and then hit Brontosaurus, which scattered Brontosaurus with one blow. After defeating the Brontosaurus, Yamato kicked his feet, and the whole person rushed to Enel in an instant, and knocked him into the air with a stick. Although Enel blocked the frontal attack of the mace with a golden stick, he still suffered a lot of concussion injuries, and the tiger's mouth part of his hands was directly split. So strong, Enel is not his opponent. As expected of Kaido's son. But this is also a matter of course. After all, he inherited the blood of that monster Kaido, so he must be a monster himself. Although they were just watching the battle, and the fight was only a few short moves, Marco and the others had already seen some of Yamato's strength. 0. Ask for flowers. In a head-on fight, none of them is absolutely sure that they can defeat Yamato. Come again. Enel elementalized to remove the impact, and was about to step forward, but was stopped by Carl. Okay, stop. Carl took a step forward and said, you are not her opponent now. Yamato inherited Kaido's blood and was born a monster. She awakened Conqueror's Haki at a very young age. For so many years, although Kaido has been using alternative means to imprison Yamato on the Island of Ghosts, the training of Yamato has never stopped. And Kaido did not show mercy when training Yamato, beating Yamato half to death almost every time. It can be said that Yamato grew up in countless battles with Kaido. A4 emperors as a sparring partner, like Yamato, the whole world can't find a second one. So Yamato, who grew up under such conditions, not only learned a lot of Kaido's unique moves, but also became a grandmaster early on. Conqueror's Haki has cultivated it to a very high level. 0. Like the Conqueror's Haki entanglement unique to Emperor-level powerhouses, de Kazuya has long mastered it. In addition, she herself is a Zoan Phantom Beast ability user, whose strength is comparable to Marine Admiral. In Beast's Pirates, Yamato is the second best player. Seeing that Carl personally gave the order, although Enel was not reconciled, he did not dare to disobey, so he had to step aside. Seeing this, Yamato put away his mace and walked in front of Carl. "You are Shinigami Carl, right? I've heard your name, Kaido was defeated by you before." "That's right, it's me," Carl said with a smile, "but this time I didn't defeat Kaido, but killed him directly." "You are his son, don't you want to avenge him? Kaido is dead." Hearing this news, Yamato fell silent. She looked deeply at Carl for a while, then looked at Yin and Quinn who were captured alive, and shook her head. "Although I am Kaido's son, I don't want to avenge him. I always have only one dream, and that is to defeat Kaido and let Wokuni start the country. If you can, please let me join your command. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I want to go out to sea and see the world outside the sea. I want to know, outside of Wokuni, is it really as exciting as Kojiki Oden said?" While talking, Yamato suddenly became excited. The excitement is also mixed with a trace of joy and can't wait. Everyone present was from Grandmaster Observation Haki, and they could tell that Yamato was not lying. What she said was true. But that's why it's weird. As a son, when his father was killed, not only did he not avenge him, but he wanted to take refuge in the enemy who killed his father. Isn't that too filial piety? Marco and others who watched were stunned. Chapter 136. "Hey, is this guy really Kaido's son? Kaido won't be wearing a hat." Badgers walked up to Quinn and asked. The corner of Quinn's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, "I don't know, maybe." Everyone in the Beast's Pirates knew about Yamato's rebellion. But I didn't expect her to be rebellious to this extent. Kaido died, and their subordinates hadn't surrendered yet, but Yin and his son surrendered first. If Kaido in the underground knew about it, the soul would be so angry that he would fly back from the Pure Land to the present world. "I'm Yamato, you can also call me Kojiki Oden. Please let me on your boat, let's go to sea together," Yamato said happily. I saw Yamato take off the ghost mask, revealing her original appearance. Marco and others were shocked again. Hey, didn't you mean your son? Why is it a woman? Also, what the hell is Kojiki Oden? Isn't Oden dead long ago?" "That's right, I don't allow anyone to insult Lord Oden's fame after his death. The first one that is unacceptable is of course Yi Zhang. He is the retainer of 350 Kojiki Oden. Although he has been separated from Oden for nearly 2 decades, he still remains loyal to him." Carl suppressed everyone's excitement, and said lightly, "I will never refuse anyone who wants to join me, even if you are Kaido's son. If you want to go to sea, go on board, as long as you can never betray." "Haha, really? That's great." The excitement on Yamato's face was palpable. At this moment, the death of his father Kaido has long been forgotten by her. Yamato is a very powerful fighter, she voluntarily joins her, and Carl certainly won't refuse. With her joining, the kingdom of Romanov can add another powerful force. Okay, you guys leave first. Carl glanced at the crowd and said, take this group of losers to the capital of flowers first, and I'll come later. Obey. Enel Marco and others respectfully listened to the order. General Bart summoned the flying shadow warrior and flew away from the ghost island with everyone. Carl released the bomb chain from Yamato's hand, and Kazuya quickly left. After Marco and others left, General Ika appeared from Carl's shadow. Master, I found something. After the voice fell, 2 stones slowly emerged from the dark shadows, and they were 2 historical texts. One of the historical texts is red, which is the historical text of the signpost. Carl is not interested in One Piece's treasure, but since he got the historical text of the road sign, he will not let it go, and it would be good to keep it as a collectible. Take it away. Carl waved his hand and said. Obey. General Ika saluted respectfully, and returned to the Shadow Kingdom with the text of history. Everything is ready, Carl summoned the system. System, receive the current reward. Ding, the reward has been received successfully, the radiation fruit is awakening. The electronic system sounded, and Carl suddenly felt an incomparably huge energy pouring into his body. This energy squeezed out all the power of the radiation fruit, and began to transform Carl's body from the cellular level. Every cell in Carl's body was devouring this energy frantically, and then divided and grew rapidly. All damaged and aged cells die at an accelerated rate and are instantly replaced by new cells. Boom! Carl's body suddenly turned red, bursting into scorching heat. The flames appeared out of thin air, engulfed Carl in an instant, and began to spread in all directions. This is the energy manifestation of thermal radiation. But in the blink of an eye, the fragmented ghost island was covered by a sea of flames. The scorching heat even melts rocks into magma. Flames fell into the sea from the edge of the island, evaporating tons and tons of seawater. From afar, Ghost Island has turned into a flame island. What are you doing, His Majesty the King? Marco and the others, who were flying in the sky, looked at the ghost island burning with raging flames below, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. The temperature of the flames below exceeded their imagination, and it was stronger than any strong person using flame power they had encountered so far. Even at such a distance, they could still feel the heat wave blowing towards their faces. Rumble! Suddenly, the sky thundered. Marco and the others looked and found that dark clouds were constantly gathering over Ghost Island. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds have covered the sky more than 10 kilometers away from Fang Yuan. Lightning lights up in the deep clouds, zigzagging lightning in the clouds, like a group of electric snakes playing and swimming. Suddenly, the electric snakes seemed to be guided, and flew towards the flame island below. Boom! 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 Endless thunderstorms poured down, with a density comparable to the most powerful rainstorm in the New World. At first glance, it looked as if the sky was angry and triggered the 9-day thunder to strike Carl to death. This is the energy manifestation of electric radiation, just like the awakening of Logia thunder fruit, directly changing the climate. This is followed by light radiation. Carl, who was sitting cross-legged in the sea of flames, suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. At this moment, Carl is almost indistinguishable from Admiral Kizaru. Countless laser rays shot out from Carl and fell on every corner of the island. A series of bombings erupted in the sea of flames, and one after another the fireballs were engulfed by the sea of flames. A sea of flames filled the air, and although the flash explosion was mighty, it quickly disappeared into nothingness. Optical radiation is followed by magnetic radiation. A huge gravitational wave of magnetic radiation appeared around Carl, attracting all the metal guns and swords on the island. Under the roasting of the flames, all these metals were turned into molten iron. Rumble! Suddenly, Ghost Island shook violently. Countless huge cracks continue to spread, running through the entire Ghost Island, completely splitting the island. The huge fragments of the island at the edge, unable to withstand the damage Carl wrought, began to sink into the sea. And as time passed, the strongest nuclear radiation in Carl's body finally manifested energy. Incomparably rich radiant black light gushed out from Carl's body, instantly forming a huge radiant black ball that engulfed Carl. The islands around Carl were also swallowed by the radiation black ball. The size of the radiation black ball rapidly increased, and the flames were swallowed and extinguished wherever it went. The lightning strikes that fell from the sky were also absorbed by the radiation black ball, and finally disappeared into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, Flame Island disappeared. All that appeared on the sea was a huge radiant black ball. On top of the black ball is a constant rainstorm of thunder and lightning. Such a strange and astonishing scene stunned Marco and others in the distance. "What are you doing, His Majesty the King? There shouldn't be anything worthy of his attention in Onijima, right? If he wants to destroy the island, shouldn't he need to work so hard?" No one could guess what Carl was doing, and no one thought that Carl was awakening the radiation fruit. Devil fruit rarely awakens, and the vision of each devil fruit awakening is different. Even some devil fruits will wake up and nothing will happen. Rumble. The size of the radiation black ball continued to grow, and the black light radiated towards the surroundings, leaking an incomparably huge amount of nuclear radiation. The sea water began to boil, and the marine life rioted. Countless fishes and sea kings began to flee crazily. Looking down from the sky, you can see countless fish fleeing towards the opposite side of the radiating black ball on the sea surface. Animals perceive danger better than humans. Obviously, they all sensed a fatal crisis. "I think it's better for us to leave here as soon as possible." Enel said something, and it turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the distance. The flying speed of the flying shadow warrior is too slow, which makes him feel insecure. "Hey 3.0, Enel, wait for me." Not to be outdone, Badger stepped on Moonwalk and left. He casts Moonwalk at full power, and his movement speed is faster than the flying speed of the flying shadow warrior. After that, Marco also turned into a phoenix and flew away. "Oh? Why are you all gone?" Yamato looked dazed, but she also sensed a fatal crisis, so she didn't dare to stay for a long time. Everyone uses their own means to leave the sea area as quickly as possible. No matter where you go, the farther away from here the better. Quinn and the others who were bound by the sea stone chains looked decrepit and turned pale with fright. No way, they can't leave by themselves now, they can only take off and fly faster. Boom! Suddenly, the radiation black ball shoots a deep black light piercing the sky, shooting out of the sky. The deep clouds and sea of thunder and lightning that shrouded the radiation black ball were easily penetrated, and all the lightning were swallowed up wherever they went. Seen from a distance, this radiating black light is like a pillar of heaven that connects the earth, through which it can reach the outer sky. Chapter 137. The terrifying vision lasted for 3 days, representing Carl's awakening process also lasted for 3 days. Finally, 3 days later, the radiating black light celestial pillar began to gradually shrink, and then completely disappeared. The incomparably huge radiation black ball shrunk rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally retracted completely into Carl's body. Carl floated in the sky, slowly opened his eyes, a ray of black lightning flashed in his eyes, and the space where he looked directly was a little distorted. What a powerful force! Carl could clearly feel the terrifying power brought by the awakened radiation fruit. After the radiation fruit is awakened, it has already begun to affect the surrounding things. As long as Carl wants to, with a move of his mind, he can transform the surrounding environment into a source of radiation. In this way, it's not just Carl who can release radiation, there are radiation sources everywhere in the surrounding environment. Using the power after awakening, the power of moves can be greatly improved. Carl's current strength has skyrocketed several times compared to before. Carl felt that with his current strength, if he wanted to destroy the world, it would be a piece of cake. I just don't know who is stronger or weaker between him and I now. With Karl's current strength, only I'm, the king of celestial dragons, that old monster who may have lived for 800 years, is qualified to be his opponent. Karl glanced at his surroundings and found that the entire ghost island had completely disappeared. 04 A huge sea eye appears on the sea, and the surrounding sea water is continuously pouring into the sea eye to fill it up. It's just that this sea eye is too big, even the ocean cannot fill it in a short time. There's a little more to it. When Karl awakened the radiation fruit, he released an incomparably huge amount of nuclear radiation, which has spread to the surrounding air and sea. So after Karl's observation Haki swept through, it was found that with him as the center, the sea area within more than 10 kilometers of Fang Yuan did not have any breath of life. This sea area has completely become a dead zone. With a thought in Karl's mind, a strong suction force appeared on his body. The surrounding air forms Uzumaki, and Karl himself is the center of Uzumaki. The air gathered to form black air flows, which were finally sucked into Karl's body. That's nuclear radiation floating around. If Karl doesn't absorb the nuclear radiation here, the nuclear time will continue to spread. At that time, let alone the sea area of Onijima, the whole Wano Kuni will be destroyed. Wano Kuni is already Karl's territory, and Karl will naturally not let this place become a dead zone. Glancing in the direction, Karl turned into a black light and flew away, disappearing instantly. Karl's flying speed was very fast, and it only took about half an hour to arrive at the flower capital of Wano Kuni. At this moment, a grand banquet is being held in the capital of flowers, and the whole country is celebrating to celebrate Kaido's death. Since then, the people of Wano Kuni no longer have to live under the threat of fear, poverty, and death. In the central square of Flower City, Karl saw a huge cross. A man covered in bruises and bleeding all over his body was tied to a cross, his body was full of swords, and his breath had been cut off. That was Kurozumi Orakai, the one who led Kaido to rule Wano Kuni. It was he who conspired with Kaido to kill Kojiki Oden years ago, thus putting Wano Kuni on fire. Backed by Kaido in the past, the Kurozumi snake can be arrogant and arrogant, life and death are allowed. Now that Kaido is dead, Kurozumi has lost his support. 3 days ago, when Marco and the others returned to the flower capital, they immediately caught the Kurozumi Orakai. It was also tied up in the central square of the capital of flowers and executed publicly. The speed is quite fast. A sneer twitched at the corner of Karl's mouth, and flew to the general's mansion. At this moment, in the main hall of the general's mansion, Marco, Enel, and others are also having a banquet. A group of people drank and ate meat, and the atmosphere was very lively. It seems that I came just in time. Karl's voice suddenly sounded, and the lively atmosphere of the banquet came to an abrupt end. Everyone got up immediately, looked at Karl who appeared on the main seat out of nowhere, and bowed to salute. "See His Majesty the King. Get up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Karl looked around the crowd, smiled slightly, and then looked to the right. There was a man and a woman there, not from the kingdom of Romanov. "Let me introduce to you, this is Lord Kojiki Hiri, the daughter of Lord Oden and Princess of Wano Kuni. And this is Denjiro, an old friend of mine." With hiding to the two, he said respectfully to Karl. Of course Karl knew these two people, he smiled calmly and did not speak. Kojiki Hiri took the initiative to stand up, bowed to Karl, and respectfully said, "Your Majesty already knows that His Majesty Karl defeated Kaido, and I would like to swear allegiance to His Majesty Karl in the name of the Kojiki family. From today onwards, Wano Kuni will automatically be included in the Romanov kingdom's territory." Karl nodded and smiled, "Your choice is very wise." Although Karl can rule Wano Kuni without the help of Kojiki Hiri, with the help of the Kojiki family, it does take a lot of effort to conquer the entire territory of Wano Kuni. Moreover, Wano Kuni also hides a samurai army, and their combat power should not be underestimated. After conquering Wano Kuni, this samurai army naturally became Karl's army. Karl did not hide his tracks when he attacked Wano Kuni, and after the battle, Carl spread the news of killing Kaido through his own men. So the news of the Kaido's fall and the collapse of the Beast's pirates quickly spread throughout the world. Holy Land, Marie Joyce, among the powers. Shinigami really started to move, and the first sacrifice was Kaido. If this continues, New World will really become his world. Curly-bearded five elders leaned on a cane, his face was decayed, and his speech was weak. He was very angry, very unwilling, and his heart was so angry that he almost burned himself into ashes. But there was nothing he could do. For Shinigami Carl, the Holy Land is completely helpless. Whitebeard, Kaido, 2 of the 4 emperors have fallen. In the past, I would have been happy, but now, I just feel endless anger. The why? The blonde 5 elders looked at the newspaper in his hand, palming hard. The newspaper quickly decayed, and then disappeared. Not only Kaido, Big Mom may not last long. The bearded 5 elders squinted his eyes and said indifferently, CP0 sent back a message that a monster appeared in the Sea of 10,000 Nations recently. This monster single-handedly destroyed all the elites of the Big Mom pirates, and even Big Mom was no match for it, so it was beaten and fled in a hurry. The bald 5 elders said, You mean, that monster was also arranged by Shinigami? That's right. The bearded 5 elders opened their eyes with a cold light in their pupils. As he said that, he threw out a photo, on which was Bogang, the demon of the mountain. How is it? Do you feel familiar when you see this monster? Curly-bearded 5 elders nodded. It is indeed very similar to those monsters of unknown origin under the command of Death God Carl. The same origin is unknown, no trace can be found, and the same strength is powerful. If it's a coincidence, I'm afraid it won't be believed. Yes. The bearded 5 elders sighed, so it won't be long before the Big Mom pirates will be destroyed by Shinigami. At that time, the Red Hair pirates will not be able to support themselves. When the Shinigami really completely rule the New World, it is impossible for the world government to intervene. The 5 elders all know what this means, which means that Shinigami Carl will take the entire New World from the hands of the world government. The world government's rule over the world will no longer be complete. The world government has been established for 800 years, which has never happened before. At that time, will be furious. And if they allow the situation to develop to this extent, they will not be able to escape their guilt and will be sentenced to death by In other words, they are not far from death. We must not sit still, we must fight one last time. Curly-bearded 5 elders opened his mouth in a low voice, and with a cane in his hand, he pierced the floor directly. World conscription has initially taken effect, and now Marine has replenished enough troops, even more than before. Although the number of Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral is still slightly insufficient, the new Admiral has been confirmed. We are now capable of launching another all-out war. It's time to retake the New World. As long as the situation doesn't continue to deteriorate, Master won't really kill us. Okay, give the order. Can. Let's decide. Chapter 138. It's so fast, Kaido has already been defeated by Shinigami. On the shore of an unnamed desert island in New World, red-haired Shanks is holding a newspaper. The sea breeze blowing from overseas blows his hair and blows his mood far away. Beckman said on the side, Shinigami Carl can no longer be stopped, anyone who stands in his way will be crushed to death mercilessly. The only person who can stop him is the government of the world with all the details. The redhead grinned and said, Beckman, are you hinting at me? Beckman shook his head, No, I just mentioned it casually, don't take it to heart. Hee, don't worry, I won't be impulsive. The redhead opened his palm, letting the sea breeze blow the newspaper away, and said calmly, What Shinigami wants to do is his business, I will not interfere. After all, what he said is very reasonable. As long as the world government exists, there will be no place of absolute freedom in this world. Beckman, go tell everyone we're sailing. Where are you going? Go find the land of freedom. Just today, the red hair pirates set sail and sailed into the depths of the new world. Spies around the world have lost track of the red hair pirates. Obviously, the redhead also felt the threat brought by Carl, and chose to avoid the edge temporarily. New World, Cake Island. Mom, Kaido was defeated by Shinigami. Charlotte Owen rushed into the Cake Island palace with a newspaper in a panic, and a burst of murderous aura immediately blew him away. Mother! Owen lay on the ground, looking in horror at Big Mom, who was eating and drinking, feeling very panicked. Big Mom hasn't had a single day since Bogan invaded the Big Mom pirates. Her anger has accumulated over time, and now it has accumulated to an unimaginable level. Once it erupts, it will be earth-shattering and devastating. Bring the newspaper. Big Mom said coldly. Yes, Mom. Owen handed the newspaper to Big Mom, and Big Mom glanced at it roughly. His anger and murderous aura suddenly burst out, one level stronger than before. Kaido! What a piece of crap! It's so embarrassing to be killed by Shinigami so easily. Big Mom tore the newspaper to shreds, grabbed the cake on the table and devoured it. But at this moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and Charlotte Dafa broke in. Mom, something is wrong. Cheese Island has been attacked, and all the guards on the island have been wiped out. Big Mom stared. Is that BD again? Yes, Mother. Charlotte Dafa said with fear, counting the Cheese Island that was just attacked, that monster has already destroyed 6 of our islands. Its appetite is almost endless, as if it can't get enough to eat. The most important thing is, it's heading towards Cake Island. Thinking of the terrifying and destructive power of the demon Bogong, Charlotte Dafa felt cold and trembling all over. But after saying a few words, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Most importantly, not even Big Mom can defeat that monster. If this continues, the entire world will be completely destroyed by monsters. Too much deceit. That BD is so deceitful. Is it easy to bully if you really are an old lady? Big Mom crushed the cake in his hand, opened his mouth and let out a sharp roaring sound wave. The sound waves combined with murderous aura and Conqueror's haki formed ripples visible to the naked eye and burst out, spreading throughout the entire Cake Island in an instant. The terrible sound waves destroyed countless glass windows and mirrors on the island, and even the houses and buildings were shaken out of cracks. Of course, countless pirates and residents were stunned by the conquerors and fell unconscious to the ground. Big Mom is angry, but underneath the anger is fear and powerlessness. Although she didn't want to admit it, the fact was that she really couldn't beat the demon Bogong, and there was nothing she could do about it. If this continues, the entire Sea of Nations will be swallowed up by Bogong. Big Mom will also be completely destroyed. The only way to survive is to lead people out of the 10,000 Nations Sea. But Big Mom can't do it. The 10,000 Seas is a utopian kingdom created by her painstaking efforts for many years. 99.9% of the races in the world live here, and it is the paradise she dreams of. Whether for the sake of this heaven or the face of her 4 emperors Big Pirate, Big Mom is unwilling to evacuate. In the first half of the Grand Line, a rebellion is breaking out in a country. Under the attack of the rebel army, the kingdom was broken, the king was captured alive, and finally hanged publicly. The rebel army won the final victory, and the country ushered in a new life. Countless rebel soldiers shed tears, and the numb civilians in the kingdom seemed relieved. On a tall building, a figure stood there like a flagpole. The breeze knocked off the man's hood, revealing a fierce face. This person is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. This is a country that has been brutally ruled by the royal family and nobles all year round, and the country's civilians suffer from oppression and poverty. It is impossible to defeat the well-equipped national army if only the rebel army formed freely. The reason for its success is naturally the support of the Revolutionary Army. Looking at the cheering rebels below, Long remained expressionless, showing no sign of joy or complacency. He has led the war secretly for many years, and has already developed the ability to hide his emotions and anger. A mere country cannot shake his mind. At this moment, a group of crows flew from a distance and landed behind the dragon. The crow condenses into one body and eventually becomes a man. He is Carla, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, who himself is suspected of having the ability of Zoan's crow fruit. Boss, news from New World, Shinigami defeated the Beast's pirates, Kaido is dead. Carlos reported in a low voice. Hearing this news, Long's pupils suddenly constricted. Although he was calm on the surface, his breathing was a little short. Obviously, he couldn't keep calm in front of such news. I see. Long said lightly, and looked down at the country again. Then, his gaze turned to the sea in the distance. The dragon's gaze seemed to penetrate space, and saw Shinigami Carl far away in the New World. His eyes are deep, and no one can guess what he is thinking in his heart. The fall of Kaido of the Beasts shook the whole world, and countless pirates rioted and rushed to New World. First Whitebeard, then Kaido, the throne has been vacated for two. Shinigami Carl did not announce to the world that he would become 4 emperors, so pirates all over the world have the opportunity to compete for the throne. But at this time, Marine, which had been silent for a long time, finally showed its fangs again. Through the world conscription, Marine finally regained his vitality, and his troops are stronger than before. Under the leadership of the new Marine Admiral Fujitora, Green Bull, and Kizaru, the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line suffered a devastating blow. Suddenly, the number of dead pirates reached an astonishing level. The arrogance of the pirates was finally suppressed, and the rioting sea was also suppressed. After solving the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, Marine officially entered the New World. All Marines know that the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are just children, and New World is their real battlefield. Wang Luhao, it was 1,000 times more cruel than the first half of the Grand Line. If they want to win, they have to pay 1,000 times more painful price. Most of them will die, but no one is afraid. In order to regain the New World and protect justice, they will do whatever it takes. This is the power of faith, and it can also be said that the ignorant are fearless. Because of these recruits, none of them have really seen the power of Shinigami Carl. Just hearing about it obviously couldn't make this group of Marines who had just won a big victory feel fear. This time, we must take back the New World and take revenge on the Shinigami. Kong returned to the position of Marshal of the Marine, his eyes are determined, and his eyes are burning with a raging fire. Behind him, Vice Admiral Garp stood with his chest folded, his eyes equally firm. Sengoku, just wait, I will avenge you soon. Even if we die together, I will completely wipe out this evil element. Facing the imminent all-out war, Carl already has selfishness in mind. The other Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral all had resolute faces and high fighting spirit. The mighty Marine fleet rushed into the New World, completely kicking off the prelude to the all-out war. Chapter 139 New World, Wokuni Hwaju Underground. Carl walked into the bottomless stair passage, the surrounding was pitch black, only the candles on the wall gave off a faint flower light. As Carl went deeper, the surrounding temperature became lower and lower. The original appearance of Wokuni was not like this. A long time ago, the land of Wokuni was very large. But in order to close the country, Wokuni built a tall city wall outside the territory to protect Wokuni inside. Afterwards, seawater flooded the area between the city walls and the land, this time forming what is today Wokuni. The waterfall on the outskirts of Wokuni is actually part of the Wokuni city wall. In other words, the Wokuni you see now is only a small part of the sea. The real Wokuni is actually under the sea. Where Carl is now is the underground of Wonokuni's core. Here, a taboo-level secret is hidden. The ancient weapon Pluton is sleeping here. Carl went deep underground and came to a huge space. No one has been here for many years, so there is no human breath, only endless loneliness and darkness. Boom! The firelight lit up from Carl's body, and a dozen fire dragons roared out and flew into the dark space. When the flames dispelled the darkness, Carl finally saw the appearance of the Pluton battleship. What appeared in front of Carl was a tall metal mountain, which was the 170-degree hull of the Pluton battleship. The whole body of the battleship is made of unknown metal, and the surface is covered with strange graphics and many ancient characters. Even though it has been dormant for hundreds of years, Pluton has not rusted or corroded. Under the light of the fire, the hull of the Pluton battleship emitted a metallic light. Carl saw many gun barrels of various sizes on battleships. The gun barrel is ferocious and terrifying, making people daunting. What Carl saw was just the tip of the iceberg of the Pluton battleship. Its true appearance cannot be fully seen with the naked eye. The Pluton battleship is too big, and its volume exceeds Carl's imagination. The dozen dragons released by Carl flew along the edge of the Pluton battleship, but they couldn't fly to the end. Carl turned on the observation haki and felt the metallic aura of Pluton spreading to the outside world. Finally, Carl's observation haki enveloped the entire Wokuni, and only then did he detect the edge of the Pluton battleship. In Carl's perception, the full outline of Pluton is almost half the size of Wokuni. It is buried deep under the land, equivalent to the foundation of the entire Wokuni. This country is actually built on top of the Pluton battleship. Is this Pluton? No wonder the world wants to get it. It's really terrifying. One glimpse of Madara and the whole panther. Although Carl has never seen the real power of Pluton, he can tell how powerful Pluton is just by looking at its size. Legendary Pluton can level an island with a single shot. But in Carl's opinion, that's not enough to describe Pluton's horror. This is a terrifying warship capable of destroying the world, a peerless killer that cannot be resisted by humans. Perhaps it was so terrifying that 800 young ancients sealed it in Wokuni. Bury it with a country and make sure it doesn't get unearthed. Pluton is too big and has been integrated with Wokuni. In order to get Pluton out of the ground, the Wokuni covering it must first be removed. This Wokuni is not the small Wokuni seen today, but the ancient Wokuni including the outer city wall. This is an astonishingly large project. I don't know how much manpower and material resources will be spent, and it will take many years to complete. Carl can do it relying on the fruit ability, but the residents of Wokuni will not agree. Because taking out the Pluton battleship is tantamount to destroying the entire Wokuni. And even if Carl can destroy Wokuni and take out the Pluton battleship, he can't control it alone. If you want to drive such a huge Pluton warship, you first need energy, and second, you need a well-trained army to cooperate. In addition, you must be able to read the ancient characters on the Pluton battleship in order to learn how to control Pluton. But now, few people can understand the ancient characters on it. Even if someone teaches, it is too late to learn now. So, to Carl, the Pluton battleship is really just a huge piece of scrap metal. This is really tasteless. Carl knocked on the hull of the Pluton battleship, a little speechless. I thought getting the Pluton battleship would give me a powerful weapon. But it turns out that the Pluton battleship doesn't do much for Carl. Strong is strong, returning to Carl won't work. An unusable Pluton ship, what a pity. Carl shook his head, turned and walked out of the underground space. Carl, didn't feel lost or regretful. The Pluton ship, if available, would really help Carl. It doesn't work, no loss to Carl. Even without the Pluton battleship, Carl may not be able to overthrow the world government. How? Aren't you going to take out the Pluton? When Carl walked out of the underground passage, an old man came up and asked in a deep voice. He is Hitora Tenguyama, whose real identity is the father of Kojiki Oden, Kojiki Sukiyaki, a failed monarch who just managed to survive. Also being a king, Carl looks down on Sukiyaki very much. In the past 2 decades, Kojiki Sukiyaki watched Kaido encroach on his land and torture and kill his people without daring to say a word, only daring to hide in the gutter and surviving. Such a person is not even worthy of being a man, let alone the lord of a country. Carl ignored Kojiki's questioning, but walked out of the underground secret room directly. Your Majesty, we have received news that Marine has re-entered the New World. Carl had just returned to the general's mansion, and Badgers came up immediately to report the latest information he got. It's back again, and the speed is really fast. The corners of Carl's mouth curled up in a playful sneer. Should we retype them out of New World? Badgers was very interested in this. Since you can defeat Marine once, you can naturally defeat the second time. Of course I will. Enel said arrogantly at the side, New World has no place for Marine, a group of losers who fled, how can we let them come back? I'll go, I guarantee that none of the Marines killed will be left. Don't be impulsive, Thor, Marine is well prepared this time. Marco said on the side, according to the information we have received, Marine has replenished the lost troops through world conscription, even better than before. Not only that, Marine also found the 2 highest combat powers and promoted them to Marine Admiral. Marine is now fully marching into the New World, if you go there rashly, it will be tantamount to death. Is it that strong? Enel sneered disdainfully. Successive victories inspired Enel's previous arrogance. Now, he has returned to his previous defiant appearance. Marco shook his head and said, anyway, I have already reminded you, if you have to die, I don't mind. Hearing what Marco said, Enel was silent for a while, and sat back in his seat again. Enel is impulsive, but not stupid. Even Marco is so afraid. Obviously, the current Marine is no longer the Marine who can be bullied. Carl looked around at the crowd and said calmly, even if we don't go to Marine, Marine will come to us. After all, I am the thorn in the side of the government of the world. If you don't kill me, those old guys in the Holy Land will have no peace. Just wait, the second total war will break out soon. The next day, Carl and others left Wokuni and returned to the kingdom of Romanov. Marine has entered the New World and may attack Romanov kingdom at any time. Although Carl left Dikoi and Zhongsud to guard the Romanov kingdom, if Marine invades aggressively, the 2 of them alone may not be able to stop it. Only by letting Marco and others return to the country to defend can they be sure of everything. Of course, Carl didn't go back, he lost the Sea of Nations alone. Chapter 140. During this period of time, the Devil Bogong was making a lot of noise in the Sea of 10,000 Nations, and the news spread all over the world. 4 Emperor's Big Mom was beaten by a Bogang and was helpless, a lot of sons and daughters died. No matter what it is enough to be used as a talking point. Big Mom also lost all face because of this, and lost their embarrassment to the whole world. At the same time, the demon Bogong also became famous in the first battle and became famous all over the world. Marine also issued a reward order for this, and the reward was as high as 3 billion times. This figure directly surpassed the 2 big demons of Dikoi and Daxia and the Soviet Union. New World, Seas of all nations, Cake Island. As the center of all seas and the base camp of Big Mom pirates, Cake Island has always been known for its tight defenses and iron walls. Every year, countless pirates want to challenge Big Mom, but 99% of them can't even see the Cake Island, and will be killed by the peripheral defense in advance. But today, the defense of Cake Island was breached. Cake Island, which used to be calm and peaceful in the past, has been completely reduced to a battlefield at this moment. Boom! 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 On the island, guns and guns blared, smoke filled the ground, and flames blazed everywhere. Countless residents fled in panic, screaming one after another. On the island, there is a huge monster with a height of more than 1,000 meters that is destroying everywhere. It is the demon Bogong. Bogang clapped his palm, grabbed a tall building and stuffed it into his mouth, filling his mouth with cream. Well, it tastes really good. Cake Island is full of sweets, cakes, cream, biscuits and juices. Bo Gang went all the way from Wheat Island to Cake Island, eating no less than 10 islands along the way, and Cake Island is the most delicious. Boom! Bo Gang sat on the island with his buttocks, and made a huge hollow out of the island. Then, she just sat on the ground and started eating. There are countless pirates around attacking Bo Gang, and bullets, shells, sword energy or fruit abilities hit Bo Gang like a violent storm. But Bo Gang turned a deaf ear and didn't even look at it, but only cared about eating. All the attacks on her body were unable to harm a single hair of her body. Damn it, this monster's defense is too strong, our attack is useless at all. It can't go on like this, the Cake Island will be eaten up by it. Damn it, are we going to just watch it destroy Cake Island? Charlotte Cracker stood powerlessly aside, her face full of resignation. He made hundreds of Cookie Warriors at the same time, and each Cookie Warrior launched a full-strength attack on Bo Gang. He thought he could at least break Pogon's defense, but the attack was not only useless, but his Biscuit Warrior was shattered by Pogon's rebound. Forces are reciprocal. Cracker felt that if he himself launched an attack on Bo Gang, that counter-shock force could kill him. Charlotte Owen, Charlotte Defu, Charlotte Smoothie and other family members also tried their best, but all failed in the end. Sound Cannon. Big Mom finally rushed to the battlefield, and immediately performed the strongest killing move. She recreated a fire cloud Prometheus, made the fire cloud bite the end of the sword, and passed the top of the sword body through the thunder cloud Zeus to form an energy ring. A sword slashed down angrily, and directly slashed out a high-density laser to hit the demon Bo Gang. Big Mom's light cannon can penetrate an island with one blow and smash it into pieces. But when it hit Bo Gang, it only made her skin sunken. Bo Gang's skin swayed and rippled like sea water, and after trembling a few times, he bounced the cannon back. Boom! The light cannon flew past Big Mom's ear, and the powerful shock wave immediately sent Big Mom flying. Wherever the light cannon passed, everything was destroyed. When the smoke dispersed, a magma gully appeared in the island. The ravine extends out to the Sea of Cake Island, enough for several kilometers. This blow finally caught Bo Gang's attention. She turned her head to look at Big Mom below, her eyes kicked. "It's your piece of fat." The saliva came out of Bo Gang's mouth, and Bo Gang's appetite increased greatly. "I let you run away last time, this time it depends on where you run. Come here." Bo Gang patted it down with his palm. The palm could cover the sky and the sun, and Big Mom only felt a big mountain coming towards her. Thundercloud Zeus was terrified and quickly flew away with Big Mom. But as soon as he flew out of the palm's attack range, Bo Gang's other palm had already slapped him. With a bang, Leon Zeus and Hwoyun Prometheus were instantly smashed to pieces. And Big Mom was beaten out. She turned into a stream of light and shot out, breaking through several mountains along the way, piercing through a forest, and flying until the end of the Cake Island before stopping. Looking down from the sky, a new ravine appeared on Cake Island, which was the track left by Big Mom when it flew. Mother! Leon Zeus and Hwoyun Prometheus reunited, and immediately flew towards Big Mom, trying to save her. But at this moment, a strong suction has locked them. Bo Gang opened his mouth wide, and the suction tore the air to form a giant Uzumaki. Thunder Cloud and Fire Cloud couldn't resist the terrifying suction force, and were also torn apart by Uzumaki. Lei-yun and Hwoyun were frightened and shouted loudly. But helpless, now Big Mom can't save them. In the end, Leon and Hwoyun were swallowed into the air by Bo Gang, and after chewing a few times, they were swallowed into his stomach. Well, the cotton candy made by flames and lightning is so delicious. Bo Gang licked his tongue, and it was clear that the smell of thunderclouds and flames pleased her. 0. Asking for flowers. The most important thing is that thundercloud and flame are homies created by Big Mom with their own soul, which contains very powerful energy. This is where Bo Gang is most satisfied. The food with more energy, the more Bogang likes it. Big Mom climbed up from the ruins, covered in blood, with twisted arms. I don't know how many bones were broken. She happened to see the scene where Bogang devoured the thundercloud and flames, and she was so angry that her eyes were tearing apart. Damn BD! Big Mom has never had such a burst of killing intent, never wanted to kill a person so much. What Bogang did has already driven Big Mom into madness. But behind the killing intent is powerlessness and fear. Bogang is too strong, so strong that she despairs. She is really powerless. Revolving heaven. Mom, let's retreat. Charlotte Cracker came to Big Mom and said in a trembling voice. 0. Yeah, Mom, we're not this monster matchup. If we retreat now, we can preserve our strength. After all, this monster can't catch up with us. They already know Bogang's ability. Strong is strong, but his speed is too slow and inflexible. If they wanted to go, Bogang couldn't catch up with them at all. Charlotte Owen, Daifuku, Smoothie, and others all looked at Big Mom waiting for her decision. If they retreat, although the Big Mom pirates will lose the sea area of Wanguo, they will be able to preserve the elite. There are not many family members who have died so far. Even if they change the sea area, they can make a comeback soon. But if they fight to the death, their Big Mom pirates are doomed to fail. At that time, the entire pirate group may be destroyed. Big Mom glanced at Bogang, who was eating so much, and then at the children around him, gritted his teeth, and forced out a few words. Let's retreat. Things have come to this, Big Mom has no choice but to retreat. Big Mom never thought that one day, he would be beaten and fled, and even the kingdom would be destroyed. The entire Big Mom pirate group was destroyed by the demon Bogong alone. Hearing Big Mom's order to retreat, all members of the Charlotte family showed joy on their faces, and went down to deliver the order. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Get out of Cake Island! A large number of pirates stopped attacking, began to evacuate, and rushed to the east of Cake Island. There are dozens of pirate ships docked there. Phew! Boom! Just when the pirates on the island were fully retreating, a golden light suddenly flew out of the sky, passing the pirate ship on the shore. The golden light flashed away, as if cutting the sea. All the pirate ships exploded in an instant and were swallowed by a huge fireball. Chapter 141. Rumble. The fireball soared into the sky, bursting out with a powerful heat wave of high temperature, rushing towards the pirates on the island. Countless pirates stared blankly at the sea of flames in front of them, and their bodies and minds were instantly enveloped in despair. The destruction of the pirate ship means that they have lost their chance of escape and are destined to die here. What's the matter? What happened? Who launched the attack? Who the hell? Flash Ray? Is it Kizaru? Or? Charlotte Cracker roared. Halfway through the roar, the voice suddenly stopped. His mouth was open and his jaw seemed to be dislocated. The face and neck were instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. By his side, so are Charlotte Owen, Daifuku, Scarlet, and others. Their faces were covered in panic and fear. Many people trembled uncontrollably, and some even collapsed on the ground in fright. In this world, Admiral Kizaru is not the only one who can use the flash ability, there is also a more terrifying existence. That's Shinigami Carl. Compared with Admiral Kizaru, Shinigami Carl is obviously more terrifying than 377. The appearance of this man often brings despair, bloodshed, and death. Everyone looked at the sky overseas, and a man had appeared there at some point. The man was wearing a black cloak inlaid with gold thread, with blonde hair, and he was Shinigami Carl. Carl looked down at the pirates below, and smiled playfully. Why, do you want to leave now? Fleeing away is not the style of the Big Mom pirates. Big Mom took a step forward, his eyes were fierce, and his murderous intent suddenly burst out. Shinigami, what are you doing here? Is it possible that you want to start a war with my old lady? Carl smiled slightly. You guessed right, that's exactly what I mean. Whitebeard died in the Summit War, Kaido was also killed by me a few days ago, you are the third. Having said that, Carl's expression suddenly became indifferent, without the slightest warmth. New World doesn't need so many emperors, just me is enough. You have such a big tone. Before Big Mom could speak, a son behind her was furious and yelled, Shinigami, don't think you are invincible, you are still invincible. Too much nonsense. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, the shouting pirate suddenly exploded, his body was torn apart, and his flesh and blood spattered the person next to him. The sudden death startled the people around, and all the members of the Charlotte family retreated one after another, with expressions of fear and apprehension on their faces. Shinigami Carl's strength is more terrifying than they imagined. They didn't find out when Carl shot, one brother was already dead. Shinigami, you PD me off. Big Mom roared, swung his big sword and slashed hard at Carl. A cylindrical sword energy pierced through the air, traversed the sky, and shot towards Carl. Carl didn't dodge or dodge, just raised his hand lightly, and an invisible armament haki barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the sword energy. With a movement of the palm, the direction of the sword energy was immediately changed, and it was shot 10,000 meters into the sky. The clouds in the sky were torn apart, and a huge hole appeared. Carl smiled indifferently, and said lightly, 4 emperors Big Mom, but that's it, it's far worse than Kaido. Okay, enough nonsense, it's time to send you to hell. Bogang. Carl gave an order, and Bogang, who was wolfing down food in the distance, moved his ears and turned his head. She had been so engrossed in eating that she hadn't noticed Carl's arrival. Owner. When Bo just saw Carl, he put down the 2 cake hills in his hand and ran towards Carl. But when Bogang called out Master, the entire Big Mom pirates were shocked, and their brains went blank. Owner. Is this monster calling for death from the Celestial Master? Doesn't that mean that this monster was raised by Shinigami? It was sent by Shinigami. No wonder, I said how could there be such a strong monster in the world for no reason, and it happened to appear in our Sea of 10 Nations. It turns out that Shinigami is behind everything. Damn it, Katakuri's big brother died because of him. That damned BD is really unforgivable. Hundreds of members of the Charlotte family all stared at Carl viciously, wishing to eat his flesh and lay bare his skin. The murderous aura emanating from a group of famous New World pirates is still somewhat powerful. Although it is not worth mentioning to Carl, it can make many experienced and powerful people lose their fighting spirit. It turned out that UBD did the trick, I can't spare you. Big Mom swung his sword and slashed again, sending out more than a dozen giant sword auras towards Carl. Carl's observation haki was fully opened, his body flickered, and he avoided all the sword energy. In a flash, Carl appeared in front of Big Mom. Flying 1,000 kilometers in an instant, Carl's speed far exceeds Big Mom's imagination. Black nuclear fission angry dragon kill. Carl punched out, and black light radiated from the fist, forming a ferocious roaring dragon head. Roar! Carl's fist hit Big Mom's round belly, and the powerful force directly dented Big Mom's belly. At the same time, Carl's armament haki directly broke through Big Mom's steel balloon defense, and his fist penetrated into the flesh and blood. Radiant black light erupted, pouring into Big Mom's body like a fountain. OBJ! Big Mom wailed miserably, and the screams were heart-piercing and chilling. The watching pirates saw that Carl's fist had pierced Big Mom's stomach, leaving a blood hole in her stomach. Mother! Charlotte Parrot, Ross Parrot, Charlotte Cracker, and others changed their expressions drastically, and rushed towards Carl. The rest of the pirates were not slow at all. Although afraid of Carl's strength, it is their instinct to rescue Big Mom. Even if they are afraid, they will act. But just as they took a step, a big mountain fell from the sky, blocking their way. Dim sum cakes, don't run away, come into my mouth. Bogan won't let you get in the way of your master. Bogang rushed to the top of many pirates, opened his mouth and sucked. Countless pirates were swallowed by Bogang just like ants. At the same time, Bogang's 2 soles fell down, like stepping on an ant's nest, turning countless pirates into meat. In just one attack, the Big Mom pirates suffered heavy casualties. Not only the common pirate soldiers died in battle, but several members of the Charlotte family also died. Carl's radiation black light source continuously poured into Big Mom's body, unscrupulously destroying the flesh and blood cells in Big Mom's body, causing the flesh and blood around the wound to explode continuously. Big Mom's eyes were fierce and terrified, and he quickly swung his sword towards Carl's face. Clang! The sword light flashed, but stopped abruptly in the middle. Carl holds Big Mom's Emperor sword in his left hand. With armament haki body protection, the Emperor's sword can't hurt a single hair of him. You! Big Mom's eyes are terrified, and he hasn't spoken yet. Carl's palm has already begun to exert force. Emperor's sword, this sword looks very uncomfortable to me, it's better to destroy it. Hearing this, Emperor Jian made a heart-piercing scream with a frightened expression on his face. Mom, Mom, save me! Under Carl's grip, the Emperor's sword felt extremely painful. Its body could not withstand Carl's attack, and it made a creaking sound. 2.5. With a click, a crack appeared on the blade of the Emperor's sword. Emperor Jian's humanized expression became even more frightened. Big Mom wants to draw his sword and retreat, but her strength is no match for Carl. What's more, Carl's arm pierced her stomach, and the radiating black light continued to destroy her flesh and blood cells. Big Mom has been unable to protect itself, and is unable to save Emperor Jian anymore. Boom! As the crack continued to spread and extend, it soon covered the entire blade. Finally, under the desperate and terrified eyes of Emperor Jian, it was crushed into pieces by Carl. Let's explode together! Carl looked at Big Mom, and the black light at the ferocious fist suddenly burst into dazzling light. With a bang, Big Mom was hit by Carl, flying tens of thousands of meters in an instant, and flew to the other end of the Cake Island, where a mountain was smashed to pieces by Big Mom. Subsequently, the radiant black light exploded. With a loud bang, a huge fireball appeared on the Cake Island. Chapter 142. Radiation black light explodes. With a loud bang, a huge fireball appeared on the Cake Island. Flames soared into the sky and slowly turned into a mushroom cloud. Of course, the volume of this mushroom cloud cannot be compared with Kaido's self-explosion, and the height of the flame is only 1,000 meters high. But such a level of nuclear explosion is powerful enough. Shock waves and flames erupted in all directions, nibbling the earth inch by inch and pulverizing it. Wherever it goes, it destroys everything. Those on the island were still being hit by the shock waves and flame waves, and were instantly wiped out, leaving no traces. Even Charlotte, Ross Parrot, Charlotte, Cracker, and other top powerhouses, all of them suffered broken bones and blood from their mouths and noses. If they hadn't escaped quickly, they would have been killed instantly. When the shock wave and sea of fire subsided, part of the Cake Island had disappeared. There is almost no grass on the island, and the Big Mom pirates are almost wiped out. Charlotte Parrot, Ross Parrot, Cracker, and Smoothie climbed out of the ruins, all bruised and bruised. Looking at Cake Island, which was almost in ruins, and the brothers and sisters who disappeared without leaving a body, they all felt endless despair and sadness. Dead, all dead. Bree is dead. Mundal is dead too. Daifuku, Owen, where are you? Charlotte T. Ross Parrot's eyes were dull, and Kailgia kept calling the names of his brothers and sisters, but no one responded to him. In the entire Big Mom pirate group, less than 10 people survived the aftermath of the nuclear explosion. Where's Mom? How's Mom? Could it be that Mother also? Charlotte Cracker looked at the center of the nuclear explosion in disbelief, where the high-temperature flames had not subsided. The fiery sea of flames is still spreading, engulfing everything around. There, he didn't see Big Mom's figure. Ah! An ear-piercing scream came from the sea of flames, and the sound wave rippled visible to the naked eye, shaking the sea of flames away. A pyroman covered in flames jumped out of the sea of flames, rolling all over the ground, howling miserably. Mother! Seeing the appearance of Big Mom, the surviving Cracker and others were all overjoyed. This is their last straw. However, after seeing the miserable appearance of Big Mom clearly, Cracker and others were all stunned. His eyes were dull, his hands and feet were cold, and his heart fell into endless despair. Big Mom did survive, but the price was too high. The Big Mom who extinguished the flames on her body revealed her true face. Now she no longer has a round body, but is skinny, and the bones under the skin are faintly visible. Big Mom's hair has all turned white, his skin is sagging and wrinkled, and his face is so old that he doesn't look good. At a glance, the current Big Mom looks like an old woman with a dying candle in the wind, as if a gust of wind might fall over. Mother! Mom, what's wrong with you? Cracker looked at the Big Mom in disbelief, and couldn't believe that this was their monster mother. There was a sneer at the corner of Carl's mouth, and he muttered to himself, it turns out that the lifespan was burned, so it's no wonder he survived. Carl disemboweled Big Mom with one blow just now, and injected an extremely large amount of nuclear radiation into Big Mom's body, killing her countless flesh and blood cells. Coupled with the nuclear explosion, the power is enough to kill Big Mom. Big Mom is alive because she burned her long life in time. But looking at her lingering appearance, it is obvious that her lifespan is not 10 or 20 years, but that she has burned all the remaining lifespan. Even so, Big Mom did not fully heal his injuries. The current Big Mom has no combat strength, and has only half a life left. Damn Shinigami! Hateful! Big Mom panted violently, sweating like running water. But her eyes were still fixed on Carl, full of killing intent and hatred. Carl smiled indifferently, and said lightly, this is the end, it's time to send you to hell. When the voice fell to the ground, Carl turned into a black light and disappeared. Big Mom's pupils shrank, and he was on alert. She crossed her arms and covered armament haki to protect her vitals. However, it was too late, and her haki was too weak at this moment, unable to stop Carl's killing move at all. Call out! A black light flashed across Big Mom and appeared behind her. Carl showed his true body, and the armament haki on the hand knife slowly dissipated. Behind him, Big Mom still maintains a defensive posture with arms crossed. But in the next second, Big Mom's arms suddenly flew into the air. Before it landed, it had turned into fly ash and dissipated with the wind. Immediately afterwards, Big Mom's head broke free from the restraint of the neck and soared into the sky. No blood flowed from the cut, only a layer of radiant black light covered the wound. As the radiation black light spread, Big Mom's head was completely corroded and devoured, turning into flying ash and disappearing. Big Mom's eyes are still open, and there is still a color of unwillingness to hate in the depths of the pupils. With the disappearance of the head, Big Mom fell completely, leaving no trace in the world. After the radiation fruit is awakened, the destructive power is indeed stronger. Carl didn't use the awakening trick to kill Big Mom, but even so, Big Mom's body was quickly destroyed by nuclear radiation. This is enough to prove that radiation is far more destructive to cells and flesh than before. Mother! Seeing Big Mom being killed, Cracker, Parrot, Smoothie and others in the distance all roared. Damn guy, actually. I can't spare you. Cracker roared angrily, charged towards Carl with bloodshot eyes. Come back soon, Chenljia. Parrot yelled in horror, but it was too late. Cracker's speed is very fast, and he has come to Carl in the blink of an eye. Pretzels. Cracker stabs Carl's face with a long sword, trying to hit Carl through the brain. Clang! There was a sound of metal and iron clanging, and Cracker's long sword stopped 3 inches in front of Carl's door, unable to advance any further. It was as if there was an invisible wall blocking Cracker's attack. That is the protective wall formed by armament haki. The density is so high that Cracker can hardly imagine. Carl looked at Cracker and sneered, "Dare to swing a sword at me, you are brave. It's a pity, because I'm overweight 190. Boom. With just one look, Cracker's right hand holding the sword exploded. Before Cracker could scream, his left arm, chest, and head exploded instantly. With a bang, Cracker turned into flesh and blood, flying in all directions, leaving no bones left. Cracker. Seeing that Cracker was brutally killed, Parrot, Smoothie and others were all stunned. They knelt on the ground and wept bitterly, and some of them fainted from fright. Carl glanced at several people, and said lightly, "Don't worry, you will be reunited soon." As soon as the words fell, Rospero and Smoothie noticed that the sky above their heads had darkened. They looked up and found that the Demon Bow Gang was standing behind them impressively, and a palm covering the sky was falling from the sky to pat them. If it were normal times, Ross or Smoothie would have the ability to dodge the attack and escape when faced with this move. But at this moment, they all chose not to resist, and closed their eyes to wait for death. With Shinigami Carl here, there is no chance of them escaping. Rather than being killed by Carl with incomparably cruel methods and experiencing endless pain and torture before death, it would be better to be slapped to death by Bow Gang. At least this way of dying, they don't feel painful. Boom! Just as Bow just dropped his palm, the Cake Island shook. The shock wave spread out, causing the seawater overseas to boil violently. In Carl's perception, the breath of life of Ross Parrot, Smoothie, and others has completely disappeared. So far, the Big Mom pirates are completely destroyed. The electronic sound of the system also sounded at this time. Chapter 143. Ding! It's detected that the host kills 4 Emperor's Big Mom, destroys the Big Mom pirates, completes the task of killing the Emperor, and gets rewards: Soul Sublimation, Ghost Shadow Corps General Samo, Troll Group, Giant Shadow, Sky Demon Zimu. There are many rewards for beheading Big Mom, and on the surface it seems to be more generous than beheading Kaido. But it is not. Kaido had already been defeated by Carl once before, and that time Carl had won the Kaido Constitution, pseudo-immortality. After beheading Kaido, Carl got another reward for awakening the radiation fruit. In fact, the reward for killing Kaido by a donkey is not very generous. With a thought in Carl's mind, the shadow under his feet suddenly split into a large group. A demon with green skin appeared in front of Carl. He is the demon Summer. Sea Master. Summer knelt down on one knee to salute Carl, very respectful. Get up. Thank you, Master. Samo is the general of the Troll Regiment of the Ghost Shadow Corps. All the soldiers of the Troll Regiment are tall, burly, extremely strong, and infinitely powerful. The strong body makes other people's attacks almost tickle for them, and the width of the fist even exceeds the width of the average person. The only downside might be a lack of flexibility, but that doesn't hurt either. The Troll Group is also a ghost group, which can move quickly through the dark shadows, and the disadvantage is not fatal. In addition to the Troll Group, Carl has acquired a new demon. Zimu, the Sky Demon, has the power to fly and control the climate. Needless to say, flying, the key is to control the climate. This is very similar to the ability of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. In this world, Zimu's ability is equivalent to natural disasters, with the power to destroy the world. The last reward is naturally the so-called soul sublimation. I know from the name that it is related to the soul, but Carl doesn't know what it does. Boom! With a thought, an incomparably huge energy suddenly poured into Carl's body. Carl felt as if he had been punched by someone, and he lost his mind for a moment. After waking up, Carl found that his mental strength and willpower had been greatly improved. Most importantly, Carl felt some kind of change in his body. Words couldn't describe the change, and Carl couldn't tell what had changed. But this change is real, and Carl is absolutely sure of it. Soul sublimation, it should be that my soul power has been improved away. It's just that I can't see my soul intuitively, nor can I feel the existence of the soul, so I can't know what changes have happened to the soul. In the world of One Piece, the human soul is real. But the power that can intuitively see the soul, drive the soul, and control the soul is rare. So far, only the soul fruit and the underworld fruit are related to the soul. Master, I found something. At this time, the demon general Ika came behind Carl. Two historical texts emerged from the dark shadows, one of which was the historical text of the signpost. Carl waved his hand and said, "Put it away." "Obey." Ika saluted respectfully. Adding this one, Carl got a total of 2 road sign history texts. New World, Romanov Kingdom Sea Area. Today's Romanov Kingdom, the territory has expanded by an unknown number of times. The red dragon flags are planted all over the islands, and all the places where the red dragon flags fly are the sea areas of the Romanov Kingdom. On the outskirts of the sea area of Romanov Kingdom, there is an island named Vanka. There is a pirate group stationed on the island, and the captain is Leiching Makugai, one of the 43 pirate captains under Whitebeard. Like Marco and others, Marco Gay also took refuge in Shinigami Carl, and now guards the outer sea area for Carl. Makugai's pirate group suffered heavy losses in the Summit War, but through subsequent supplements, their strength has been restored. There are about 1,000 pirates guarding the island today. In a tavern in the central town of the island, a group of pirates are having a banquet. There was laughter one after another, and one could tell from the laughter that they were in a good mood. "Have you heard? Captain, Marco from the expedition is coming back." After a young pirate drank a glass of rum, he said to Captain Makugai. "Heard?" Makugai hiccuped and said, "The king's strength is truly well deserved, and he defeated Kaido so easily. Now, Wokuni is also ruled by His Majesty the King. Yes, His Majesty's strength is really unimaginable. The world's strongest is really not a false name." The pirates under him all showed reverence. "When can we go on an expedition?" A young pirate said longingly. "Staying on the island every day is chic and fun, but I also want to go out and fight. I haven't fought for so long, I feel like my joints are going to rust." Yes, I would. I really want to have a good fight." A group of pirates twisted their bodies, pressed their fists, and made a clicking sound. They are very motivated to expand their territories. "Don't worry, there will be a chance." Makugai narrowed his eyes and said, "His Majesty's ambition is more than a mere new world." What did he say in Summit War? Y'all forgot. As soon as this remark came out, many pirates played the scene of Carl declaring war on the world government to rebel. As long as they think of this picture, their blood boils. Those who dare to declare in front of the world that they want to rebel and overthrow the world's official government. They've only heard of one. Makugai said, "Wait, soon, His Majesty the King will use us." As soon as the words fell, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the tavern, and a pirate broke in a panic. "It's not good, Captain, marine traces have been found overseas." "What did you say?" Makugai stood up from his chair with a solemn expression, and hurriedly asked, "How many people are there in Marine?" "I don't know at the moment, but at a glance, there are at least 20 warships, and there may be more in the future." 20 warships! Makugai and Marine in the tavern all changed color. There are 20 warships, even if it is an intermediate-sized warship that can only carry 500 people, the Marine's strength is at least 10,000 people. But this is obviously impossible. Those who dare to blatantly invade the waters of the Romanov Kingdom must be warships of the highest specification, the kind that can carry 1,000 people. In other words, there are at least 20,000 Marines, or even more, who are attacking. Notice to go down, ready to fight. Makugai didn't dare to delay, and hurried out of the tavern to the front line of the port. At the same time, he also took out the phone bug and notified the Kingdom Center to call for reinforcements. He only has 100, get it, 0 people, so obviously he can't be Marine's opponent. If you want to stop the enemy, you must ask for help. The news of the rescue was quickly sent back to the kingdom, and the kingdom also replied quickly, saying that the reinforcements would arrive soon. Marco-gai breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but when he walked to the port and saw the first-line marine fleet overseas, he raised his throat again in one breath. As the follow-up warships are revealed, Marco-gai can see that there are definitely more than 20 warships. There are at least 40 or even 50 of them. The strength of 40,000 to 50,000 is almost half that of the Summit War. And there are more in the back. Standing on the prows of warships are deep and powerful marine experts. Each of them is either Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral. The most important thing is that in the front are the 3 main ships, and there are 3 extremely terrifying monsters standing there. One of them Marco-gai knew was Admiral Kizaru. After Shinigami bloodbathed New World, Admiral Kizaru didn't dare to step into New World again, for fear that Carl would kill him. Now that the comeback is coming, I think there is absolute certainty. Chapter 144. Damn Marine, did you make a massive invasion knowing that His Majesty the King is not in the country? Marco-gai guessed Marine's purpose in an instant. Now Shinigami Carl and a large number of high-level forces are crusade against the Beast's pirates. Although the war is over, they haven't rushed back yet. At this time, it was the time when the guards of the Kingdom of Romanov were at their weakest. Marine's massive invasion at this time is likely to completely destroy the Kingdom of Romanov. Although it is impossible to kill the culprit Shinigami Carl, it can also destroy the elite and territory under Carl. Deal a major blow to Shinigami Carl. Damn Marine, what a despicable thing. A pirate next to him gritted his teeth angrily, and couldn't help cursing secretly. Shameless villain. Is this also a Marine? Don't dare to confront us head-on, only dare to use this despicable method. The pirates scolded one after another, obviously they also guessed what Marine was thinking. It's useless to say these things now, winners and losers, there is nothing despicable or not despicable. Marco-gai said coldly with no expression on his face, victory at sea is everything, what's wrong with doing whatever it takes to achieve the goal? Okay, get ready to fight. Although the strength of the two sides is very different, there is a huge difference. But Marco-gai had no intention of retreating and escaping. Since Carl handed over the island to him, that is trust in him. Even if he dies, Marco-gai will not live up to this trust. This is the benevolence of pirates. Although the 1,850,000 pirates under Marco-gai panicked, none of them fled without a fight. Benevolence and righteousness are one thing, and the fear of Carl is also one of the reasons why they dare not escape. Carl's strength has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and the pirates' awe of Carl has also been deeply rooted in their bones. What if I ran away today? If Carl learns that they fled without fighting, the end will be worse than death. Kill! Marco-gai roared, cheering up the morale of the pirates under him. The 1,000 pirates under him gathered on the shore of the port, and they also roared angrily. Kill! 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 The roar shook the heavens and the earth, tearing apart the sky, spreading to every corner of the surrounding area. Marines on overseas warships naturally also heard the shouts of the pirates, and many Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral smiled disdainfully. There are only 1,000 troops in the area, but they have to fight against their tens of thousands of troops. If this is not a mantis trying to kill himself, what is it? That's terrible, Shinigami Carl. Admiral Kizaru stood on the bow of the warship, watching the 1,000 pirates shouting and killing from a distance, and couldn't help but complain. Okay, stop talking nonsense, and get rid of them. Kong stepped onto the deck and shouted coldly, what we want to destroy is the Romanov kingdom itself, and we don't have time to waste time in the outer sea. Kizaru, not one left. Hi, I see. Kizaru's lips curled up in, a lewd expression. In the next second, his side turned into golden light and slowly dissipated. The golden light flew towards the island ahead, and condensed into a solid entity above the heads of many pirates. "Careful, it's Kizaru!" Makugai roared in warning, and at the same time swung his knife and slashed a flying slash, hitting the golden light in the sky. The slash split the golden light in half, but after the golden light condensed into shape, it was not injured. Makugai's armament haki is not weak, but it is obviously not enough to hurt Kizaru. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Kizaru condescended to launch his ultimate move, and countless flash bombs were fired from his fingers, pouring down, instantly covering the area where the pirates were located. The roar resounded endlessly, and the port instantly turned into a sea of flames. Countless pirates wailed miserably and were killed by the flash bombs. Hateful. In the serial bombing of flash bombs, Makugai was in a panic. With his strength, he has more than enough energy to protect himself, let alone save others. He could only watch helplessly as his men were slaughtered mercilessly by Kizaru. "You go on your way too, Leiching Makugai." In a flash of gold, Kizaru appeared behind Makugai. Before Makugai could react, Kizaru kicked Makugai on the temple. Speed is power. Kizaru kick at the speed of light, directly kicking Makugai into the air. Makugai ran through 3 buildings in a row, and was finally buried by the ruins. Kizaru kept killing moves, shooting a few flash bombs from his fingertips, hitting Makugai who was powerless to resist. With a loud bang, the ruins where Makugai was located were swallowed by a huge fireball. At this point, Liking Makugai died in battle. Boom! 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 Under a series of bombings, the port of the island was completely destroyed and reduced to a sea of flames. All the pirates were killed, thousands of corpses were lying in the ruins, and the air was filled with the stench of burning corpses. Kizaru landed on a stone, glanced at the corpses all over the place, turned into a golden light and flew back to the warship. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes, and it ended very quickly. When Marine saw Admiral Kizaru's return, he didn't cheer for joy, but just took it for granted. And this is just the beginning. The real war is yet to come. Such a small victory is nothing at all. Kong stood on the bow of the warship, glanced indifferently at the burning Fanka Island, and ordered in a low voice, "Go ahead." With an order, the Marine fleet continued to march. Crossing the sea area where Fanka Island is located officially entered the territory of the Kingdom of Romanov, which also represented the outbreak of a full-scale war. "Okay, I get it. I'll hurry back. You are responsible for the defense first, and intercept the Marine outside the kingdom." "Yes, at any cost." Over a sea area in New World, Marco, Enel, and others are carrying Fei Ying soldiers back to the Kingdom of Romanov. But a moment before, they also received a distress message from the country. At the same time, they also knew that Liking Makugai had died in battle. "Arrogant Marine, dare to invade the Kingdom of Romanov so recklessly, you want to die." Enel's eyes flickered with lightning. His whole body turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Compared with the flying speed of the flying shadow warrior, his own flying is obviously faster. Seeing this, Marco also transformed into a phoenix and flew into the sky. "Jaws, Vista, I'll go first." Knowing that Makugai had been killed, Marco was shocked and angry. Whether it is to protect the Kingdom of Romanov or to avenge his companions, Marco must rush back to the Kingdom of Romanov as soon as possible. The cyan bird flew across the sky, and soon disappeared into the clouds. As for the others, although they can use the moonwalk to travel, it is too exhausting. Even if you return to the kingdom in time, you will be unable to fight due to too much physical exertion, and the gains outweigh the losses. Badgers and others could only ask the flying shadow warrior to speed up their flight. Whoosh! 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 A few gusts of wind blew by, and the flying shadows in the sky disappeared in this sea area in an instant. At the same time, Carl has also learned about the massive invasion of Marine. Attacking the enemy with the weak, Marine really found a good time. Carl stood on top of the dragon's head, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The system also released new tasks at this time. Ding! The host triggers a new mission, the battle to protect the country. Detected a large-scale invasion of the Marines in an attempt to destroy the entire Romanov kingdom, and asked the host to repel the invading enemies and protect their own country. Mission rewards: Observation Haki Domain, Demon General Lazo, Water Demon Bazaar, Snake Charm. The electronic sound fell, and Carl remained expressionless. At the current state, Carl is no longer excited about these task rewards. The only thing Carl wants is the dog charm of immortality. It's just that the dog charm has been unable to come out, which makes Carl feel a little regretful. With the thought, the speed of the fire dragon under his feet suddenly soared. The high-altitude clouds are constantly being torn apart, leaving an endless white trail in the sky, as if dividing the sky into two halves. Roar! The roar of the fire dragon spread high in the sky, resounding through the thousands of miles of Fang Yuan Sea area. Chapter 145. Fire, Fire! The warship rushed into the waters of the Kingdom of Romanov and soon found the second island. Marine doesn't need to know who is guarding the island, and doesn't care if there are civilians who have taken refuge on the island. It's always right to have a wave of indiscriminate bombing first. Without Admiral Vice Admiral taking action, just the artillery bombardment of the Marine fleet completely wiped out a pirate group guarding the island. The fire was burning, as if it was going to completely burn the island to ashes. The Buster Call, known as Marine's largest military operation, also seemed a little weak in front of the Marine fleet. Admiral Fujitora stood on the bow of a warship, staring at the island in front of him with pure white pupils, and couldn't help but said, "Such a large-scale indiscriminate bombing will hurt civilians, right?" He didn't see anything, only darkness in his eyes. But his observation haki is extremely powerful, and he has already sensed countless sorrows, fears, and calls for help from the island. Fujitora couldn't bear it. He is one of the few Marines who truly embraces softness and justice, and believes that civilians should not be involved in the war between Marines and Shinigami. "I can't take care of that so much now, Fujitora." Kong put his hands on his chest and said with a deadpan expression, "To destroy the Shinigami, the necessary sacrifices are worth it. Only by eradicating Shinigami from the world will no more civilians be harmed." Although Kong is not a radical iron-blooded Marine like Akainu, but for the sake of the overall situation, he doesn't care about the death of civilians. "Okay, keep going. While Shinigami Carl has not returned from his expedition, wipe out all his troops as much as possible." Kong ordered again, and the Marine fleet continued to march. But at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up on the sea. The gust of wind whizzed and roared everywhere, rolling up large swaths of dark clouds and condensing in the sky. Rumble! Thunder and lightning flashed in the dark clouds. At a glance, it seems that there are countless electric snakes wandering wantonly in the dark clouds. The climate of the entire sea area was completely changed, the sun was blocked by dark clouds, and even a ray of light could not fall down. "Be careful, the enemy is coming." Kong stared at the dark clouds in the sky above his head with a solemn expression, and sounded a warning. The officers on every warship in the Marine fleet were on alert, and tens of thousands of Marine soldiers were also waiting with guns. Admiral Fujitora raised his head, opened his eyelids with difficulty, stared at the sky with pure white pupils, and couldn't help but say, "What a strong breath, the person here is very powerful." "Of course strong, which of the cadres under Shinigami's command is not strong?" Admiral Kizaru looked at the sky and said, "I just don't know whether it's Enel, the god of thunder, or Zongsu, the thunder and lightning demon. Shinigami Carl has two cadres who can control lightning, which Marine already knew. One is Enel, a Logia thunder fruit capable user, and the other is Zongsu, a lightning demon. Compared with the former, the strength of the latter is even more terrifying. Because the latter had strongly suppressed Admiral Kizaru in a frontal battle. Admiral Kizaru would have lost if the opponent hadn't known armament haki." Rumble! A thick thunderbolt fell from the sky and flew towards a warship at sea at lightning speed. There was only one Marine Vice Admiral on that warship, and it was impossible to stop such a devastating attack. Vice Admiral and thousands of soldiers can only close their eyes and wait for death. At the very moment, a group of shock waves flew from a distance, hitting the falling lightning. There was a loud bang, and the lightning was shattered by the shock wave. After the shock wave shattered the thunder and lightning, it continued to cast off, and finally hit the sea behind the warship, making a big concave hole in the sea. It's Vice Admiral Garp. Great, Vice Admiral Garp is here. Many Marines breathed a sigh of relief seeing Vice Admiral Garp retracting his fist. The dark clouds in the sky were torn apart, and Suatakong, the thunder and lightning demon, came over. His body was filled with endless lightning, and the imposing coercion burst out, making countless Marines look pale. Thunder falls. Zongsu let out a roar, and countless thick lightnings fell from the sky. Lightning was like a torrential rain, and the attack density was as high as ultimate, covering the entire Marine fleet. The wind howls, the sea waves undulate, as if the end is coming. Everyone shoot together. Kong stood on the bow of the main ship, roaring loudly. Of course, there is no need for his order, all the Marines on the warship have already taken action. Vice Admiral Garp, Chief Staff Crane, 3 Admirals, Momuzagi, T. Dolphin, and each Vice Admiral Rear Admiral all used their means to split the falling thunderstorm. It's just that the thunder and lightning's attacks are too dense and powerful. A thunderbolt that was not intercepted struck the deck of a warship, instantly bursting into a huge fireball. The warship was blown up in the middle and then swallowed by the fireball. The 1,000 Marine soldiers on board screamed in horror. Before they could escape, they were engulfed by the shock wave and sea of fire, leaving no bones left. Seeing this, Kong roared angrily, "Everyone be careful, don't be careless just because Shinigami isn't here, the cotters under Shinigami are all monsters. If we are not careful, we may not even see Shinigami's face, and we will be wiped out halfway." Kong stepped on the moonwalk and flew into the sky, smashing the falling lightning bolts into pieces with his fist. Like Garp, he is a pure physique-type powerhouse. With just a pair of fists, he has made countless pirates in the old era frightened. 0, Seeking Flowers 0. Every punch can hit a shock wave of super powerful punch, defeating several thunderbolts. Seeing the destroyed warship, all the newly joined Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral looked dignified, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Sweeping the first half of the Grand Line before, and rushing into the New World to destroy the 2 islands of the Romanov Kingdom, gave them a lot of confidence in these newly joined Marines. Thinking that Marine is powerful, he can use the momentum of crushing to flatten the Kingdom of Romanov and win the final victory. But at this moment, they finally understood how terrifying the Shinigami really is. Before Shinigami appeared, just one of his cotters showed a terrifying strength enough to destroy the entire Marine fleet. "We can't go on like this, we can't waste our time here, Kizaru." "No!" Kong roared. Kizaru in the distance heard the sound and immediately knew what Kong meant. Kizaru turned into a beam of golden light and flew up into the sky, before arriving in front of the demon Zongsu in an instant. "Long time no see, monster!" Kizaru smiled wretchedly, raised his leg and kicked Zongsu's head. Zongsu waved his hand to block, and endless thunder and lightning bloomed from his arm, which not only blocked the light-speed kick of Kizaru, but also smashed Kizaru's right foot into photon fragments. It's a pity that Zongsu can't armament haki, can't hurt Kizaru's entity, and attacks won't work on him. "It's useless, big monster, the old man is hard to deal with." Kizaru smiled wretchedly, activated the 8-foot Kyanguyu, and fired countless flash bullets towards Zongsu. Knowing that Zongsu will not haki, he is invincible, Kizaru's confidence is greatly increased. He likes to deal with this kind of enemy. With a roar, Zongsu grabbed the lightning around him to form a wall of lightning, blocking all the flash bombs. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded, and fireballs bloomed in the sky, instantly turning the sky into a sea of flames. Zongsu and Kizaru were both engulfed in the sea of flames, but neither of them cared and continued to fight in the sea of flames. Thunderbolt! The demon Zongsu grabbed the lightning and swung it like a whip. Countless lightning bolts formed an airtight grid and enveloped Kizaru. There was a loud bang, and the lightning exploded on Kizaru's body, blowing him apart in an instant. Kizaru, whose head flew up, still maintained a wretched expression, and his torn body was fused and reborn in the golden light. There is no way, without armament haki, there is no way to harm Kizaru's entity. Daxia and the Soviet Union are doomed and impossible to defeat Kizaru. Cunning little bug! Zongsu cursed in a low voice, then turned his head to look at the Marine Fleet 10 below. Chapter 146. While Kizaru held back Daxia and the Soviet Union, the Marine Grand Fleet continued to march towards the mainland of the Romanov Kingdom. As Kong said, they came here to destroy the Romanov Kingdom and wipe out the vital forces of Shinigami Karl's men, and they should not be blocked by Daxia and the Soviet Union to delay time. It is enough for the demon Zongsu to have Kizaru deal with them, they have more important things to do. Don't think about going any further. Under the Master's order, destroy all intruders who break into the kingdom's waters. Go to hell! Sino-Soviet roared, and thunder and lightning rioted in the sky. The sea of thunder and lightning boiled, and countless thunder and lightning were shot down to the Marine Fleet below. The lightning attack this time was several times stronger than the first one. Tens of thousands of pirates looked at the thunderstorm falling from the sky, their eyes were dull, their hands and feet were cold from fright, and they were extremely desperate. There are countless pirates who close their eyes and wait to die at this moment. Even Marine Vice Admiral, in the face of such a large-scale thunder and lightning attack, is powerless to do anything about September 13. This is Shinigami's Cotters. Just a Cotter with such strength, how terrifying should Shinigami himself be? No wonder Marine is so afraid of Shinigami. Many new Marine Vice Admirals finally understand why so many of their seniors died at the hands of Shinigami. It's really a terrifying ultimate move. It is indeed a thunder and lightning demon. However, I can't just watch tens of thousands of Marine soldiers die here, otherwise I won't be worthy of the position of Admiral. Admiral Fujitora at the bow of a warship took a step forward and opened his eyelids vigorously. With a ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth, he suddenly pulled out the stick knife in his hand. Clang! With a flash of light, the knife returned to its sheath instantly. A round of purple aperture is generated out of thin air, and instantly soars into the sky. The moment the purple light circle appeared, the lightning falling from Fujitora's head seemed to be restrained, and they all stopped in the void. As the purple aperture soared into the sky, all the thunder and lightning were squeezed away and crushed by an invisible force, and finally dissipated invisible. The purple aperture also made a big hole in the sea of thunder and lightning at high altitude. With a bang, the sea of thunder and lightning exploded, the dark clouds collapsed, and the sun shone again. At this moment, half of the Marine Fleet shrouded in darkness stood under the sunlight again. Fujitora's full-strength shot smashed half of the falling thunder and also destroyed half of the Thunder Ocean. The remaining half will be solved by many Marine Masters. Great, it's General Kuei Hushin who made the move. Officer Yuxiao is so strong. So what if the enemy is strong? We also have Admiral on our side. With Admiral leading, Marine will surely win. Justice shall prevail. Tens of thousands of Marines were reborn after the catastrophe, and they all cheered. Kong also ordered at this time, at this moment, the whole army goes out. There is no threat of thunder and lightning in the sky, so Marine doesn't need to be distracted, and just takes the opportunity to break out of the thunder and lightning airspace created by the demon Zongsu. Although Daxia and the Soviet Union are strong, there is a limit to the area covered by lightning. Hateful! Zongsu roared and roared, gathering dark clouds and thunder and lightning to fill up the holes in the sky, intending to launch another attack. But Kizaru's move is already imminent. Countless flash bombs hit Zongsuo and exploded on him, directly blowing Zongsuo away. Although Zongsuo was not hurt, but with Kizaru blocking, Zongsuo could not be distracted from dealing with the large marine fleet below. You still dare to be distracted while fighting this old man, aren't you a bit too arrogant? Looking down on the old man so much makes the old man very angry. Kizaru teleported behind Zongsuo, kicked Zongsuo on the side, and kicked him away again. Zongsuo turned into a flash of lightning across the sky, and finally stopped. The lightning flashed on his body, just like the anger in his heart, which had reached ultimate. Kizaru smiled wretchedly, with this old man here, you don't want to take a step away. Zongsuo's voice rumbled like thunder, do you think it's enough to stop me? It's just you, it's too far away. Hearing this, Kizaru's expression changed, and he quickly looked down. I saw that the sea in front of the marine fleet suddenly began to boil, the sea surface was distorted, and the sea water bulge continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, the height of the raised sea water has exceeded 300 meters, just like a hill. Rumble. The sea water is rushing, like a wild beast roaring, layer by layer, roaring towards the marine fleet. The endless monstrous waves seemed to completely wash away the entire marine fleet. What is this thing? What happened? It's over, it's dead. A marine was terrified and sat on the deck, tremblingly watching the rushing waves, with tears and runny nose. There are not a few marines like him, and some even wet their pants in fright. The cannons of the warship roared, and all the guns were fired, hitting the incoming huge waves. But the artillery fire could not break up the huge waves at all. In the face of this huge wave that can submerge the island, the power of the shells is really too small. One by one, Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral jumped into the air, and Lien Jiantian pressed down. Countless flying slashes hit the huge waves, making gaps in the huge waves one by one. But it is also a drop in the bucket. At the critical moment, Vice Admiral Garp stepped forward. He took a step forward, and his whole body erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. The marine coat behind him was automatic without wind. Fistbone meteor shower. Garp strikes hard, throwing hundreds of punches in the blink of an eye. Countless afterimages of fists appeared in front of him, and each punch blasted out super powerful shock waves. Boom! 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 The advancing giant wave stopped its forward momentum, and with the roaring sound, the giant wave was punched out with big holes. Finally, with a bang, the huge wave was completely smashed. Garp turned over and landed on the bow of the warship, heaving a long breath. Obviously, he couldn't use an attack like the one just now, and it required a lot of physical and energy consumption. Great, saved! It's Vice Admiral Garp. The giant wave was blown up. Tens of thousands of Marines cheered and shouted excitedly one after another. Only many Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admirals still have dignified expressions. Shut up, idiots! It's too early to be happy. Many Vice Admiral Rear Admiral roared one after another, causing all the cheering soldiers to stop. Kong stared at the sea in front of him solemnly, feeling extremely alert. Be careful, there's something underwater. Kong sounded a warning, and all Marines looked at the sea ahead at the same time. Countless observation hackies spread out and began to investigate the underwater situation. But only Admiral-level combat power can barely perceive the existence of underwater breath. Watch out, he's coming! Suddenly, Kong roared angrily. In the next second, a riot broke out in the sea water. Countless sharp pinnacles broke through the water and launched a surprise attack on the warship from the bottom of the water. Boom 1.9. Boom! 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 The warships were pierced through the bottom by sharp pinnacles, and then cut off by the middle. Some warships were even stabbed into the sky, and countless Marine soldiers floated in the air, wailing miserably. In the blink of an eye, no less than 30 warships were completely destroyed. This time the attack came from underwater, and Marine couldn't defend even if he wanted to, so he could only watch the warship being destroyed. Of course, at that moment, the number of Marines who died was also very large, more than 5,000 people. There are more Marines floating in the air, as long as they fall, they will surely die. Many high-level Marines shot one after another, cutting off the sharp Shi-Feng. Admiral Fujitora also shot in time, using gravity to suspend many stone fragments to catch the falling Marine soldiers. But after this move, the Marine fleet has been completely disrupted. Countless Marine soldiers screamed, and the wailing sounded one after another, spreading to every corner of the sea area. Chapter 147. Damn it, this must have been done by the devil. Kong flew into a rage. Looking at the destroyed warship, Kong's face was extremely ugly. The absence of warships meant that they could no longer approach the main island of the Kingdom of Romanov. And they are still trapped here, only waiting for the troops under Shinigami Karl to encircle them. The demon Daiki can attack from under the sea, which is beyond Kong's expectations. Marine only knew that Dikoi had the ability to manipulate earth and rocks and cause earthquakes, but he didn't expect him to be able to dive. Marine has little experience with attacks from underwater. Who makes demon fruit power afraid of sea water? No one would have guessed that the devil Dikoi is not demon fruit power. Gilyalu. At this moment, a large number of water bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Then a group of sea water gradually rose up, and two horns broke through the water. As the sea water was torn apart, a tall and ferocious demon monster appeared in the eyes of many Marines. It was the Devil's Chief. What kind of monster is this? Is this still human? It is definitely not human, not even demon fruit power. 04 It is impossible for a person with ability to move in the sea. Looking at the devil Dikoi, tens of thousands of Marines were terrified. Dikoi glanced at Marine, and a low voice suddenly sounded. Under the command of the master, destroy all intruders. Die! The roar fell, and the sea suddenly boiled. Countless sharp pinnacles burst out of the water, attacking the warships at sea. Bang! 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 Warships were destroyed by sharp pinnacles, and in the blink of an eye, this sea area was completely transformed into a deadly Jedi full of hidden reefs. Just looking at it can make all the experienced navigators fear and shy away. There are some dangerous seas on the Grand Line, which cannot be compared with this place. It is impossible for any ship to leave here alive. Green Bull! Kong roared into the distance, and the Admiral Green Bull obeyed the order and flew into the sky. A red flower grows on the back of the Green Bull, and the red flower keeps spinning like a helicopter. The green cow landed on a reef, and with a thought, countless green plants grew on the reef on the sea. The vines grew rapidly and intertwined continuously, covering the entire sea surface in an instant. There are also big trees rising from the ground, and flowers blooming constantly. In the blink of an eye, the dead Jedi Reef Sea area turned into a large forest. Under the water, vines are also growing. Countless root systems are entangled with each other and grow towards the rock formations on the sea floor. In the end, it all merged into one island. In short, the Admiral Green Bull used the fruit ability to create an island at once. Green Bull is a Logia Sensen fruit ability user. The forest is the source of life that can stand side by side with the sea, so it is nature itself. The green cow can make all plants, and control the growth of plants at will, turning them into the form they want. He can even transform himself into a plant. As long as the plant does not die, he will not die. Even if the plant is burned out, the green life can be reborn by sprouting and growing from a seed. In terms of life-saving ability and vitality, Green Bull is the strongest among all Marine Admirals. It is not difficult for him to create an island made of plants. However, relying on this method alone to stop Dikoi's attack is obviously a lot worse. Rumble. There was a loud noise underwater, a riot broke out at sea, and the entire forest island began to vibrate violently. The sharp pinnacles pierced through the forest islands and broke out of the water, killing many Marines again. Thinking to kill someone in front of me, dreaming. The Admiral Green Ka roared, and all the plants on the entire forest island began to shake. At this moment, the plants on the island seemed to have a spiritual intelligence. Countless vines tightly bind the sharp pinnacles like a lion majesty, and then crush them. The root system below the forest island also blocks all the sharp pinnacles that protrude. At the same time, Green Bull is still expanding the area of the forest island. Boom! 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 The sharp giant trees pierced through the rock formations on the seabed like sharp swords, completely laying the foundation for the forest island and making it indestructible. The vines shuttle through the water, piercing all the fish and sea kings they meet. The body of the creature pierced by the vines sags at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually becomes skinny, as if it has been sucked dry of all nutrients and energy. This is also one of the abilities of the green cow, which can absorb nutrients and energy from other organisms through vines to grow itself. It is precisely because of the ability to absorb nutrients that green cattle can go without food for 3 years. Theoretically, the green bull can continue to fight through this trick, never get tired, and have endless physical strength. It stands to reason that when an ability user's devil fruit ability encounters sea water, it will be weakened, or even unusable. But this seems to have no effect on the green bull. His plants can still exert great power on the seabed. This is also one of the characteristics of sensen fruit. Sensen fruit has energy not weaker than that of the sea, so the sea has the lowest restraint on sensen fruit ability users. The green bull created an island to serve as a temporary shelter for the Marine. But without a warship, Marine couldn't leave and could only be trapped on this isolated island. Of course, Green Bull can use his own ability to build ships for the army to evacuate, but there are local chiefs blocking the way. No matter how many ships are built, they cannot be used. Kong, the situation is not good now. The great staff officer, Crane Vice Admiral, came behind Kong and said solemnly. "Ah, I know." Kong looked serious, and felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Marine is trapped on an isolated island and cannot evacuate, so he can only wait for Shinigami's army to attack them. Once the Shinigami returns with the Cotters, they will be the ones who will be in danger. Failed. Kong understands that the crusade against the Kingdom of Romanov has failed. It is impossible for Marine to destroy the Kingdom of Romanov while Karl is not in the country. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head, and said helplessly, who would have thought that Shinigami and Kaido would go to war and leave Deku and Zongsu in the country? 480 There are 2 such powerful combat forces, and we can't destroy them. Kingdom of Romanov. Among the demons, So can fly and occupy the sky. Daiki can move on the seabed and occupy the waters. The 2 big demons join forces, can advance or retreat, and have both offense and defense. 100,000 Marine elites were abruptly blocked here, making them helpless. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sound of artillery bombardment sounded from a company. Countless shells fell on the forest island and exploded, blowing up countless sailors. "It's a pirate from the Whitebeard pirates." Kong looked in the direction of the shells, and saw nearly 100 pirate ships appearing on the sea. The pirate ships are connected into one piece, which can't be seen at a glance. It is a large fleet of pirates. The pirate flags of the Red Dragon flag and the Whitebeard logo are hoisted on each pirate ship, which means that they are all the remnants of the Whitebeard pirate group who took refuge in Shinigami Karl. On the other side too. Crane Vice Admiral looked to the other side of the island, and hundreds of ships appeared on the sea there. Red Dragon flags fluttered in the wind, making a sound of hunting. "It's the Red Dragon army under Shinigami." Kong immediately recognized the origin of this army. It came so fast. The whole army is ready for battle. A Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral had a serious face and hurriedly gathered troops to fight. Boom! 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 The artillery fire roared and resounded endlessly. After the pirate fleet and the Red Dragon army entered the range of the forest island, they fired at the forest island at the same time. Chapter 148. Countless shells landed on the forest island, instantly turning the forest island into a sea of flames. The power of this scale of bombardment is much greater than that of Buster Call. Small tricks, dare to act presumptuously in front of me. The Admiral Green Bull stepped forward and grabbed it with a big hand, and countless vines shot out from the forest island. The vines run through the bodies of each pirate, instantly sucking them into mummies. Be careful, he was born. Don't get too close, everything will be discussed after the Cotter's return. As long as we can persist until His Majesty returns, we will surely win. The pirates were fighting on the ship, and had no intention of approaching or landing. The same is true for the Red Dragon army, but they have been bombarding indiscriminately, and have no intention of landing on the shore to fight hand to hand. The kingdom of Romanov lacks powerful Cotters. Face to face, they have no chance of winning, they will only be killed by Marine. But if they can hold out until Karl returns, then they win. Karl has been a myth in the hearts of everyone, and they will always have absolute trust in Karl. How can it be so easy to persist until Shinigami comes back? Fujitora! Kong roared, and Admiral Fujitora immediately received the order. Understood, let me do my best for Marine. Fujitora walked to the front of the forest island, pulled out his staff and knife and slashed. The gravity halo flew up into the sky and shot straight into the sky. Rumble! There was a rush of breaking wind in the sky. In the next second, the high-altitude sea of thunder and lightning was torn apart, and a huge meteorite burning with raging fire fell from the sky, smashing towards the large pirate fleet below. The meteorite is huge in size, with a diameter of more than 300 meters. Under the influence of gravitational acceleration, the impact carried by the meteorite cannot be described in words. Just one blow can completely destroy the big pirate fleet. Admiral Fujitora, you really are a monster among monsters. Marine really found a great guy. I heard he's still blind. There is such a strength in not seeing things. Even if you are a person with sound eyes, how many people can match it? The captains of Whitebeard's team flew up one by one, chopping and flying into the sky one after another. Shua! 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 The light of the knife crossed vertically and horizontally, splitting the falling huge meteorite into pieces. The captains of Whitebeard's team are all top-notch powerhouses, Grandmaster and Armament Haki. Together, even Marine Admiral can fight one or two. Destroying a meteorite is naturally a matter of course. Admiral Fujitora sensed that the meteorite was shattered, and smiled coldly, as expected of Whitebeard's pirate captains, all of them are talented. It's a pity that I want to be a pirate and endanger the safety of civilians. What a pity! As the voice fell, the sea of thunder and lightning in the sky was torn apart again, and a series of 10 meteorites fell from the sky, hitting the pirate fleet. Of these 10 meteorites, one is bigger than one, faster than one, and more powerful than one. Before it fell, the flames carried by the meteorite had already released intense heat, forming a heat wave and rushing towards the sea. Countless pirates were sweating profusely, and their hearts were even more terrified. Facing a meteorite, they could still block it anyway. But facing 10 at the same time, they have more than enough energy. Rumble! At the very moment, the sea of thunder and lightning in the sky rioted, and endless thunder fell on the 10 meteorites. Boom! 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 A series of shocking loud noises exploded, and 10 meteorites in the sky were smashed into powder by lightning one after another. Although the flames carried by the meteorite still fell down, it could no longer pose a threat to the large pirate fleet below. At the critical moment, the lightning demon Zongsu made a move. While he's battling Admiral Kizaru, he clearly has a history of distractions. It seems that it is too whimsical to want to solve these pirates at once. Admiral Fujitora put away the stick knife and said helplessly. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder exploded in the sky, and a terrifying sense of oppression struck from a distance, covering the entire forest island in an instant. Countless Marines looked up and saw a huge dark cloud approaching rapidly in the distant sky. But in just a few breaths, the two dark clouds have merged together. In this way, the sea of thunder and lightning suspended in the sky became even larger. The lightning power contained in it has also become more terrifying. It's troublesome now. Has Enel returned yet? Kizaru, who was at war with Daxia and the Soviet Union, sensed Enel's breath from the thundercloud. While talking, I saw a thick lightning coming from a distance, faster than the speed of light. Boom! The lightning hit Kizaru, and Kizaru was sent flying tens of meters, and a plume of black smoke rose from the arm that blocked the lightning. Unlike Zongsu, Enel's lightning attack contains armament haki, which can actually attack his entity. Although Enel's strength is much weaker than Zongsu's, it is more difficult for Kizaru. Because no matter how strong Zongsu is, he cannot be hurt, and Kizaru is invincible. But if Enel is added, the result is not easy to say. Call out! In a flash of lightning, Enel appeared next to the demon Zongsu, confronting Admiral Kizaru from afar. Yellow Monkey, you actually dare to enter the new world, you are quite brave. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty the King will kill you? Enel looked at Kizaru and said coldly. Kizaru's face changed, and he said calmly, Shinigami is very strong, but it may not be able to kill this old man. Kizaru has absolute confidence in his speed. He admits that he is no match for Shinigami Karl. But if he wants to escape, Shinigami Karl can't help him. In the last summit war, he escaped with his own ability, which proved this point. Karl didn't chase him at that time, it proved that Karl couldn't catch up with him. Enel looked at Kizaru and smiled sarcastically, the dead duck has a hard mouth. If you dare to say this in front of His Majesty the King, then you will be worthy. Die! Enel took the lead in attacking, and the lightning in the sky was pulled by him, turning into several brontosaurs roaring out and flying towards Kizaru. It's scary, Logia Thunder Fruit. While speaking, Kizaru retreated rapidly, firing countless flash bombs from his hands and colliding with the brontosaurus. Both thunder and lightning exploded, forming a sky full of destruction. With Enel temporarily restraining Kizaru, Zongsu, the Thunder Demon, freed his hands and feet to attack the Marine army below. Thunderbolt! Fall under the lightning, weak humans! Zongsu stepped into the void, lightning surged from his body, releasing thousands of lightning strikes towards Marine below. Boom! 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 A series of explosions followed one after another, and countless Marines wailed miserably in the flames. Large swathes of Marine soldiers were killed by lightning. Damn BD, don't be too arrogant. The old man will deal with you. With a roar, Garp stepped on the moonwalk, Linyos, and walked through the air, rushing to the end of the Soviet Union. Fistbone meteorite. Garp's right fist was pitch black, covered with high-density armament haki, and then punched Zongsu's chest. With a loud bang, the shock wave shot out from Zongsu's back. The wind howled and stretched for thousands of kilometers. What a hard body! Garp frowned, feeling like he had hit a mountain made of steel. With his punch, even rocks and mountains could be smashed, but Zongsu couldn't be hurt. Although Zongsu was forced back more than 10 meters with a punch, he was not injured. What a powerful force! Human beings have the qualifications to make me serious. Report your name. Demon Zongsu looked at Karl and said in a low voice. Garp, Monkey D. Garp Bar. Garp looked at Zongsu, his voice rumbling. It's a strange name, but we'll remember it. Lightning surged from Zongsu's body, like the god of thunder and lightning. Remember my name, Thunder Demon Zongsu. It is your lifetime honor to be able to die in the hands of the great Thunder Demon. Chapter 149. It is your lifelong honor to die at the hands of the great thunder and lightning demon. Thunderbolt. Zongsu opened his arms wide, as if embracing the world. The ocean of thunder and lightning rioted overhead, and countless thick thunder and lightning fell. These thunderbolts were controlled by Zongsu, and all shot towards Garp ahead. Immediately, Yinpu was surrounded by tens of thousands of lightning bolts. The lightning speed is extremely fast, coupled with the extremely intensive attack, blocking all Garp's escape routes, leaving Garp with nowhere to escape and can only face it head-on. Fist-bone meteor shower. Garp threw out both fists. The speed of punching was as fast as ultimate, and he punched hundreds of punches in an instant. Suddenly, Garp's arm turned into an afterimage, and hundreds of fists appeared. Boom! 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 A group of shock waves hit the thunder and lightning, causing a dull loud noise. Groups of thunder and lightning exploded, filling the sky with lightning. The all-round lightning attack released by Daxia and the Soviet Union was unexpectedly opened by Garp. However, the gap is just a gap after all. Garp can only defend part of the thunder and lightning, and is eventually merged by most of the thunder and lightning. Rumble. The endless thunder and lightning engulfed Garp like a tsunami, and the dazzling electric light made it impossible to look directly at it. Countless Marine soldiers all turned their heads away at this moment, not daring to look directly at the dazzling lightning. Garp! Kong yelled, his face full of astonishment. He was afraid that Garp would be directly defeated by this move. 217. Su's strength in the Thunder Demon is obvious to all. With such a terrifying lightning move, it is easy to destroy an island. Garp was hit head-on, and may not be safe. Don't worry, Garp will be fine. Crane Vice Admiral next to him looked at the dazzling lightning in the sky and said calmly. At this moment, human naked eyes can no longer see Garp's figure from the lightning, but observation haki can still lock Garp's breath. This proves that Garp is not dead. Fistbone meteorite. Garp's roar sounded from the thunder and lightning, and with a loud bang, the thunder and lightning exploded. A black shadow shot out quickly and came to Zongsu in an instant. A thousandth of a second later, Garp's fist landed on Zongsu's head. Boom! The shock wave of terrifying fist power erupted, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to appear in the space. The demon Zongsu was punched into the sky, smashing a huge hole in the sea. The thunder and lightning spread along the sea water, and how many creatures in the sea were electrocuted. I saw Garp floating in the sky stepping on the moonwalk, breathing very rapidly. At this moment, Garp's whole body is covered with high-density armament haki armor, and there are no flaws in his whole body. But through the armament haki armor, it can still be seen that there are traces of lightning burns on Garp's body. Garp was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and there was a burnt smell coming from his body. A mere human being is so powerful, even though it is worth killing. Zongsu was shot down into the sky. Instead of being angry, he was happy, and the thunder and lightning on his body became more violent. Lightning flashed, the sea burst, and Zongsu had teleported to Garp. Just as Garp looked up, a large cloud of lightning had hit his chest, blowing him out. The two of you come and go, fighting fiercely in the sky. Garp's combat power was fully activated, and Daxia and the Soviet Union did not leave any regrets. The speed of both of them was as fast as the limit, and the marine pirate below could only see a flash of lightning and a black shadow flickering back and forth in the sky. Every time there is a collision, a powerful shock wave and lightning will erupt. The high-altitude sea of thunder and lightning also rioted from time to time, smashing down a series of destructive lightning. Great! With Vice Admiral Garp intercepting that lightning demon, we can get rid of these pirates. Kill them, leave no one behind. Fire! Marine on the forest island rallied and moved scattered heavy artillery to confront the large pirate fleet. At the same time, countless Marine soldiers rushed towards the big pirate fleet through the vines made by the Green Bull, and started hand-to-hand combat with the pirates. The current battle situation has an advantage for us. Quick battle! Kong communicated the kill order to every Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral through the loudspeaker phone bug. The shouts of killing came one after another, and Marine pirates died miserably every moment. The Romanov kingdom's military strength without the leadership of advanced cotters is indeed slightly inferior. Just when the pirate was in decline, a black shadow suddenly flew across the sky. A Marine Vice Admiral looked up and saw a huge flying bird flying across the sky, falling towards him at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. That's Marco the Phoenix. Marine Vice Admiral's eyes widened instantly when he saw Asuka's true face. And at this stunned moment, Marco's attack had landed on him. Phoenix Seal. Boom. Eef. Cyan flames erupted, and a huge bird paw print appeared on Marine Vice Admiral's chest. In the next second, Marine Vice Admiral was kicked out. There was a crackling sound of fractures on his body. I don't know how many bones were broken all over his body, and even his internal organs were seriously injured. Marine Vice Admiral squirted blood from his mouth and nose, and eventually fell into the sea, never to surface again. Marco, it's Captain Marco. Great, Captain Marco is back. Seeing Marco appearing and killing a Marine Vice Admiral forcefully, countless pirates immediately cheered. All of a sudden, the morale of the pirates increased greatly. Marco is back. When Kong saw Marco appear, his expression changed immediately. The cotters of the expedition have returned one after another, which proves that Shinigami Carl is coming back soon. But it's good to come back, this time I'm here for Shinigami. No matter what, we must completely ignite that brat. No matter what the price, I will not hesitate. Kong seemed to have thought of something, and gained confidence in his heart. There was a cold light in his eyes, murderous. For Shinigami Carl's coming, Kong is vigilant but not afraid. On the contrary, he still has the confidence to win. Vihahahaha, such a lively war cannot be without me. Suddenly, a burst of piercing laughter sounded in the sky. When the soldiers of the Red Dragon Army heard this iconic laughter, they were all overjoyed, and they all looked in the direction where the laughter came from. I saw a figure falling from the sky and landing heavily on the deck of a warship. Several Marines rushed to the deck to fight, and before they could react, they were already sent flying. They all had sunken chests, broken tendons, and broken bones. Before falling into the sea, he was already dead. Captain Badgers! The soldiers of the Red Dragon Army shouted excitedly when they saw the person coming. Badgers looked at the soldiers under him and laughed loudly. Well done, let Marine see your strength. Where's the capable army? Over there, fighting Marine. A soldier pointed in a direction, where a group of Zoan fruit ability users were fighting with Marine. Their opponents are all Marine generals. This is a troop of ability users created after taking man-made devil fruit. It is a special team in the Red Dragon Army, the elite of the elite. After Badgers appeared, several figures crossed the sky, descended from the sky, and landed on the pirate ships. Diamond Josie, Foil Vesta, Flame Ember, Plague Quinn. Even these two people have taken refuge with Shinigami. I thought they would die with Kaido. Among the cotters that appeared, Kizaru saw the Flame Ember and Plague Quinn. As the top cotter of the Beast's pirates, Akira certainly knew these two people. What he didn't expect was that Yin and Quinn would join Shinigami. Apparently the Shinigami just wiped out the Beast's pirates. Isn't this surrender too fast? What's so strange about this? Isn't it normal for pirates to betray each other? Kong snorted coldly, full of disdain for Yan and Quinn. Crane Vice Admiral said, it's just that with these two people, it's even more difficult to eliminate them. Kong said coldly, it doesn't matter, two pirates can't make big waves. Chapter 150. Oh? Is this the Marine? I saw it in Odin's notes. Yamato stood on the back of a flying shadow warrior, looking at the Marine soldiers below. His face was full of curiosity and excitement. This is the first time Yamato has gone to sea in his life. He is full of curiosity about everything overseas and wants to explore everything he sees. Yamato, I advise you to be careful. Marine is determined to kill us. Yan Calamity turned into a pterosaur and said, I hope you won't be killed in the first battle at sea. After finishing speaking, Yan Calamity Ember spread his wings and left, launching a surprise attack on the marine below. Now that he has taken refuge in Shinigami Carl, the Flame Calamity will naturally join the battle with all his strength. Not to mention the enemy is marine. Although it was the Celestial Dragons who ordered the extermination of the Lunaria tribe, it was the Marines who did it. So whether it is Celestial Dragons or Marine, Yin hates them very much, see each one. Yanzhuo turned into a pterosaur and descended from the sky, and endless flame missiles shot out from the flame wings behind him, sweeping the forest island. Yin's flame missiles are more powerful than cannonballs. After a round of bombing, the coast of the forest island was directly blown into ruins, and the bones of hundreds of marine soldiers were gone. Boom! Just as Jin flew into the sky, a thick and flexible vine shot up into the sky, binding and restraining Jin with lightning speed. The flame on Yin's body was burning fiercely, but it couldn't burn the vegetable summer. The person who killed me wants to leave? Isn't that too arrogant? A big tree came out of the forest island. This big tree had a human face. It was an Admiral Green Cow. The Green Bull is very strong, and while dealing with the Demon Land Chief, he can still be distracted from dealing with the flames and embers. As a person with the ability of dense fruit, the world of green cows is where there are plants. This forest island was created by the Green Cow, which means that the whole island is the body of the Green Cow. As long as he has a thought, all the plants on the island will become his weapons. Die! The Green Bull roared angrily, and the vines immediately stabbed Jin's chest. But at a critical moment, a knife lighted up and cut off the vine. Flame Calamity Ember escaped and flew into the sky. Anyway, it is a big pirate with a reward of more than 1 billion. Even Marine Admiral can fight fiercely with tens of hundreds of tricks. Yin in its prime will not be simply killed by the Green Bull. Boom! 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 The Green Bull wanted to continue chasing, but the entire forest island suddenly shook violently. The Devil Ground Chief attacked underwater, and countless sharp pinnacles pierced the foundation of the island, completely piercing the plant ground of the forest island. Damn guy! Where did this monster come from? The expression of the Green Bull on the big tree changed, and the countless vines on the island shook quickly, crushing the rocks that broke out of the island. The demon Dikoi is too powerful, and he is still hiding in the bottom of the sea, so he can't think of a way to deal with Dikoi. Not only that, he must also concentrate on maintaining the forest island from collapsing and shattering. Once the forest island is destroyed by Dikoi, the tens of thousands of marines on the island will be wiped out instantly. In this case, the Green Bull simply cannot leave the island to fight. The tens of thousands of marines on the island have become his burden at this moment. Haha, I'm here too. At this moment, Yamato jumped off Hying Warrior's back and landed directly on the forest island. The ignorant are fearless, Yamato became the first to enter the marine base camp. Seeing this scene, Quinn's eyes widened immediately, and the eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets. Marco, Jaws, Vista, and the others were also stunned for a moment. This guy is so courageous. After a long time, they could only helplessly admire. You know, there are tens of thousands of marine soldiers gathered on the forest island, as well as Marshal Kong, Chief Staff Crane, Admiral Green Bull, and countless Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admirals. Even they dared not take a step closer, and now Yamato broke in. This courage alone has to be admired by them. She is definitely Kaido's daughter, you can't go wrong. The courage of this lone hero is exactly the same as that of Kaido, who has entered naval headquarters alone several times. From this alone, it can be confirmed that Yamato is definitely Kaido's real daughter. Kaido's wife definitely didn't cuckold him. Thunder 8 trigrams. The first target Yamato found was Admiral Green Bull. After covering the mace with armament haki, Yamato hit Dashu in the face with a stick. There was a loud bang, and a huge shock wave erupted. The big tree that the green bull turned into was blown several meters away. Pieces of tree debris flew in all directions, tearing the earth apart. What a strong force! Who is this guy? Strength is not simple. Also, why did she use Kaido's tricks? Kong noticed Yamato's existence at a glance, and his eyes shone coldly. This is also a harmful molecule, it cannot be left behind. No matter who Yamato is, as long as it is related to Shinigami, she must die. Kong is already murderous. The green bull was thrown into the air by a stick from Yamato. Although he was not injured, he felt a little humiliated. Although I like beautiful women, I don't like being beaten by women. Since you have made a move, don't expect me to show mercy. Admiral's temper is very violent, a bit like Akainu, and he pursues absolute justice. When you kill someone, you don't care whether he is a man or a woman. Forbidden to hate. The green bull roared, and the surrounding trees suddenly soared into the sky, turning into huge trees one by one. 0, asking for flowers. The tree man punched Yamato, and each punch had the power to crush the mountain. Yamato took the tree man's attack dash and did a few backflips in a row to distance himself from the tree man. Haha, it's really strong. Odin is right, Marine is really hard to deal with. Not only was Yamato not bluffed by the strength of the green bull, but he was even more excited. Just as the green bull was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue him, a roar sounded behind him, "Be careful!" The green bull's face changed, and he turned around quickly, just in time to see a big mountain falling from the sky and hitting his head. It was Dikwe who made the move, and directly dug out a piece of vein rock from the bottom of the sea, which was comparable in size to a mountain. The green bull manipulated the treant to intercept the mountain, and also used it to slow down the impact of the mountain's fall. But under the control of Dikwe, the downward trend of the mountain cannot be stopped. 0. Crack! 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 The vines were broken inch by inch. With a loud bang, several treants were immediately crushed into pieces by Tian Shan Mountain. Even the big tree transformed from the green bull was suppressed by the mountain. Green Bull Admiral! The marine soldier next to him shouted angrily. The voice of the green bull came suddenly, "Don't panic, idiots. Laozi doesn't die so easily." A big tree broke through the ground, and the face of the green cow slowly appeared on the trunk. He was unharmed. As long as there are plants, it is the world of green cows. As long as the plant does not die, he will not die. If a big tree is crushed, he only needs to replace it with another big tree. The devil Dikwe rushed out from the bottom of the sea, jumped to the top of the green bull, and punched it down. The brown halo includes Dikwe's fist, and when the punch lands, the space is shattered inch by inch. The big tree transformed by the green bull was smashed to pieces with one punch. An invisible shock wave spread out, causing the entire forest island to vibrate violently. The thick cracks expanded rapidly, almost splitting the entire island. Is this Whitebeard's ability? After the wobbly Kong stood firm, he stared at Dikwe with a serious expression on his face. The force that caused the earthquake just now is exactly the same as that of Whitebeard's shock fruit. Did shock fruit fall into Shinigami's hands? Kong's expression was cloudy and he clenched his fists tightly. The power of the shock fruit is well known. Since Whitebeard's death, there are many forces in the world who are looking for this reborn devil fruit openly and secretly. Marine and world government are no exception. But so far, no one in the world has found any news about shock fruit. Kong never thought that he would see shock fruit too here. Chapter 151. No, this is not the power of shock fruit. Crane Vice Admiral next to him said suddenly. Kong looked puzzled, and Vice Admiral explained, the Devil's Chieftain already had the ability to cause earthquakes before Whitebeard died, and the Marine Intelligence Department has already found out about this. So it's not shock fruit. Crane Vice Admiral, as the Supreme Commander of Marine's Intelligence Department, knows all the information inside Marine. On the understanding of Shinigami Carl and Carl's Cotters, no one knows better than her. It's fine if it's not, but this monster also has the ability to cause earthquakes, so it's hard to deal with. Although it is confirmed that the Dekoi did not get the power of shock fruit, the strength of the Dekoi still makes Kong extremely vigilant. 03L. At this moment, Dekoi let out an angry roar and slammed his fist on his feet. Pieces of sharp rocks were formed out of thin air, raised from the ground, and spread towards the front. All the Marines along the way were pierced or knocked off by rocks, causing heavy casualties. 550. Ruzz. 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 The surrounding big trees shook violently, and the huge cracks on the forest island quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Large tracts of plants gathered together to form a huge treant with a size of more than 100 meters. The face of Admiral's green bull appeared on the tree man's head, staring at the ground chief under his feet. Die, damned monster! The green bull roared angrily, and swung its fist straight to grab the ground chief's head. A punch fell, the ground shook, and the shock wave instantly spread across the island. Dekoi didn't dodge, he crossed his fists to protect his head, and blocked the move head-on. Immediately, the two started a fierce battle. All the surrounding Marines were all evacuated, not daring to stay a step. Involved in the battle of Admiral Green Bull Crane Dekoi, you will be strangled into blood foam in an instant, and there will be no bones left. The only one who didn't evacuate was Yamato. She was a little unhappy when she saw that her opponent was snatched away by the chief. Why is this? They still want to have a good fight. Yamato muttered to himself while carrying a mace. Then let me be your opponent. A cold drink suddenly sounded from behind Yamato, and Yamato immediately swung his mace and swept behind him. With a bang, the mace collided with a long knife. Sparks shot out, and a gust of wind and waves erupted. The person who came was Admiral's alternate, Momuzagi, holding the famous sword Jinpilluo, whose combat power was comparable to Admiral's. Haha, good time. Yamato smiled excitedly, swung the mace and knocked Momuzagi into the air, and at the same time flew forward, and the thunderous 8 trigrams reappeared. Instead of retreating, Momuzagi swung his sword and slashed with Yamato. The movements of the two are as fast as ultimate, and they have collided hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. Waves of air erupted from the two of them, and even the air began to tremble and twist. Haha, it's really strong. Yamato grinned. Momuzagi sneered, you're not weak, it's a pity you're a pirate. What's so bad about pirates? Odin said that pirates are the freest people in the world. Yamato said with a smile, I like freedom, so I like being a pirate. Free. Do not make jokes. Momuzagi roared, it's because of you pirates that the world suffers. For the sake of justice, I will definitely destroy you here. Momuzagi slashed with a knife, and a huge flying slash tore through the ground, shooting towards Yamato. Yamato has admiral strength, so she is a real peak swordsman. She can use the slash that breaks mountains and seas at will, and she can be called the most powerful female swordsman in Marine. There are few people in the whole world who can be stronger than her in swordsmanship. Yamato doesn't know why Momuzagi is angry, but she just thinks being a pirate is free. What world is suffering? She doesn't understand these words at all. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato swung the mace, and the flying slash was knocked away with one stick. Meanwhile, Yamato begins to unleash Devil Fruit's power. I saw Yamato's body slowly rising, sharp fangs grew out of his mouth, his ears became slender, and his skin was white without any variegation. In the blink of an eye, Yunhee turned into a werewolf. However, the werewolf of this werewolf crane common is a little different. The aura emanating from Yamato's body is much more ferocious than the common animals, and the two are completely incomparable. An ability user. It's still a phantom beast. Momozagi's eyes widened in surprise. The Zoan phantom beast species is even rarer than the Logia devil fruit, and it is very rare to find one. Each Eudemon's devil fruit has incomparably powerful power, and their abilities are strange, which cannot be judged by common sense. Even the four emperors Kaido of Tongtian spent a long time and a lot of money to get this devil fruit. That's right, what I ate was the dog fruit phantom beast species big mouth true god fruit. Yamato looked at Momozagi and said, although this ability is very powerful, I don't like it very much. I regretted it for a long time at the beginning. Washi Binja. Yamato was the first to attack, spewing a large cloud of extremely cold air from his mouth and rushing towards Momozagi. When the cold air breaks out, the temperature of wrinkles instantly drops by 0. Where the cold air passed, everything was frozen, including the surrounding forest trees were completely frozen. Momozagi didn't dare to take the cold air attack head-on, and disappeared in place in a flash. She walked in the air, stepped on the moonwalk and teleported quickly, and finally avoided this round of cold attack. Looking down from the sky, there is a trail of ice frozen in front of Yamato, whether it is a big tree, vines, or flowers, they have all been frozen into ice sculptures. The ice track extends all the way into the sea, freezing part of the sea water. The power of the ice, the phantom beasts are indeed powerful. Momozagi's face was solemn, not daring to be careless at all, fully alert. The strength that Yamato showed before was already very strong, but now with the help of phantom beasts, she has no certainty of victory. The moment Yamato showed the phantom beast ability, countless marines were shocked and terrified. Even Kong and Crane Vice Admiral in the distance were absent for a moment. The power of ice. The two thought of the dead Admiral Aokiji at the same time. Thinking of Aokiji, the two felt extremely sad and regretful. Unexpectedly, there is another monster under Shinigami's command. Where did this guy find these monsters? Kong really didn't understand where Shinigami found these powerful combat powers. Not to mention Sino-Soviet and Dikui. Enel and Yamato saw it as demon fruit power. The former is a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user, and the latter is a Phantom Beast ability user who can control the power of ice. Both of them have the potential of Marine Admiral, and their combat power is comparable to Admiral. Such powerful monsters one after another made Kong 1.2 extremely shocked by Karl's unfathomable. Although Shinigami Karl's exposed power is already extremely terrifying, no one can be sure what else he is hiding. The unknown is the most dangerous. An unfathomable Shinigami with no end in sight really makes Kong and others feel shuddering. There can be no further delay, it must be done quickly before Shinigami returns. Kong's indifferent eyes swept across the battlefield, murderous intent emerged in his heart. He tore off the marine coat behind him, and the muscles all over his body instantly bulged. Although he is very old, the muscles of Kong's whole body are still as hard as iron. His arms are as thick as ordinary people's thighs, and just standing there can release a sense of oppression like a mountain. Call out! With a flash of black shadow, Kong instantly disappeared in place. Because the speed was too fast, the friction between Kong's body and the air produced a rapid sonic boom. Chapter 152. Whirring. The black shadow teleported in mid-air, and instantly appeared above a pirate ship. The pitch-black fist fell suddenly, and the huge pirate ship was directly smashed in half. Rumble. The fierce punch broke out, and the pirate ship exploded, torn apart. Hundreds of pirates screamed in horror, and were swept away by the explosive punches, their tendons were broken, their mouths and noses were bleeding. Tempest kick round wheel. Before the pirate fell into the sea, Kong had already rotated his body and kicked out a circular vacuum slash. With a bang, all the pirates were chopped off at the same time. Death came very quickly, all the pirates felt no pain, and before they even reacted, they completely lost consciousness. Tempest kick break. Kong attacks another pirate ship. Just a slight lift of the leg, the afterimage flashed past. The pirate ship has already been split in two from the middle. The flying speed of the slash was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it at all. Hundreds of pirates were killed again, their corpses covered the sea surface, and the sea water was also stained red with blood. Kong has trained Marine 6 styles to the limit of the limit, with his super strong body, super armament haki. If you move your hands and feet casually, the power of the tricks will be terrifying. Destroying a pirate ship is as easy as eating and drinking 04. Black Flame. Seeing this, Quinn in the distance launched a sneak attack on Kong from afar. Quinn's mouth and mechanical prosthetic claws released the black laser at the same time, instantly hitting the wreckage of the pirate ship where Kong was. There was a loud bang, and a huge fireball appeared on the sea. The wreckage of the pirate ship was swallowed by the fireball, and the airwaves rushed in all directions. Kong appeared right above the fireball, stomped on the moonwalk and walked through the air unscathed. The moment Quinn had a murderous intent on him, Kong's observation haki had already seen the scene of his sneak attack in advance. That's right, Kong's observation haki has also been cultivated to the point of predicting the future. Plague Quinn. Let's deal with you first. Kong's observation haki locks onto a giant brachiosaurus in the distance. A black shadow flashed across a distance of 1,000 meters, and instantly appeared above brachiosaurus' head. Iron Body Gang. Kong punched brachiosaurus's cap, and the terrifying punch knocked Quinn into a daze. The brachiosaurus' two huge eyeballs instantly turned white, and it almost lost consciousness. Big mouthfuls of blood spewed out from brachiosaurus' mouth, and his huge body fell down uncontrollably. Rumble. The brachiosaurus collapsed, the deck was directly sunken, and the pirate ship was overwhelmed and almost sank. The body of Quinn's huge brachiosaurus began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally returned to human form. Quinn fell into the ruins and vomited blood, his body convulsing continuously. He felt like his head was about to explode, and his brain seemed to burst out of his eyes and ears. It was very difficult to barely open my eyes. At this moment, Quinn looked at Kong with infinite fear in his heart. Damn it, what's the origin of this old guy, isn't his strength too exaggerated? Quinn prides himself on his defensive power, and the Brachiosaurus fruit is also very durable. But I didn't expect that today, I was punched back to my original shape by Kong. Kong's strength has not been fully revealed yet, just a simple punch has caused Quinn to be seriously injured. The strength of Marines Commander-in-Chief is well deserved. Die! Kong stared at Quinn, with a cold gleam in his eyes, murderous. The pitch-black armament haki covered his right fist and made another killer move. Quinn's pupils constricted, and just as he was about to defend, he saw a fire dragon hit Kong and blast him into the air. It was Yan Calamity Ember who made the move, just now was his ultimate move, Fire Dragon Emperor. Kong was blown away by the fire dragon, and his body kept retreating, but he was not injured. His two palms have been covered by armament haki, grabbing the sharp fangs of the Fire Dragon King, and blocking the attack of the Fire Dragon King head-on. Roar! The Fire Dragon Emperor roared, but he couldn't swallow Kong. With a sudden force, Kong slashed left and right and tore it forcefully, directly tearing the huge Huang into pieces. It really is a monster. Yin, who landed next to Quinn, saw this scene, and his pupils shrank into a small black spot. The expression under the mask has become serious to ultimate. I really didn't expect you to come and save me. Quinn jumped out of the ruins and said out of breath. Yan Calamity said, I didn't intend to save you, I was just attacking the enemy. After speaking, the Pteranodon flew directly into the sky. Yin pulled his own head, like a slingshot, aimed at Kong in the distance. Sable self-respecting Emperor. With a pop, the head bounced back to its original position, and a strong shock wave erupted, piercing through the void in an instant. The speed of the shock wave was as fast as ultimate, and the moment it appeared, it had already hit Kong in the distance, and it was impossible to dodge. Kong was blown away and crashed into the ocean. With a bang, a big hollow was punched out in the sea, and the sea water rolled around. However, Kong was still uninjured. He stood on the sea, crossed his arms, and blocked the shock wave released by Quinn. Although the shock wave was strong, it couldn't break through Kong's armament haki armor. Boom! The sea exploded, and Kong turned into a black shadow soaring into the sky, reaching the top of the Pteranodon in an instant. Iron Body Gang! With a bang, the Pteranodon was shot down from the sky. The same trick, the same way. First Quinn, then Yin. Both were defeated by Kong with the same trick and were seriously injured. This old guy is too strong, we must team up with Tenho. Quinn transformed into a Brachiosaurus, and with the help of Yin falling from the sky, he released the black laser at Kong, who was rushing to kill him, trying to force him back. It's a pity that, facing the ultimate laser move, Kong didn't retreat but advanced, and directly bumped into Quinn's black laser. The laser released by the high technology has ultra-high penetration and super penetrating power, and can penetrate a mountain in an instant. But such terrifying power could not break through Kong's armed defense. Kong tore the black laser apart with his body and finally landed a punch on Quinn's mouth. With a bang, Quinn's huge Brachiosaurus body was knocked down again. Yin took this opportunity to launch the ultimate move Dan Gong Huang against Kong, hitting Kong's chest with the wing of the pterosaur at an extremely fast speed. The edge of the pterosaur's wings is sharp and hard, combined with Shangjin's extremely fast flight speed, its power is comparable to the slash of the 913 Peak Swordsman. This blow can cut off a mountain. Kong was carried by the wings and flew upside down, flying hundreds of meters in an instant. His body arched and he lost control for a few seconds. But soon, Kong had already reacted, and regained the body control punch. His chest was pitch black, and he was still unharmed. Iron-hard muscles and armament haki forcibly blocked Yin's killing move. Yan Calamity Yin has a great reputation, but his strength is nothing more than that. With a roar, Kong grabbed Yin's wings and swung Yin forcefully, sending Yin flying. Before Yin could let go of the impact, Kong had already appeared behind Yin, punching him in the back of the heart. Boom! The shock wave pierced through the body, pierced through Yin's chest, and instantly punched a big hole in the sea. Yin, who had turned into a pterosaur, vomited blood, his eyes had turned white, and his consciousness was very blurred. The flame that had been burning blazingly behind him also dimmed a bit. The flame on Yin's body is somewhat similar to his life fire, which can not only be used to attack, but also symbolizes Yin's vitality. If Yin is alive, the flame will never go out for a lifetime. And if the flame goes out, it means Yin is dead. Trademark Ember. Seeing Yin's powerless fall into the sky, Quinn yelled in fright. Damn BD, I can't spare you. Brachiosaurus Launcher. Quinn aimed at Kong and launched his own head, which exploded when it was close to Kong. Chapter 153. Quinn had already transformed his body, and the head that was fired was equivalent to a missile. The terrifying fireball produced by the explosion instantly engulfed Kong, and the powerful shock wave swept away Fang thousands of meters away. The scorching high-temperature air waves swept across the sea, blowing countless marine pirates to their knees. Quinn took the opportunity to stretch his neck to catch the falling Yin, and the two quickly retreated. Yin has been severely injured by Kong, with countless broken bones and many broken bones. Boom! The flames in the sky were torn apart, and Kong escaped, turning into a black shadow and quickly approaching Quinn and Yin. Tempest Kick. Poof! Poof! Kong just lifted his foot lightly, and two huge cracks appeared on Quinn's huge Brachiosaurus body. The cracks intersect to form an X shape, blood spurts out, and there are faintly visible bones. Finger Pistol. Kong's right hand turned into an afterimage, and he tapped Jin's back dozens of times in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jin's back was stabbed into a hornet's nest. Countless blood holes continuously sprayed fresh blood, causing the breath of smoke to rapidly decrease. Immediately, Kong turned over and kicked the seriously injured Yin and Quinn away. The two shot backwards and hit the forest island heavily, unable to stand up anymore. Yin, Quinn. Naturally, Yamato was the first to notice Yin and Quinn's defeat. She didn't expect that Yujin and Quinn's strength would be crushed and defeated so quickly. That old man Kong is really worthy of being the former Marshal of the Marine. Marco flapped his wings and flew in the sky, staring at Kong with a solemn face, not daring to step forward to save people. He had heard Whitebeard talk about Kong before, and he knew his strength. With Marco's strength, it is impossible to save Yin and Quinn from Kong. Die, evil pirate! Kong stepped on the void and descended from the sky, punching Yin and Quinn with his fists. This is the final blow. As long as it hits, Yujin and Quinn's seriously injured bodies will definitely die. Rumble. At the very moment, the sky thundered. A flash of lightning flew from outside the sky and hit Kong instantly. With a loud bang, the explosive lightning formed a fireball that engulfed Kong, and Yin and Quinn on the island were also engulfed by the fireball. The marine soldiers rushing up around were hit by the wave, and before they could react, they were blown to pieces by the shock wave generated by the explosion. Then the body was burned to ashes in the flames. Marshal Sora. Marine soldiers were frightened and furious, and countless marines looked up at the sky. Did the lightning demon Zongsu do it? Or Enel? Is this going to kill Marshal Sora and those two pirates together? Pirates are pirates. What a bunch of ugly guys. They even kill their companions, but it's disgusting. Boom. Kong flew out of the sea of flames and landed on a big tree with a serious expression on his face. He clenched his fist indiscriminately, and at the same time wiped off the bloodline on his arm. The power of the thunder and lightning just now was terrifying, directly breaking through his armament haki armor. The strength of armament haki contained in it was the strongest he had ever seen in his life. This is definitely not the haki that Enel can unleash, is it? Kong looked at the sea of thunder and lightning in the sky, and his pupils instantly shrank into a black spot. He did remember that besides Zongsu and Enel, there was one other person who could use the power of lightning. The wind howled, and a huge Uzumaki appeared in the center of the Thunder Ocean. A powerful momentum erupted from the sea of thunder and lightning, covering all the sea areas of more than 10 kilometers away from Fang Yuan. The terrifying sense of oppression suffocated countless marine pirates, and even some weak marines knelt on the ground uncontrollably. 03L. A roar of dragon roar sounded, and the ocean of thunder and lightning was torn apart. A huge fire dragon flew out from the center of Raiden Uzumaki, flying from the east to the west of the battlefield in an instant. The fire dragon hovered over the battlefield, breathing flames from its mouth. The scorching high-temperature flames swept across the battlefield, burning countless marine soldiers to ashes. Looking down from the sky, the place where the sea was pierced by the flames left a gully of flames. Although it wouldn't divide the sea into two halves, it could still be regarded as a scar. On top of the fire dragon, there is a figure standing. It is Shinigami Carl. Carl looked indifferently at the marine and pirates fighting below. His eyes were as calm as water, without the slightest emotion, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. The sudden fire dragon, ruthless and indifferent slaughter, directly shocked the entire battlefield. At this moment, both the marine pirates stopped fighting at the same time. Shinigami Carl. Seeing Carl appear, Kong gritted his teeth angrily. Seeing this, Kizaru, who was fighting Enel, quickly turned into a golden light and distanced himself from Carl. For Kizaru these days, meeting Carl is like meeting a cat and a mouse. As long as Grandmaster Observation Haki, everyone can feel the breath of fear from Kizaru. Is this Shinigami? It doesn't look like much. It's just a brat. That guy Polo Salino, why are you so scared? The green bull that turned into a big tree looked at Carl on top of the fire dragon, and couldn't help cursing in a low voice. Carl's way of playing is too cool, directly stealing all the limelight, which makes the green bull very unhappy. Admiral Fujitora distanced himself from Marco, sheathed his knife. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Carl with pure white eyes, without saying a word. He, Grandmaster Observation Haki, has sensed an incomparably terrifying power from Carl's body. Although this force did not erupt, it already made him secretly startled. Countless Marines looked at Shinigami Carl on top of the fire dragon, feeling fear in their hearts. And the army of Romanov Kingdom burst into deafening cheers. Very well, the king has come down. With His Majesty the King here, Marine will definitely die. They're doomed. Marco, Diamond Jaws, and others breathed a sigh of relief. There is no way, it is too difficult to face all of Marine's combat power alone. The huge pressure almost made them unable to breathe. Although there are two demons, Dikui and Sino-Soviet, the army of the Romanov Kingdom will not be defeated. But after Kong joined the battle, the Romanov Kingdom has indeed declined. Over time, they are bound to collapse. Carl took the fire dragon to the sky above the forest island, looked directly at Kong, and his voice boomed. When I wasn't around, you Marines made a lot of noise. As the price for seriously injuring my subordinates, it shouldn't be too much for me to take your life. Boom. With just one look, Kong was hit hard. The whole person, Wang Hao, flew upside down, smashed countless big trees, and flew for 1,000 meters before stopping. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Kong's face turned pale instantly. Hiss! The Marines on the island gasped one after another, with terrified expressions as if they had seen a ghost. How can this be? Obviously he didn't do anything, Marshal Kong was sent flying. What the hell happened? Is this the strength of Shinigami? Sure enough, it's not easy. Only a few Admiral-level Marines can see through the essence of Carl's attack. The Admiral Green Bull who had turned into a big tree no longer dared to underestimate Carl, and the vigilance in his heart was raised to the extreme cold. Only then did he understand why Kizaru was so afraid of Carl. Why former Marshal Sengoku, former Admiral Akainu and Aokiji died at the hands of Shinigami. Because Shinigami is too strong, so strong that he can't understand it. Shinigami's armament Haki has cultivated to such a level. Kong held his chest and raised his head, a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were full of disbelief. Chapter 154. Carl's armament Haki domain attack just now was too fast, so fast that he had no time to react. The armament Haki armor on Kong didn't hold up for even 1,000th of a second, and was directly defeated. Sure enough, there are 2 hits. Carl looked at Kong blankly, not surprised that he survived. How to say Kong is also the former Marine Marshal, and his strength is not bad. It would be too whimsical to kill him instantly with just one look. Carl turned his head and glanced behind him. On the back of the fire dragon, the seriously injured Yin and Quinn were lying there. When Carl came to the battlefield, General Ghost had already rescued the 2 of them through the Shadow Kingdom. How? Not dead yet? Carl asked quietly. It's okay, I can't die yet. Yin coughed a few times, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and said out of breath, sorry, I'm incompetent and let you down. Yin dared to answer anyway, but Quinn didn't even dare to speak. Facing Carl, Quinn kept his head down, not daring to look at Carl. The surface of the fat on his body was already covered with beads of sweat, and his body was shaking all the time. Even facing Kong who was about to kill him, Quinn had never been so afraid. Carl glanced over the 2 of them with lightning-like eyes, and suddenly raised his palm to aim at Yin and Quinn, releasing a ball of white light. Light enveloped Yin and Quinn, and the wounds on their bodies began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, in just 2 seconds, the injuries on the 2 133's bodies have completely healed, and they are back to their peak condition. This. Yin and Quinn felt the disappearing pain in their bodies, with disbelief on their faces. They knew that Carl was very powerful and had the power to destroy the world, but they didn't expect him to have the ability to heal. It is unheard of that such a serious injury can be healed in an instant. At this moment, the two finally understood why Carl survived Kaido's self-destruction ult. With such heaven-defying healing abilities, who else could kill him? Terrifying strength, combined with the heaven-defying self-healing ability. Yin and Quinn really can't think of anyone else in this world who can defeat Carl. Kong also looked shocked at the moment, and this was the first time he saw Carl show healing ability. Such a heaven-defying healing ability is obviously beyond intelligence. Didn't you say that Shinigami is a person with the ability to radiate fruit? What's the deal with this healing ability? Could it be that the radiation fruit has healing properties? Or, Vegapunk's deduction is wrong? Shinigami is not a radiation fruit ability user at all. Carl's new ability makes Kong confused. This sudden change is likely to lead to Marine's disastrous defeat in this all-out war. It's too early to be surprised. Carl looked down at Kong and smiled evilly. Eek! Boom! Carl's eyes widened, and the extremely terrifying Conqueror's haki erupted from Carl's body instantly. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, and the violent Conqueror's haki enveloped the entire forest island. Where Conqueror's haki passes, like the shock wave of shock fruit, countless Marines will fly. Countless pirates suffered broken bones, twisted hands and feet, and died in agony. A series of huge cracks appeared on the island, and the traces stretched for hundreds of kilometers, as if to completely split the island into pieces. Not good. Kong flew forward and came to the forefront of the battlefield. With a roar, he also burst out a terrifying Conqueror's haki, and confronted Carl's haki head-on. Rumble! The two strands of haki collided together, forming two giant Conqueror's reticles. It's just that Carl's Conqueror's mask is several times larger than Kong's Conqueror's mask. Oh? Besides Sengoku, does Marine actually have a Conqueror's awakened? Carl smiled playfully and instantly increased the power of Conqueror's haki. Rumble! The sudden increase in coercion triggered countless black and red lightning bolts. The momentum soared into the sky, directly shattering the deep clouds and the sea of thunder and lightning in the sky. It's just that with the roar of Daxia and the Soviet Union, the split sky and sea of thunder and lightning returned to their original state. Click! 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 A few slight noises suddenly sounded. Under the horrified gazes of Kong and countless Marines, countless cracks appeared in the Conqueror's mask made by Kong. The crack continued to expand and extend, and finally, with a bang, it completely shattered and exploded. Carl's Conqueror's haki is like a tsunami, instantly engulfing countless Marine soldiers. Hey! 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 The gust of wind whizzed past, and countless big trees and vines on the forest island were uprooted and turned into a mess. By the time the Conqueror's haki dissipated, the forest island had almost turned into ruins. There are Marine soldiers everywhere on the island. It is not known whether they are dead or just unconscious. There are nearly 100,000 Marine soldiers, and very few of them can stand consciously. Carl's observation haki has been covering the entire forest island, which can be clearly perceived. After the Conqueror's haki raged, at least 10,000 Marines were killed. Just one Conqueror's haki impact killed tens of thousands of people. That's Carl's Conqueror's intensity right now. You know, Carl has not fully opened the Conqueror's haki field, which is one of his cards. If it is fully activated, there will be more Marines dying on Forest Island. Rumble! The forest island suddenly shook, and countless huge cracks began to expand and spread rapidly. The island was crumbling, as if it would sink at any moment. The Admiral Green Bull let out a roar, fully bursting out the power of the dense fruit. The big trees on the island were reborn, the vines continued to grow, and countless plants rose into the sky, filling all the cracks. Under his control, the entire forest island stabilized again. Is it necessary? These Marines are nothing more than a burden. Carl stood on top of the fire dragon, looked at the towering tree in the center of the island below and said, Only by abandoning those Marines can you fully display your strength. Being dragged back like this, your death is not far away. The green bull who turned into a big tree snorted coldly, as a Marine Admiral, I also have a position. They are all my subordinates, how can I just watch them die? Although the green bull is as ruthless as Akainu, he doesn't care much about the life and death of his soldiers. But that's 1 2, 10 100. And now in front of the green bull are tens of thousands of Marine soldiers. No matter how cold-hearted the green bull is, it is impossible to watch them being killed. Humph, stop talking nonsense with him, green bull. How can a cold-blooded person like him understand the preciousness of his comrades in arms? Kong jumped to the side of the green bull and glared at Carl. Shinigami, let's make a clean break today. For Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, and countless sailors who died at your hands, even if I risk my life today, I will kill you here. It's up to you? Don't laugh my big teeth out. Carl sneered, and said lightly, even me, an old trash who can't catch Shendu, is trying to kill me. Kong, are you suffering from dementia? Or did you not wake up from a dream? It's better to call out the person behind you, or you are the only one, I really can't be interested. Just a Kong, definitely not Carl's opponent. He led the current Marine elite to invade the kingdom of Romanov. It looked like a mighty force, but as long as he encountered Carl, he would definitely lose. This is something Marine would not have imagined. So if they dare to invade, they must have a backup. Hiss. As soon as Carl finished speaking, a huge crack suddenly opened in the space above the forest island. Whoosh! 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 A few figures shot out from the space crack and disappeared instantly. Their speed is so fast that the naked eye can't catch it, and even observation haki can't track it accurately. Chapter 155. Whoosh! 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 A few figures shot out from the space crack and disappeared instantly. Their speed is so fast that the naked eye can't catch it, and even observation haki can't track it accurately. Roar and thunder. A figure appeared above the pirate fleet and let out a long roar. The roar was like thunder, earth-shattering. The terrifying sound waves distorted the surrounding space, causing ripples visible to the naked eye. The sound waves are directly converted into attacks like laser rays, hitting the large pirate fleet below. Rumble. 5 or 6 pirate ships were hit by the sonic light, and exploded instantly, forming a super great fireball. All the pirates on board were killed, as well as the Marine soldiers who fought with the pirates. The people here are cruel. In order to kill the pirates, they can kill the Marine soldiers without hesitation. The real figure appeared. It was a man wearing a white coat and a grimace mask whose face could not be seen. Judging by his attire, this person is a member of CPO. And judging by his strength, he should be the top leader of the CPO, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Marine Admiral. The second figure passed through the other side of the large pirate fleet, and a pirate captain stepped forward to intercept it. But before it got close, the whole person instantly decayed into ashes and disappeared. A green light bloomed from the figure, covering the 4 pirate ships. With a bang, the 4 pirate ships exploded in an instant, and were wiped out in ashes. No screams could be heard, no corpses could be seen, all the Marine pirates and everything else disappeared, leaving no trace. The person who came showed his real body, and he was a 5-star blonde. The third person is shrouded in a cloud of black mist, and the outside world cannot see his true face, exuding a strange and evil aura. Wherever the black mist went, all the nearby people, whether they were Marines or pirates, fell on the deck clutching their necks, howling in pain. All of them had bulging veins, their eyes were red, their skin was constantly bursting, and they instantly turned into bloody people, as if they had endured indescribable pain. Afterwards, all the people died miserably, and their bodies rotted instantly, leaving only bones. The black mist dissipated slowly, revealing his true face, and the person who came was the bald 5 elders. The fourth person is the curly-haired 5 elders. He pulled out a long knife from his cane, swung the knife, and a crack opened in the space. All the pirate ships in front were split into two, and the sea was also torn apart. The attack is very similar to the slash of the Peak Swordsman, but it is different. Because it is impossible to split the space into cracks with a slash. Carl could tell at a glance that this was a combination of slash and devil fruit. What the curly-haired 5 elders ate was obviously a space-type devil fruit. As for the fifth person, it is 5 elders with long beards. His body was also shrouded in black mist, but the aura he exuded was different from that of the bald 5 elders. The long-bearded 5 elders have nothing but the smell of death. Wherever he passed, there were countless flat changes. A scimitar stretched out from the black mist, beheading the pirates one by one on the spot. Then, skeleton soldiers holding scimitars rushed out of the black mist one by one. The number of skeleton soldiers is endless, with no end in sight. There are tens of thousands of people. The moment the skeleton soldiers appeared, they slaughtered the pirates mercilessly. These skeleton soldiers have no life, will not be tired, are not afraid of swords and guns, and can keep fighting until all the pirates are killed. With a thought in Carl's mind, 4 ghost generals appeared immediately, summoning tens of thousands of ghost soldiers to fight against the skeleton army. Both armies are unkillable and endless fire. Only by killing the master who manipulated them can the winner be determined. Whoosh! 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 A few black shadows flashed past, and 4-5 elders flew from a distance together with the CPO, appearing in front of, behind, around Carl, surrounding Carl in the middle. Carl was surrounded by 5 people, calm and expressionless. The electronic sound of the system sounded in my mind. Ding! Host triggers a new mission, slaughter 5 elders. It is detected that the host has killed the 5 elders with the sword, and is now being surrounded by 4-5 elders. Ask the host to kill all the remaining 5 elders and deal a devastating blow to the world government. Quest Phase 1, kill a 5 elders. Task Reward, a top devil fruit. Mission Phase 2, kill 2-5 elders. Task Reward, Rabbit Charm, Taigu, Demon Sword Village Rain. Mission Phase 3, kill 3-5 elders. Mission Rewards, Cow Charm, Ghost General Mingta, Shadow Eater, Shadow Eater. Quest Phase 4, kill 4-5 elders. Task Rewards, 1 top-level devil fruit, the Wind Demon Sao Feng. Carl glanced at the system tasks briefly, his face remained calm, and his attention was fixed on the 5 elders around him. Carl glanced at several people, his eyes were as calm as water, without any waves. He sneered and said, "No wonder you dare to trouble me, it turns out that 5 elders came out personally. What? Aren't you afraid that everyone will die here?" The blonde 5 elders said, "I will do it myself. You are the only one who will die here today." The bald 5 elders, covered in black mist, said solemnly, "You are the only enemy that we can join forces to hunt down for 100 years. Shinigami Carl, you should be honored." 0. The long-bearded 5 elders had no expression on his face, and his voice was cold as if it could freeze the blood of the human body. He said calmly, "After you die, I will keep your body and bury you under the floor tiles of the Holy Land, allowing countless celestial dragons to trample on it. Only in this way can the sins you committed be redeemed." The last blonde 5 elders roared, "Stop talking nonsense with him, just kill him. Give it up, Shinigami Carl." Boom! When the voice fell, the 5 immediately attacked Carl. The head of the CPO was silent throughout, obviously not qualified to speak in front of the 5 elders. Clang! The curly-haired 5 elders swung his sword, and a huge crack was split in the space. The slash capable of cutting through space instantly hit Carl's arm, but was blocked by an invisible force. Carl pointed at the curly-hair 5 elders with one hand, the space crack was just 3 inches away from his palm. But even with this 3-inch distance, he couldn't move any further. Boom! Carl turned his palm into a fist and squeezed hard, and the slash capable of tearing apart space was instantly extinguished. What? Curly-haired 5 elders' pupils constricted, and a flash of disbelief flashed across them. Obviously, he didn't expect Carl to catch his trick so easily. What's so surprising? Who do you think you are facing? Carl laughed mockingly, and made another killer move above his head. The bald 5 elders appeared above Carl's head, shooting a cloud of black mist towards Carl. The Carl observation haki was fully opened, and he sensed endless murderous intent and life breath from the black mist. That life breath is more than 100 million, even tens of billions, hundreds of billions. Carl didn't dodge, but released radiant black light to cover his whole body, allowing Heiji to engulf Carl's package. Pi! 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 Shrouded in black mist, Carl heard dense and small voices. It seems that there are endless bugs crawling, which makes the scalp numb and goosebumps all over the body. However, as the radiation black light spread out, those voices all disappeared. The black mist covering Carl was also completely dispelled. It's really hard to deal with. The bald 5 elders flew to the side, with a serious expression on their faces. Carl looked at the palm of his hand, looked at the bald 5 elders, and smiled playfully. If I guessed correctly, it was a virus just now, right? To be able to manufacture and use viruses so recklessly, you really have eaten an incredible fruit. When the bald 5 elders heard this, his face changed and he was shocked. Unexpectedly, Carl guessed his fruit abilities so quickly. That's right, what the bald 5 elders ate was indeed the fruit of the Paramecia virus. Chapter 156. The bald 5 elders actually ate the fruit of the Paramecia virus. The ability of this fruit is very powerful, it can make and control any virus at will. Viruses are invisible to the naked eye and can invade the human body from any part, with extremely terrifying lethality. The bald 5 elders who ate the fruit of the virus are so-called virus people, who can use viruses to spread diseases, plagues, and kill people invisible. When he used this ability to destroy a country, millions of people died miserably. The virus fruit is indeed very strong, it can be called the power to destroy the world, but unfortunately, it is useless to me. Carl looked at the bald 5 elders and sneered disdainfully. With nuclear radiation protection, no virus can harm him. Before the virus got close to Carl, it was wiped out by nuclear radiation. Humph, it's too early to be proud. The bearded 5 elders roared, and a huge, sharp machete appeared behind Carl out of nowhere, slashing at the back of Carl's head. Carl grabbed the scimitar with his backhand and said 357 and found that at some point, a skeleton Shinigami covered in black cloth had appeared behind him. Holding a scimitar, wearing a black cloth, and the body is just a skeleton, exactly the same as the ecstasy Shinigami in Legendary. Click! Carl crushed Shinigami's scimitar, and hit Shinigami's chest with a backhand punch, completely blowing him up. And at this moment, the blonde 5 elders had appeared behind Carl, punching Carl in the back. The fist of the blonde 5 elders is pitch black, surrounded by a layer of green light. That layer of green light contained an invisible force that distorted the space. Carl turned around and punched the blonde 5 elders head on. There was a loud bang, and the shock wave exploded. The radiant black light exploded, instantly crushing the green light of the blonde 5 elders, and knocked them into the air in one fell swoop. At the same time, the CPO's attack has poured on Carl. He spewed a sonic ray from his mouth at an extremely fast speed, hitting Carl in an instant. Carl was unscathed by the sonic rays, turned his palm into a knife and smashed the sonic laser into pieces. The flying slash released by the hand knife remains powerful after smashing the sonic laser. It hits the CP0 agent in the distance and directly chops it into the air. With a puff, the agent's chest was bloody, and White's coat was immediately stained red with blood. A huge gash appeared in his chest, almost dismembering him. Five elders together with a CP0 leader, 5 people besieged Karl at the same time. The battle process looks long, but everything happens in an instant. From an outsider's point of view, the 5 elders are besieging Shinigami Karl, but Karl is unafraid. Not only took 5 elders' ultimate move, but also defeated 5 elders. When Karl fought the 5 elders fiercely, Kong had already left Karl's sight and started rushing towards the Red Dragon army. Kong attacked with all his strength, and the Red Dragon army was no match for him at all. Badger stepped forward to block, and was directly punched by Kong. The Tyrannosaurus Rex wailed, and the claws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which were as hard as iron, were beaten and twisted. Seeing this, Karl immediately shouted coldly, "Wow! Rumble!" As soon as the voice fell, the sky suddenly flashed and thundered, and the wind suddenly rose. Endless gusts of wind roared in, blowing the sea to a boil. A tornado quickly took shape and spun rapidly over the sea. With a loud bang, the tornado exploded, and a demon with wings appeared in the air. It was the demon Zimu. "What are your orders?" "Master." Zimu saluted respectfully. Karl looked at Kong, who was killing people in the distance, and said, "Kill that old guy." Zimu smiled excitedly, "Of order, Master." After speaking, Zimu flapped his wings and flew to Kong in the distance. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" A sudden gust of wind suddenly appeared, flying towards Kong under Zimu's control. Tons and tons of seawater are rolled up by the tornado, and merged with the tornado to form a waterspout. Rumble! Where the waterspout passed, the pirate ship was shattered. Kong also couldn't resist the force of the gust of wind and was swallowed by the tornado. Spinning as fast as the ultimate does, the tornado becomes so razor sharp that it shreds steel with ease. Puff! 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 Kong was bleeding all over, and there were countless small wounds for a while. Iron body broken. Kong roared, and a huge armament haki exploded from his body. With a punch, armament haki was surrounded by the powerful punch and pierced through the tornado. With a loud bang, the tornado exploded and Kong escaped. But just as Kong was out of trouble, another cloud of lightning fell rapidly from the sky and struck towards Kong. Kong stepped on the moonwalk, and combined with the 2 shaved moves, dodge lightning. But the subsequent lightning hit Kong like a torrential rain, making him unable to hide. Finally, Kong was struck by a ball of lightning and fell into the sea. There was an explosion on the surface of the sea, and a huge fireball appeared, engulfing Kong. The horrific battle turned the faces of countless Marines into fear, and the scene of Kong falling into the sea damaged the morale of the Marines even more. 5 elders also noticed the battle in the distance, and his expression changed. "Another demon. Damn Shinigami, there are hidden powers. This demon seems to be able to manipulate the climate, it is very difficult to deal with." The 5 elders are experienced, and quickly saw the ability of the demon Zimu to manipulate the weather. And this also reminded them of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, the evil element they had always wanted to eradicate. Although the outside world doesn't know about it, there are records in the world government's intelligence. The dragon's ability is to control the climate. The countless natural disasters and climates in the world are all controlled by Long Yi, which is why he is so difficult to deal with. Now that the dragon has not been solved, another demon that can also control the climate has appeared, which really makes 5 elders feel tricky. Why? Surprised? It's not over yet. Karl sneered, and with a thought, the sea of thunder and lightning in the sky was instantly torn apart. A big mountain fell from the sky and crashed towards this sea area. Seeing Karl's sneer, 5 elders suddenly felt uneasy. Before they could react, they saw the mountain falling from the sky. Then, what is that thing? Mountain? Is it a mountain? OMG, bigger than the meteorite summoned by Fujitora Admiral. One by one, Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral, who was still clear, looked at the mountain falling from the sky, all of them were dumbfounded and speechless. Soon, they all panicked. Because the big mountain suddenly fell towards the forest island. Now, tens of thousands of Marines on the island have been stunned by Karl's conqueror's haki, and they are in a state of slaughter. Once this mountain falls, the entire forest island may sink. None of the Marines on the island survived. The faces of all the Marine executives were pale and their hearts were powerless. They also want to prevent the mountain from falling, but they are powerless in the face of such a huge volume. 0.7. The faces of the 5 elders also changed drastically. What they paid attention to was not the body of Yamamoto, but they had already seen that it was not the mountain that fell, but the demon Bogong. The world government has received news confirming that Bogong's strength is even more terrifying than 4 Emperor's Big Mom. Now that it joins the battlefield, the power of the Shinigami side is even greater. Shinigami! You bloody BD! The old man can't spare you! Evil brat, damn it! Court death! The 4-5 elders were all gnashing their teeth in anger. They stared at Karl with red eyes, and the murderous look in their eyes was almost overflowing. If eyes could kill, you would have already been dismembered and died. Karl ignored 5 elders' murderous gaze, and smiled evilly. If you want to kill me, you can't kill me with your mouth, you have to rely on your fists. The nonsense you are talking about now can only prove your incompetence. I just like the way you look like you want to kill me, but you can't kill me. Chapter 157. Call out. With a flash of black shadow, Admiral Fujitora left the battlefield and appeared below Bogong. He drew his sword and slashed violently. A circle of purple light shot up into the sky, hitting Bogong's big A. The purple gravity halo exploded under Bogong's buttocks, spreading towards the surroundings. With the blessing of reverse gravity, Bogong's falling speed finally began to slow down. But this also consumed a lot of Fujitora's physical strength. Just for a moment, Fujitora's right hand holding the knife began to tremble. Rumble! Bogong finally fell to the forest island, but the impact was very small. The forest island shook violently, and countless huge cracks appeared, but it was not torn apart or even sunk. It is Fujitora's limit to be able to do this. Great, it's Yuxiao's long-faced attack. Saved. Many Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral breathed a sigh of relief one after another, and a few even lost their strength and collapsed to the ground because of being too nervous. It's just that, although Bogong didn't completely shatter the forest island with such a smash, the casualties caused were not small. Sitting on her big butt like this, at least thousands of people will be killed. And immediately after the fall, Bogong attacked Admiral Fujitora, who was closest to her. A slap fell suddenly, directly making a huge slap print on Linlin Island. The shock wave erupted, the ground was torn apart, and an unknown number of unconscious Marines were killed. On the main battlefield, CARL 041v5. The leader of the CP0 agent was the first to be seriously injured by Karl. But even if he was fatally injured, the CPO agent still didn't say a word, and no sound came out. He stepped on the moonwalk to stabilize his figure in mid-air, and charged towards Karl again. It was as if the fatal wound on his body didn't exist at all. He has been completely trained as a puppet by the government of the world, without emotion, will, thought, fear, or pain. All he knows is that the 5 elders have given orders to kill Karl at all costs. So the CPU will not stop until the task is completed. How pathetic! Karl shook his head and said. Humph, what's so sad, this is his glory. The bald 5 elders said with a cold snort. Being able to contribute his strength to the world government is an opportunity that many people can't dream of. It is his lifetime honor to be able to fight for the government of the world. The world government uses this method to brainwash its agents. But over time, they, along with themselves, were brainwashed. Whether it's the 5 elders or the celestial dragons, both consider this world their back garden. They can do whatever they want, whatever they do is right and should be done. They want to kill people, so those who are killed should die obediently. It is the honor of the dead to die at the hands of celestial dragons. Take what you ask, life and death. This is their birthright. Let me deliver you relief. Carl dodged the sonic laser shot from CP0, his body flickered, and he disappeared in place. With a whooping sound, a ray of black light pierced through the chest of the CPO agent at lightning speed. Carl appeared behind the CPO agent, and the radiant black light in his hand slowly dissipated. The CP0 agent apparently hadn't reacted, or even realized he was being attacked. When he came back to his senses, he looked down at his chest dully, and found that the heart had disappeared, leaving only a big hole. The heart and internal organs inside have completely disappeared. The radiant black light spread rapidly, destroying all flesh and blood cells of the CP0 agent. In less than a second, the CPO agent was completely reduced to ashes and disappeared. The 5 elders were shocked, their complexion changed drastically, and Zhong's body froze immediately. No, Shinigami has become stronger again. The one who was killed was the leader of the CPO, whose strength was comparable to that of Marine Admiral. But in Carl's hands, he was easily killed by 2 moves. The strength Carl displayed at this moment is much stronger than in Summit War. Oh no! The 4-5 elders felt a panic at the same time. The self-confidence that was originally full is gone at this moment. It's too late to regret it now. Carl swept across the dead man with indifferent eyes, and smiled evilly. Endless radiant black light poured out from Carl's body, instantly wrapping Carl into a black ball. The size of the black sphere rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon the height exceeded 100 meters. The black ball gradually turned into a human shape, with 3 heads and 6 arms growing out. The ghosts and gods of different dimensions of black nuclear fission reappear in the world. The 5 elders with long beards looked like Xingjian, and immediately let out a roar, "Shoot with all your strength, don't hide anymore. Otherwise, we must be the ones who die." As soon as the words fell, a large black mist erupted around the bearded 5 elders. Out of the black mist behind him came out a huge skeleton over 100 meters in size. The skeleton is holding a sickle, just like the Shinigami of Hell. "Death Eater, go!" The bearded 5 elders shouted angrily. Shinigami rushed towards Carl immediately. Because the speed is too fast, the friction of the air even distorts the space. Clang! Skeleton Shinigami slashed down with a sickle, a cold light shone across the world, and an invisible force enveloped Carl, devouring his vitality. Carl, who has turned into a different dimensional ghost, does not dodge or dodge, and just raises his hand lightly. The radiant black sword took shape, and the national sword swept across. With a bang, the Shinigami sickle was split into 2, and the Shinigami body was cut off by Carl. "It's not over yet!" The bearded 5 elders hissed and roared, and the severed skeleton Shinigami rejoined. Not only that, but the bearded 5 elders also summoned 8 other skeleton Shinigami one after another. Each skeleton Shinigami is more than 100 meters in size, exuding infinite coercion. "Little ghost, die under the siege of the undead army." 9 skeleton Shinigami attack Carl at the same time, and each skeleton Shinigami's attack contains ultra-high-density armament haki, whose strength is comparable to that of Marine Admiral. Moreover, these skeletons are immortal. No matter how strong the attack is, even if it is pulverized, it can be reborn quickly. Only by beheading the bearded 5 elders can they be completely eliminated. Undead Fruit Ability User. Carl stretched out his 6 arms and swung his sword to kill the 6 skeleton soldiers. The 3 skulls shot out radiating black light, and the remaining 3 skeleton soldiers were also blown into powder. The battle continued until now, and Carl had vaguely guessed the ability of the bearded 5 elders. It can summon an endless army of undead, and the army of undead has an immortal body. This ability is exactly the same as the undead fruit recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. The bearded 5 elders who ate the fruit of the undead are themselves equivalent to the Lord of the Undead, forming an army with one person. His endless army of undead can destroy a country as easily as eating and drinking. Click. Click. The white skeleton regrouped, and the Shinigami, the skeleton that was beheaded by Carl, was reborn again. At the same time, the killer move of the curly-haired five elders also came from behind Carl. Countless flying 967 slashes shot out through the air. Wherever the slashes went, the space was torn apart inch by inch, and densely packed space cracks appeared. Black nuclear fission, heaven and earth sword. Carl's 6 swords came out together, and he slashed with all his strength. 6 paths black light slashes merged into one, roaring out, crossing the world. Clang! The black light slashes flashed past, immediately shattering all the curly-haired five elders' space slashes. The slash continued, flying towards the curly-haired five elders at lightning speed. Seeing the radiating sword light blowing towards his face, the curly-haired five elders was terrified. He knew that he took this move. Once hit, there is no doubt that he will die. Within a 10,000th of a second, 5 elders had already figured out a countermeasure. He subconsciously slashed a sword towards the side, tore apart the space and hid in a different space. Curly-haired 5 elders are those with the ability to cut fruit, and nothing can be cut. Carl's 5 elders developed it just enough to cut through the space. So he can tear space, shuttle space, and use this to avoid Carl's ultimate move. P.S. The secret of 5 elders' fruit ability. Sword-holding 5 elders, great swordsman at the pinnacle, not a person with abilities. Blonde 5 elders, those with the ability to rotten fruit of paramecia can make everything in the world decay and die. Bearded 5 elders, paramecia undead fruit ability user, can summon the army of hell undead, and the skeleton Shinigami has the ability of the body. The stronger the body is, the stronger the undead army will be. Curly-haired 5 elders, paramecia, who has the ability to cut fruit, can cut everything in the world, even space and soul. Bald 5 elders, paramecia virus fruit capable person, can create and control all viruses, and kill people invisible. A virus plague can bloodbath a country and easily massacre millions of people. Chapter 158. Clang! The moment the curly-haired 5 elders disappeared, the black light slash flew past, hitting the sea several kilometers away in an instant. With a hiss, the sea was completely torn apart, stretching for several kilometers. A huge gully several kilometers long appeared in the sea, as if splitting the sea completely. Wherever the black light radiated, countless large sea kings were dismembered and died. In the end, the radiation slash exploded. A huge fireball appeared on the surface of the sea. Endless flames soared into the sky, tumbling in the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud. The smoke visible to the naked eye forms a star ring, which is extraordinarily magnificent. Shock waves came one after another, sweeping away tens of thousands of meters of Fang Yuan. The sea was blown down, forming an oversized sea eye. The terrifying tsunami rushed in all directions, as if to destroy everything. The forest island and the surrounding sea area were also hit by the wave, and the shock wave roared in, blowing countless pirates, undead army, and ghost soldiers upside down. The battlefield suddenly fell silent, and fell into a dead silence, and a needle could be heard. Regardless of whether it is a marine pirate, when they see the mushroom cloud that is tens of thousands of meters high in the distance, they all feel extremely frightened. His hands and feet were cold, his body and mind were cold, and he couldn't help shaking. This is the strength of Shinigami Carl. It's just a swipe of the sword, why, how? A Marine Vice Admiral looked dull and muttered to himself. He really couldn't describe the shock in his heart with words. I have long heard that Shinigami Carl is the strongest person in the world, and his strength is terrifying enough to destroy the world. But seeing is better than hearing 100 times, and meeting is even more famous. Each of Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral lost their will to fight after seeing the mushroom cloud. He didn't even notice the weapon slipped from his hand. Shinigami Carl, what a horrible man! The green cow that turned into a big tree looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance. The expression on the tree's face was distorted, and the eyes were full of horror. He felt powerless and fearful in front of this move. He knew that if Carl used this trick against him, he would die. Admiral Fujitora can't see, but his observation haki can sense the terrifying aura coming from afar. The devastating breath of death made all the hairs on his body stand on end. Every cell in his body was trembling, warning him. Fujitora had never been so terrified. At this moment, Fujitora is glad that he is blind. This keeps Shinigami Carl out of sight, and his terrifying moves, not being able to see, gave him one last ounce of comfort. As for Admiral Kizaru, he's been hiding from Carl for a long time. The battlefield between him and Enel has begun to shift, far away from the nuclear explosion site. Carl's horror, Kizaru has already seen it. When Shinigami Carl appeared on the battlefield, Kizaru knew he couldn't do it. Kizaru told himself that as soon as the 5 elders were defeated, he would run away as soon as possible. Although fighting is not as good as Carl, but running away, he is invincible in the world. Kong, Vice Admiral Garp, all fell silent after seeing the mushroom cloud. They looked at the different dimensional ghosts and gods in the sky, and they all pinned their hopes on the 5 elders. Right now, only 5 elders can defeat Shinigami and lead Marine to victory. Hiss! Cracks appeared in the space, and the curly-haired 5 elders appeared from the cracks in the space, their faces pale with horror. He was out of breath, and the fear in his eyes had not subsided. Seeing this, Carl smiled sarcastically. It turns out that the 5 elders are also afraid of death. Hearing Carl's sarcasm, the faces of the 5 elders changed, and they turned livid. Especially 5 elders with curly hair, his face flushed with anger. That's embarrassment, embarrassment. Damn kid, you will definitely die today. Space cutting. Curly-haired 5 elders held a staff knife and swept across from left to right. With a hiss, the space in front of him was instantly torn apart, and a gigantic space crack appeared. The cracks in space are extremely deep, and the darkness within seems to be able to swallow everything. The space collapsed inch by inch, and the space cracks continued to expand, roaring towards Carl. The space is distorted along the way, and the power of that distorted space is enough to tear everything apart. Not only that, when the curly-haired 5 elders made a move, bearded 5 elders controls the 9 skeleton Shinigami to siege Carl again. 9 skeleton Shinigami, equivalent to 9 admiral-level powerhouses, and they are immortal and not afraid of death. The bald 5 elders were not to be outdone, and created a large cloud of virus black fog to engulf Carl. Although the virus is useless to Carl, he will be killed by nuclear radiation as soon as he gets close. But once the nuclear radiation on Carl's body is broken, these viruses have a chance. The last blonde 5 elders creates a green halo enveloping Carl. Everything within the aperture decays, the rocks shatter instantly and then the splendor disappears. Plants die and dissipate with the wind. The killing moves of the 5 elders attacked Carl at the same time. All of a sudden, Carl was under attack from both sides, with killing moves on all sides, and there was no way to escape. How can you dare to make a fool of yourself if you have a small skill? Carl faced 5 elders siege, not retreat but advance. With a thought, the armament haki domain was opened immediately, covering tens of thousands of meters of Fang Yuan in an instant, including the 5 elders. Armed color domain vacuum world. Boom! The terrifying armament haki formed an invisible shield to protect Carl and block all the killing moves of the 5 elders. Curly hair 5 elders space cutting can even split space, but it can't do anything to Carl's armed color vapor shield. The collapsing space stopped when it hit the armament haki shield, and could no longer move forward. The joint attack of the 9 skeletons Shinigami was also blocked by the armament haki shield. Not only that, the shock force generated by the armed protective cover directly broke the sickle of the 9 skeleton Shinigami. The virus black mist created by the bald five elders was strangled to slag by the ubiquitous armament haki, leaving no trace left. The corrupt power of the blonde five elders is also blocked by the armament haki barrier. In this world made up of armament haki, Karl is the only true god. All external forces, all kinds of things, can't shake him in the slightest. What? How can this be? Armament haki domain has reached such a level. Impossible, he is just a common human, but he has only lived for more than 20 years. Even if he is unparalleled in talent and comparable to a monster, it is impossible to cultivate to such a level. Fake, this kind of thing can't happen. He's nothing but a lowly pariah. Seeing that the ultimate move was broken, the five elders were all sluggish in the field, unable to accept it. Meanwhile, Karl's armament haki field has launched an attack on the 4-5 elders. Armament haki fields are everywhere, so attacks are everywhere. Arrogant brat, don't think you're the only one with the armament haki domain. The 4-5 elders roared and opened their own armament haki domain at the same time to resist Karl's domain attack. But their armament haki field is obviously not as good as Karl's. After opening the field, the range is only a few hundred meters. Whether it is the scope of the field, the strength of the attack, or the density of the attack, the five elders are far inferior to Karl. Even if it is a combination of fields of 4 people, it is not as good as Karl alone. Is it only to this extent? I really think of you too highly. But it's normal, after all, the 5 elders holding the sword who died in my hand is nothing but a waste. A cold light shot out of Karl's eyes, and the ghosts and gods of another dimension burst out with terrifying murderous aura. The 4-5 elders sensed this murderous aura, and suddenly broke out in cold sweat and shuddered. Chapter 159. Black Nuclear Fission 6 Paths Reincarnation. The ghosts and gods of different dimensions roared to the sky, and the roar turned into sound waves, impacting all directions. The 6 arms of the ghosts and gods were raised at the same time, and the 6 paths radiated black light at the same time, fused into one in mid-air, and shot towards the bald 5 elders in the distance. Why pick the bald 5 elders as the first target? For no other reason than because he was the closest. Call out! The radiating black light was extremely fast, and the moment it appeared, it had already reached the bald 5 elders. Like the curly-haired 5 elders, when he saw the ultimate move coming, he was terrified and trembling all over. He also has a reaction time of 1/10,000 th of a second to choose to face the ultimate move or avoid the ultimate move. He obviously doesn't have the strength to face it head-on. To avoid ultimate moves, he also doesn't have the ability to travel through space. So there is no way for him to hide, no way to retreat. Hateful! The bald 5 elders gritted his teeth and roared, playing the armament haki field to ultimate. All the high-density armament haki are all covered on their body, forming armor to protect themselves. Large swaths of viral black mist gushed out from his body, rushing towards the radiant light. Unfortunately, nothing works. The 6 paths reincarnation of the radiant black light hits the bald 5 elders. His virus black mist was instantly annihilated, his armament haki domain was instantly defeated, and his armament haki armor was like paper. Everything seems so fragile in front of the radiating black light. It's like a train running over ants without any stoppage at all. Boom! After the radiant black light engulfed the bald 5 elders, it shot 987 into the distance, leaping tens of kilometers in an instant. Soon, a huge fireball appeared tens of kilometers away, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Although separated by dozens of kilometers, the mushroom cloud up to tens of thousands of meters is still clearly visible. Shock waves came out one after another, sweeping the audience. The sea along the way was completely overturned, and the tsunami waves were hundreds of meters high. The destruction of the world, the doomsday natural disasters, that's all. After the radiant black light disappeared, there was no one in front of Karl, only air. The bald 5 elders completely disappeared, not even a single cell remained. The moment he was hit by the radiant black light, he was completely gasified. Bald Five Elders, fall! Just when the Bald Five Elders was killed, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. It is detected that the host kills the Bald Five Elders, completes the task phase 1 of killing the 5 Elders, and gets a reward, a top-level devil fruit, automatically stored in the system space. Successful. Carl smiled indifferently, not paying attention to the devil fruit rewarded by the system. Just killing a 5 Elders made Carl's blood boil with extra excitement. The feeling of killing the supreme power of the world's government is very exciting, and Carl can't stop it. Hateful. Seeing that the Bald 5 Elders were killed, the remaining 3 5 Elders all froze in place, their eyes glazed over. At this moment, they felt a bone-chilling chill at the same time. It was fear, extreme fear that almost drove them mad. Then they all let out heart-piercing howls at the same time. Shinigami, do you know what you did? A mere human being dares to kill a god. Unforgivable, you are unforgivable. Hehe, what am I afraid of? The ghosts and gods from another dimension roared, making Carl's indifferent voice. Isn't it the 5 Elders? I haven't killed them before. Don't say you are not gods, even if you are, I still dare to kill you. Carl Haki's voice echoed in the surrounding waters, and his terrifying murderous aura was raised to ultimate after killing the Bald 5 Elders. This murderous aura has condensed into substance, forming an alternative killing god domain. In the field of killing gods, murderous aura can also launch deadly attacks just like armament haki. Those with insufficient strength will be instantly dismembered and killed. Damn Shinigami, I can't spare you. Rotten world. The blonde 5 Elders was enraged, and created a huge green mask to swallow Carl. In this mask, everything will be decayed, and time seems to speed up thousands of times. This is different from the decay of all things caused by the acceleration of time. This is the decline of all things themselves. Rotten fruit? It's a good ability. Unfortunately, it didn't work for me. With the vacuum world body shield made in the armament haki field, all external forces cannot harm Carl. If you want to hurt Carl, you must first break Carl's armament haki field. It's a pity that the 5 Elders' armament haki field is not as good as Carl's, and they will never be able to do this. Death. Carl turned his head to look at the blonde 5 Elders, 6 Paths Reincarnation Reappearance. Shinigami, dare you? Damn BD, stop it. Eid, 5 Elders with long beards and 5 Elders with curly hair turned terrified and roared one after another. Carl turned a blind eye, stop it. Why should I stop? I killed the 5 Elders. I dare to kill that bald head, but I will kill you all the same. All 4 of you are going to die here today. Boom. Radiant black light burst out and traversed the sky in an instant. The decaying world created by the blonde 5 Elders is instantly pierced by radiant black light. Careful. The long-bearded 5 Elders and the curly-haired 5 Elders in the distance were shocked and roared. The curly-haired 5 Elders hastily slashed several large space cuts, attempting to shatter the space and devour the radiating black light. It's a pity that the speed of slashing is far inferior to the speed of radiating black light. Before the slash could reach, the radiant black light hit the blonde 5 Elders. The black light radiates directly into the sky, piercing through the deep clouds and the sea of thunder and lightning in an instant, and the sun shoots directly into the sky. This time there was no post-nuclear shock wave spreading out. Maybe it was because the radiated black light shot directly into the sky and exploded in outer space. Like the bald 5 Elders, the blonde 5 Elders also died at the hands of Carl. There are no bones left. The electronic tone of the system sounded again. It was detected that the host killed the blonde 5 Elders, completed the second phase of the task of killing the 5 Elders, and received rewards, Rabbit Charm, Taigu, Demon Sword Village Rain. Automatically stored in the system space. As usual, Carl wasn't paying attention to rewards. Carl cast his eyes on the remaining long-beard 5 elders and curly-hair 5 elders, his eyes were cold and murderous. Carl smiled evilly. Next, it's your turn. Seeing Carl's smile, 5 elders with long beard and curly hair, 5 elders shuddered at the same time, the hairs all over his body stood up, and his blood was almost frozen. In the distance, Kong saw 2 5 elders being killed one after another, and his heart was cold. Knowing that the situation was over, he immediately felt like retreating. Green Bull! Kong roared angrily, meeting the eyes of Admiral's Green Bull. Needless to say, Liu Sheng already knew what Kong meant. After all, the Admiral Green Bull himself wanted to retreat. Shinigami Carl's strength was simply too terrifying, which made him a little frightened. There is no way, if we fight again, Lao Zi will die here too. The green cow was really scared, and with a thought, he used Sengoku's ability to the limit. All the giant trees connected to the crust under the forest island were broken, and the forest island became a forest ship. Under the control of the Green Bull, the island began to drift towards the distance. Seeing this, some Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral also understood what Kong meant, and began to fight and retreat. It's just that Marine wanted to leave, but the army of the Romanov Kingdom didn't want them to leave. Come if you want, save if you want, what do you Marines think this is? Many pirates roared and roared with murderous aura, speeding up the pace of chasing and killing. Some Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admirals are entangled in fighting and simply cannot get out. In addition, the Devil Bogong Pirate Forest Island, and the Devil Dikui have been blocking. Admiral's Green Bull is at full strength, but its movement speed is not fast enough. Unless, he can abandon the tens of thousands of Marine elites on the Forest Island. Chapter 160. Hateful. Kong obviously also noticed this, and his face was very ugly. At this time, he had to make a decision. Should we abandon the elite Marines to maintain high-level combat power, or should we all die here? The Shinigami haven't completely dealt with the 5 elders yet, so this is the last chance for the Navy to retreat. If the tens of thousands of Marines who are unconscious are discarded, only the high-level Marines retreat. With their strength, the survival rate is still very high. But that would kill tens of thousands of Marine elites here. Marines rebuilt through world conscription will be destroyed again. And this time Marines' prestige will plummet. Even if the world conscription is performed again, the Marine will no longer be able to be rebuilt. After all, with this fiasco, the whole world will know the horror of Shinigami Carl. No one will join Marine to seek death again. But if they don't give up, there is a high possibility that they will be wiped out here. Marine's top management is already here, and if they all die, Marine will really exist in name only. For a while, Kong couldn't make this decision either. And now is a critical moment, every second of delay, Marine will be in danger of being destroyed. The Marine hero Garp is still fighting fiercely with the lightning demon Zongsu. He has tried his best, but he can't do anything to Zongsu. He also saw the scene where the 5 elders were killed, and his heart sank gradually. Although Admiral Fujitora couldn't see it, he clearly sensed the disappearance of the breath of the 2 5 elders. He knows what that means. Admiral Kizaru is more straightforward, he is ready to run at any time. In the 3 admirals, the Green Bull fought against the demon Dikui, and was dragged back by tens of thousands of Marines. The battle was difficult. Admiral Fujitora fought against the demon Bogong. He was always pressed and beaten, and the situation was stalemate. Only Admiral Kizaru had the easiest fight. His opponent is Enel. Although Enel is strong, he is not yet his opponent, so Kizaru has the upper hand. If it wasn't for the subsequent addition of Flame and Ember, Enel would have been dealt with by Kizaru long ago. However, although Kizaru had the upper hand, he did not dare to take a step closer to the main battlefield. In his eyes, that sea area is the most dangerous Death Jedi in the world. Once he steps in, he will definitely die. On the main battlefield, 5 elders with long beards and 5 elders with fair hair stood opposite each other on the left and right. They looked at where the blonde 5 elders had vanished, their minds blank. Dead, all dead. After extreme anger, the 2 5 elders felt endless fear. Karl is decisive in killing people, and he will not be lenient when killing people, even if they are 5 elders, it is useless, they will still die. There are only 5 elders in total, but 3 have been killed by Karl. This is a true Shinigami that shatters the self-esteem and pride of the 5 elders and makes them know what the fear of death is. In the face of death, everyone is the same. Run. After regaining consciousness, the first instinct of the bearded 5 elders and the curly-haired 5 elders was to run away. Karl's strength has exceeded their expectations, and now 3 of the 5 are gone, and only 2 of them are absolutely impossible to be Karl's opponents. If you stay and fight to the death, they will definitely die and must escape. The curly-haired 5 elders slashed open the space, trying to escape into it. 5 elders with long beards controls the 9 skeleton Shinigami to block Karl, while he escapes by flying. Boom! An invisible force suddenly erupted, knocking the curly-haired 5 elders into the air before they escaped into space. The bearded 5 elders, fleeing from the other direction, were also forced back by Armament Haki's invisible attack. Karl's observation Haki has been targeting the 2, and the Armament Haki field has been covering them all the time. In this field, Karl is the only true god, how can he let them escape? Although the cutting fruit of curly-haired 5 elders can cut the space, he cannot open the space at will like the space fruit ability user after all. Karl had plenty of time to stop before the curly-haired 5 elders fled. As for the bearded 5 elders, it's even easier to stop him. Don't run away, both of you. If you die together today, you will be taken care of if you go to Huangchuan. Armed Color Domain Blade Storm. With a thought in Karl's mind, countless swords formed in Armament Haki's field, and rushed towards the curly-haired 5 elders like a tornado. Although the attack is invisible to the naked eye, observation Haki can perceive it. In the eyes of the curly-haired 5 elders, at this moment he has been surrounded by countless swords and has no way out. Karl, do you have to kill them all? The curly-haired 5 elders let out a roar, and at the same time slashed out a space-tearing slash, smashing the invisible Armament Haki sword into pieces. The torn space also sucks part of Armament Haki into it. Curly-haired 5 elders was just about to get into the space crack, but was hit by Haki again. The same goes for the bearded 5 elders on the other side. Wherever he flees, he will be hit by the ubiquitous Armament Haki attack. Shinigami, are you really going to kill them all? The bearded 5 elders hissed and roared with deep fear. Do you know what will happen if you kill us? The world will be turned upside down. You will still be hunted down by the government of the world. The government has been established for 800 years, and its heritage is beyond your imagination. 0. Ask for flowers. Once you offend that lord, you will die without a place to bury you. Well said, Shinigami. The curly-haired 5 elders on the other side also roared, once that lord wakes up and knows that you killed us, then you will be 1,000 times more miserable than we are now. I advise you, don't be so impulsive. While avoiding the attack, the 2 5 elders disturbed Karl's mind with words. But from Karl's point of view, this is completely cruel. How loud the 2 5 elders are now means how scared they are. Their fists are not as hard as Karl's, so they can only use their mouths. Consequences? I don't care. Karl's face appeared on the hideous head of a different dimensional ghost. Karl looked at the 2 5 elders who were fleeing in a panic, and smiled sarcastically, only by cutting the weeds and roots can we avoid future troubles forever. Since I've killed 3 5 elders, I don't mind killing 2 more. Family, it's better to be neat and tidy. Call. The gust of wind suddenly blew up, and the 100-meter-high ghosts and gods in another dimension instantly disappeared in place and appeared behind the curly-haired 5 elders. Karl's speed is so fast that even observation Haki of the curly 5 elders has no time to catch the lock. And when he found out, it was too late. All he saw were 6 radiant swords hacked down by ghosts and gods from different dimensions. Damn BD, bullying too much, the old man will fight with you. Curly-haired 5 elders' eyes were about to burst, and the armament haki on his body burst out like a tsunami, and he couldn't save it anymore. Riots broke out in the armament haki field that had been surrounding him all the time, and all of them condensed on his stick knife. Go to hell, space annihilation / Curly-haired 5 elders unleashes his strongest move. When the knife falls, the fruit-cutting ability bursts out, and it also incorporates ultra-high-density armament haki. The moment the sword chi appeared, it had already aroused the vision of heaven and earth. Endless sword energy erupted, cutting countless small cracks in the space in all directions. The Sword of Judgment. Carl released radiant black light to form a giant sword, and he slashed horizontally, meeting with the curly-haired 5 elders / The situation of stalemate did not happen, and the outcome was only clear in an instant. Clang! A sword fell, and the slash of the curly-haired 5 elders was instantly shattered by the sword energy. The radiant giant sword is constantly castrating, carrying the power of breaking mountains and breaking seas, hitting the curly-haired 5 elders. Curly-hair 5 elders' armament haki armor is like paper, it is broken in an instant. Puff! The head of the curly-haired 5 elders was raised high, and the moment blood spurted out, it was swallowed by the black light. His eyes were still open, his eyes were wide open, and there was endless panic and despair deep in his eyes. Chapter 161. Ding! It's detected that host kills curly-haired 5 elders, completes the task phase 3 of killing 5 elders, and gets rewards, Cow Charm, Ghost General Mingta, Shadow Eater, Eater Shadow. Has been automatically stored in the system space. With a thought in Carl's mind, part of the shadow under his feet split, and the Ghost General Mingta suddenly appeared in the distance. Without Carl's order, Minta has already summoned the soldiers of the Phantom Corps to join the battle. Although the soldiers of the Shadow Devouring group are not as big as fingers, they are very strong. After devouring the shadows of some marine soldiers, the little Shadow Eater soldiers instantly turned into a group of monsters. Each body is tens of meters high, even Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral cannot easily solve it. The soldiers of the Shadow Devourer fought with the army of undead summoned by the bearded 5 elders, and both sides were immortal. Compared with their battles, human battles seem a bit naive. Carl looked at the only surviving bearded 5 elders, and smiled evilly, "You are the only 6 and 0 left." The bearded 5 elders looked terrified and covered in cold sweat. He looked at Carl, gritted his teeth and said, "Carl, are you really going to do this?" Carl smiled sarcastically, "Now that things are going on, you can still ask such stupid nonsense. It seems that I really think highly of you. In the face of death, you are just a bunch of stray dogs who are greedy for life and afraid of death." The bearded 5 elders blushed with anger, but said nothing. Because Carl guessed right, in the face of death, he was indeed in disarray. Now 5 elders with long beards, his mind is in a mess, and he can't think of any countermeasures. In panic, I didn't even know what I was talking about. It's time to hit the road. The extra-dimensional ghost Carl raised 6 arms to point at the bearded 5 elders, and the jet-black radiation laser was ready to go. The bearded 5 elders stared wide-eyed, endless fear emerged, and their hearts trembled. Under the control of the bearded 5 elders, the 9 skeleton Shinigami all gathered in front of him to build a defensive line for him. The bearded 5 elders himself turned into a black shadow and fled quickly. Black nuclear fission 6 paths reincarnation. Carl smiled indifferently, and the 6 arms immediately shot out 6 paths radiating black light. The black light merged into one, and swept across the sky in an instant, leaving only a black trail. The defense line composed of 9 skeleton Shinigami was like paper in front of the radiating black light, and was instantly defeated. The white bones were torn apart, turned into fly ash and disappeared, and finally gasified completely, leaving not even half a particle. Every cell in the bearded 5 elders was trembling, and he knew that the radiating black light was right behind him. Perhaps as long as 1/10,000th of a second, he will die in Huangchuan. Frightened, the bearded five elders shouted loudly, "Lord Julius, save me!" Hiss! A huge crack opened in the space behind the bearded five elders, and this crack was many times larger than the space crack opened by the curly-haired five elders. Moreover, the devouring gravitational force erupting from it is also extremely strong, and the devouring force distorts the surrounding space, forming a Uzumaki black hole. The radiant black light is engulfed by the Uzumaki black hole, and finally swallowed into it, disappearing completely. There is no nuclear explosion, no movement, just like a drop of water falling into the sea, without any waves. Carl stopped chasing. No, ghosts and gods from another dimension were suspended in mid-air, and the observation haki was fully opened, locking on the location of the space crack. Carl has already sensed a familiar aura from the space crack, which is the mysterious space system ability user who appeared in the Summit War. Although the cutting fruit of the curly-haired five elders can also cut through space, it is nothing compared to this mysterious person. Cutting fruit is only slightly related to the space system, but manipulating the space is like breathing, which has become instinctive. Julius? Is that the man's name? Carl stared at the crack in space, and saw a man wearing white armor appearing in the crack. A man's appearance is perfect, without any blemishes. He is about 4 meters tall, has silver hair, and exudes a terrifying aura. His eyes were cold as a piece of ice. Like Carl, there was no emotion in his eyes. Even if the five elders were killed, it would not arouse his emotions. Julius has a special arrogance about him. His arrogance is different from that of celestial dragons, who are fierce and domineering. This arrogance is innate, as if Julius is destined to be an arrogant person. The sudden appearance of Julius attracted the attention of many Marine executives below, but few people really knew Julius. In other words, only Kong and Garp know the name Julius. Because even they had never seen Julius. Although Garp was rescued by Julius last time, he never showed up from the beginning to the end. I didn't expect that even this adult came in person. Kong muttered to himself, somewhat unbelievable. Marshal Kong, do you know this person? A little Wong Kong grows at the foot, and the face of the green bull of the army emerges from the bud. This flower is a clone created by the green bull. It has no combat power, but it can use it to communicate with distant companions in real time. Kong shook his head and didn't answer. Julius' identity is too noble and mysterious, and he has no right to discuss it in private, let alone tell others his name. Even if the opponent is Marine Admiral is no exception. The bearded five elders breathed a sigh of relief out of danger, and quickly ran to Julius, saluted respectfully, "Thank you, Lord Julius, for saving your life." Afterwards, the bearded five elders pointed to Carl and said, "He is Shinigami Carl, the one who declared war on the world government, the greatest evil on the sea today. I also ask Lord Julius to take action and completely kill this evil element." Seeing Julius appear, the bearded five elders gained confidence. At this moment, the panicked appearance of running away from the wilderness disappeared, and the fear in his eyes also disappeared. Now he only wants to chop Shinigami Carl into a meat paste, so as to eliminate the hatred and roar in his heart. Julius turned his head, looked at the bearded five elders with indifferent eyes, and said indifferently, "When is it your turn to give me orders?" "Oh!" The bearded five elders bowed their heads in fear, and Julius' voice sounded again. "You can't even deal with a brat, the extent of the five of you is really beyond my imagination. If a waste like you is still alive, it will only embarrass Lord Im." As soon as these words came out, the long-bearded five elders broke out in a cold sweat, and his voice began to tremble. "No. Master Julius 5.9, I am useful, and I am still useful. Master Im will still be able to use me. Forgive me, and please Lord Julius spare my life. I must." Puff. The bearded five elders hadn't finished speaking when an arm pierced his chest and came out from his back. In the palm of his hand, he held a beating heart. The frightened expression of the bearded five elders still remained on his face. He hung his head powerlessly, and died completely. Sometimes, accidents happen so unexpectedly. In the last second, Julius also saved the bearded five elders from Karl's grasp. But in the next second, the bearded five elders died in the hands of Julius. Julius pinched the heart of the long-bearded five elders, and said blankly, "From the moment you asked me for help, you have no right to live. A waste who is greedy for life and afraid of death, living can only waste air." Chapter 162. A waste who is greedy for life and afraid of death, living can only waste air. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the corpses of the long-bearded five elders exploded, turning into a rain of blood and pouring down the sky. The space in front of Julius twisted, devouring all the splashed flesh and blood. Not a single drop fell on him. At the moment when the bearded five elders was killed, the tens of thousands of undead army he summoned were all wiped out and disappeared without a trace. Marine, who was fighting against the army of undead, suddenly lost a lot of pressure. At the same time, the Marine side also discovered the changes on the battlefield. They also all saw Julius beheading the bearded five elders. Julius slays the bearded five elders with a clean, merciless movement. Seeing such a decisive scene, the eyelids of many Marine executives twitched. Hey, isn't it too cruel? That guy is one of the five elders anyway, so kill him if you say so. The Admiral Green Bull was a little frightened, but at the same time a little apprehensive, and even a little regretful. He felt that he shouldn't join Marine in a hurry for the position of Admiral. Now it's enough to face the monster Shinigami Karl, but also to face a boss like Julius who kills his companions at the slightest disagreement. As far as he knows in 04, the five elders are the highest authority in the world government, and they are the immediate boss of their Marine Admiral. This kind of character Julius also kills as soon as he says, let alone these Marine Admirals. All of a sudden, Admiral's Green Bull was ready to quit. Otherwise, I'd better escape. I should be able to do it if I run away before being targeted by the Shinigami. The Devil's Decoy is strong, but Admiral Lushan's strength is not weak. If he gave up on the guys like Marine who are dragging back, there is still a great chance of escaping. Although he will be delisted or even wanted by Marine afterwards, at least he can save his life. The Green Bull's eyes were cold, and he glanced at the battlefield, secretly making up his mind. Admiral Fujitora looked at the direction of Julius with pure white eyes, expressionless. But his clenched fists revealed that Fujitora was not at peace. He has known for a long time that there is darkness inside the Marine, and the darkness in the world government is even more unfathomable. But Julius' beheading of the five elders made Fujitora understand that the darkness he now knows is only the tip of the iceberg. The world government has been established for 800 years, and its background is extremely profound, and the darkness hidden inside is also unfathomable. Even the five elders can be slaughtered at will, let alone the Marine of the common. Their Marine is nothing more than a tool of the celestial dragons. No, maybe even the celestial dragons are just trash raised by the world's government. In the eyes of the real rulers of the world government, whether it is Marine, celestial dragons, or the world, they are nothing but ants. Is such a government really worthy of my allegiance? Fujitora doubts his own justice. In addition to them, the hearts of many Marine executives also began to waver. Karl looked at Julius who beheaded the five elders, and said calmly, if you kill him, it is equivalent to stealing my prey, which is a bit too wasteful. Kill the last five elders, and Karl will get the last wave of rewards. All gone now. The system has already indicated that the task of massacring the five elders is completely over, and a new task has been released at the same time. New mission, killing gods. Kill Julius, and you can get rewards, a space-type devil fruit, and the wind demon Sao Feng. The quest rewards for killing gods are almost identical to the quest rewards for the final phase of killing the five elders. It's just that the devil fruit rewarded this time is of the space system, which Carl has always wanted to get. Julius looked at Carl and said blankly, "It's just a waste, if you kill it, you will kill it. But even if it is waste, it is also the waste of my world government. I can kill, but you can't. Since you killed them, you should pay the price. Little ghost, I can give you a chance to kill yourself." Julius spoke condescendingly, with contempt in his eyes, looking at Carl as if he were looking at an ant that could be easily wiped out. Carl didn't get angry, but just smiled coldly. "I can accept any way of death, but suicide is the only way. I have never thought about it, and I won't. Why don't you show me a demonstration?" "Bold! Damn you!" Julius roared angrily, and the space around Carl suddenly collapsed. The powerful phagocytic gravitational force acts on Carl, trying to suck Carl into the space steam gap. A big Carl is sucked into the space crack, and will be strangled by the violent space power in an instant. "Call out!" The ghosts and gods in another dimension spread their wings and flapped them lightly, and Carl instantly moved 1,000 meters away. Before the space completely collapsed, he hid in a safe area. After Carl left, the space where he was located had completely collapsed, leaving only a deep darkness. That dark space crack seems to be able to swallow even the eyes, making people dare not look directly. 2 times, it's a pity you can't escape. Julius crossed his arms and just stood there. But wherever he looked, the space was all under his control, tearing apart countless space cracks. These space cracks are much more terrifying than the slash of the peak swordsman. Nothing can resist it. Puff! An arm of a different dimensional ghost suddenly flew up, and a dark space crack appeared where the arm was. Carl's eyes were red, and the future picture was seen by Carl in advance. But even if you see it, you can't completely avoid it. You humble human being, even if you want to kill yourself now, it's too late. Julius flew towards Carl slowly, and all the armament haki domains that Carl shrouded in him receded, unable to hurt him in the slightest. The space around Julius is distorted, and all armament haki who approach him will be shredded by that distorted space. It can be said that beside Julius, there is another world. Space fruit is really tricky. However, it may not be impossible to deal with. Carl's eyes were cold, and the huge body of the different dimensional ghost began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small ghost with a body size of only 5 meters. In front of space fruit ability users, the huge bodies of different dimensional ghosts and gods are equivalent to living targets. It is better to reduce the size and concentrate all the power on one point. "Oh? Have you figured it out 560? Julius sneered. Carl said, "Yeah, figured it out. Suicide is impossible to commit suicide, so I want to kill you first." Black nuclear fission 6 paths reincarnation. Boom! The radiant black light shot out and came to Julius in an instant. Julius didn't dodge or evade, he didn't even move a finger. With just one glance, the space in front of him collapsed into a huge black hole in space. The black hole swallows radiation black light into it, and then slowly closes. The nuclear radiation laser that was enough to destroy a large island completely disappeared without any movement. I said, "Your abilities are useless to me. Not only you, but all abilities in the world are useless to me. In the face of space capabilities, all abilities in the world must bow their heads." Air burst. Julius stretched out his right hand and grabbed Carl. Carl moved 100 meters away in an instant, and the space where he was originally has disappeared, leaving only a black hole. In the face of a force capable of destroying space, everything would be crushed to powder. Air burst. Julius' ultimate move is back again, and Carl sees all his attacks in advance with the ability to predict the future, and avoids his ultimate move. Countless black holes in space appeared, but they were automatically repaired in front of the power of rules. Carl looked at Julius, and with a thought, the armament haki field covering Fang Yuan's 10,000 meters suddenly began to shrink, and only Julius was locked. Chapter 163. When the domain shrinks, the armament haki density in the domain will increase exponentially. Boom. 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 The endless armament haki bombarded Julius, and the twisted space he created around his body was finally shaken. The so-called absolute defense has a limit after all. Even if it is a heaven-defying space fruit, it is a devil fruit after all, and will be restrained by armament haki. Ultra-black nuclear fission-armed color domain spear of vengeance. With a thought in his mind, Carl released a large amount of nuclear radiation, and after merging with the armament haki domain, a pitch-black spear was formed. With a bang, the spear of revenge shot out of the air, hitting Julius instantly. Julius was forced back by the spear of vengeance, and he shot backwards like a shooting star. The spear of vengeance was only an inch away from Julius, and the distorted space was continuously worn away by the armament haki on the spear of vengeance, and cracks began to appear. Once the space is broken, the spear of vengeance can attack Julius' body. How dare you make me retreat, unforgivable! Julius was furious, his expression a little crazy. He was obviously not injured, but just being repelled, he seemed to be unable to accept it, as if he had been humiliated. Isn't it? Is the mentality so fragile? Carl was speechless. In fact, what Carl didn't know was that because of Julius's strength, no one could bear his attack head-on for a long time. In the past many years, the number of times he made shots was very few, and each time it was an instant kill with one move. The long period of invincibility gave Julius a perverted pursuit of victory. He felt that his victory should be taken for granted. The death of the enemy at his hands is absolute. He cannot be defeated, even if he is only forced to retreat, it is still a blemish on his perfect record. For Julius with obsessive-compulsive disorder, this is an unacceptable existence. Untouchable, damn you! Julius roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from him immediately. Armament haki roared out like a tsunami, forming a field in an instant, colliding with Carl's collar or head-on. Immediately afterwards, Conqueror's haki also erupted from Julius, forming a field. Two color haki's dual domains merge into one, making the world look different. The space in front of Julius collapsed and sunk, swallowing the spear of revenge into it. Sure enough, this guy must be Conqueror's awakened. Carl wasn't surprised that Julius turned on the armor color and Conqueror's haki fields. Conqueror's haki are rare though, only 1 in a million. But among the world's peak powerhouse crowd, it is a necessary strength, and the probability is almost 100%. Boom! Carl also turns on Conqueror's haki, merges with armament haki, and confronts Julius' dual domain head-on. Rumble! Thunder exploded in the sky, and countless black and red lightning burst out, like countless lion majesty. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, directly piercing through the sea of thunder and lightning in the sky, creating a huge hole. Untouchable, you have committed the unforgivable crime. I will dismantle every bone in your body, crush every inch of flesh and blood in your body, and finally banish you to a crack in a different dimension, completely obliterating all traces of you. Catch it! Julius came here, and wherever he went, the space collapsed inch by inch, forming a Uzumaki black hole that could not get out of the space. Seeing this, Carl advanced instead of retreating. Well done! The black shadow flashed, the afterimage remained in place, but the real body appeared 100 meters away. The radiant black light covered the fist, and after merging armament haki and Conqueror's haki, the fists of Liu's looked at each other. Rumble! The moment the fists collided, a terrifying shock wave that could not be described in words erupted. The sea under the feet of Carl and Julius didn't hold up for even a 10,000th of a second, and was directly torn apart by the shock wave. A huge gully several kilometers long instantly divided the sea area into two halves. Two huge waves rolled out towards the left and right sides, as if the sea had two wings. Boom! Boom! Numerous lightning bursts, high-density armed colors and conquerors attack and intertwine each other. Both Karl and Julius have activated dual realms. In the course of the battle, not only the power of Devil Fruit, but also Haki. Only the party with stronger overall strength can win the final victory. Boom! 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 Karl and Julius' movements were approaching ultimate, and they had exchanged hundreds of punches in the blink of an eye. The two fought from one end of the sea to the other, and the battlefield covered more than 10 kilometers. The aftermath of every battle that erupts can easily tear apart the sea. Double color field Beastmaster Fury. Karl roared, covering his fist with high-density two-color haki, forming a huge and ferocious beast. The strange beast let out a roar, opened its mouth and bit Julius. The long-range attack of radiating black light is useless to Julius. No matter how fast or powerful it is, it will be swallowed by him tearing apart the space. So if you want to defeat him, you can only get close to the battle. Space Uzumaki. Facing Karl's ultimate move, Julius punched out, and a Space Uzumaki appeared directly when the fist came out. Uzumaki spun rapidly, tearing apart the space inch by inch. A deep black hole appeared in the center of Space Uzumaki, and a powerful gravitational force erupted to swallow everything. Boom! The fists collided, and the terrible shock wave formed a huge black hole, completely engulfing Karl and Julius. On the left side of the black hole, the space collapsed inch by inch. On the right side of the black hole, endless radiating black light erupts. At this moment, the world seemed to be completely divided into two worlds. The space of a world has collapsed and completely reduced to a dead zone. Another world is shrouded in nuclear radiation and completely reduced to a dead zone. The battle between Karl and Julius, no matter which side, will bring only endless death. Although more than 10 kilometers were separated, the aftermath of the battle between the two still rushed to the sea area where the forest island was located. The spread of nuclear radiation instantly wiped out those unconscious marine soldiers. As for the pirates under Karl, they were brought into the Kingdom of Shadows by the Shadow Corps at the moment when the aftermath spread. Hiding in the Shadow Kingdom, no attack can hurt them. This is also one of Karl's cards. Karl can also escape through the Shadow Kingdom if he encounters an enemy he can't beat. With this, Karl is already invincible. The shock wave fused with high-density nuclear radiation swept past, the sea collapsed inch by inch, and the forest island disappeared inch by inch. Tens of thousands of marine soldiers on the island were instantly wiped out, leaving no bones left. In the end, only Kong, Admiral Green Bull, Fujitora, Crane Vice Admiral and a few Marine Elite Vice Admirals survived. The breath of death enveloped the entire sea area, and Marine suffered another disaster. Kong stared blankly at the disappearing forest island below, with anger in his eyes and sadness in his heart. Frightened and angry, Kong spurted out a mouthful of blood, and he instantly aged a bit. He was hit too hard. Although it was expected that Marine would suffer heavy losses, Kong still couldn't accept this scene when it actually happened. After this battle, Marine really existed in name only. Marshal Kong, the top priority now is to evacuate this sea area, it is still not safe here. A Marine Vice Admiral came to Kong and said. This Marine Vice Admiral is covered with armament haki to protect against nuclear radiation in the air. If you want to survive in this sea of death, you must at least be able to be fully armed. Don't even think about leaving. Suddenly there was a roar, and then a huge rock came through the air, smashing towards Kong and the Marine Vice Admiral. It was the Devil Dekui who shot. Chapter 164. Under Karl's command, the pirates and Red Dragon Army have all been transferred through the Shadow Kingdom. But Marco, Enel, Badgers, Yin and other advanced cotters did not leave and were still fighting Marine. Since they didn't leave, the major demons wouldn't leave either. Ordinary nuclear radiation is useless to demons, they can resist with only their bodies. Damn it, you still have to chase after me. Go, it's not suitable to stay here for long. Shinigami Karl, this is horrible. Before Kong gave the order, many Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admirals had fled, even the Admiral Green Bull was no exception. Tens of thousands of Marines were wiped out, and he no longer had to worry about the future. Created a few tall tree men to intercept Dekui, and then he borrowed flowers to fly away quickly. However, the flying speed of the flowers is too slow after all. Dekui launched a seismic wave and knocked the Green Bull down into the sky with one punch. On the other hand, Admiral Fujitora easily got rid of the entanglement of the demon Bogong and flew into the sky by borrowing gravity. Compared with other demons, Pogang is too dull after all. However, when Fujitora flew high into the sky, a group of lightning crashed down and shot down Fujitora. It was the demon Zemo who shot. "None of you can leave today, all of you will die here." Demon Zemo flapped his wings and laughed loudly in the sky. "Damn BD, damn it! I have no choice but to fight to the death." Kong regained his strength and led the remaining Marines to fight against the demons, and the bloody battle resumed. On the other side, the battle 173 between Carl and Julius has also heated up. After the black hole shattered, Carl and Julius showed their real bodies. As soon as they separated, the two charged together again. Black nuclear fission meteor destruction. Carl's whole body is covered with radiant black light, and the density of the radiation has reached ultimate. A punch to Julius, containing the power of meteor destruction. Space Uzumaki. Julius distorted the space, resisting Carl's ultimate move with the force of space tearing. However, this attack was different from the previous ones. With one punch, the distorted space was forcibly reversed. Carl hit Julius in the chest with a punch, denting his chest immediately. Puff! Julius spat out a mouthful of blood, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. Impossible! How can your armed color domain be so strong? Only armament haki can forcibly reverse the twisted space created by the ability user. Carl used the armament haki domain just now to take the administrative trick to defeat Julius. Nothing is impossible. It can only be said that you are watching the sky from a well, and you don't know how big the world is. Die! Carl roared, and the radiant black light on his fist exploded. The endless nuclear radiation is like countless small sharp swords, trying to break through Julius' armament haki armor and enter his body. If you want to beat me, it's impossible. Julius naturally also noticed Carl's plan, roared, and the surrounding space quickly collapsed. The space black hole spreads, trying to swallow Carl. Armed color domain vacuum world. Facing Julius' ultimate move, Carl did not dodge or evade, creating a vacuum world defense. When the collapsed space touched the vacuum world, it stopped spreading immediately. Break all laws with one force. My armed color domain is stronger than yours, you are destined to be defeated by me. Meteor destruction. Boom. Black light bloomed on Carl's fist, and the nuclear radiation exploded. The terrifying nuclear explosion produced a super shock wave, which hit Julius close to him. Julius immediately tore apart the space and devoured the scorching flames of the shock wave rain. But it was too late, part of the nuclear shock wave had already hit his body. With a click, the armament haki field around Julius was torn apart, and the armament haki armor on his body was also shattered. With a loud bang, a mushroom cloud appeared in the sky, and the flames spread for thousands of meters. Both the shock wave and the flame height of this mushroom cloud are much smaller than before. That's because part of the power of the nuclear explosion was swallowed by space. But the difference is that Carl's attack directly hit Julius this time. Even if part of it is swallowed, the power of the nuclear explosion is unparalleled enough to seriously injure or even kill Julius. Rumble. The flames soared into the sky, and the endless flames were like ancient beasts, making a ferocious roar. Hiss! A huge rift opened in the space in the distance. Julius rushed out from the rift, and a large amount of Black's blood spilled. Julius was covered in blood, and there were countless black blood flowing from countless wounds all over his body. Puff! A mouthful of black blood spewed out from Julius's mouth, and his breath was extremely weak. The previous nuclear explosion had seriously injured Julius. The lowly ants dare to hurt the great space god. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Julius's face no longer had the handsome face before, only the extremely twisted, extremely ugly and ferocious. Call out! Radiation black light pierced through the air, hitting Julius and causing another nuclear explosion. Julius was flown by the nuke, but a huge space Uzumaki engulfed the nuke. Julius received no new damage. Long-range attack is really useless. Carl flapped the wings of ghosts and gods, and quickly approached Julius. Simultaneously activate the Armed Color and Conqueror's field, compressing the living space of Julius. Untouchable, I'm really angry. Space destruction. Julius urged the power of the space fruit with all his strength, and the surrounding space collapsed and shattered inch by inch. At this moment, the concept of space seems to no longer exist. Suddenly, Julius' expression changed. Because he discovered that the random space cannot continue to spread. The space around Carl is like a big mountain, and his space power has become a common grass at this moment. How can a small grass move a mountain? You also have spatial abilities. Julius' face changed drastically, and he lost his voice in shock. Wrong, I don't have spatial ability, I just have better haki. Carl smiled indifferently, and the double haki field expanded rapidly. Under the expansion of haki's domain, the space torn apart by Julius quickly healed and returned to its original state in a blink of an eye. It really works. Carl's eyes lit up. Reinforcing the space with double haki was Carl's whim. I just wanted to try it at first, but I didn't expect it to be really useful.